Section 16 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 16, Chapter 6, Opération Spirituelle, Part 2. All this, in much greater detail, Hans Castorp learned in the course of visits to Nafta's silken cell, either alone or in company with his table-mates Ferge and Wesel, whom he had introduced there, or else when he met Nafta out on a walk and strolled back to the Dorf in his company. He learnt it as occasion offered, bit by bit, but also in the form of continuous narrative, and found it all highly extraordinary. Not only so, but he incited Ferge and Wesel to find it the same, which they accordingly did. The former, indeed, all the while protested that he was just a plain man, and this high-flown stuff utterly beyond him, his experience with the Pleuroshock having been the sole event in his life to raise it above the most humdrum sphere. Wesel, however, obviously enjoyed this narrative of a man's rise to success from humble and oppressed beginnings, and in any case there was no ground in it for arrogance, since the good fortune seemed dwindling away again in the prevailing fleshly infirmity. Hans Castorp, for his part, regretted the reverse in Nafta's affairs, thinking with pride and concern of the ambitious Joachim, who, with a heroic effort, had burst through the tough web of the Rhadamantine rhetoric and flown to the colours, where his cousin's fancy painted him clinging to the standard with 3 fingers upraised in the oath of fealty. To such a standard had Nafta too sworn faith. He too had been received beneath its folds. This had been the very figure he had employed when explaining his society to Hans Castorp. But obviously with his deviations and combinations he was less true to his oath than Joachim to his. Hans Castorp, listening to the future or ci-devant Jesuit, felt himself strengthened in his views as a civilian and child of peace, while realizing that this man and Joachim would each find something satisfying in the calling of the other, and recognize its likeness with his own. For the one was as military as the other, and both in every sense of the word, both being ascetic, both hierarchical, both bound to strict obedience and Spanish etiquette. This last in particular played a great role in Nafta's society, originating as it did in Spain. Its exercises, which were a sort of pendant to the army regulations issued later by the Prussian Frederick to his infantry, were first written in the Spanish language, Nafta often making use of Spanish phrases in his narrative and descriptions. Thus he would speak of the dos banderos, the 2 standards, the satanic and the celestial, beneath which the armies gathered for the great struggle, the one near Jerusalem, where Christ was the Capitan General of all the faithful, the other on the plains of Babylon, of which the Caudillo, or chieftain, was Lucifer. And had not the establishment of the Morning Star been precisely a military academy, the pupils of which were drilled by divisions in military and spiritual decorum, a mingling, so to speak, of stand-up collar and Spanish ruff, and ideas of rank and preferment, which played such a brilliant part in Joachim's profession, how plainly, Hans Castorp thought, were they visible in that other society, wherein Nafta, alas, by reason of his illness, had been prevented from making further headway. By his account, the society was exclusively composed of officers on fire with zeal, moved by the single thought of distinguishing themselves, insignis esse in Latin, and these, according to the teaching of their founder and first general, the Spanish Loyola, performed a far more splendid service than any could who were guided merely by their normal reason, for theirs was a work of supererogation, ex supererogatione, in that they not only combated the rebellion of the flesh, rebellio carnis, which after all was incumbent upon any average healthy human reason to do, but were hostile to even an inclination toward the things of the sense, toward love of self and love of worldly things, even where these had not been directly forbidden. For it was better and more honourable to assail the foe, agere contra, that is, to attack, than merely to defend oneself, resistere. to weaken and break the foe. Those were the instructions in the service book. And here again its author, the Spanish Loyola, was of one mind with Joachim's Capitan General, the Prussian Frederick, with his motto of "Attack, attack, keep on their heels." Attaquez donc toujours. But what Nafta's and Joachim's world had most of all in common was their attitude to the shedding of blood, their axiom that one must not hold back one's hand. Therein, as worlds, as orders, as states of society, they were in stern accord. The child of peace would listen with avidity to Nafta's story of the warlike monks of the Middle Ages, who, ascetic to the point of physical exhaustion and filled with a ghostly lust of power, had been unsparing in bloodshed, to the end of establishing the kingdom of God and its supernal overlordship; of the warlike Templars, who had held it of far greater worth to die in battle with the infidel than in their beds, and no crime but the highest glory to kill or be killed for Christ's sake. Luckily, Settembrini had not been present at that conversation. He continued to fill the role of organ-grinder, and sang the praises of peace to harp and psaltery. But there was always the holy war against Vienna, to which he never said nay, though Nafta visited his foible with scorn and contempt, and when the Italian was glowing with passionate feeling, would lead the bourgeoisie of all Christendom into the field against him, swearing that every country, or else no country at all, was his fatherland, and repeating with cutting effect the phrase of a general of the society named Nickel, according to which our love of country was a plague and the certain death of Christian love. It was, of course, his ascetic ideal that made Nafta call patriotism a scourge, and what all he did not comprehend under the word, what all, according to him, did not run counter to the ascetic ideal and the kingdom of God. For not alone attachment to home and family, but even clinging to life and health, was so set down. He made it a reproach to the humanist that the latter sang the praises of peace and happiness, quarrelsomely accused him of love of the flesh, amor canalis, and dependence upon bodily comfort, commodorum corporis, and told him to his face that it was the worst sort of bourgeois irreligiosity to ascribe to health or life itself any importance whatsoever. That was in the course of the great disputation on sickness and health, which one day, close on Christmas, arose out of certain differences they had during a snowy walk to the Platz and back. They all took part, Settembrini, Nafta, Hans Castorp, Ferge and Wessel, one and all slightly feverish, at once nervously stimulated and physically lethargic from walking and talking in the severe frost, all subject to fits of shivering, and, whether principals in the argument, like Settembrini and Nafta, or for the most part receptive, like the others, contributing only short ejaculations from time to time, all, without exception, so utterly absorbed that they stopped several times by the way, in a disorderly gesticulating knot, blocking the path of the passers-by, who had to describe a circle to get round them. People even paused and listened in astonishment to their extravagance. The discussion had grown out of a reference somebody made to Karen Carstead, poor Karen with the open finger ends, whose death had lately occurred. Hans Castorp had heard nothing of her sudden turn for the worse and final exit, else he would gladly have assisted in the last rites as a comradely attention, if not simply out of his confessed liking for funerals. But the local practice of discretion had prevented him from hearing of it until too late. Karen had gone to take up the horizontal for good in the garden of the Cupid, and with the crooked snow-cap, Requiem Aeternam. He dedicated a few friendly words to her memory, interrupted by Herr Settembrini, who began making game of his pupil's charitable activities, his visits to Lele Gerngross, Rottbein the businessman, the overfilled Frau Zimmermann, the braggart son of Toulede, and the afflicted Natalie von Mallingrott. He censured Hans Castorp in retrospect for paying tribute in costly flowers to that dismal, ridiculous crew, and Hans Castorp replied that with the temporary exception of Frau von Mallingrott and the boy Teddy, the recipients of his attentions had now in all seriousness died. to which Herr Settembrini retorted by asking if that made them any more respectable. Well, after all, Hans Castorp responded, wasn't there such a thing as Christian reverence before suffering? Before Settembrini could put him down, Nafta interposed, and began to speak of the devout excesses manifested by pious souls in the Middle Ages, astounding cases of fanatic devotion and ecstasy in the care of the sick, kings' daughters kissing the stinking wounds of lepers, voluntarily exposing themselves to contagion, and calling the ulcers they received their roses, or drinking the water that had been used for the cleansing of abscesses, and vowing that nothing had ever tasted so good. Settembrini made as though he would vomit. It was not so much, he said, the physically disgusting element in these tales that turned his stomach, as the monstrous lunacy which betrayed itself in such a conception of the love of humanity. Then, recovering his poise and good humour, he drew himself up, and held forth upon the recent progress of humanitarian ideals, the triumphant forcing back of epidemic disease, upon hygiene and social reform. He contrasted the horrors of pestilence with the feats of modern medical science. All these, Nafta responded, were very honest bourgeois achievements, but they would have done more harm than good in the centuries under discussion. They would have profited neither one side nor the other, the ailing and wretched as little as the strong and prosperous, the latter not having been piteous for pity's sake, but for the salvation of their own souls. Successful social reform would have robbed them of their necessary justification, as it would the wretched of their sanctified state. The persistence of poverty and sickness was in the interest of both parties, and the position could be sustained just so long as it was possible to hold to the purely religious point of view. "A filthy point of view," Settembrini declared, a position the stupidity of which he felt himself above combating. This talk of the sanctified lot of the poor and wretched, yes, and what the engineer in his simplicity had said about the Christian reverence due to suffering, was simply gammon, resting as it did on a misconception, on mistaken sympathy, on erroneous psychology. The pity the well person felt for the sick, a pity that almost amounted to awe, because the well person could not imagine how he himself could possibly bear such suffering, was very greatly exaggerated. The sick person had no real right to it. It was, in fact, the result of an error in thinking, a sort of hallucination, in that the well man attributed to the sick his own emotional equipment, and imagined that the sick man was, as it were, a well man who had to bear the agonies of a sick one, than which nothing was further from the truth. For the sick man was precisely that, a sick man, with the nature and modified reactions of his state. Illness so adjusted its man that it and he could come to terms. There were sensory appeasements, short circuits, a merciful narcosis. Nature came to the rescue with measures of spiritual and moral adaptation and relief which the sound man naively failed to take into account. There could be no better illustration than the case of all this tuberculous crew up here, with their reckless folly, light-headedness, and loose morals, and their total lack of desire for health. In short, let the sound man, with all his respect for illness, once fall ill himself, and he would soon see that being ill is a state of being in itself, no very honourable one either, and that he had been taking it a good deal too seriously. At this point Anton Karlovich Ferge girded his loins to remonstrate. He defended the Pleuroshock against sneers and contumely. So Herr Settembrini thought you could take the Pleuroshock too seriously, did he? With all due respect and gratitude and all that, he, Ferge, must really beg Herr Settembrini's pardon. His great Adam's apple and his good-natured moustaches worked up and down as he repudiated any lack of respect for the sufferings he had undergone. He was just a plain man, an insurance agent, with no highfalutin ideas. Even the present conversation soared far above his head. But if Herr Settembrini meant to suggest that the Pleuroshock was a good example of what he was talking about, that torture by tickling, with its stench of sulphur and its three-coloured fainting fit, well, really, he was very much obliged to Herr Settembrini. He really must thank him very kindly indeed, but there had been nothing of the sort about the Pleuroshock. Not it. Talk about adjustments and merciful narcosis. Why, it had been the most sickening piece of business under the shining sun, and nobody who had not been through it could have the least idea. "Yes, yes," Herr Settembruni said. Herr Ferge's collapse got more and more remarkable as time went on, and he would presently be wearing it like a halo round his head. He, Settembruni, had no great respect for sick folk who laid claim to consideration on the score of their illness. He was ill himself, and seriously, but in all sincerity he felt inclined to be ashamed of the fact. However, his present remarks were purely abstract and impersonal, and the distinction he made between the nature and reactions of a well and a sick man were based on common sense, as the gentlemen would see if they would think about insanity. Take, for instance, hallucinations. Suppose one of his companions, the engineer, say, or Herr Wessel, should enter his room tonight at dusk and see his deceased father sitting there in a corner, who should look and speak to him. That would be absolutely monstrous, wouldn't it? A shattering experience which would confound both sense and reason, and make him get out of the room as fast as he could and put himself in the care of a specialist in nervous ailments. Or wouldn't it? The joke of the thing was that such an experience would not be possible for any of the gentlemen present, since they were all in enjoyment of full mental health. If it did happen to any of them, it would be a sure sign that they were not sound, but diseased, and they would not react to the appearance with emotions of horror and by taking to their heels, but treat it as though it were entirely in order, and begin a conversation with it, this being in fact the reaction of a person suffering from a hallucination. To suppose that such hallucinations affected the person subject to them with the same horror as it would be felt by a sound mind was a defect of the imagination to which normal persons were often prone. Herr Settembruni spoke with droll and plastic effect. His picture of the father in the corner made them all laugh, even Ferge, put out though he was by the slight to his pleura shock. Herr Settembruni took advantage of the hilarity to expatiate further on the contemptibleness of people who were subject to hallucinations, and of Patsy in general. It was his opinion that these people gave way a good deal more than they need, and often had it in their power to control their own freakishness. He had made this observation when he had visited asylums for the insane. For in the presence of the doctor, or of a stranger, the patients would mostly intermit their jabbering, grimaces, and weaving to and fro, and behave quite sensibly as long as they felt themselves under scrutiny, only to let themselves go again afterwards. For lunacy undoubtedly in many cases meant the kind of self-abandonment which was the refuge of a weak nature against extreme distress, a defence against such overwhelming blows of destiny as it felt itself, when in its right mind, unable to cope with. But almost anybody might get in that state, and he, Settembruni, had held more than one lunatic to temporary self-control simply by opposing to his humbuggery an air of inexorable reason. Nafta laughed derisively. Hans Castorp protested his readiness to believe Herr Settembruni's statement. Indeed, as he pictured him smiling beneath his moustaches and fixing the feeble-minded with the eye of remorseless reason, he could well understand how the poor fellow had had to pull himself together and behave with temporary self-control, though probably finding Herr Settembruni's presence a most unwelcome incident. But Nafta, too, had had experience of asylums for the insane. He recalled a visit to the violent ward, where he had seen such sights as, my God, such sights as would have been a bit too much even for Herr Settembruni's intelligent eye or disciplinary powers, Dantesque scenes, monstrous tableaux of horror and agony, naked madmen squatting in the continuous bath, in every posture of mental anguish or in the stupor of despair, some shrieking aloud, others with uplifted arms and gaping mouths, whence issued laughter that mingled all the elements of hell. "Aha!" cried Herr Ferge, and took leave to remind them of the laughter which had escaped him when they went over his pleura. In short, Herr Settembruni's inexorable pedantry would have had to confess itself beaten before these sights in the violent ward, in the face of which the shudder of religious awe would surely have been a more human reaction than this condescending twaddle about reason which our worshipful brother and eminent preceptor saw fit to put forward as a treatment for insanity. Hans Castorp was too preoccupied to question the new titles Nafta was conferring on Herr Settembruni. Hastily he made a resolve to look them up the first chance he got. For the moment he had his hands full with the present conversation. Nafta was acrimoniously debating the general tendency which led the humanist to exalt health and cry down and belittle illness. Herr Settembrini's attitude was, he thought, a remarkable, even admirable, example of self-abnegation, considering he was ill himself. But the position, no matter how strikingly meritorious, was as mistaken as it could well be, resting as it did upon a respect and reverence for the human body, which could only be justified if that body had remained in original sinlessness, instead of sinking to its present fallen state, statu degradationis. For it had been created immortal, and by the original sins of depravity and abomination, by the degeneration of its nature, it had become mortal and corruptible, and was thus to be regarded as the prison-house and torture-chamber of the soul, or as the fit instrument for rousing the conscience to a sense of shame and confusion, pudori et confusionis sensum, as St. Ignatius had it. The humanist Plotinus, exclaimed Hans Castorp, was also known to have given expression to the same idea. But Herr Settembrini flung up his arms and ordered the young man not to confuse two different points of view, and for the rest to be advised and maintain an attitude of receptivity. Nafta, continuing, derived the reverence which the Christian Middle Ages paid to physical suffering from the fact that it acquiesced on religious grounds in the sight of the anguish of the flesh. For the wounds of the body not only emphasized its sunken state, they also corresponded in the most edifying manner to the envenomed corruption of the soul, and thereby gave rise to emotions of true spiritual satisfaction, whereas blooming health was misleading phenomenon, insulting to the conscience of man, and requiring to be counteracted by an attitude of debasement and humility before physical infirmity, which was infinitely beneficial to the soul. Quis me liberabit de compore mortis huius? Who will deliver me from the body of this death? There spoke the voice of the Spirit, which was eternally the voice of true humanity. On the contrary, according to Herr Settembrini's view, presented with no little heat, it was a voice from the darkness, a voice from a world upon which the sun of reason and humanity had not yet risen. Truly, in his own physical person, he was contaminate. Yet what mattered that, since his mind was untainted and sound, and quite competent to bring confusion to his priestly opponent in any discussion touching the body, or to laugh himself to scorn over the soul? He took too high a flight in celebrating the human body as the true temple of the Godhead, for Nafta straightway declared that this mortal fabric was nothing more than a veil between us and eternity, whereupon Settembrini definitely forbade him the use of the word humanity. And so it went on. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 17. Chapter 6. Opération Spirituelle. Part 3. Bareheaded, their faces stiff in the cold, they trod in their rubber galoshes the crisp, creaking, cinder-strewn snow, or ploughed through porous masses in the gutter. Settembrini, in a winter jacket with beaver collar and cuffs. The fur was worn to the pelt and looked fairly mangy, but he knew how to carry it off with an air. Nafta, in a long black overcoat that came down to his heels and up to his ears, and showed none of the fur with which it was lined throughout. Both speakers treated their theme as of the utmost personal concern, and both often turned, not to each other, but to Hans Castorp, with argument and exposition, referring to their opponents with a jerk of the head or thumb. They had him between them, and he turned his head to assent, first to one, then to the other. Now and again he stood stock still on the path, tipping his body back from the waist, and gesturing with his fur-lined glove, as he made some quite inadequate contribution to the talk. Ferge and Vessel circled about, now in front and now behind, now in a single row, until they had to break up their line again to let people pass. It was due to some remark of theirs that the debate took on a less abstract tone, and all the company joined in a discussion of torture, cremation, and punishment, both capital and corporal. It was Ferdinand Wesel who introduced the last named, with obvious relish, Hans Castorp observed. As was to be expected, Herr Settembrini, in high-sounding words, invoked the dignity of the human race against a procedure whose results were as devastating in education as in penology. And equally to be expected, though rendered startling by a certain kind of gloomy ferocity, was Nafta's approval of the bastinado. According to him, it was absurd to prate about human dignity, since true dignity indwelt not in the flesh, but in the spirit. The soul of man was forever prone to suck the joys of this earthly life from the flesh instead of the spirit. Thus pain, by rendering bitter to him the things of the senses, was highly efficacious, driving him back to the spirit, and giving the latter the mastery over the flesh. It was shallow to contend that the discipline of the whipping post had anything particularly shameful about it. Saint Elizabeth had been flogged by her confessor, Conrad von Marburg, until the blood came, and by such means her soul was rapt to the third choir of angels. She herself, moreover, had beaten with rods an old woman who was too sleepy to make her confession. The members of a certain sect, and even other persons of devout and serious character, submitted to flagellation in order that the spiritual impulse might be strengthened. Would anyone seriously contend that such a procedure was barbarous and inhuman? It was true that corporal punishment was on the decline in certain countries which considered themselves in the van of progress, but the belief that such a decline was a sign of enlightenment became only the more comic the longer it persisted. Well, anyhow, Hans Castorp considered, so much was granted, that in the antithesis between body and soul it was undoubtedly the body which embodied, the body embodied, that wasn't so bad, was it, the evil principle, in so far as the body was naturally nature. Pretty good too, that. And nature, being diametrically opposed to the spirit and reason, was by that fact intrinsically evil, mystically evil, one might say, if it didn't sound like showing off. But it followed from this that the body should be treated accordingly, and made to profit from disciplinary methods, which might also be called mystically evil. Herr Settembrini, for instance, that time when the weakness of the flesh had prevented him from attending the Congress for the Advancement of Civilization at Barcelona, ought to have had a Saint Elizabeth at his side. Everybody laughed, but while the humanist was bringing up his guns, Hans Castorp hastily began to talk about a beating he had once received when he was in one of the lower forms in the gymnasium, where this form of punishment still survived to some extent, and there were always switches on hand. His, Hans Castorp's, social position had been too good for the masters to venture to lay hands on him, but he had once been whipped by a stronger pupil, a big lout of a fellow who had laid on with the flexible switch across Hans Castorp's thin stockinged calves. It had hurt so confoundedly, so mystically, that he had fairly sobbed with rage, and the tears had ignominiously flowed down. He recalled having read that in the penitentiaries, when men are flogged, the most hardened reprobates would blubber like little children. Herr Settembrini hid his face in his hands, that were clad in very shabby leather gloves, and Nafta, with statesmanlike calm, asked how else they would expect to reduce refractory criminals unless by putting in the stocks, which were quite the suitable furnishing for a prison. A humane penitentiary would be neither one thing nor the other, an aesthetic compromise. If Herr Settembrini did not think so, then it was clear that, though an aesthete, he had very little sense of the fitness of things. And in the field of education, a conception of human dignity which would bar corporal punishment from the schools had its roots, according to Nafta, in the liberal individualism of our bourgeois humanitarian age, in an enlightened absolutism of the ego, which was indeed now dying off, to give place to social conceptions made of sterner stuff, ideas of discipline and conformity, of coercion and compliance, to the realization of which an element of godly severity would be needful, and which, when realized, would make us alter all our ideas on the subject of the chastisement of the human carcass. Hence the phrase perinde axi cadaver, scoffed Settembrini. Nafta suggested that since God, in punishment of our sins, had visited us with the shameful and horrible sentence of bodily corruption, after all it was not such a frightful insult to that same body that it should now and then get a flogging. And then, somehow, all at once, they came upon the subject of cremation. Settembrini paid it homage. That indignity of corruption, he said, of which Nafta spoke, could by its means be redressed. On practical as well as on ideal grounds, mankind was now about to redress it. He explained that he was helping prepare for an international congress for the promotion of cremation, the scene of whose labours would probably be Sweden. A model crematorium would be exhibited, planned in accordance with the latest researches and experiments, with a hall of urns. They hoped to rouse widespread interest and enthusiasm. What an effete and obsolete procedure burial was under our modern conditions. The price of land, the expansion of our cities and consequent shoving of the graveyards out onto the periphery, and the chop-fallen funeral processions, with their dignity curtailed by present-day traffic conditions. Herr Settembrini had plenty of disillusioning facts at his command. He made a droll picture of a grief-stricken widower on his daily pilgrimage to the graveside to hold communion with the beloved departed, and said that the man must have a superfluity of that most precious of human commodities, time, and further that the rush of business in a large modern burial-ground must surely dash his atavistic bliss. The destruction of the body by fire, what a cleanly, sanitary, dignified, yes, heroic conception that was, compared with abandoning it to the miserable processes of decay and assimilation by the lower forms of life. Yes, the newer method was more satisfying emotionally too, and kinder to the human longing after immortality. For what the fire destroyed was the more perishable part of the body, the elements which even during one's life were got rid of by metabolism, whereas those which accompanied man through life, taking least share in the process of change, those became the ashes, and with them the survivors possessed the deceased's imperishable part. "Oh, charming!" Nafta said. "Oh, really very good. Man's imperishable part, his ashes." Nafta evidently meant to hold humanity fast to its old irrational position in the face of established biological fact, meant to force it to remain at the stage of primitive religion, where death was a spectre surrounded by such mysterious terrors that the gaze of reason could not be focused upon it. What barbarism! The fear of death went back to a very low cultural stage, where violent death was the rule, and its horrors thus became associated with the idea of death in general. But now, thanks to the development of hygiene and the increase in personal security, a natural death was the rule, a violent one the exception. Modern man had come to think of repose, after exhaustion of his powers, as not at all dreadful, but normal and even desirable. No, death was neither spectre nor mystery. It was a simple, acceptable, and physiologically necessary phenomenon. To dwell upon it longer than decency required was to rob life of its due. Accordingly, the Hall of Death, as the modern crematory and vault for the urns was to be called, would be supplemented by a Hall of Life, where architecture, painting, sculpture, music, and poetry would combine to draw the thoughts of the survivors from the contemplation of death, from weak and unavailing grief, and fix them upon the joys of life. "On with the dance!" Nafta mocked. "Don't let them make too much of the funeral rites. Don't let them pay too much respect to such simple facts as death. But without that simple fact there would never have been either architecture, nor painting, sculpture, nor music, poetry, nor any other art." "He deserts to the colours," murmured Hans Castorp dreamily. "Your remark is incomprehensible," Settembrini answered him, "which doesn't prevent it from being at the same time silly. Either the experience of death must be the last experience of life, or else it must be bugaboo, pure and simple. Will there be obscene symbols employed in the Hall of Life, like those on the ancient sarcophagi?" Hans Castorp asked with a serious air. "By all accounts," Nafta chimed in, "there will be a fine fat feeding for the senses." In oils and in marbles, a humanistic taste would celebrate the glories of the senses, of the sinful body whose flesh it had saved from putrefaction. There was nothing surprising about that. It was of a piece with its fastidiousness in the matter of corporal punishment. Thus they came upon the subject of torture, introduced by Wesel, to whom it seemed to make a particular appeal. The question. Now, what were the gentleman's views about it? He, Ferdinand, when he was on the road, liked to visit those quiet retreats in the centres of ancient culture where such research into the conscience of man used to be carried on. He had seen the torture chambers of Nuremberg and Regensburg. He had made a study of them and been edified. They had certainly devised a number of ingenious ways of manhandling the body for the good of the soul. There had never been any outcry. They rammed the famous choke pear, itself such a very tasty morsel, into the victim's mouth, and after that silence reigned. "Porcheria," Settembrini muttered. Ferge professed his respect for the choke pear and the whole silent activity, but anything worse than the pinning back of his pleura he was sure had never been devised, not even in those times. That had been done for his good. The obdurate soul offended justice. These warranted a temporary lack of mercy. But in fact the torture was an invention of the human reason. Settembrini presumed that the speaker was not quite in his senses. Oh yes, he was pretty well in possession of them. It was Herr Settembrini, the professed aesthete, who was probably not altogether familiar with the history of the development of medieval jurisprudence. There had been, in fact, a process of continuous rationalization, in the course of which reason had taken the place of God, who had been shoved out of the Department of Justice. In other words, trial by battle had fallen into disuse, because it had been observed that the stronger man conquered even when he was in the wrong. It had been people of Herr Settembrini's kidney, the doubters and critics, who had made the observation and brought about the Inquisition, which superseded the old naive procedure. Justice no longer relied on the intervention of God in favour of the truth, but aimed to get it out of the accused by confession. No sentence without confession. You could hear that still among the people, for the instinct lodged deep with them. The chain of evidence might be as strong as it liked, but if there had been no confession, there would remain a lurking feeling that the sentence was illegitimate. But how get at the confession? How procure the truth out of the mass of circumstance and suspicion? How look into the heart, the brain of a man who denied and concealed? If the spirit was recalcitrant, there remained the body, which could be got at. The torture was recommended to reason as a means to an end, the end of bringing out the indispensable confession. But it was Herr Settembrini who had demanded and introduced confession, and he, accordingly, who was responsible for torture. The humanist implored the others not to believe a word of all this. Herr Nafta was indulging in a diabolical joke. If the position had really been what he said, if it were true that the horrible thing was actually an invention of the human reason, that only showed how grievously she always needed sustaining and enlightening, and how little ground the instinct worshippers had for their fear that things could ever be too much directed by reason on this earth. But the speaker was, of course, in error. The judicial abomination they were discussing could not be laid at the door of the human reason, because it went back to an original belief in hell. The rack, the pincers, the screws and tongs you saw in these chambers of torment and martyrdom represented the effort of a childish and deluded fancy to emulate what it piously believed to be the sufferings of the eternally damned. But that was not all. They thought to assist the evildoer, whose spirit they assumed to be wrestling after confession, while his flesh, the evil principle, set itself against the soul's desire. They had it in mind to do him a service of love in breaking his body by torture. It was a madness of asceticism. How about the ancient Romans? Did they harbour the same delusion? The Romans? Mache! But they employed the torture as a judicial instrument. Logical impasse. Hans Castorp tried to help out, as if it were his métier to guide such a conversation. Of his own accord, he flung into the arena the question of capital punishment. Torture, he said, was abolished, though examining magistrates still had ways of making an accused person pliable. But the death penalty persisted. It seemed impossible to do without it. It was practiced by the most civilized nations. The French system of deportation had worked very badly. There was nothing feasible to do with certain half-human beings except to make them a head shorter. They were not certain half-human beings, Settembrini corrected him. They were men, like the engineer, like himself, Settembrini, only weak-willed victims of a defective social system. He cited the case of an abandoned criminal, the kind always referred to by the prosecuting attorneys as a beast in human form, who had covered the walls of his cell with verse, and not at all bad verse either, much better than most prosecuting attorneys ever managed to write. That cast a somewhat singular light on the art of verse-writing, Nafta retorted, but was not otherwise worth answering. Hans Castorp said he was not surprised to hear that Nafta favoured the death penalty. To his mind, Nafta was as revolutionary as Settembrini, only in a conservative direction, a reactionary revolutionist. Yes, Settembrini, with a confident smile, assured them that the world, after passing through a period of inhuman reaction, would always return to the normal order of things. But Herr Nafta preferred to discredit art sooner than admit that it might have a humanizing effect upon a sunken wretch. He need not expect by such fanatical talk to make much headway with light-seeking youth. He, Settembrini, had the honour to belong to a newly formed league, the scope of which was the abolition of capital punishment in all civilized countries. It was not yet settled where the first Congress should meet, but one thing was sure, that those who addressed it would have plenty of arguments at hand. He submitted some of them forthwith. The ever-present possibility that justice might err and judicial murder be committed, the hope of reformation, which it was never possible to disregard, the biblical injunction, "Vengeance is mine." Then he referred to the theory that the state, in its function not as a wielder of force, but as the instrument of human betterment, may not repay evil with evil. He attacked the conception of guilt on the ground of scientific determinism, and lastly he repudiated the whole theory of punishment. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 18. Chapter 6. Opération Spirituale. Part 4. On top of which light-seeking youth had to stand by while Nafta neatly wrung the neck of all these arguments, one after the other. He derided the humanist's reluctance to shed blood, and his reverence for human life. He said that the latter was characteristic of our intensely bourgeois age, our policy of mollycoddle. Even so, its inconsistency was apparent, for let an idea arise that went beyond considerations of personal safety and well-being, and such ideas were the only ones worthy of human beings, and thus, in a higher sense, were the normal field of human activity, and the individual would, even under average emotional stress, be sacrificed without scruple to the higher claim. Nay, more, the individual, of his own free will, would expose himself without a thought. The philanthropy of his honoured opponent would eliminate from life all its stern and moral traits. It would castrate life, as would the determinism of its so-called science. But determinism would never succeed in doing away with the conception of guilt. It could only add to its authority and its awfulness. Oh, so he demanded that the unhappy victim of social maladjustments be convinced of his own sinfulness, and tread in full conviction the path to the scaffold. Quite. The evildoer is filled with his guilt as with himself, for he is as he is, and can and will not be otherwise, and therein lies his guilt. Nafta shifted the ground of the discussion from the empiric to the metaphysical. He went on to say that in behaviour, in action, determinism did indeed rule. There was no freedom of choice. But in being, the man is as he wished to be, and as, until his last breath, he has never ceased to wish to be. He has revelled in slaying, and does not pay too dear in being slain. Let him die then, for he has gratified his heart's deepest desire. Deepest desire? Deepest desire. They all gritted their teeth. Hans Castorp gave a little cough. Wesel set his jaw awry. Herr Ferge breathed a sigh. Settembrini shrewdly remarked, "There is a kind of generalization that has a distinctly personal cast. Have you ever had a desire to commit murder?" "That is no concern of yours. But if I had, I should laugh in the face of any ignorant humanitarianism that tries to feed me on skilly till I died a natural death. It is absurd for the murderer to outlive the murdered. They two alone together, as two beings, are together in only one other human relationship, have, like them, the one acting, the other suffering him, shared a secret that binds them forever together. They belong to each other." Settembrini said frigidly that he lacked the brains necessary to the understanding of this death and murder mysticism, and he really didn't miss them. No offence intended. Herr Nafta's religious gift did undoubtedly far surpass his own, but he protested that he was not envious. His own nature had an unconquerable craving for fresh air. It kept him somewhat aloof from a sphere where reverence, and not merely the unthinking reverence of youth, was paid to suffering, and that in a spiritual as well as a physical sense. In that sphere, it was plain, virtue, reason, and healthiness counted for nothing. Vice and disease were honoured in a wondrous way. Nafta concurred. He said that being virtuous and healthy did not, in fact, constitute being in a state of religion at all. It would clear the air to have it plainly stated that religion had nothing to do with reason and morality. "For," he added, "it has nothing to do with life. Life is based on conditions and built up on foundations which are partly the result of experience and partly belong to the domain of ethics. We call the first kind time, space, and causality, the second morality and reason. But one and all of these are not only foreign to, utterly a matter of indifference to the nature of religion, they are even hostile to it, for they are precisely what makes up life. The so-called normal life, which is to say arch-Philistinism, ultra-bourgeoisidom, the absolute antithesis of which, the very genius of antithesis to which, is the life of religion." Nafta went on to say that he would not deny to the other sphere the possibility of genius. There was much to admire in the monumental respectability, the majestic Philistinism of the middle-class consciousness. But one must never forget that as it stood, straddle-legged, firmly planted on earth, hands behind the back, chest well out, it was the embodiment of irreligion. Hans Castorp, like a schoolboy, put up his hand. He wished, he said, not to offend either side, but since they were talking about progress, and thus, to a certain extent also, about politics, and the republic of eloquence, and the civilization of the educated Occident, he might say that it seemed to him the difference, or if Herr Nafta insisted, the antithesis between life and religion went back to that between time and eternity. Only in time was there progress. In eternity there was none, nor any politics or eloquence either. There, so to speak, one laid one's head back in God and closed one's eyes, and that was the difference between religion and morality. He was aware that he had put it very badly. The way he put it, Settembrini remarked, naive as it was less objectionable than his fear of giving offence, his inclination to give ground to the devil. Oh, as far as the devil was concerned, they too had talked about him aforetime, hadn't they? O Satana, O Rebellione. But which devil was it he had been giving ground to just now? Was it Carducci's one? Rebellion, activity, critical spirit? Or was it the other? It was pretty dangerous having a devil on either hand like this. How in the devil's name should we get out of it? That, Nafta said, was no proper description of the state of affairs as Herr Settembrini looked at them. For the distinctive feature of his cosmos was that he made God and the devil two distinct persons or principles, with life as a bone of contention between them, which, by the by, was just the way the Middle Ages had envisaged them. But in reality, God and the devil were one, in being opposed to life, bourgeoisidom, reason and virtue, since they together represented the religious principle. What disgusting hodgepodge! Che cosa peculiar, proprio stomaco vole. Good and evil, sanctification and criminal conduct, all mixed up together, without judgment, without direction, without the possibility of repudiating what was vile. Did Herr Nafta realize what it was he denied and disavowed in the presence of youth, when he flung God and the devil together, and in the name of this mad two-in-oneness refused to admit the existence of an ethical principle? He denied every standard of values. He denied goodness. Horrible. Very well. Then there existed neither good nor evil, nothing but a morally chaotic all. There was not even the individual in possession of a critical faculty. There was only the all-consuming, the all-levelling, universal communality and mystic immersion in her. It was delicious, Herr Settembrini's thinking of himself as an individualist. For to be that, one had at least to recognize the difference between morality and blessedness, which our honoured illuminant and monist certainly did not. A society in which life was stupidly conceived as an end in itself, with no questions asked about its ulterior motive and purpose, was governed by a tribal and social ethic, indeed a vertebrate morality, if you liked, but certainly not by individualism. For individualism belonged singly and solely in the realm of the religious and mystical, in the so-called morally chaotic all. And this morality of Herr Settembrini's, what was it? What did it want? It was life-bound, and thus entirely utilitarian. It was pathetically unheroic. Its end and aim was to make men grow old and happy, rich and comfortable, and that was all there was to it. And this Philistine philosophy, this gospel of work and reason, served Herr Settembrini as an ethical system. As far as he, Nafta, was concerned, he would continue to deny that it was anything but the sheerest and shabbiest bourgeoisidom. Settembrini enjoined him to be calm, his own voice shaking with passion. He found Herr Nafta's talk about bourgeoisidom simply insufferable, and God knew why he should put on that contemptuous aristocratic air, as if the opposite of life, and we all knew what that was likely to be more refined than life itself. New cries, new catchwords. Now it was the aristocratic principle. Hans Castorp, all flushed and depleted from taxing his brains in the cold, shaky as to his capacity for clear expression, hot and cold with his own audacity, heard himself babble that always since a child he had pictured death to himself as wearing a starched ruff, or at least a sort of half uniform with a stand-up collar, while life, on the other hand, wore an ordinary collar. His words sounded, even to himself, like a drunken impropriety. He hastened to assure the company that that was not at all what he had meant to say. And yet, wasn't it a fact that one couldn't imagine certain people dead, simply because they were so very ordinary? That must mean that they were very fit for life, but could not die because unfit for the consecration of death. Herr Settembrini said he was confident Hans Castorp uttered such stuff merely for the sake of being contradicted. The young man would find him ever ready to lend a hand in the intellectual warfare against attacks like the present. The engineer had used the expression fit for life. Had he intended it in a derogatory sense? To him it was synonymous with worthy of life, the two conceptions being perfectly harmonious, and suggesting, by a natural process of association, another equally beautiful, worthy of love. One might with truth say that he who was worthy of the one was fully worthy of the other, and both together, love-worthy and life-worthy, made up the true nobility. Hans Castorp found that charming, most edifying. Herr Settembrini had quite won him over with his plastic theory. Say what you like, and there was a lot to be said for the idea that illness had something solemn and ennobling about it. Yet after all, you couldn't deny that illness was an accentuation of the physical. It did throw man back, so to speak, upon the flesh, and to that extent was detrimental to human dignity. It dragged man down to the level of his body. Thus it might be argued that disease was unhuman. On the contrary, Nafta hastened to say, disease was very human indeed, for to be man was to be ailing. Man was essentially ailing. His state of unhealthiness was what made him man. There were those who wanted to make him healthy, to make him go back to nature, when the truth was he had never been natural. All the propaganda carried on today by the prophets of nature, the experiments in regeneration, the uncooked food, fresh air cures, sunbathing, and so on, the whole Rousseauian paraphernalia had as its goal nothing but the dehumanization, the animalization of man. They talked of humanity, of nobility, but it was the spirit alone that distinguished man, as a creature largely divorced from nature, largely opposed to her in feeling, from all other forms of organic life. In man's spirit, then, resided his true nobility and his merit, in his state of disease, as it were. In a word, the more ailing he was, by so much was he the more man. The genius of disease was more human than the genius of health. How, then, could one who posed as the friend of man shut his eyes to these fundamental truths concerning man's humanity? Herr Settembrini had progress ever on his lips. Was he aware that all progress, in so far as there is such a thing, was due to illness, and to illness alone? In other words, to genius, which was the same thing. Had not the normal, since time was, lived on the achievements of the abnormal? Men consciously and voluntarily descended into disease and madness in search of knowledge, which, acquired by fanaticism, would lead back to health, after the possession and use of it had ceased to be conditioned by that heroic and abnormal act of sacrifice. That was the true death on the cross, the true atonement. Aha, thought Hans Castorp, you unorthodox Jesuit, you, with your interpretations of the crucifixion. It's plain why you never became a priest. Joli Jésuite à la petite tache humide. Now roar, lion, he mentally addressed Herr Settembrini. And the lion roared. He characterized all Nafta had said as a quibbling sophistry and confusion. Say it, he cried to his opponent. Say it in your character as schoolmaster. Say it in the hearing of plastic youth. Say straight out that the soul is disease. Verily you will thereby encourage them to a belief in the spiritual. Disease and death as nobility. Life and health as vulgarity. What a doctrine whereby to hold fast the neophyte to the service of humanity. Davvero e criminoso. And like a crusader he entered the lists in defence of the nobility of life and health, of that which nature gave, for the soul of which one did not need to fear. The form, he said, and Nafta rejoined bombastically, the Logos. But he who would have none of the Logos answered, the reason. And the man of the Logos retorted with, the passion. It was confusion worse confounded. The object, cried one. The other, the ego. Art and critique were bandied back and forth. Then once more, nature and soul, and as to which was the nobler, and concerning the aristocratic problem. But there was no order nor clarity, nor even of a dualistic and militant kind. Things were not only by contraries, but all higgledy-piggledy. The disputants not only contradicted each other, they contradicted themselves. How often had Settembrini not spent his oratory in praise of criticism as being the aristocratic principle, but now it was for its opposite, for art, that he made the same claim. How often had Nafta not stood for instinct? What time Settembrini called nature a blind force, mere factum et fatum, before which reason and human pride must never abdicate. But here now was NAFTA on the side of the soul and disease, wherein alone true nobility and humanity resided, while Settembrini flung himself into advocacy of nature and her noble sanity, regardless of his inconsistency on the score of emancipation from her. The object and the ego were no less involved in confusion. Yes, and here the confusion, moreover, remained constant, was the most literal and incorrigible, so that nobody any longer knew who was the devout and who was the free thinker. NAFTA sharply forbade Settembrini to call himself an individualist, for so long as he denied the antithesis between God and nature, he saw in the problem of man's inward conflict no more than the struggle between individual and collective interest, and was vowed to a materialistic and bourgeois ethic, in which life became an end in itself, limited to utilitarian aims, and the moral law subserved the interest of the state. He, NAFTA, was well aware that man's inner conflict was based upon the antagonism between the sensible and the suprasensible. It was he, not Settembrini, who represented the true, the mystical individualism. He, not Settembrini, was in reality the free thinker, the man who looked for guidance within himself. Hans Castorp reflected that if it were true, then what about the anonymous and communal, not to mention any other contradiction? And what about those striking comments he had made to Father Unterpettinger on the subject of Hegel's Catholicism, and the affinity between Catholicism and politics, and the category of the objective, which they together comprised? Had not statecraft and education always been the special province of the society to which NAFTA belonged? And what an education! Herr Settembrini himself was certainly a zealous pedagogue, zealous to the point of tedium, but he could simply not compete with NAFTA in the matter of ascetic, self-mortifying objectivity. Absolute authority, iron discipline, coercion, submission, the terror. All that might have its own value, but it paid scant homage to the individual and the dignity of his critical faculty. It was the army regulations of the Prussian Frederick, the exercise book of the Spanish Loyola, all over again. It was rigid, it was devout, to the very marrow. But one question remained to be asked. How had NAFTA arrived at this savage absolutism? He who, by his own account, believed not at all in pure knowledge or unfettered research, in other words, not in truth, the objective, scientific truth, to strive after which was for Ludovico Settembrini the highest law of human morality. Here was the object of his rigid devotion, whereas NAFTA, with reprehensible looseness, referred truth back to mankind itself, and declared that that was truth which advantaged man. Wasn't it the most utter bourgeoisiedom, the sheerest utilitarian philistinism, to make truth depend upon the interest of mankind? It certainly could not be considered strict objectivity. There was much more free thinking and subjectivity about it than Leo NAFTA would admit. It was, indeed, quite as much politics as Herr Settembrini's didactic phrase, "Freedom is the law of love of one's own kind." That, obviously, was to make freedom, as NAFTA made truth, depend upon man, and thus was more orthodox than liberal. But here again were distinctions that tended to disappear in the process of definition. Ah, this Settembrini! It was not for nothing he was a man of letters, son of a politician and grandson of a humanist. He had lofty ideas about emancipation and criticism, and chirruped to the girls in the street. On the other hand, knife-edged little NAFTA was bound by the strictest sort of vows. Yet in thought he was almost a libertine, whereas the other was a very fool of virtue, in a manner of speaking. Herr Settembrini was afraid of absolute spirit, and would like to see it everywhere wedded to democratic progress. He was simply outraged at the religious license of his militant opponent, which would jumble up together God and the devil, sanctification and bad behaviour, genius and disease, and which knew no standards of value, no rational judgment, no exercise of the will. But who, then, was the orthodox? Who the free thinker? Where lay the true position, the true state of man? Should he descend into the all-consuming, all-equalizing chaos, that ascetic libertine state? Or should he take his stand on the critical subjective, where empty bombast and the bourgeois strictness of morals contradicted each other? Ah, the principles and points of view constantly did that. It became so hard for Hans Castop's civilian responsibility to distinguish between opposed positions, or even to keep the premises apart from each other and clear in his mind, that the temptation grew well nigh irresistible to plunge head foremost into NAFTA's morally chaotic ore. The confusion, the cross-purposes became general, and Hans Castop suspected that the antagonists would have been less exacerbated had not the dispute bitten into their very souls. They had got up meantime to the Berghof. Then the three who lived there walked back with the others as far as their door, where they stood about in the snow for some further while, and Settembrini and NAFTA continued to dispute. It was apparent to Hans Castop that their zeal was the zeal of the schoolmaster, bent on making an impression upon his plastic mind. Herr Ferge reiterated that it was all too much for him, while Wessel, so soon as they had got off the themes of torture and corporal punishment, showed small interest. Hans Castop stood with bent head and burrowed with his stick in the snow, pondering the vasty confusion of it all. They broke up at last. There were no limits to the subject, but they could not go on for ever. The three guests of the Berghof took their way home, and the two disputants had to go into the cottage together, the one to seek his silken cell, the other his humanistic cubbyhole, with the pulpit desk and the water-bottle. Hans Castop betook himself to his balcony, his ears full of the hurly-burly and the clashing of arms, as the army of Jerusalem and that of Babylon, under the Dos Banderos, came on in battle array, and met each other midst tumult and shoutings. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 19. Chapter 6. Snow. Part 1. Daily, 5 times a day, guests expressed unanimous dissatisfaction with the kind of winter they were having. They felt it was not what they had the right to expect of these altitudes. It failed to deliver the renowned meteorological specific in anything like the quantity indicated by the prospectus, quoted by old inhabitants, or anticipated by new. There was a very great failure in the supply of sunshine, an element so important in the cures achieved up here, that without it they were distinctly retarded. And whatever Herr Settembrini might think of the sincerity of the patient's desire to finish their cure, leave home, and return to the flatland, at any rate they insisted on their just dues. They wanted what they were entitled to, what their parents or husbands had paid for, and they grumbled unceasingly at table, in lift, and in hall. The management showed a consciousness of what it owed them by installing a new apparatus for heliotherapy. They had 2 already, but these did not suffice for the demands of those who wished to get sunburned by electricity. It was so becoming to the ladies, young and old, to make all the men, though confirmed horizontalers, look irresistibly athletic, and the ladies, even though aware of the mechanico-cosmetical origin of this conquering hero air, were foolish enough to be carried away by it. There was Frau Schönfeld, a red-haired, red-eyed patient from Berlin. In the salon she looked thirstily at the long-legged, sunken-chested gallant, who described himself on his visiting card as aviateur diplômé et enseigne de la marine allemande. He was fitted out with the pneumothorax and wore smoking at the midday meal, but not in the evening, saying this was their custom in the navy. "My God!" breathed Frau Schönfeld at him. "What a tan this demon has! He gets it from the helio. It makes him look like a hunter of eagles." "Just wait, Nixie," he whispered in her ear in the lift. "I'll make you pay for looking at me like that." It made gooseflesh and shivers run over her, and along the balconies, past the glass partitions, the demon eagle hunter found his way to the Nixie. But the artificial sun was far from making up for the lack of the real one. 2 or 3 days of full sunshine in the month, it was not good enough. gorgeous though these were, with deep, deep, velvety blue sky behind the white mountain summits, a glitter as of diamonds, and a fine hot glow on the face and the back of the neck, when they dawned resplendent from the prevailing thick mantle of grey mist. 2 or 3 such days in the course of weeks could not satisfy people whose lot might be said to justify extraordinary demands from the external world. They had made an inward compact, by the terms of which they resigned the common joys and sorrows proper to flatland humanity, and in exchange were made free of a life that was, to be sure, inactive, but on the other hand very lively and diverting, and carefree to the point of making one forget altogether the flight of time. Thus it was not much good for the Hofrath to tell them how favourably the Berghof compared with the Siberian mine or a penal settlement, nor to sing the praises of the atmosphere, so thin and light, well nigh as rare as the empty universal ether, free of earthly admixture, whether good or bad, and even without actual sunshine to be preferred to the rank vapours of the plain. Despite all he could say, the gloomy disaffection gained ground. Threats of unlicensed departure were the order of the day, were even put into execution, without regard for the warning afforded by the melancholy return of Frau Solomon to the fold, now a life member, her tedious but not serious case having taken that turn by reason of her self-willed visit to her wet and windy Amsterdam. But if they had no sun, they had snow, such masses of snow as Hans Castorp had never till now in all his life beheld. The previous winter had done fairly well in that respect, but it had been as nothing compared to this one. The snowfall was monstrous and immeasurable. It made one realize the extravagant, outlandish nature of the place. It snowed day in, day out, and all through the night. The few roads kept open were like tunnels, with towering walls of snow on either side, crystal and alabaster surfaces that were pleasant to look at, and on which the guests scribbled all sorts of messages, jokes, and personalities. But even this path between walls was above the level of the pavement, and made of hard-packed snow, as one could tell by certain places where it gave way, and let one suddenly sink in up to the knee. One might, unless one were careful, break a leg. The benches had disappeared, except for the high back of one emerging here and there. In the town, the street level was so raised that the shops had become cellars, into which one descended by steps cut in the snow. And on all these lying masses more snow fell, day in, day out. It fell silently, through air that was moderately cold, perhaps 10 to 15 degrees of frost. One did not feel the cold. It might have been much less, for the dryness and absence of wind deprived it of sting. The mornings were very dark. Breakfast was taken by the light of the artificial moon that hung from the vaulted ceiling of the dining-room, above the gay stencilled border. Outside was the reeking void, the world enwrapped in grey-white cotton wool, packed to the window-panes in snow and mist. No sight of the mountains. Of the nearest evergreen, now and again a glimpse through the fog, standing laden and from time to time shaking free a bough of its heavy load that flew into the air and sent a cloud of white against the grey. At 10 o'clock the sun, a wan wisp of light, came up behind the mountain and gave the indistinguishable scene some shadowy hint of life, some sallow glimmer of reality. Yet even so it retained its delicate ghostliness, its lack of any definite line for the eye to follow. The contours of the peaks dissolved, disappeared, were dissipated in the mist, while the vision, led on from one pallidly gleaming slope of snow to another, lost itself in the void. Then a single cloud, like smoke, lighted up by the sun, might spread out before a wall of rock and hang there for long, motionless. At midday the sun would half break through and show signs of banishing the mist. In vain. Yet a shred of blue would be visible, and suffice to make the scene, in its strange falsified contours, sparkle marvellously far and wide. Usually at this hour the snowfall stopped, as though to have a look at what it had done. A like effect was produced by the rare days when the storm ceased, and the uninterrupted power of the sun sought to thaw away the pure and lovely surface from the new fallen masses. The sight was at once fairy-like and comic, an infantine fantasy. The thick light cushions plumped up on the boughs of trees, the humps and mounds of snow-covered rock cropping or undergrowth, the droll, dwarfish, crouching disguise all ordinary objects wore, made of the scene a landscape in gnome-land, an illustration for a fairy tale. Such was the immediate view, wearisome to move in, quaintly, roguishly stimulating to the fancy. But when one looked across the intervening space, at the towering marble statuary of the high Alps in full snow, one felt a quite different emotion, and that was awe of their majestic sublimity. Afternoons, between 3 and 4, Hans Castorp lay in his balcony box, well wrapped, his head against the cushion, not too high or too low, of his excellent chair, and looked out at forest and mountain over his thick upholstered balustrade. The snow-laden firs, dark green to blackness, went marching up the sides of the valley, and beneath them the snow lay soft like down pillows. Above the tree line the mountain walls reared themselves into the grey-white air, huge surfaces of snow with softly veiled crests, and here and there a black jut of rock. The snow came silently down. The scene blurred more and more. It inclined the eye, gazing thus into woolly vacuity, to slumber. At the moment of slipping off one might give a start. Yet what sleep could be purer than this in the icy air? It was dreamless. It was as free from the burden, even the unconscious burden, of organic life, as little aware of an effort to breathe this contentless, weightless, imperceptible air, as is the breathless sleep of the dead. When Hans Castorp stirred again, the mountains would be wholly lost in a cloud of snow. Only a pinnacle, a jutting rock, might show one instant, to be wrapped away the next. It was absorbing to watch these ghostly pranks. One needed to keep alert to follow the transmutations, the veiling and unveiling. One moment a great space of snow-covered rock would reveal itself, standing out bold and free. Though of base or peak naught was to be seen, but if one ceased to fix one's gaze upon it, it was gone in a breath. Then there were storms, so violent as to prevent one's sitting on the balcony for the driven snow which blew in such quantity as to cover floor and chair with a thick mantle. Yes, even in this sheltered valley it knew how to storm. The thin air would be in a hurly-burly, so whirling full of snow one could not see a hand's breadth before one's face. Gusts strong enough to take one's breath away flung the snow about, drew it up cyclone fashion from the valley floor to the upper air, whisked it about in the maddest dance. No longer a snowstorm, it was a blinding chaos, a white dark, a monstrous dereliction on the part of this inordinate and violent region. No living creature save the snow bunting, which suddenly appeared in troops, could flourish in it. And yet Hans Castorp loved this snowy world. He found it not unlike life at the seashore. The monotony of the scene was in both cases profound. The snow, so deep, so light, so dry and spotless, was the sand of down below. One was as clean as the other. You could shake the snow from boots and clothing just as you could the fine-ground, dustless stone and shell, product of the sea's depth. Neither left trace behind. And walking in the snow was as toilsome as on the dunes, unless indeed a crust had come upon it, by dint of thawing and freezing, when the going became easy and pleasant, like marching along the smooth, hard, wet, resilient strip of sand close to the edge of the sea. But the storms and the high-piled drifts of this year gave pedestrians small chance. They were favourable only for skiing. The snow-plough, labouring its best, barely kept free the main street of the settlement and the most indispensable paths. Thus the few short feasible stretches were always crowded with other walkers, ill and well, the native, the permanent guest, and the hotel population, and these in their turn were bumped by the sleds as they swung and swerved down the slopes, steered by men and women who leaned far back as they came on and shouted importunately, being obsessed by the importance of their occupation. Once at the bottom they would turn and trundle their toy sledges uphill again. Hans Castorp was thoroughly sick of all the walks. He had two desires. One of them, the stronger, was to be alone with his thoughts and his stock-taking projects, and this his balcony assured to him. But the other, allied unto it, was a lively craving to come into close and freer touch with the mountains in their snowy desolation. Toward them he was irresistibly drawn. Yet how could he, all unprovided and footbound as he was, hope to gratify such a desire? He had only to step beyond the edge of the shovelled paths, an end soon reached upon any of them, to plunge breast high in the snowy element. Thus it was, Hans Castorp, on a day in his second winter with those up here, resolved to buy himself skis and learn to walk on them, enough, that is, for his purposes. He was no sportsman, had never been physically inclined to sport, and did not behave as though he were, as did many guests of the cure, dressing up to suit the mode and spirit of the place. Hermine Kleefeld, for instance, among other females, though she was constantly blue in the face from lack of breath, loved to appear at luncheon in tweed knickers, and loll about after the meal in a basket chair in the hall, with her legs sprawled out. Hans Castorp knew that he would meet with a refusal were he to ask the Hofrat to countenance his plan. Sports activities were unconditionally forbidden at the Berghof, as in all other establishments of the kind. This atmosphere, which one seemed to breathe in so effortlessly, was a severe strain on the heart, and as for Hans Castorp, personally, his lively comment on his own state, that the getting used to being up here consisted in getting used to not getting used, had continued in force. His fever, which the Rhadamanthus ascribed to a moist spot, remained obstinate. Why else indeed should he be here? His desire, his present purpose, was then inconsistent and inadmissible. Yet we must be at the pains to understand him aright. He had no wish to imitate the fresh-air faddists and the smart pseudo-sportsmen, who would have been equally eager to sit all day and play cards in a stuffy room, if only that had been interdicted by authority. He felt himself a member of another and closer community than this small tourist world. A new and a broader point of view, a dignity and restraint set him apart, and made him conscious that it would be unfitting for him to emulate their rough and tumble in the snow. He had no escapade in view. His plans were so moderate that Rhadamanthus himself, had he known, might well have approved them. But the rules stood in the way, and Hans Castorp resolved to act behind his back. He took occasion to speak to Herr Settembrini of his plan, who, for sheer joy, could have embraced him. "See, do so, engineer, do so with the blessing of God. Ask after nobody's leave, but simply do it. Ah, your good angel must have whispered you the thought. Do it straightway, before the impulse leaves you. I'll go along. I'll go to the shop with you, and together we will acquire the instruments of this happy inspiration. I would go with you even into the mountains. I would be by your side, on winged feet, like Mercury's, but that I may not. If that were all, how soon would I do it? That I cannot is the truth. I am a broken man. But you, it will do you no harm, none at all, if you are sensible and do nothing rash. Even if it do you harm, just a little harm, it will still have been your good angel roused you to it. I say no more. Ah, what an unsurpassable plan! 2 years up here, and still capable of such projects. Ah, yes, your heart is sound. No need to despair of you. Bravo, bravo! By all means pull the wool over the eyes of your Prince of Shadows. Buy the snowshoes, have them sent to me or Lukacek or the chandler below stairs. You fetch them from here to go and practice. You go off on them." So it befell. Under Herr Settembrini's critical eye, he played the connoisseur, though innocent of sports, Hans Castorp acquired a pair of oaken skis, finished in light brown, with tapering pointed ends and the best quality of straps. He bought the iron-shod staff with the little wheel as well, and was not content to have his purchases sent, but carried them on his shoulder to Settembrini's quarters, where he arranged with the grocer to take care of them for him. He had looked on enough at the sport to know the use of his tools, and choosing for his practice ground an almost treeless slope not far behind the sanatorium, remote from the hubbub of the spot where other beginners learned the art, he began daily to make his first blundering attempts, watched by Herr Settembrini, who would stand at a little distance, leaning on his cane, with legs gracefully crossed, and greet his nursling's progress with applause. One day Hans Castorp, steering down the cleared drive towards the Dorf, in act to take the skis back to the grocer's, ran into the Hofrat. Behrens never recognized him, though it was broad day, and our beginner had well nigh collided with him. Shrouded in a haze of tobacco smoke, he stalked past, regardless. Hans Castorp found that one quickly gets readiness in an art where strong desire comes in play. He was not ambitious for expert skill, and all he needed he acquired in a few days, without undue strain on wind or muscles. He learned to keep his feet tidily together and make parallel tracks, to avail himself of his stick in getting off. He learned how to take obstacles, such as small elevations of the ground, with a slight soaring motion, arms outspread, rising and falling like a ship on a billowy sea. Learned, after the 20th trial, not to trip and roll over when he braked at full speed, with the right telemark turn, one leg forward, the other bent at the knee. Gradually he widened the sphere of his activities. One day it came to pass that Herr Settembrini saw him vanish in the far white mist. The Italian shouted a warning through cupped hands and turned homewards, his pedagogic soul well pleased. It was beautiful here in these wintry heights, not mildly and ingratiatingly beautiful, more as the North Sea is beautiful in a westerly gale. There was no thunder of surf, a deathly stillness reigned, but roused similar feelings of awe. Hans Castorp's long, pliant soles carried him in all directions. Along the left slope to Claverdell, on the right to Frauenkirch and Glaris, whence he could see the shadowy mastiff of the Amselfler, ghost-like in the mist, into the Dishmar valley, or up behind the Birkhoff in the direction of the wooded Seahorn, only the top of which, snow-covered, rose above the tree-line, or the Drusacher forest, with the pale outline of the Rattikorn looming behind it, smothered in snow. He took his skis and went up on the funicular to the Schatzalp. There, wrapped 6,000 feet above the sea, he revelled at will in the gleaming slopes of powdery snow, whence, in good weather, there was a view of majestic extent over all the surrounding territory. He rejoiced in his new resource, before which all difficulties and hindrances to movement fell away. It gave him the utter solitude he craved, and filled his soul with impressions of the wild inhumanity, the precariousness of this region into which he had ventured. On his one hand he might have a precipitous, pine-clad declivity falling away into the mists. On the other, sheer rock might rise with masses of snow in monstrous cyclopean forms, all domed and vaulted, swelling or cavernous. He would halt for a moment to quench the sound of his own movement, when the silence about him would be absolute, complete, a wadded soundlessness, as it were, elsewhere all unknown. There was no stir of air, not so much as might even lightly sway the tree boughs. There was not a rustle, nor the voice of a bird. It was primeval silence to which Hans Castorp hearkened when he leaned thus on his staff, his head on one side, his mouth open. And always it snowed without pause, endlessly, gently, soundlessly falling. No, this world of limitless silences had nothing hospitable. It received the visitor at his own risk, or rather it scarcely even received him. It tolerated his penetration into its vastness in a manner that boded no good. It made him aware of the menace of the elemental, a menace not even hostile, but impersonally deadly. The child of civilization, remote from birth from wild nature and all her ways, is more susceptible to her grandeur than is her untutored son, who has looked at her and lived close to her from childhood up, on terms of prosaic familiarity. The latter scarcely knows the religious awe with which the other regards her, that awe which conditions all his feeling for her, and is present, a constant solemn thrill, in the profoundest depth of his soul. Hans Castorp, standing there in his puttees and long-sleeved camel-hair waistcoat, on his skis de luxe, suddenly seemed to himself exceedingly presumptuous, to be thus listening to the primeval hush, the death-like silence of these wintry vastnesses. He felt his breast lightened when, on his way home, the first chalets, the first abodes of human beings, loomed visible through the fog. Only then did he become aware that he had been for hours possessed by a secret awe and terror. On the island of Sylt he had stood by the edge of the thundering surf. In his white flannels, elegant, self-assured, but most respectful, he had stood there as one stands before a lion's cage and looked deep into the yawning jaws of the beast, lined with murderous fangs. He had bathed in the surf, and heeded the blast of the coastguard's horn, warning all and sundry not to venture rashly beyond the first line of billows, not to approach too nearly the oncoming tempest, the very last impulse of whose cataract indeed struck upon him like a blow from a lion's paw. From that experience our young man had learnt the fearful pleasure of toying with forces so great that to approach them nearly is destruction. What he had not then felt was the temptation to come closer, to carry the thrilling contact with these deadly natural forces up to a point where the full embrace was imminent. Weak human being that he was, though tolerably well equipped with the weapons of civilization, what he at this moment knew was the satisfaction of venturing just so far into the monstrous unknown, or at least abstaining just so long from the flight before it, that the adventure grazed the perilous, that it was just barely possible to put limits to it, before it became no longer a matter of toying with the foe and playfully dodging the ruthless paw, but the ultimate adventure, the billow, the lion's jaws, and the sea. In a word, Hans Castorp was valorous up here, if by valour we mean not mere dull matter-of-factness in the face of nature, but conscious submission to her, the fear of death cast out by irresistible oneness. Yes, in his narrow, hyper-civilized breast, Hans Castorp cherished a feeling of kinship with the elements, connected with the new sense of superiority he had lately felt at sight of the silly people in their little sleds. It had made him feel that a profounder, more spacious, less luxurious solitude than that afforded by his balcony chair would be beyond all price. He had sat there and looked abroad at those mist-wreathed summits, at the carnival of snow, and blushed to be gaping thus from the breastwork of material well-being. This motive, and no momentary fad, no, nor yet any native love of bodily exertion, was what impelled him to learn the use of skis. If it was uncanny up there in the magnificence of the mountains, in the deathly silence of the snows, and uncanny it assuredly was to our son of civilization, this was equally true that in these months and years he had already drunk deep of the uncanny, in spirit and in sense. Even a colloquy with Nafta and Settembrini was not precisely the canniest thing in the world. It too led one on into uncharted and perilous regions. So, if we speak of Hans Castorp's feeling of kinship with the wild powers of the winter heights, it is in this sense, that despite his pious awe, he felt these scenes to be a fitting theatre for the issue of his involved thoughts, a fitting stage for one to make, who, scarcely knowing how, found it had devolved upon him to take stock of himself, in reference to the rank and status of the Homo Dei. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 20. Chapter 6. Snow. Part 2. No one was here to blow a warning to the rash one, unless indeed Herr Settembrini, with his farewell shout at Hans Castorp's disappearing back, had been that man. But, possessed by valorous desire, our youth had given the call no heed, as little as he had the steps behind him on a certain carnival night. Ingegnere un po' di ragione, sa? Yes, pedagogic Serrana, with your ragione and your ribellione, he thought. But I'm rather fond of you. You are a windbag and a hand-organ man, to be sure, but you mean well. You mean much better, and more to my mind, than that knife-edged little Jesuit and terrorist, apologist of the Inquisition and the Knout, with his round eyeglasses, though he is nearly always right when you and he come to grips over my paltry soul, like God and the devil in the medieval legends. He struggled one day, powdered in snow to the waist, up a succession of snow-shrouded terraces, up and up, he knew not whither, nowhither perhaps, these upper regions blended with a sky no less misty white than they, and where the two came together it was hard to tell. No summit, no ridge was visible. It was a haze and a nothing toward which Hans Castorp strove, while behind him the world, the inhabited valley, fell away swiftly from view, and no sound mounted to his ears. In a twinkling he was as solitary, he was as lost as heart could wish. His loneliness was profound enough to awake the fear which is the first stage of valour. Praeterit figura huius mundi, he said to himself, quoting Nafta in a Latin hardly humanistic in spirit. He stopped and looked about. On all sides there was nothing to see, beyond small single flakes of snow, which came out of a white sky and sank to rest on the white earth. The silence about him refused to say aught to his spirit. His gaze was lost in the blind white void. He felt his heart pulse from the effort of the climb, that muscular organ whose animal-like shape and contracting motion he had watched with a feeling of sacrilege in the X-ray laboratory. A naive reverence filled him for that organ of his, for the pulsating human heart, up here alone in the icy void, alone with its question and its riddle. On he pressed, higher and higher toward the sky. Walking, he thrust the end of his stick in the snow and watched the blue light follow it out of the hole it made. That he liked, and stood for long at a time to test the little optical phenomenon. It was a strange, a subtle colour, this greenish blue, the colour of the heights and deeps. Ice clear, yet holding shadow in its depths. Mysteriously exquisite. It reminded him of the colour of certain eyes, whose shape and glance had spelled his destiny, eyes to which Herr Setimbrini, from his humanistic height, had referred with contempt as Tartar slits and wolf's eyes, eyes seen long ago, and then found again, the eyes of Privislav Hipp and Claudia Schoscher. "With pleasure," he said aloud in the profound stillness, "but don't break it. C'est à visse, tu sais." And his spirit heard behind him words of warning in a mellifluous tongue. A wood loomed, misty, far off to the right. He turned that way, to the end of having some goal before his eyes, instead of sheer white transcendence, and made toward it with a dash, not remarking an intervening depression of the ground. He could not have seen it, in fact. Everything swam before his eyes in the white mist, obliterating all contours. When he perceived it, he gave himself to the decline, unable to measure its steepness with his eye. The grove that had attracted him lay the other side of the gully into which he had unintentionally steered. The trough, covered with fluffy snow, fell away on the side next the mountains, as he observed when he pursued it a little distance. It went downhill. The steep sides grew higher. This fold of the earth's surface seemed like a narrow passage leading into the mountain. Then the points of his skis turned up again. There began an incline. Soon there were no more sidewalls, and Hans Castorp's trackless course ran once more uphill along the mountainside. He saw the pine grove behind and below him, on his right, turned again toward it, and with a quick descent reached the laden trees. They stood in a wedge-shaped group, a vanguard thrust out from the mist-green forests above. He rested beneath their boughs and smoked a cigarette. The unnatural stillness, the monstrous solitude still oppressed his spirit. Yet he felt proud to have conquered them, brave in the pride of having measured to the height of surroundings such as these. It was 3 in the afternoon. He had set out soon after luncheon, with the idea of cutting part of the long rescue, and tea as well, in order to be back before dark. He had brought some chocolate in his breeches pocket, and a small flask of wine, and he told himself exultantly that he had still several hours to revel in all this grandeur. The position of the sun was hard to recognize, veiled as it was in haze. Behind him, at the mouth of the valley, above that part of the mountains that was shut off from view, the clouds and mists seemed to thicken and move forward. They looked like snow, more snow, as though there were pressing demands for it, like a good hard storm. Indeed, the little soundless flakes were coming down more quickly as he stood. Hans Castorp put out his arm and let some of them come to rest on his sleeve. He viewed them with the knowing eye of the nature lover. They looked mere shapeless morsels, but he had more than once had their like under his good lens, and was aware of the exquisite precision of form displayed by these little jewels, insignia, orders, agraphs. No jeweller, however skilled, could do finer, more minute work. Yes, he thought, there was a difference, after all, between this light, soft, white powder he trod with his skis, that weighed down the trees and covered the open spaces, a difference between it and the sand on the beaches at home, to which he had likened it. For this powder was not made of tiny grains of stone, but myriads of tiniest drops of water, which, in freezing, had darted together in symmetrical variation, parts then of the same anorganic substance which was the source of protoplasm, of plant life, of the human body. And among these myriads of enchanting little stars, in their hidden splendour that was too small for man's naked eye to see, there was not one like unto another. An endless inventiveness governed the development and unthinkable differentiation of one and the same basic scheme, the equilateral, equiangled hexagon. Yet each, in itself, this was the uncanny, the anti-organic, the life-denying character of them all, each of them was absolutely symmetrical, icily regular in form. They were too regular, as substance adapted to life never was to this degree. The living principle shuddered at this perfect precision, found it deathly, the very marrow of death. Hans Castorp felt he understood now the reason why the builders of antiquity purposely and secretly introduced minute variation from absolute symmetry in their columnar structures. He pushed off again, shuffling through the deep snow on his flexible runners, along the edge of the wood, down the slope, up again at random, to his heart's content, out and into this lifeless land. Its empty rolling spaces, its dried vegetation of single dwarf firs sticking up through the snow, bore a striking resemblance to a scene on the dunes. Hans Castorp nodded as he stood and fixed the likeness in his mind. Even his burning face, his trembling limbs, the peculiar and half-intoxicated mingled sensations of excitement and fatigue were pleasurable, reminding him as they did of that familiar feeling induced by the sea air, which could sting one like whips, and yet was so laden with sleepy essences. He rejoiced in his freedom of motion. His feet were like wings. He was bound to no path. None lay behind him to take him back whence he had come. At first there had been posts, staves set up as guides through the snow, but he had soon cut free from their tutelage, which recalled the coast guard with his horn, and seemed inconsistent with the attitude he had taken up toward the wild. He pressed on, turning right and left among rocky, snow-clad elevations, and came behind them on an incline, then a level spot, then on the mountains themselves. How alluring and accessible seemed their softly covered gorges and defiles. His blood leapt at the strong allurement of the distance and the height, the ever profounder solitude. At risk of a late return, he pressed on, deeper into the wild silence, the monstrous and the menacing, despite that gathering darkness was sinking down over the region like a veil, and heightening his inner apprehension until it presently passed into actual fear. It was this fear which first made him conscious that he had deliberately set out to lose his way and the direction in which valley and settlement lay, and had been as successful as heart could wish. Yet he knew that, if he were to turn in his tracks and go downhill, he would reach the valley bottom, even if some distance from the Berghof, and that sooner than he had planned. He would come home too early, not have made full use of his time. On the other hand, if he were overtaken unawares by the storm, he would probably, in any case, not find his way home. But however genuine his fear of the elements, he refused to take premature flight, his being scarcely the sportsman's attitude, who only meddles with the elements so long as he knows himself their master, takes all precautions, and prudently yields when he must. Whereas what went on in Hans Castorp's soul can only be described by the one word, challenge. It was perhaps a blameworthy, presumptuous attitude, even united to a genuine awe. Yet this much is clear to any human understanding, that when a young man has lived years long in the way this one had, something may gather, may accumulate, as our engineer might put it, in the depths of his soul, until one day it suddenly discharges itself with a primitive exclamation of disgust, a mental, "Oh, go to the devil!" a repudiation of all caution whatsoever, in short, with a challenge. So on he went, in his 7-league slippers, glided down this slope too, and pressed up the incline beyond, where stood a wooden hut that might be a hayrick or shepherd's shelter, its roof weighted with flat stones. On past this to the nearest mountain ridge, bristling with forest, behind whose back the giant peaks towered upward in the mist. The wall before him, studded with single groups of trees, was steep, but looked as though one might wind to the right and get round it by climbing a little way up the slope. Once on the other side, he could see what lay beyond. Accordingly, Hans Castorp set out on this tour of investigation, which began by descending from the meadow with the hut into another and rather deep gully that dropped off from right to left. He had just begun to mount again when the expected happened, and the storm burst, the storm that had threatened so long. Or may one say threatened, of the action of blind non-sentient forces which have no purpose to destroy us? That would be comforting by comparison, but are merely horribly indifferent to our fate, should we become involved with them. "Hullo!" Hans Castorp thought, and stood still, as the first blast whirled through the densely falling snow and caught him. "That's a gentle zephyr, tells you what's coming," and truly this wind was savage. The air was in reality frightfully cold, probably some degrees below zero, but so long as it remained dry and still, one almost found it balmy. It was when a wind came up that the cold began to cut into the flesh, and in a wind like the one that blew now, of which that first gust had been a forerunner, the furs were not bought that could protect the limbs from its icy rigours. Hans Castorp wore no fur, only a woolen waistcoat, which he had found quite enough, or even, with the faintest gleam of sunshine, a burden. But the wind was at his back, a little sidewise. There was small inducement to turn and receive it in the face. So the mad youth, letting that fact reinforce the fundamental challenge of his attitude, pressed on among the single tree trunks, and tried to outflank the mountain he had attacked. It was no joke. There was almost nothing to be seen for swimming snowflakes, that seemed, without falling, to fill the air to suffocation by their whirling dance. The icy gusts made his ears burn painfully. His limbs felt half paralyzed. His hands were so numb he hardly knew if they held the staff. The snow blew inside his collar and melted down his back. It drifted on his shoulders and right side. He thought he should freeze as he stood into a snowman, with his staff stiff in his hands. And all this under relatively favouring circumstances, for let him turn his face to the storm, and his situation would be still worse. Getting home would be no easy task. The harder, the longer he put it off. At last he stopped, gave an angry shrug, and turned his skis the other way. Then the wind he faced took his breath on the spot, so that he was forced to go through the awkward process of turning round again to get it back, and collect his resolution to advance in the teeth of his ruthless foe. With bent head and cautious breathing he managed to get under way, but even thus forearmed, the slowness of his progress and the difficulty of seeing and breathing dismayed him. Every few minutes he had to stop, first to get his breath in the lee of the wind, and then because he saw next to nothing in the blinding whiteness, and moving as he did with head down, had to take care not to run against trees or be flung headlong by unevenness in the ground. Hosts of flakes blew into his face, melted there, and he anguished with the cold of them. They flew into his mouth and died away with a weak, watery taste, flew against his eyelids so that he winked, overflowed his eyes, and made seeing as difficult as it was now almost impossible for other reasons, namely the dazzling effect of all that whiteness and the veiling of his field of vision so that his sense of sight was almost put out of action. It was nothingness, white, whirling nothingness, into which he looked when he forced himself to do so. Only at intervals did ghostly seeming forms from the world of reality loom up before him. A stunted fir, a group of pines, even the pale silhouette of the hay hut he had lately passed. He left it behind and sought his way back over the slope on which it stood, but there was no path. To keep direction, relatively speaking, into his own valley would be a question far more of luck than management, for while he could see his hand before his face, he could not see the end of his skis, and even with better visibility the host of difficulties must have combined to hinder his progress. The snow in his face, his adversary the storm, which hampered his breathing, made him fight both to take a breath and to exhale it, and constantly forced him to turn his head away to gasp. How could anyone, either Hans Castorp or another, and much stronger than he, make head? He stopped. He blinked his lashes free of water drops, knocked off the snow that like a coat of mail was sheathing his body in front, and it struck him that progress, under the circumstances, was more than anyone could expect. And yet Hans Castorp did progress. That is to say, he moved on. But whether in the right direction, whether it might not have been better to stand still, remained to be seen. Theoretically, the chances were against it, and in practice he soon began to suspect something was wrong. This was not familiar ground beneath his feet, not the easy slope he had gained on mounting with such difficulty from the ravine, which had of course to be retraversed. The level distance was too short. He was already mounting again. It was plain that the storm, which came from the southwest, from the mouth of the valley, had, with its violence, driven him from his course. He had been exhausting himself all this time with a false start. Blindly, enveloped in white, whirling night, he laboured deeper and deeper into this grim and callous sphere. "No, you don't," said he, suddenly, between his teeth, and halted. The words were not emotional, yet he felt for a second as though his heart had been clutched by an icy hand. It winced, and then knocked rapidly against his ribs, as it had the time Rhadamanthus found the moist cavity. Pathos in the grand manner was not in place, he knew, in one who had chosen defiance as his role, and was indebted to himself alone for all his present plight. "Not bad," he said, and discovered that his facial muscles were not his to command, that he could not express in his face any of his soul's emotions, for that it was stiff with cold. What next? Down this slope? Follow your nose home, I suppose, and keep your face to the wind, though that is a good deal easier said than done," he went on, panting with his efforts, yet actually speaking half aloud as he tried to move on again. "But something has to happen. I can't sit down and wait. I should simply be buried in six-sided crystalline symmetricality, and Setimbrini, when he came with his little horn to find me, would see me squatting here with a snow-cap over one ear." He realized that he was talking to himself, and not too sensibly, for which he took himself to task, and then continued on purpose, though his lips were so stiff he could not shape the labials, and so did without them, as he had on a certain other occasion that came to his mind. "Keep quiet, and get along with you, out of here," he admonished himself, adding, "You seem to be wool-gathering, not quite right in your head, and that looks bad for you." But this he only said with his reason, to some extent detached from the rest of him, though after all nearly concerned. As for his natural part, it felt only too much inclined to yield to the confusion which lay hold upon him with his growing fatigue. He even remarked this tendency, and took thought to comment upon it. "Here," said he, "we have the typical reaction of a man who loses himself in the mountains in a snowstorm and never finds his way home." He gasped out other fragments of the same thought as he went, though he avoided giving it more specific expression. "Whoever hears about it afterwards imagines it as horrible, but he forgets the disease, and the state I am in is, in a way of speaking, disease, so adjusts its man that it and he can come to terms. There are sensory appeasements, short circuits, a merciful narcosis. Yes, oh yes, yes. But one must fight against them, after all, for they are two-faced, they are in the highest degree equivocal. Everything depends upon the point of view. If you are not meant to get home, they are a benefaction, they are merciful. But if you mean to get home, they become sinister. I believe I still do. Certainly I don't intend, In this heart of mine so stormily beating, it doesn't appeal to me in the least to let myself be snowed under by this idiotically symmetrical crystallometry." In truth, he was already affected, and his struggle against oncoming sensory confusion was feverish and abnormal. He should have been more alarmed on discovering that he had already declined from the level course, this time apparently on the other slope, for he had pushed off with the wind coming slantwise at him, which was ill-advised, though more convenient for the moment. "Never mind," he thought, "I'll get my direction again down below," which he did, or thought he did, or, truth to tell, scarcely even thought so. Worst of all, began to be indifferent whether he had done or no. Such was the effect of an insidious double attack which he but weakly combated. Fatigue and excitement combined were a familiar state to our young man, whose acclimatization, as we know, still consisted in getting used to not getting used, and both fatigue and excitement were now present in such strength as to make impossible any thought of asserting his reason against them. He felt as often after a colloquy with Settembrini and Nafta, only to a far greater degree, dazed and tipsy, giddy, a-tremble with excitement. This was probably why he began to colour his lack of resistance to the stealing narcosis with half-maudlin references to the latest aired complex of theories. Despite his scornful repudiation of the idea that he might lie down and be covered up with hexagonal symmetricity, something within him maundered on, sense or no sense, told him that the feeling of duty which made him fight against insidious sensory appeasements was a purely ethical reaction, representing the sordid bourgeois view of life, irreligion, Philistinism, while the desire, nay craving, to lie down and rest, whispered him in the guise of a comparison between this storm and a sandstorm on the desert, before which the Arab flings himself down and draws his burnous over his head. Only his lack of a burnous, the unfeasibility of drawing his woolen waistcoat over his head, prevented him from following suit. This, although he was no longer a child, and pretty well aware of the conditions under which a man freezes to death. There had been a rather steep declivity, then level ground, then again an ascent, a stiff one. This was not necessarily wrong. One must, of course, on the way to the valley, traverse rising ground at times. The wind had turned capriciously around, for it was now at Hans Castop's back, and that, taken by itself, was a blessing. Owing perhaps to the storm, or the white softness of the incline before him, dim in the whirling air, drawing him toward it, he bent as he walked. Only a little further. Supposing one were to give way to the temptation, and his temptation was great. It was so strong that it quite lived up to the many descriptions he had read of the typical danger state. It asserted itself, it refused to be classified with the general order of things, it insisted on being an exception, its very exigence challenged comparison, yet at the same time it never disguised its origin, or aura, never denied that it was, so to speak, garbed in Spanish black, with snow-white fluted ruff, and stood for ideas and fundamental conceptions that were characteristically gloomy, strongly Jesuitical and anti-human, for the rack and knout discipline which was the particular horror of Herr Settembrini, though he had never opposed it without making himself ridiculous, like a hand-organ man for ever grinding out ragione to the same old tune. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 21, Chapter 6, Snow, Part 3. And yet Hans Castorp did hold himself upright and resist his craving to lie down. He could see nothing, but he struggled. He came forward. Whether to the purpose or not he could not tell, but he did his part, and moved on despite the weight the cold more and more laid upon his limbs. The present slope was too steep to ascend directly, so he slanted a little, and went on thus a while, without much heed whither. Even to lift his stiffened lids to peer before him was so great and so nearly useless an effort as to offer him small incentive. He merely caught glimpses, here clumps of pines that merged together, there a ditch or stream, a black line marked out between overhanging banks of snow. Now, for a change, he was going downhill, with the wind in his face, when, at some distance before him, and seeming to hang in the driving wind and mist, he saw the faint outline of a human habitation. Ah, sweet and blessed sight! Verily he had done well to march stoutly on, despite all obstacles, until now human dwellings appeared, in sign that the inhabited valley was at hand. Perhaps there were even human beings. Perhaps he might enter and abide the end of the storm under shelter, then get directions, or a guide if the dark should have fallen. He held towards this chimerical goal, that often quite vanished in mist, and took an exhausting climb against the wind before it was reached. Finally he drew near it, to discover, with what staggering astonishment and horror may be imagined, that it was only the hay-hut with the weighted roof, to which, after all his striving, by all his devious paths, he had come back. That was the very devil. Hans Castorp gave vent to several heartfelt curses, of which his lips were too stiff to pronounce the labials. He examined the hut to get his bearings, and came to the conclusion that he had approached it from the same direction as before, namely from the rear, and therefore what he had accomplished for the past hour, as he reckoned it, had been sheer waste of time and effort. But there it was, just as the book said. You went in a circle, gave yourself endless trouble under the delusion that you were accomplishing something, and all the time you were simply describing some great silly arc that would turn back to where it had its beginning, like the riddling year itself. You wandered about without getting home. Hans Castorp recognized the traditional phenomenon with a certain grim satisfaction, and even slapped his thigh in astonishment at this punctual general law fulfilling itself in his particular case. The lonely hut was barred, the door locked fast, no entrance possible, but Hans Castorp decided to stop for the present. The projecting roof gave the illusion of shelter, and the hut itself, on the side turned toward the mountains, offered, he found, some little protection against the storm. He leaned his shoulder against the rough-hewn timber, since his long skis prevented him from leaning his back, and so he stood obliquely to the wall, having thrust his staff in the snow, hands in pockets, his collar turned up as high as it would go, bracing himself on his outside leg, and leaned his dizzy head against the wood, his eyes closed, but opening them every now and then to look down his shoulder and across the gully to where the high mountain wall palely appeared and disappeared in mist. His situation was comparatively comfortable. I can stick it like this all night, if I have to, he thought. If I change legs from time to time, lie on the other side, so to speak, and move about a bit between whiles, as of course I must. I'm rather stiff, naturally, but the effort I made has accumulated some inner warmth, so, after all, it was not quite in vain that I have come round all this way. Come round, not coming round, that's the regular expression they use of people drowned or frozen to death. I suppose I used it because I am not quite so clear in the head as I might be. But it is a good thing I can stick it out here, for this frantic nuisance of a snowstorm can carry on until morning without a qualm, and if it only keeps up until dark it will be quite bad enough, for in the dark the danger of going round and not coming round is as great as in a storm. It must be toward evening already, about 6 o'clock I should say, after all the time I wasted on my circular tour. Let's see, how late is it? He felt for his watch. His numbed fingers could scarcely find and draw it from his pocket. Here it was, his gold hunting watch, with his monogram on the lid, ticking faithfully away in this lonely waste, like Hans Castorp's own heart, that touching human heart, that beat in the organic warmth of his interior man. It was 4:30, but deuce take it, it had been nearly as much before the storm burst. Was it possible his whole bewildering circuit had lasted scarcely a quarter of an hour? Coming round makes time seem long, he noted, and when you don't come round, does it seem longer? But the fact remains that at 5 or half past it will be regularly dark. Will the storm hold up in time to keep me from running in circles again? Suppose I take a sip of port. It might strengthen me. He had brought with him a bottle of that amateurish drink, simply because it was always kept ready in flat bottles at the Berghof, for excursions, though not, of course, excursions like this unlawful escapade. It was not meant for people who went out in the snow and got lost, and night-bound in the mountains. Had his senses been less befogged, he must have said to himself that if he were bent on getting home, it was almost the worst thing he could have done. He did say so, after he had drunk several swallows, for they took effect at once, and it was an effect much like that of the Kulmbacher beer on the evening of his arrival at the Berghof, when he had angered Settembrini by his ungoverned prattle anent fish sauces and the like. Herr Ludovico, the pedagogue, the same who held madmen to their senses when they would give themselves rein. Hans Castorp heard through thin air the mellifluous sound of his horn. The orator and schoolmaster was nearing by forced marches to rescue his troublesome nursling, life's delicate child, from his present desperate pass, and lead him home. All of which was, of course, sheer rubbish, due to the Kulmbacher he had so foolishly drunk, for of course Herr Settembrini had no horn. How could he have? He had a hand-organ propped by a sort of wooden leg against the pavement, and as he played a sprightly air he flung his humanistic eyes up to the people in the houses, and furthermore he knew nothing whatever of what had happened, as he no longer lived in House Berghof, but with Lukacek the tailor, in his little attic room, with the water-bottle above Nafta's silken cell. Moreover, he would have no right nor reason to interfere, no more than upon that carnival night on which Hans Castorp had found himself in a position quite as mad and bad as this one, when he gave the ailing Claudia Chauchat back son crayon, his Privislav Hipp's pencil. What position was that? What position could it be but the horizontal, literally and not metaphorically, the position of all long-termers up here? Was not he himself used to lie long hours out of doors, in snow and frost, by night as well as day? And he was making ready to sink down when the idea seized him, took him as it were by the collar, and fetched him up standing, that all this nonsense he was uttering was still inspired by the Kulmbacher beer, and the impersonal, quite typical and traditional longing to lie down and sleep, of which he had always heard, and which would, by quibbling and sophistry, now betray him. That was the wrong way to go to work, he acknowledged to himself. The port was not at all the right thing. Just the few sips of it have made my head so heavy I cannot hold it up, and my thoughts are all just confused, stupid, quibbling with words. I can't depend on them. Not only the first thought that comes into my head, but even the second one, the correction which my reason tries to make upon the first. More's the pity. Son crayon. That means her pencil, not his pencil in this case. You only say son because crayon is masculine. The rest is just a pretty feeble play on words. Imagine stopping to talk about that when there is a much more important fact, namely that my left leg, which I am using as a support, reminds me of the wooden leg on Settembrini's hand-organ, that he keeps jolting over the pavement with his knee to get up close to the window and hold out his velvet hat for the girl up there to throw something into. And at the same time I seem to be pulled, as though with hands, to lie down in the snow. The only thing to do is to move about. I must pay for the Kulmbacher and limber up my wooden leg. He pushed himself away from the wall with his shoulder, but one single pace forward, and the wind sliced at him like a scythe and drove him back to the shelter of the wall. It was unquestionably the position indicated for the time. He might change it by turning his left shoulder to the wall and propping himself on the right leg, with sundry shakings of the left to restore the circulation as much as might be. "Who leaves the house in weather like this?" he said. "Moderate activity is all right, but not too much craving for adventure, no coying with the bride of the storm. Quiet, quiet. If the head be heavy, let it droop. The wall is good. A certain warmth seems to come from the logs. Probably the feeling is entirely subjective. Ah, the trees, the trees! O living climate of the living, how sweet it smells! It was a park. It lay beneath the terrace on which he seemed to stand, a spreading park of luxuriant green shade trees, elms, planes, beeches, birches, oaks, all in the dappling light and shade of their fresh, full, shimmering foliage and gently rustling tips. They breathed a deliciously moist, balsamic breath into the air. A warm shower passed over them, but the rain was sunlit. One could see high up in the sky, the whole air filled with the bright ripple of raindrops. How lovely it was! O breath of the homeland! O fragrance and abundance of the plain, so long foregone! The air was full of birdsong, dainty, sweet, blithe fluting, piping, twittering, cooing, trilling, warbling, though not a single little creature could be seen. Hans Castorp smiled, breathed gratitude, but still more beauties were preparing. A rainbow flung its arc slanting across the scene, most bright and perfect, a sheer delight, all its rich, glossy, banded colours moistly shimmering down into the thick, lustrous green. It was like music, like the sound of harps commingled with flutes and violins. The blue and the violet were transcendent, and they descended and magically blended, were transmuted and re-unfolded, more lovely than before. Once, some years earlier, our young Hans Castorp had been privileged to hear a world-famous Italian tenor, from whose throat had gushed a glorious stream to witch the world with gracious art. The singer took a high note exquisitely, then held it, while the passionate harmony swelled, unfolded, glowed from moment to moment with new radiance. Unsuspected veils dropped from before it, one by one. The last one sank away, revealing what must surely be the ultimate tonal purity. Yet no, for still another fell, and then a well-nigh incredible third and last, shaking into the air such an extravagance of tear-glistening splendour that confused murmurs of protest rose from the audience as though it could bear no more, and our young friend found that he was sobbing. So now was the scene before him, constantly transformed and transfigured, as it was before his eyes. The bright, rainy veil fell away. Behind it stretched the sea, a southern sea of deep, deepest blue, shot with silver lights, and a beautiful bay, on one side mistily open, on the other enclosed by mountains whose outline paled away into blue space. In the middle distance lay islands, where palms rose tall, and small white houses gleamed among cypress groves. Ah, it was all too much, too blessed for sinful mortals, that glory of light, that deep purity of the sky, that sunny freshness on the water. Such a scene Hans Castorp had never beheld, nor anything like it. On his holidays he had barely sipped at the south. The sea for him meant the colourless, tempestuous northern tides to which he clung with inarticulate childish love. Of the Mediterranean, Naples, Sicily, he knew nothing, and yet he remembered. Yes, strangely enough, that was recognition which so moved him. Yes, yes, its very image, he was crying out, as though in his heart he had always cherished a picture of this spacious, sunny bliss. Always, and that always went far, far, unthinkably far back, as far as the open sea there on the left, where it ran out to the violet sky, bent down to meet it. The skyline was high. The distance seemed to mount to Hans Castorp's view, looking down as he did from his elevation onto the spreading gulf beneath. The mountains held it embraced, their tree-clad foothills running down to the sea. They reached in half-circle from the middle distance to the point where he sat and beyond. This was a mountainous littoral, at one point of which he was crouching upon a sun-warmed stone terrace, while before him the ground, descending among undergrowth by moss-covered rocky steps, ran down to a level shore where the reedy shingle formed little blue-dyed bays, minute archipelagos and harbours, and all the sunny region, these open coastal heights and laughing rocky basins, even the sea itself out to the islands, where boats plied to and fro, was peopled far and wide, on every hand human beings, children of sun and sea, were stirring or sitting. Beautiful young human creatures, so blithe, so good and gay, so pleasing to see. At sight of them, Hans Castop's whole heart opened in a responsive love, keen almost to pain. Youths were at work with horses, running hand on halter alongside their whinnying, head-tossing charges, pulling the refractory ones on a long rein, or else, seated bareback, striking the flanks of their mounts with naked heels to drive them into the sea. The muscles of the riders' backs played beneath the sun-bronzed skin, and their voices were enchanting beyond words as they shouted to each other or to their steeds. A little bay ran deep into the coastline, mirroring the shore as does a mountain lake. About it girls were dancing. One of them sat with her back toward him, so that her neck, and the hair drawn to a knot above it, smote him with loveliness. She sat with her feet in a depression of the rock, and played on a shepherd's pipe, her eyes roving above the stops to her companions, as in long wide garments, smiling with outstretched arms, alone or in pairs swaying gently toward each other, they moved in the paces of the dance. Behind the flute-player, she too was white-clad, and her back was long and slender, laterally rounded by the movement of her arms. Other maidens were sitting or standing entwined to watch the dance, and quietly talking. Beyond them still young men were practising archery. Lovely and pleasant it was to see the older ones show the younger curly-locked novices how to span the bow and take aim, draw with them, and laughing support them staggering back from the push of the arrow as it leapt from the bow. Others were fishing, lying prone on a jut of rock, waggling one leg in the air, holding the line out over the water, approaching their heads in talk. Others sat straining forward to fling the bait far out. A ship, with mast and yards, lying high out of the tide, was being eased, shoved, and steadied into the sea. Children played and exulted among the breaking waves. A young female, lying outstretched, drawing with one hand her flowered robe high between her breasts, reached with the other in the air after a twig bearing fruit and leaves, which a second, a slender-hipped creature erect at her head, was playfully withholding. Young folks were sitting in nooks of the rocks, or hesitating at the water's edge, with crossed arms clutching either shoulder as they tested the chill with their toes. Pairs strolled along the beach, close and confiding, at the maiden's ear the lips of the youth. Shaggy-haired goats leaped from ledge to ledge of the rocks, while the young goatherd, wearing perched on his brown curls a little hat with the brim turned up behind, stood watching them from a height, one hand on his hip, the other holding the long staff on which he leaned. "Oh, lovely, lovely," Hans Castor breathed. "How joyous and winning they are, how fresh and healthy, happy and clever they look. It is not alone the outward form, they seem to be wise and gentle through and through. That is what makes me in love with them, the spirit that speaks out of them, the sense, I might almost say, in which they live and play together." By which he meant the friendliness, the mutual courteous regard these children of the sun showed to each other, a calm reciprocal reverence veiled in smiles, manifested almost imperceptibly, and yet possessing them all by the power of sense association and ingrained idea. A dignity, even a gravity, was held, as it were, in solution in their lightest mood, perceptible only as an ineffable spiritual influence, a high seriousness without austerity, a reasoned goodness conditioning every act. All this, indeed, was not without its ceremonial side. A young mother, in a brown robe loose at the shoulder, sat on a rounded mossy stone and suckled her child, saluted by all who passed with a characteristic gesture which seemed to comprehend all that lay implicit in their general bearing. The young men, as they approached, lightly and formally, crossed their arms on their breasts, and smilingly bowed. The maidens shaped the suggestion of a curtsy, as the worshipper does when he passes the high altar, at the same time nodding repeatedly, blithely and heartily. This mixture of formal homage with lively friendliness, and the slow mild mien of the mother as well, where she sat pressing her breast with her forefinger, to ease the flow of milk to her babe, glancing up from it to acknowledge with a smile the reverence paid her, This sight thrilled Hans Castop's heart with something very close akin to ecstasy. He could not get his fill of looking, yet asked himself in concern whether he had a right, whether it was not perhaps punishable for him, an outsider, to be a party to the sunshine and gracious loveliness of all these happy folk. He felt common, clumsy-booted. It seemed unscrupulous. A lovely boy, with full hair drawn sideways across his brow and falling on his temples, sat directly beneath him, apart from his companions, with arms folded on his breast. Not sadly, not ill-naturedly, quite tranquilly on one side. This lad looked up, turned his gaze upward, and looked at him, Hans Castop, and his eyes went between the watcher and the scenes upon the strand, watching his watching, to and fro. But suddenly he looked past Hans Castop into space, and that smile, common to them all, of polite and brotherly regard, disappeared in a moment from his lovely, purely cut, half-childish face. His brows did not darken, but in his gaze there came a solemnity that looked as though carven out of stone, inexpressive, unfathomable, a death-like reserve which gave the scarcely reassured Hans Castop a thorough fright, not unaccompanied by a vague apprehension of its meaning. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 22, Chapter 6, Snow, Part 4. He, too, looked in the same direction. Behind him rose towering columns, built of cylindrical blocks without bases, in the joinings of which moss had grown. They formed the facade of a temple gate, on whose foundations he was sitting, at the top of a double flight of steps with space between. Heavy of heart, he rose, and descending the stair on one side, passed through the high gate below, and along the flagged street, which soon brought him before other propylae. He passed through these as well, and now stood facing the temple that lay before him, massy, weathered to a grey-green tone, on a foundation reached by a steep flight of steps. The broad brow of the temple rested on the capitals of powerful, almost stunted columns, tapering toward the top. Sometimes a fluted block had been shoved out of line and projected a little in profile. Painfully helping himself on with his hands and sighing for the growing oppression of his heart, Hans Castop mounted the high steps and gained the grove of columns. It was very deep. He moved in it as among the trunks in a forest of beeches by the pale northern sea. He purposely avoided the centre, yet for all that slanted back again, and presently stood before a group of statuary, two female figures carved in stone on a high base. Mother and daughter, it seemed, one of them sitting, older than the other, more dignified, right goddess-like and mild, yet with morning brows above the lightless, empty eye-sockets. Clad in a flowing tunic and a mantle of many folds, her matronly brow with its waves of hair covered with a veil. The other figure stood in the protecting embrace of the first, with round, youthful face, and arms and hands wound and hidden in the folds of the mantle. Hans Castop stood looking at the group, and from some dark cause his laden heart grew heavier still, and more oppressed with its weight of dread and anguish. Scarcely daring to venture, but following an inner compulsion, he passed behind the statuary, and through the double row of columns beyond. The bronze door of the sanctuary stood open, and the poor soul's knees all but gave way beneath him at the sight within. Two grey old women, witch-like, with hanging breasts and dugs of finger-length, were busy there between flaming braziers, most horribly. They were dismembering a child. In dreadful silence they tore it apart with their bare hands. Hans Castop saw the bright hair blood-smeared, and cracked the tender bones between their jaws. Their dreadful lips dripped blood. An icy coldness held him. He would have covered his eyes and fled, but could not. They, at their gory business, had already seen him. They shook their reeking fists and uttered curses, soundlessly, most vilely, with the last obscenity in the dialect of Hans Castorp's native Hamburg. It made him sick, sick as never before. He tried desperately to escape, knocked into a column with his shoulder, and found himself, with the sound of that dreadful whispered brawling still in his ears, still wrapped in the cold horror of it, lying by his hut, in the snow, leaning against one arm, with his head upon it, his legs in their skis stretched out before him. It was no true awakening. He blinked his relief at being free from these execrable hags, but was not very clear, nor even greatly concerned, whether this was a hay-hut or the column of a temple against which he lay, and after a fashion continued to dream, no longer in pictures, but in thoughts hardly less involved and fantastic. "I felt it was a dream all along," he rambled, "a lovely and horrible dream. I knew all the time that I was making it myself. The park with the trees, the delicious moisture in the air, and all the rest, both dreadful and dear. In a way I knew it all beforehand. But how is it a man can know all that, and call it up to bring him bliss and terror both at once? Where did I get the beautiful bay with the islands? Where the temple precincts, whither the eyes of that charming boy pointed me as he stood there alone? Now I know that it is not out of our single souls we dream. We dream anonymously and communally, if each after his fashion. The great soul of which we are a part may dream through us, in our manner of dreaming, its own secret dreams, of its youth, its hope, its joy and peace, and its blood sacrifice. Here I lie at my column, and still feel in my body the actual remnant of my dream, the icy horror of the human sacrifice, but also the joy that had filled my heart to its very depths, born of the happiness and brave bearing of those human creatures in white. It is meet and proper, I hereby declare, that I have a prescriptive right to lie here and dream these dreams. For in my life up here I have known reason and recklessness. I have wandered lost with Settembrini and Nafta in high and mortal places. I know all of man. I have known mankind's flesh and blood. I gave back to the ailing Claudia Shosha Privislav hips, lead pencil. But he who knows the body, life, knows death. And that is not all. It is, pedagogically speaking, only the beginning. One must have the other half of the story, the other side. For all interest in disease and death is only another expression of interest in life, as is proven by the humanistic faculty of medicine that addresses life and its ails always so politely in Latin, and is only a division of the great and pressing concern which in all sympathy I now name by its name, the human being, the delicate child of life, man, his state and standing in the universe. I understand no little about him. I have learned much from those up here. I have been driven up from the valley, so that the breath almost left my poor body. Yet now from the base of my column I have no meagre view. I have dreamed of man's state, of his courteous and enlightened social state, behind which, in the temple, the horrible blood sacrifice was consummated. Were they, those children of the sun, so sweetly courteous to each other, in silent recognition of that horror? It would be a fine and right conclusion they drew. I will hold to them in my soul. I will hold with them, not with Nafta, neither with Settembrini. They are both talkers, the one luxurious and spiteful, the other ever blowing on his penny pipe of reason, even vainly imagining he can bring them mad to their senses. It is all Philistinism and morality. Most certainly it is irreligious, nor am I for little Nafta either, or his religion. That is only a guazzabuglio of God and the devil, good and evil, to the end that the individual soul shall plump into it head first, for the sake of mystic immersion in the universal. Pedagogues both. Their quarrels and counterpositions are just a guazzabuglio too, and a confused noise of battle which need trouble nobody who keeps a little clear in his head and pious in his heart. Their aristocratic question, disease, health, spirit, nature, are those contradictions? I ask, are they problems? No, they are no problems. Neither is the problem of their aristocracy. The recklessness of death is in life. It would not be life without it. And in the centre is the position of the Homo Dei between recklessness and reason, as his state is between mystic community and windy individualism. I, from my column, perceive all this. In this state he must live gallantly, associate in friendly reverence with himself, for only he is aristocratic, and the counterpositions are not at all. Man is the lord of counterpositions. They can only be through him, and thus he is more aristocratic than they, more so than death, too aristocratic for death. That is the freedom of his mind. More aristocratic than life, too aristocratic for life. And that is the piety in his heart. There is both rhyme and reason in what I say. I have made a dream poem of humanity. I will cling to it. I will be good. I will let death have no mastery over my thoughts. For therein lies goodness and love of humankind, and in nothing else. Death is a great power. One takes off one's hat before him and goes weavingly on tiptoe. He wears the stately ruff of the departed, and we do him honour in solemn black. Reason stands simply before him, for reason is only virtue, while death is release, immensity, abandon, desire. Desire, says my dream. Lust, not love. Death and love. No, I cannot make a poem of them. They don't go together. Love stands opposed to death. It is love, not reason, that is stronger than death. Only love, not reason, gives sweet thoughts. And from love and sweetness alone can form come, form and civilization, friendly, enlightened, beautiful human intercourse, always in silent recognition of the blood sacrifice. Ah, yes, it is well and truly dreamed. I have taken stock. I will remember. I will keep faith with death in my heart, yet well remember that faith with death and the dead is evil, is hostile to humankind, so soon as we give it power over thought and action. For the sake of goodness and love, man shall let death have no sovereignty over his thoughts. And with this I awake. For I have dreamed it out to the end, have come to my goal. Long, long have I sought after this word, in the place where hip appeared to me, in my loggia, everywhere. Deep into the snow mountains my search has led me. Now I have it fast. My dream has given it me, in utter clearness, that I may know it forever. Yes, I am in simple raptures. My body is warm, my heart beats high and knows why. It beats not solely on physical grounds, as fingernails grow on a corpse, but humanly, on grounds of my joyful spirits. My dream word was a draught. Better than port or ale, it streams through my veins like love and life. I tear myself from my dream and sleep, knowing as I do perfectly well that they are highly dangerous to my young life. Up, up, open your eyes. These are your limbs, your legs here in the snow. Pull yourself together and up. Look, fair weather. The bonds held fast that kept his limbs involved. He had a hard struggle to free himself, but the inner compulsion proved stronger. With a jerk he raised himself on his elbows, briskly drew up his knees, shoved, rolled, wrestled to his feet, stamped with his skis in the snow, flung his arms about his ribs, and worked his shoulders violently, all the while casting strained, alert glances about him and above, where now a pale blue sky showed itself between grey-bluish clouds, and these presently drew away to discover a thin sickle of a moon. Early twilight reigned. No snowfall, no storm. The wall of the opposite mountain, with its shaggy tree-clad ridge, stretched out before him, plain and peaceful. Shadow lay on half its height, but the upper half was bathed in palest, rosy light. How were things in the world? Was it morning? Had he, despite what the book said, lain all night in the snow and not frozen? Not a member was frostbitten, nothing snapped when he stamped, shook and struck himself, as he did vigorously, all the time seeking to establish the facts of his situation. Ears, toes, fingertips were of course numb, but not more so than they had often been at night in his loggia. He could take his watch from his pocket. It was still going, it had not stopped, as it did if he forgot to wind it. It said not yet 5. It was, in fact, considerably earlier, 13 minutes. Preposterous! Could it be he had lain here in the snow only 10 minutes or so, while all these scenes of horror and delight and those presumptuous thoughts had spun themselves in his brain, and the hexagonal Hurley vanished as it came? If that were true, then he must be grateful for his good fortune, that is, from the point of view of a safe home-coming. For twice such a turn had come, in his dream and fantasy, as had made him start up, once from horror, and again for rapture. It seemed indeed that life meant well by her lone wandering, delicate child. Be all that as it might, and whether it was morning or afternoon, there could in fact be no doubt that it was still late afternoon. In any case, there was nothing in the circumstances or in his own condition to prevent his going home, which he accordingly did, descending in a fine sweep, as the crow flies, to the valley, where, as he reached it, lights were showing, though his way had been well enough lighted by reflection from the snow. He came down by the Bremenbel, along the edge of the forest, and was in the Dorf by 5:30. He left his skis at the grocer's, rested a little at Herr Settembrini's attic cell, and told him how the storm had overtaken him in the mountains. The horrified humanist scolded him roundly, and straightway lighted his spirit kettle to brew coffee for the exhausted one, the strength of which did not prevent Hans Castorp from falling asleep as he sat. An hour later, the highly civilized atmosphere of the Berghof caressed him. He ate enormously at dinner. What he had dreamed was already fading from his mind. What he had thought, even that self-same evening, it was no longer so clear as it had been at first. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 23. Chapter 6. A Soldier and Brave. Part 1. Hans Castorp had had frequent word from his cousin, short messages, at first full of good news and high spirits, then less so, then, at length, communications that sought to hide something truly sad to hear. The succession of postcards began with the joyous announcement that Joachim was with the colours, and a description of the fanatical ceremony in which, as Hans Castorp ironically couched it in his reply, he had taken the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience. One after another, Joachim passed easily through the stages of his chosen vocation, whose difficulties were smoothed away by the interest of his superiors and his own passionate love for the service. All this he described to his cousin in his brief messages. He was dispensed from the duty of going to the military academy, as he had already studied some semesters, and from the cornetcy. By the new year he would be promoted to a subalternship, and sent a photograph of himself in the uniform of an officer. His utter devotion to the spirit of the hierarchy he served, that straitly honourable hierarchy, the bonds of whose organisation were like iron, and which yet in its crabbedly humorous way knew how to yield something to the weakness of the flesh, was plain in every hasty line. He related anecdotes illustrating the quaintly complex attitude of his cranky, fanatical sergeant-major toward him, the blundering young subordinate, in whom he yet envisaged the ordained superior of tomorrow, who already had the right to enter the officers' casino. It was all very fantastic and droll. Then he told of being admitted to prepare for the officers' examination. At the beginning of April he was a lieutenant. Manifestly there was no happier man, none with more single-minded devotion of his whole being to the chosen career. With a sort of shamefaced beatitude he told of going past the Rathaus for the first time in full uniform, how the sentry had saluted, and he nodded to him from a distance. He spoke of the small vexations and rewards of the service, of the wonderfully satisfying comradeship, of the sheepish loyalty of his Bursch, of funny occurrences on the parade ground and in instruction, of inspection, of love feasts. Also he occasionally mentioned social affairs, visits, dinners, balls. Not a word of his health. Until towards summer. Then he wrote that he was in bed, on sick leave, a catarrh, a matter of a few days. By the beginning of June he was back, but at the middle of the month he had crocked up again, and complained bitterly of his luck. He could not conceal his worry lest he should miss the august general manoeuvres toward which he was already eagerly looking. Rubbish! In July he was as sound as a berry, weeks long. But then an examination, made advisable by his accursed fluctuations of temperature, suddenly appeared on the horizon. As to the result of this examination, Hans Castorp for long weeks heard nothing. But when he heard, perhaps out of mortification, perhaps because of his physical state, it was not Joachim who wrote. His mother, Louisa Zymeson, telegraphed. She said the physicians thought it necessary for Joachim to go on sick leave for some weeks. High mountains indicated immediate departure. Advised reserve 2 rooms. Reply prepaid. Signed, Aunt Louisa. It was at the end of July when Hans Castorp, lying in his balcony, ran through this dispatch, then read it, and read it again. He nodded as he did so, not with his head, but with his whole torso, and said between his teeth, "Si, si," like Herr Settembrini. Joachim is coming back ran through him like tidings of great joy, but he grew subdued at once on the thought. This is bad news. One might almost call it a mess. The deuce, that went fast. Ripe for home again, the mother coming with him. Hans Castorp said the mother, not Aunt Louisa, his family feeling having grown unconsciously very faded. That is serious, and directly before the manoeuvres he has been so on fire to go to. It's certainly a skin game. It's playing it low down on poor Joachim. It's the very opposite of the ideal, by which I mean that the body triumphs. It wants something different from the soul, and puts it through. A slap in the face of all those lofty-minded people who teach that the body is subordinate to the soul. Seems to me they don't know what they are talking about, because if they were right, a case like this would put the soul in a pretty equivocal light. Verbum sap. I know what I mean. The question I raise is how far they are right when they set the two over against each other, and whether they aren't rather in collusion, playing the same game. That's something that never occurs to the lofty-minded gentry. Not that I am for a moment saying anything against Joachim and his doggedness. He is the soul of honour. But what is honour is what I want to know, when body and soul act together. Is it possible you have not been able to forget a certain refreshing perfume, a tendency to giggle, a swelling bosom, all waiting for you at Frau Storr's table? He is coming back. He returned to the thought with the same joyous sensation. He comes in bad shape, it is true, but we shall be together again. I shan't live up here all by myself, and that's a good thing. It won't be quite as it was before. His room is taken. That Mrs. MacDonald sits there and coughs, a voiceless sort of cough, and keeps looking at the picture of her little son on her table or in her hand. But she is at the last stage. If nobody else has engaged it, why... But for the present it must be another one. 28 is free, so far as I know. I'll go down to the office, and to Behrens too. This is news. On the one hand it is bad news, on the other hand grand news, and in any case a change. I'd like to wait for the comrade, though. He'll be coming along presently, and just ask him if he is still of the opinion, in a case like this, that the physical is to be regarded as secondary. He went to the office before tea. The room he had in mind, on the same corridor as his own, was free, and there would be a place for Frau Zymeson. he hastened to Behrens and found him in the lab, a cigar in one hand and in the other a test tube of dull-coloured fluid. "Herr Hofrat, what do you think?" he began. "That there's always the devil to pay," responded the pneumatomist. "Here we have Rosenheim from Utrecht," said he, and waved his cigar at the test tube. "Gaffky 10. And Schmidt, the manufacturer, comes along and tells me he's been spitting on the pavement. With Gaffky 10, if you please. I'm supposed to blow him up. Well, if I blow him up, it will be the deuce and all, because he's as touchy as a bear with a sore head, and he and his family occupy 3 rooms in the establishment. If I give him what for, the management gives me the same, pressed down and running over. You see what kind of trouble I get into every minute, and me so anxious to go my own simple way, unspotted from the world." "Silly business," Hans Castorp said, with the ready understanding of the old inhabitant. "I know them both. Schmidt's is immensely proper and pushful, and Rosenheim is plenty smeary. But there may be other sore spots, beside the hygienic. They are both friendly with Donna Perez from Barcelona, at the Kleefeld's table. That's the basic trouble, I should think. If I were you, I'd just call attention to the rule in general, and then shut my eye to the rest." "Don't I just! I've got functional blepharospasm already from doing nothing else. But what are you about down here?" Hans Castorp came out with the sad yet thrilling news. Not that the Hofrat was surprised, nor would have been in any case, but he had also been kept informed of Joachim's progress. Hans Castorp told him, whether asked or unasked, and he knew that Joachim had been in bed in May. "Aha!" said he. "And what did I tell you? What did I tell both of you? Not once, but 100 times in so many words. So now you have it. 9 months he's had his heart's desire and been living in a fool's paradise. Well, it wasn't a snakeless paradise. It was infected, more's the pity. But he wouldn't believe what his little old Behrens told him, and so he's had bad luck, like the rest of them, when they don't believe what their little old Behrens says, and come too late to their senses. He's got as far as lieutenant, anyhow. There's that to say. What's the use of it? The good Lord sees your heart, not the braid on your jacket. Before him we are all in our birthday suits, generals and common men alike." He rambled on, rubbed his eyes with his huge hands, still holding the cigar between his fingers. Then he said Hans Castorp must excuse him for this time. A berth for Joachim would of course be found. When he came, his cousin should stick him into bed without delay. So far as he, Behrens, was concerned, he bore nobody any grudge. He would be ready to welcome home the prodigal, and like a fond parent kill the fatted calf. Hans Castorp telegraphed. He spread the news of his cousin's return, and all those who had been the young man's friends were glad and sorry, and both quite sincerely, for his clean and chivalrous personality had been universally approved, and there was a sort of unspoken feeling that Joachim had been the best of the lot up here. We mention no one in particular, but inclined to think that in some quarters a certain satisfaction was felt in the knowledge that Joachim must give up the soldier's career and return to the horizontal, and in all his immaculateness become one of them up here again. Frau Stor, of course, had had her ideas all along. Time had now justified the rather unfeeling hints she threw out when Joachim went down, and she was not above saying, "I told you so." Pretty rotten, she called it. She had known it for that from the first, and only hoped that Zymeson, by his pig-headedness, had not made it putrid. Her choice of words was conditioned by sheer innate vulgarity. How much better it was to stop at one's post, as she did. She too had her life down below in Cannstatt, a husband and 2 children, but she could contain herself. No reply came to the telegram. Hans Castorp remained in ignorance of the hour or day of his cousin's coming, and thus could not receive him at the station when, 3 days later, he and his mother simply arrived. Lieutenant Joachim, laughing and excited, burst upon his cousin in the evening rescue. It had just begun. The same train brought them as had Hans Castorp when, years ago, years that had been neither long nor short, but timeless, very eventful, yet the sum of nothing, he had first come to this place. The time of year was the same too, one of the very first days of August. Joachim, as we said, went gaily into Hans Castop's room, or rather out of it into the loggia, with a rapid tread, and, laughing, breathless, incoherent, greeted his cousin. He had put all that long way behind him, those miles of territory and that lake that was like a sea, and then wound high up the narrow passes, and there he stood, as though he had never been away. His cousin started up from the horizontal and greeted him with a shout, and well, well, well. His colour was fresh, thanks to his open-air life, or perhaps to the flush of travel. He had hurried directly to his cousin's room without going first to his own, in order to greet his old-time companion, while his mother was putting herself to rights in the chamber assigned to her. They were to eat in 10 minutes, of course, in the restaurant. Hans Castorp could surely have a little something more with them, or at least take a glass of wine, and Joachim pulled him over to number 28, where the scene was reminiscent of that long-ago evening when Hans Castorp arrived. Now it was Joachim, who, feverishly talking, washed up at the shining wash-hand basin, while Hans Castorp looked on, surprised and in a way disappointed to see his cousin in mufti. He had always pictured him as an officer, but here he was in grey uni, looking like everybody else. Joachim laughed and said he was naive. He had left his uniform at home, of course. It was not such a simple matter with the uniform. You couldn't wear it in just any place. "Oh, thanks awfully," said Hans Castorp, but Joachim seemed unaware of any offence in his own remark, and went on, asking about matters and things in the Berghof, not only without the least touch of condescension, but even rather moved by the homecoming. Then Frau Seimsen appeared through the door connecting their 2 rooms, and greeted her nephew in a way some people have on these occasions, namely as though pleasurably surprised to find him here. She spoke with subdued melancholy, in part caused by fatigue, in part with reference to Joachim's state, and they went down to dinner. Louisa Seimsen had the same gentle and beautiful dark eyes as Joachim. Her hair, that was quite as black, but mingled now with many threads of grey, was confined by a nearly invisible net, an arrangement characteristic of the mild and measured composure of her personality, which was simple, and at the same time dignified and pleasing. Hans Castorp felt no surprise to see that she was puzzled, even a little put out, by Joachim's liveliness, his rapid breathing and headlong talk, which were probably foreign to his manner either at home or on the journey, besides giving the lie to his actual condition. For herself, she was impressed with the sadness of this return, and would have found a subdued bearing more suitable. How could she enter into Joachim's turbulent emotions, due in part to the sensation that he was come home, which for the moment outweighed all else, and in part to the stimulus of the incomparably light, empty, yet kindling air he was once more breathing? All that was totally dark to her. "My poor lad," she thought, as she watched him and his cousin abandoned to mirth, telling each other 100 anecdotes, asking each other 100 questions, throwing themselves back in their chairs with peals of laughter. "Children, children," she protested more than once, and finally levelled a mild reproof at behaviour which might rather have gladdened her heart. "Why, Joachim, I have not seen you like this for many a long day. It seems as though you needed to come back here, to be as you were on the day of your promotion." No more was needed to quench Joachim's lively mood. He turned completely round, fell silent, and ate none of the sweet, though it was most toothsome, a chocolate souffle with whipped cream. Hans Castorp did what he could in his cousin's stead, though his own hearty dinner was only an hour behind him. Joachim looked up no more, obviously because his eyes were full of tears. Such a result was as far as possible from Frau Seimsen's intention. It was really more for decorum's sake that she had tried to introduce a little sobriety into the mood of her son, not realizing that precisely the middle course, the golden mean, was impossible up here, and only a choice of extremes offered. When she saw him break down, she seemed not far from tears herself, and most grateful to her nephew for his gallant efforts to redress the balance of the situation. Yes, he said, Joachim would find there had been changes in the population of the Berghof. There were new people, but on the other hand, some that had gone away were come back again. For instance, the great-aunt and her charges sat once more at Frau Stor's table, and Marussia laughed as much as ever. Joachim said nothing, but Frau Seimson was thereby reminded that she had chanced to meet someone who sent greetings, which she must deliver while she thought of it. It was in a restaurant in Munich, where they had spent a day between 2 night journeys. A lady, a not unsympathetic person, though unaccompanied, and rather too level brows, had come up to their table to greet Joachim. She had been a patient up here. Joachim would know. Frau Schorscha, Joachim said in a low voice. She was spending some time in a cure in the Allgäu, and intended to go to Spain in the winter. She sent greetings. Hans Castorp was no raw youth. He had control over the nerves that might have made the blood rush to or leave his face. He said, "Oh, so she has emerged from behind the Caucasus again, has she? And she is going to Spain?" The lady had mentioned a place in the Pyrenees. A pretty, or at least a charming woman, pleasant voice, pretty gestures, but free manners. Slack, Frau Seimson thought. She spoke to us as though we were old friends, told about herself, asked questions, though it seemed Joachim had never actually known her. I thought it rather odd. "That is the East, and the illness," replied Hans Castorp. "One mustn't try to measure her by humanistic standards." He thought he remembered that she had intended to make a journey into Spain. Spain. That country, too, lay remote from the humanistic mean, though on the side of austerity rather than of softness. There it was not lack of excessive form that obtained. Death itself was in the guise of form, not dissolution. Black, refined, sanguinary, Inquisition, Stiffruff, Loyola, the Escurial, etc. Yes, it was interesting. He wondered what Frau Schorscha would say to Spain. She'd probably get over banging doors, and perhaps a combination of the two extremes would bring her closer to the humane mean. Yet something pretty awful, terroristic, might come to pass if the East went to Spain. No, he neither paled nor flushed, but the impression the news had made upon him betrayed itself none the less. On such talk as this, nothing but perplexed silence could supervene. Joachim, of course, was less taken aback than his mother, being acquainted from aforetime with his cousin's mental volatility up here. But a great perturbation showed in Frau Seimson's eyes, as though her nephew had uttered some gross impropriety, and after a painful pause she broke up the gathering by rising from table, with a phrase or so intended to gloss over the situation. Before they separated, Hans Castorp told them that Behrens's order was for Joachim to remain in bed at least on the morrow, or until he had come to examine him. The rest would be decided later. Soon the 3 relatives lay each in his room, with the door open to the freshness of the summer's night in this altitude, and each with his own thoughts. Hans Castorp's were chiefly concerned with Frau Schorscha's return, to be expected within 6 months' time. So this was young Joachim's homecoming, for a little aftercure. That way of putting it had obviously been the one given out down below, and it passed current here too, even Hofrat Behrens taking it up, though the first thing he did was to sentence Joachim to 4 weeks in the caboose, by way of repairing the most obvious damage, acclimatizing him anew, and putting his house in order as far as temperature was concerned. He was careful to avoid setting any limit for the aftercure. Frau Seimson, sensible, discerning, never very sanguine save at Joachim's bedside, mentioned the autumn, perhaps October, as the terminus, and Behrens acquiesced, at least to the extent of saying that anyhow they would be further on then than they were now. Frau Seimson liked him immensely. His bearing toward her was courtly. He called her "my dearest lady," looking deferentially down upon her with his bloodshot eyes, and he talked such extravagant, coarse student jargon that despite her depression she always had to laugh. "I know he is in the best of hands," she said, and after a week's stay went back to Hamburg, as Joachim had no need of care, and his cousin was always with him. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 24. Chapter 6. A Soldier and Brave. Part 2. "Set your heart at rest," Hans Castorp said to Joachim, sitting by his bed in number 28. "You'll get off by the autumn. The old 'un has more or less committed himself to that. You can look forward to it as a terminus. October. In that month people go to Spain, and you can go back to your bandera to distinguish yourself as ex supererogatione." It became his daily task to console his cousin for the disappointment of missing the manoeuvres which were beginning in these August days. Joachim could think of nothing else, and expressed the greatest self-contempt at this cursed slackness that had come over him in the last minute. "Rebellio canis," Hans Castorp said. "What can you do about it? The bravest officer can do nothing. Even St. Anthony had his little experiences. Good Lord, don't the manoeuvres come every year? And surely you know how time flies up here. You haven't been gone long enough not to get back into step quite easily, and before you can turn around, your little after-cure will be over." But the refreshment of his sense of time, caused by Joachim's stay in the valley, had been so considerable that he could not help looking forward with dread to the next 4 weeks. Everybody, it is true, did his best to make time light for him. The sympathy felt on all hands for the clean personality of the young officer expressed itself in many visits. Settembrini came, was very affectionate and charming, and called Joachim Capitano instead of lieutenant as before. Nafta, too, visited him, and all the old acquaintances in the house availed themselves of a free quarter-hour to sit by his bed, repeat the phrase about the little after-cure, and hear his news. The ladies were Storr, Levi, Iltis, and Kleefeld. The gentlemen, Ferge, Wesel, and others. They even brought him flowers. When the 4 weeks were up, he left his bed, the fever being so far brought under control that it would not harm him to move about. He began taking his meals in the dining-room, at his cousin's table, sitting between him and the brewer's wife, Frau Magnus, opposite Herr Magnus, the place that had once been Uncle James's, and for a few days Frau Seimson's as well. Thus the young people began to live once more side by side. Yes, to make it even more as it had been, Mrs. MacDonald breathed her last, with the picture of her little son in her hand, and her room, next to his cousin's, reverted to Joachim, after it had been thoroughly freed of bacteria by means of H2CO. More exact, indeed, it was to say that Joachim now lived next door to Hans Castorp, instead of the reverse. The latter was now the old inhabitant, and his cousin shared his existence only provisionally and temporarily. Joachim stuck stiffly to the October terminus, though his nervous system refused to some extent to lend itself to the humanistic norm, and prevented a compensatory radiation of heat. The cousins resumed their visits to Settembrini and Nafta, and their walks with these two devoted opponents. When they were joined by A.K. Ferge and Wesel, which often happened, they formed a group of 6, and before this considerable audience the two opposed spirits carried on an endless duel, which we could not reproduce in any fullness without losing ourselves, as it did daily, in an infinitude of despair. Hans Castorp chose to regard his own poor soul as the object of their dialectic rivalry. He had learnt from Nafta that Settembrini was a Freemason, which fact impressed him as much as Settembrini's earlier statement that Nafta was a Jesuit. He was quite absurdly surprised to hear that there still existed such things as Freemasons, and diligently plied the terrorist with questions about the origin and significance of this curious body, which in a few years would celebrate its 200th birthday. When Settembrini spoke behind his back of Nafta and his intellectual tendencies, it was always on an appealing note of warning, with a hint that the subject had more than a little of the diabolic about it. But when Nafta did the same, he made unaffectedly merry over the sphere which the other represented, and gave Hans Castorp to understand that the things for which Settembrini fought were all of them dead issues. Free thought and bourgeois enlightenment were the pathetic delusions of yesterday, though prone to the self-deception which made them a laughing-stock, namely, that they were still full of revolutionary life. said Nafta. "Dear me, his grandfather was a carbonaro, in other words, a charcoal burner. From him he gets the charcoal burner's faith in reason, freedom, human progress, the whole box of tricks belonging to the classicistic, humanistic virtue ideology. You see, what perplexes the world is the disparity between the swiftness of the spirit and the immense unwieldiness, sluggishness, inertia, permanence of matter. We must admit that this disparity would be enough to excuse the spirit's lack of interest in reality, for the rule is that it has sickened long before of the ferments that bring revolution in their train. In very truth, dead spirit is more repulsive to the living than dead matter, than granite, for example, which makes no claim to be alive. Such granite, the relic of an ancient reality left so far behind by the spirit that it refuses any longer to associate with it the conception of reality, continues a sluggish resistance, and by its bald and dull continuance prevents futility from becoming aware that it is futile. I am speaking in general terms, but you will know how to apply my words to that humanistic free-thought which imagines itself to be still in a heroic attitude of resistance to authority and domination. Ah, and the catastrophes by virtue of which it thinks to manifest its vitality, the ever-delayed spectacular triumphs of which it is preparing to assist and thinks one day to celebrate. The living spirit would die of ennui at the bare thought of these, were it not aware that from such catastrophes it alone can emerge as the victor, welding as it does the elements of the old and the new to create the true revolution. How is your cousin today, Hans Castorp? You know what profound sympathy I feel for him." "Thanks, Herr Nafta. Everyone seems to feel the same. Such a good lad as he is. Even Herr Setimbrini admits him very much into his good graces, despite his dislike of a sort of terrorism there is in Joachim's profession. And now I hear Herr Setimbrini is a Mason. Imagine. I must say that gives me to think. It sets his personality in a new light, and clarifies certain things for me. Does he go about putting his foot at the right angle, and shaking hands in a particular grip? I have never seen anything—" "Our worthy third-degree friend has probably got beyond such childishness," Nafta thought. "I imagine the lodges have curtailed their rights a good deal in response to the lamentable arid philistinism of our time. They would probably blush for the ceremonial of former periods as an extravagant mummery, and not without reason, for it would be absurd to present their atheistic republicanism in the guise of a mystery. I don't know with what species of horrors they may have tested Herr Settimbrini's constancy. They may have led him blindfold through dark passages, and made him wait in gloomy vaults before the hall of the conclave, full of mirrored lights burst upon his eyes. They may have solemnly catechized him, menaced his bare breast with swords to the accompaniment of a death's head and 3 tapers. You must ask himself, but I fear you will get small satisfaction, for even if the procedure was much tamer than this, in any case he will have been sworn to silence." "Sworn to silence? They do that, then?" "Certainly, silence and obedience." "Obedience, too. But listen, Professor, it seems to me, then, he has no occasion to stick at the terrorism in my cousin's profession. Silence and obedience. I could never have believed a free thinker like Herr Setimbrini would submit to such out-and-out Spanish conditions and vows. I perceive that Freemasonry has something quite military and Jesuitical about it." "And your perceptions are perfectly correct," Nafta responded. "Your divining rod twitches and knocks. The idea of the society is rooted in and inseparably bound up with the absolute. By consequence, it is terroristic. That is to say, anti-liberal. It lifts the burden from the individual conscience and consecrates in the name of the absolute every means, even to bloodshed, even to crime. There is some support for the view that the vows of the brotherhood were once symbolically sealed in blood. A brotherhood can never be purely contemplative. By its very nature it must be executive, must organize. You probably do not know that the founder of the Illuminati, a society which for a long time was nearly identified with Freemasonry, was a former member of the Society of Jesus." "No, that is certainly news to me. Adam Weishaupt formed his secret benevolent order entirely upon the model of the Society of Jesus. He himself was a Mason, and the most reputable lodge members of the time were Illuminati. I am speaking of the second half of the 18th century, which Settembrini would not hesitate to characterize as the period of the degeneration of his fraternity. Actually, it was the period of its highest flower, as of all secret societies in general, a time when Masonry attained to a higher life, of which it was later purged by men of the stamp of our friend of humanity here. In that time he would certainly have belonged to those who reproached it with Jesuitry and obscurantism. Were there grounds for the reproach? Yes, if you choose to call it that. The shallow free-thinking of the day was of that opinion. It was the period when the fathers of our faith sought to animate the society by breathing into it Catholic hierarchical ideas. At that time there was actually a Jesuit lodge of Freemasonry at Clermont, in France. It was the time when Rosicrucianism made its entrance into the lodges. That remarkable brotherhood, which, you will note, was a peculiar union of purely rational ideas of political and social improvement and a millennial program with elements distinctly Oriental, Indian and Arab philosophy, and magical nature law. The reform and revision of the lodges which then took place was in the direction of strict observance in a definitely irrational and mystical, magical, alchemical sense to which the Scottish Rite owes its existence. There are degrees of knighthood which were added to the old military ranks of apprentice, journeyman and master, upper ranks which issued in the hieratical and were full of Rosicrucian mysticism. There ensued a sort of casting back to certain spiritual and knightly orders which existed in the Middle Ages. For instance, the Templars, you know, who took the vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience before the Patriarch of Jerusalem. Even today there is an upper degree in Freemasonry which bears the title Grand Duke of Jerusalem. It's all news to me, Herr Nafter, but I'm getting to know Herr Settembrini's tricks. Grand Duke of Jerusalem. That's not bad. Not bad at all. You ought to call him that sometime, by way of a joke. The other day he called you Dr. Angelicus. Why not take your revenge? Oh, there are hosts more such titles in the upper reaches of the Knights Templar. There are a Pass Grand Master, a Knight of the East, a Grand High Priest. The 31st degree is called Noble Prince of the Holy Mysteries. You observe that all these names have reference to Oriental mysticism. The reappearance of the Templars, indeed, means nothing else than the entrance of such conceptions, the presence of irrational ferments in a world given over to rational, utilitarian ideas of social improvement. This it was which lent Freemasonry a new brilliance and charm, and explains the great number of recruits to it at that period of its history. It drew to itself all the elements which were weary of the rationalistic twaddle of the century, and thirsting for a stronger draught of life. The success of the order was such that the Philistine complained of it for estranging men from domestic happiness, and destroying their reverence for women. Then it is not surprising that Herr Settembrini does not love to be reminded of the golden age of his order. No, he does not love to be reminded that there was a time when it drew upon its head all the hatred felt by freethinkers, atheists, and encyclopedists for the whole complex of Church, Catholicism, monk, Middle Ages. You heard that the Masons were accused of obscurantism? Why? I should be glad to hear why more precisely. I will tell you. The strict observance meant the broadening and deepening of the traditions of the order. It meant referring its historical origin back to the Kabbalistic world, the so-called darkness of the Middle Ages. The higher degrees of Freemasonry were initiates of the Physica et Mystica, the representatives of a magical natural science. They were in the main great alchemists. I shall have to put on my thinking cap and try to recall what alchemy is. Generally speaking, I mean. Alchemy, transmuting into gold, the philosopher's stone, aurum potibile. In the popular mind, yes. More informally put, it was purification, refinement, metamorphosis, transubstantiation into a higher state, of course, the lapis philosophorum, the male-female product of sulphur and mercury, the res bina, The double-sexed prima materia was no more and no less than the principle of levitation, of the upward impulse due to the working of influences from without, instruction in magic, if you like. Hans Castorp was silent. He glanced slantwise upward and blinked. The primary symbol of alchemic transmutation, Nefter said, was par excellence the sepulchre. The grave? Yes, the place of corruption. It comprehends all hermetics, all alchemy. It is nothing else than the receptacle, the well-guarded crystal retort, wherein the material is compressed to its final transformation and purification. Hermetics. What a lovely word, Herr Nafter. I've always liked the word hermetic. It sounds like magicking and has all sorts of vague and extended associations. You must excuse my speaking of such a thing, but it reminds me of the conserve jars that our housekeeper in Hamburg, Schallen, we called her, without any Miss or Mrs., keeps in her larder. She has rows of them on her shelves, airtight glasses full of fruit and meat and all sorts of things. They stand there maybe a whole year. You open them as you need them, and the contents are as fresh as on the day they were put up. You can eat them just as they are. To be sure, that isn't alchemy or purification, it is simply conserving, hence the word conserve. The magic part of it lies in the fact that the stuff that is conserved is withdrawn from the effects of time. It is hermetically sealed from time. Time passes it by. It stands there on its shelf, shut away from time. Well, that's enough about the conserve jars. It hasn't much to do with the subject. Pardon me, you are going to enlighten me further. Only if you wish me to do so. The learner must be of dauntless courage and a thirst for knowledge. To speak in the style of our theme, the grave, the sepulchre, has always been the emblem of initiation into the society. The neophyte, coveted admission to the mysteries, must always preserve undaunted courage in the face of their terrors. It is the purpose of the order that he should be tested in them, led down into and made to linger among them, and later fetched up from them by the hand of an unknown brother. Hence the winding passages, the dark vaults through which the novice is made to wander, the black cloth with which the hall of the strict observance was hung, the cult of the sarcophagus, which played so important a role in the ceremonial of meetings and initiations. The path of mysteries and purification was encompassed by dangers. It led through the pangs of death, through the kingdom of dissolution, and the learner, the neophyte, is youth itself, thirsting after the miracles of life, clamouring to be quickened to a demonic capacity of experience and led by shrouded forms which are the shadowing forth of the mystery. Thank you so much, Professor Nafter. That is splendid. That is what the teaching of hermetics is like, then. It can't hurt me to have heard something about it too. The less so that it is a guide to the ultimate, to the absolute recognition of the transcendental, and therewith to our end and aim. The alchemistic ritual of the lodges in later centuries led many a noble and inquiring spirit to that end, to which I need give no name, for it cannot have escaped you that the successive degrees of the Scottish Rite were only a surrogate, a substitute of the hierarchy, that the alchemistic learning of the master mason fulfilled itself in the mystery of transubstantiation, and that the hidden guidance which the lodge vouchsafed to its pupils had its prototype just as plainly in the means of grace, as the symbolic mummeries of lodge ceremonial have theirs in the liturgical and architectural symbolism of our holy Catholic Church. Ah, indeed. But even that is not all. I have already suggested that the derivation of the lodge from that craftsmanly and honourable Masonic guild is only a historical extension. The strict observance invested it with a much deeper human basis. The secrets of the lodge have, in common with certain mysteries of our Church, the clearest connection with the ceremonial mysteries and ritual excesses of primitive man. I refer, so far as the Church is concerned, to the love feast, the sacramental enjoyment of body and blood. As for the lodge— One moment for a marginal note. Even in the strict communion to which my cousin belongs, they have so-called love feasts. He has often written to me about them. I suppose they are very respectable affairs, except possibly they get a little drunk, but nothing like what it is at the core students. As for the lodge, however, I am thinking of the cult of the sepulchre to which I referred you before. In both cases it has to do with the symbolism of the ultimate, with elements of orgiastic primitive religion, with wild sacrificial rites by night, to the honour of dying and transforming, death, metamorphosis, resurrection. You will recall that the mysteries of Isis and the Ulyssean mysteries too were served by night and in caverns. In Freemasonry there are present a host of Egyptian survivals, and there were among the secret societies some that called themselves Ulyssian. There were lodges that held feasts of Ulyssian mysteries and aphrodistic rites, which finally did introduce the female element. Feasts of roses, to which reference is made in the 3 blue roses of the Masonic apron, which often passed over into the Bacchantic. What's this I hear, Professor Nafta? All this Freemasonry, and I must reconcile with it all my ideas of our enlightened Herr Settembrini? You would do him great injustice if you imagined he knew anything about it. I told you that he, or his like, purified the lodge of all the elements of higher life. They humanized it, they modernized it. God save the mark! They rescued it from false gods and restored it to usefulness, reason, and progress, for making war upon princes and priests, in short, for social amelioration. In it they once more discuss nature, virtue, moderation, the fatherland. In a word, it is God-forsaken bourgeoisiedom in the form of a club. What a pity! Too bad about the Feasts of Roses. I mean to ask Settembrini if he hears anything about them nowadays. The noble knight of the T-square, scoffed Nafta. You must remember that it has been no easy matter for him to get admitted inside the gates of the Temple of Humanity. He is as poor as a church mouse, and they not only demand the higher, the humanistic culture, save the mark, but also one must belong to the possessing classes, to be able to stand the dues and entrance fees. Culture and possessions, that is the bourgeoisie for you. There you have the pillars of the liberal world republic. In any case, laughed Hans Castorp, we have it all right before our eyes. And yet, Nafta added, after a pause, I would counsel you not to take this man and what he stands for as altogether a laughing matter. Since we are on the subject, let me warn you to be on your guard. The insipid is not synonymous with the harmless. Stupidity is not necessarily free from suspicion. These people have watered their wine, that was once such a fiery draught, but the idea of the brotherhood itself remains strong enough to stand a good deal of water. It preserves the remnant of a fruitful mystery, and there is as little doubt that the lodge mixes in politics as that there is more to see in our amiable Herr Settembrini than just his simple self, and that powers stand behind him, whose representation and emissary he is. An emissary? That is a proselyter, a seeker of souls. And what kind of emissary are you, may I ask? Hans Castorp thought. Aloud he said, Thank you, Professor Nafta. I am genuinely grateful for your advice and warning. What do you think? Suppose I go a story higher, insofar as one can speak of a story, and touch up our disguised lodge brother a bit. The learner must be of dauntless courage, a thirst for knowledge, but cautious too, of course. It's well to take precautions when one deals with emissaries. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 25. Chapter 6. A Soldier and Brave. Part 3. He might with impunity seek further information from Herr Settembrini, for that gentleman could not reproach Nafta with any lack of discretion. Indeed, he had never made any secret of his membership in the harmonious band of brothers. The Rivista della Massoneria lay open upon his table. Hans Castorp had simply never noticed it. Enlightened by Nafta, he led the conversation round to the subject of the kingly art, as though Settembrini's connection with it had never been a matter of doubt. and he met with very little reticence. True, there were points upon which the literary man was silent. When they were touched upon, he closed his lips with ostentation, being obviously bound by those terroristic vows of which NAFTA had spoken. This when Hans Castorp encroached on trade secrets, as it were, outward forms of the organisation, and his own position within it. But otherwise he was almost too expansive, and held forth at length, giving the seeker after information a considerable picture of the extent of the society, which spread almost all over the world, with 20,000 lodges and 150 grand lodges, in round numbers, and had penetrated civilizations like Haiti and the Negro Republic of Liberia. Also, he had much to tell of the great names whose bearers had been Masons: Voltaire, Lafayette, and Napoleon, Franklin and Washington, Mazzini and Garibaldi, among the living the King of England, and besides him a large group of people in whose hands lay the conduct of the nations of Europe, members of governments and parliaments. Hans Castorp expressed respect, but no surprise. It was the same with the student corps, he said. The members of these held together in afterlife, and they looked after their people well, so that it was hard to get into any important official hierarchy if you had not been a corps student. For that reason it was perhaps not so logical of Herr Settembrini to argue that the membership of those important personages in the society was flattering to it, since, on the other hand, it might be assumed that the occupation of so many important posts by Freemasons gave evidence of the power of the society, which certainly mixed in politics, perhaps more than Herr Settembrini was willing to admit. Settembrini smiled, fanning himself with the magazine, which he still held in his hand. Did Hans Castorp intend to put him a case? Had he in mind to betray him into incautious utterances upon the political character, the essentially political spirit of the lodge? Useless Fuberia, engineer. We admit that we are political. Admit it openly, unreservedly. We care nothing for the odium that is bound up with the word in the eyes of certain fools. They are at home in your own country, engineer, and almost nowhere else. The friend of humanity cannot recognize a distinction between what is political and what is not. There is nothing that is not political. Everything is politics. I know there are people who think well to refer to the original unpolitical nature of Masonic thought, but these people play with words and set limits which have long since become imaginary and without significance. In the first place, the Spanish lodges, at least, have had a political coloration from the very first. I should imagine so. You can imagine very little, engineer. Do not fancy that you are inclined to profound thought. The best you can do is to be receptive and to take to heart. I say this in your own interest, as well as in the interest of your country and of Europe. What I am about to impress upon you, namely, that in the second place Masonic thought was never unpolitical at any time, could not be. If it believed itself to be so, it was in error as to its own essential characteristics. What are we? Master builders, and builders on a building. The purpose of all is one, the good of the whole, the fundamental tenet of the brotherhood. What is this good? What is this building? It is the true social structure, the perfecting of humanity, the new Jerusalem. But tell me which that is, political or non-political? The social problem, the problem of our common existence, is in itself politics. Politics through and through, and nothing else than politics. Whoever devotes himself to the cause, and he does not deserve the name of man that would withhold himself from that devotion, belongs to politics, foreign and domestic. He understands that the art of the Freemason is the art of government. Art of... That Illuminist Freemasonry had the Regent degree. That is fine, Herr Settembrini. Art of government, degree of Regent. I like all that very much. But tell me something. Are you Christians, you Masons? Perche? I beg your pardon. I will ask another question. I'll put it more simply and generally. Do you believe in God? I will reply to you, but why do you ask? I was not trying to draw you just now, but there is a story in the Bible of the Pharisees testing our Lord with a Roman coin, and he tells them to render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. It seemed to me this distinction is the distinction between the political and the non-political. If there is a God, then there is also this distinction. Do Freemasons believe in God?" I bound myself to answer, "You are speaking of a unity which we seek to bring about, but which today, alas, does not exist. If it comes to exist, and I repeat that we labour with silent assiduity upon this great task, then indeed the religious creed of the Freemason will be unanimous, and it will be écraser l'infâme." "Will that be obligatory? It would hardly be tolerant." "The problem of tolerance, my dear engineer, is rather too large for you to tackle. Do not forget that tolerance becomes crime if extended to evil." "God would be the evil?" "Metaphysics is the evil. It is for no purpose but to put to sleep the energy which we should apply to the building of the temple of society. An example is afforded by the action of the Grand Orient of France a generation ago. He struck the name of God out of his writings. We Italians followed him." "How Catholic?" "In what sense do you—" "I mean I find it enormously Catholic to strike out God." "What you wish to express is—" "Nothing worth listening to, Herr Settembrini. Don't pay too much attention to my prattle. It just struck me that atheism may be enormously Catholic, as though one might strike out God merely the better to be Catholic." Herr Settembrini allowed a pause to ensue, but it was clear that he only did so out of pedagogic deliberation. He answered after a measured silence, "Engineer, I am far from wishing to wound or mortify you in your adhesion to Protestantism. We were speaking of tolerance. It is surely superfluous for me to emphasize that far from mere toleration, I feel for Protestantism, as the historic opponent of the enslavement of knowledge, a most profound admiration. The invention of printing and the Reformation are and remain the two outstanding services of Central Europe to the cause of humanity, without question. But after what you have just said, I do not doubt you will understand me when I reply that after all it is only one side of the question. There is another. Protestantism conceals elements, the very personality of your reformer concealed elements. I am thinking of elements of quiescent beatitude, hypnotic abstraction, which are not European, but foreign to the laws of life that govern our busy continent. Look at him, this Luther. Observe the portraits we have in early and later life. What sort of cranial formation is that? What cheekbones? What a singular emplacement of the eye! My friend, that is Asia. I should be surprised, I should be greatly surprised, if it were not Wendish, Slavic, Sarmatic elements in play there. And if the mighty apparition of this man, for who would deny that it was mighty, had not flung a fatal preponderance into one of the two scales which in your country hang so dangerously even, into the scale of the East, so that the other even today is still outweighed and flies up in the air." Herr Settembrini walked from the humanistic folding desk in the little window, where he had been standing, up to the table nearer his pupil, who was sitting on the cot against the wall, his elbows on his knees and his chin in his hands. "Caro," Herr Settembrini said, "caro amico, there will be decisions to make, decisions of unspeakable importance for the happiness and the future of Europe. It will fall to your country to decide. In her soul the decision will be consummated. Placed as she is between East and West, she will have to choose. She will have to decide finally and consciously between the two spheres. You are young. You will have a share in this decision. It is your duty to influence it. And therefore let us thank the fates that brought you up here to this horrible region, thus giving me opportunity to work upon your plastic youth with my not unpractised, not wholly flagging eloquence, and make you feel the responsibility which your country has in the face of civilization." Hans Castorp sat, his chin in his hand. He looked out of the mansard window, and in his simple blue eyes there was a certain obstinacy. He was silent. "You are silent," Herr Settembrini said, moved. "You and your native land, you preserve a silence which seems to cover a reservation, and which gives one no hint of what goes on in the depths. You do not love the word, or you have it not, or you are chary with it to unfriendliness. The articulate world does not know where it is with you. My friend, that is perilous. Speech is civilization itself. The word, even the most contradictory word, preserves contact. It is silence which isolates. The suspicion lies to hand that you will seek to break your silence with deeds. You will ask cousin Giacomo, Sembrini had taken to call Joachim Giacomo for convenience sake, to step out in front of your silence, and thrice he smites, and thrice his blows deal death, before him fly his foes. Hans Castorp began to laugh, and Herr Sembrini smiled too, satisfied for the moment with the effect of his plastic words. "Good," he said. "Very good. Let us laugh. You will always find me ready to do that. Laughter, says the classic, is a sunbeam of the soul. We have wandered from the point. We have taken up questions which, I admit, have much to do with the difficulties encountered by us in our preparatory efforts to establish a Masonic World Federation." Herr Sembrini went on to speak of the idea of this World Federation, which had originated in Hungary, the hoped-for realization of which was destined to consummate the world power of Freemasonry. Casually he displayed letters from foreign potentates of the society, one from the very hand of the Swiss Grand Master, Brother Cartier-Latonte, of the 33rd degree, and discussed the proposal to make Esperanto the official language of the body. His zeal elevated him to the sphere of policy. He directed his gaze hither and yon, estimated the prospects of revolutionary thought in his own country, in Spain, in Portugal. He was in contact by letter, it appeared, with persons who were at the head of the Portuguese lodge, and there, without much doubt, things were ripening to a decisive event. Hans Castorp would think of him when, before very long, it came to an upset in that country. Hans Castorp promised to do so. It should be remarked that these Masonic conferences between the pupil and the two mentors took place separated in time, before Joachim's return. The following conversation, however, occurred during his second stay up here, and in his presence, 9 weeks after he arrived at the beginning of October. Hans Castorp retained a clear memory of this gathering in the autumn sunshine, before the Kurhaus in the Platz, where they sat sipping cooling drinks, for it was just at that time that he began to feel a secret concern about Joachim, though its ground was not one usually thought very important, being merely a sore throat and hoarseness, quite harmless afflictions, which yet appeared to Hans Castorp in a somewhat peculiar light, the same light, one might say, that he saw in the depths of Joachim's eyes. Those eyes had always, we know, been large and mild, but today, precisely on this very day, had seemed to grow larger and deeper, with a musing, yes, we must even say an ominous expression, together with the above-mentioned light. It would have been false to say that Hans Castorp did not like the look of them. He did, only that it disquieted him, and, in short, one cannot by their very nature speak of these impressions otherwise than vaguely and confusedly. As for the talk, a controversy, of course, between Sembrini and Nafta, it was an affair of itself, only slightly concerned with those earlier and private utterances on the subject of Freemasonry. Ferge and Wesel were there, and the interest was general, although not all the parties were equal to the situation. Herr Ferge, for instance, was quite definitely not, but the dispute carried on as though it were a matter of life and death, yet with all the polished elegance of a full-dress debate, as were indeed all engagements between Sembrini and Nafta. Such a dispute is in itself highly diverting to hear, even for those who understand but little of it, or its bearing. Strangers sitting near them listened in amaze to the exchange of words, and were chained to the spot by the passion and brilliance displayed. All this took place, as we said, in front of the Kurhaus, after tea. The 4 guests from the Berghof had met Sembrini there, and by chance Nafta also. They sat together about a little metal table with various drinks and soda, or anise and vermouth. Nafta, who regularly took his tea here, had ordered wine and cake, obviously a reminiscence from his student days. Joachim moistened his aching throat with a lemonade made of fresh lemons, very strong and sour. It had an astringent effect which soothed the ache. Settembrini was drinking sugar and water through a straw, with a gusto that made it the rarest of beverages. He jested. "What do I hear, engineer? What are these rumours that fly about? Your Beatrice is returning, your guide through all the 9 circles of paradise. I must hope that you will not entirely scorn the friendly hand of your Virgil. Our ecclesiastic here will tell you that the world of the Medioevo is not complete when Franciscan mysticism is not counterbalanced by the opposite pole of Thomistic cognition." They laughed over these erudite jests, and looked at Hans Castorp, who laughed back, raising his glass to his Virgil. But it is unbelievable what endless academic strife arose in the next hour out of Herr Settembrini's high-sounding but harmless remark. Nafta, having been in a manner challenged, straightway girded up his loins and fell foul of the Latin poet, whom Settembrini was known to admire to the point of idolatry, even placing him higher than Homer, while Nafta had more than once expressed contempt for him and for the whole of Latin poetry, and did not fail to seize this opportunity to do so again. It was a complacent limitation of the great Dante, due to his period, that he took so seriously this mediocre versifier, and in his poem assigned him so high a role, even though Herr Ludovico did ascribe rather too freemasonly a meaning to it. But what was there to this courtly laureate and lickspittle of the Julian house, this urban litterateur and eulogist, who was without a spark of creative genius, whose soul, if he had one, was second-hand, and who was certainly no poet, but a Frenchman in an Augustan full-bottomed wig? Herr Settembrini had no doubt that the speaker would find ways and means of reconciling his scorn of the golden age of Rome with his office as teacher of Latin, yet he, Settembrini, could not avoid calling attention to the serious conflict in which such judgments involved Herr Nafta with his own favourite centuries, when Virgil was not only not despised, but his greatness was recognized in the most naive way, namely by making a seer and magician of him. It was vain, Nafta responded, for Herr Settembrini to invoke the simplicity of those primitive times, the victorious element which preserved its creative vitality, even while endowing that which it conquered with a demonic quality. But in truth the fathers of the early church were never weary of warning the faithful against the lies of the old philosophers and poets, in particular of cautioning them not to be corrupted by the voluptuous eloquence of Virgil. And today, at a time when again an age is declining to its fall, and we see the approaching dawn of another proletarian morn, the time is ripe to feel with them. Finally, in order to leave nothing unanswered, Herr Ludovico might be assured that he, the speaker, did his duty by the small civilian task which Herr Settembrini had been so kind as to mention, with all due reservatio mentalis, though there was indeed a certain irony in his conforming to the standards of a classic and rhetorical educational system, whose survival the most optimistic observer could not predicate for more than a few decades. "You studied them," Settembrini cried out. "You studied them till you sweated, those old poets and philosophers. You have sought to make their priceless heritage your own, as you used the building stones of their monuments to erect your churches. For well you knew that your proletarian soul could of its own strength bring no art form to birth, and you hoped to defeat antiquity with its own weapons. So it will ever be. History will repeat itself. Your crude immaturity must go to school to the power which you would like to persuade yourself and others to despise. For without discipline you could not endure in the sight of man, and there is but one kind, that which you call the bourgeois, but which is in reality the human." Herr Settembrini went on. A matter of decades, the end of the humanistic principles of education. Only politeness prevented him from a burst of laughter, both unaffected and mocking. A Europe that knew how to preserve its immortal treasures would serenely pass over any proletarian apocalypse of which it here and there pleased people to dream, and resume its ordered programme of the reign of classic reason. It was, Nafta rejoined bitingly, just this ordered programme about which Herr Settembrini seemed not to be very well informed. That which he took for granted was precisely that which was being called in question, namely, whether the Mediterranean classic humanistic tradition was bound up with humanity, and so coexistent with it, or whether it was but the intellectual garb and appurtenance of a bourgeois liberal age, with which it would perish. History would decide this. He would recommend Herr Settembrini not to lull himself in the secure triumph of his Latin conservatism. All his hearers, but with especial bitterness Herr Settembrini himself, listened to this brazen characterization on the part of little Nafta. He, Herr Settembrini, the avowed servant of progress, a conservative? He twisted violently his flowing moustaches, and seeking for a return blow, left the enemy time for a further onslaught upon the classical ideal in education, the rhetorical and literary spirit which characterized the whole of the European educational system, and its splenetic partisanship of the formal and grammatical, which was nothing else than an accessory to the interests of bourgeois class supremacy, and had long been an object of ridicule to the people. They had no idea what an utter joke our doctors' degrees and the whole system fostered by our educational mandarins had become in the minds of the proletariat, as also the public school system, which was the instrument of the domination of the middle classes, maintained in the delusion that popular education is merely watered scholarship. The sort of training and education required by the people in their struggle against the crumbling bourgeois kingdom they had long known how to find elsewhere than in these governmental establishments for compulsory training. One day all the world would realize that our system, which had developed out of the cloister school of the Middle Ages, was a ridiculous bureaucracy and anachronism, that nobody in the world any longer owes his education to his schooling, and that a free and public instruction through lectures, exhibitions, cinematographs, and so forth was vastly to be preferred to any school course. End of section 25. Section 26 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 26, Chapter 6, A Soldier and Brave, Part 4. Herr Settembrini said that Nafta had served up to their audience a mixture of revolution and obscurantism, in which, however, the obscurantist element outweighed the other to an unsavoury extent. Herr Settembrini was pleased to see his concern for the enlightenment of the people, but his pleasure was marred by the fear that what really actuated Herr Nafta was an instinctive tendency to involve both people and world in analphabetic darkness. Nafta smiled. "That bogey," he said. Herr Settembrini believed himself to have uttered a word of terror, to have displayed the head of a gorgon, quite convinced that everybody would promptly pale at the sight. He, Nafta, regretted to disappoint his partner in the dialogue, but the fact was, the sight of the humanistic horror of illiteracy simply made him laugh. Verily, one must be a classical, literary man, a précieux, a scientiste, a marinist, a jack-of-all-trades of the estilo culto, to attach such exaggerated educational value to knowing how to write as to imagine that where that knowledge was lacking, a night of the spirit must reign. Did Herr Settembrini remember that the greatest poet of the Middle Ages, Wolfram von Eschenbach, could neither read nor write? It had been thought blameworthy in the Germany of the time to send a boy to school unless he was to be a priest, and this popular aristocratic scorn of the literary arts was always the sign of fundamental nobility of the soul. The literary person, true son of humanism and bourgeoisiedom, could always certainly read and write, whereas the noble, the soldier, and the people never could, or barely. But he could do, and understood nothing else in all the wide world, being nothing but a Latinist windbag, who had the power of a language, but left life to people who were fit for it, which was the reason why the literary person always conceived of politics as an empty bag of wind, that is, of rhetoric and literature, which in political jargon were called radicalism and democracy, and so on, and so on. But now Herr Settembrini sprang into the breach. His opponent, he cried, was rash to expose his preference for the intense barbarism of certain epochs, and to pour scorn upon a love of literary form, without which no human nature was possible or thinkable, never had been and never would be. Fundamental nobility? Only misanthropy could so characterize the absence of letters, a rude and tongue-tied materialism. Rather, you could only rightly so characterize a certain lordly luxuriance, the genericita which displayed itself in ascribing to form a human value, independent of its content, the cult of speech as an art for art's sake, the inheritance bequeathed by the Greco-Roman culture, which the humanists, the humani literati, had restored at least to the Romance nations, and which was the source of every later significant idealism, even political. Yes, my dear sir, that which you would disparage as a divorce between literature and life is nothing but a higher unity in the diadem of the beautiful. I am under no apprehension as to the side on which high-hearted youth will choose to fight, in a struggle where the opposing camps are literature and barbarism. Hans Castorp had been only half listening to the dialogue, being preoccupied by the fundamental nobility of the soldierly representative then present, or rather by the strange new expression in his eyes. He started slightly as he felt himself challenged by Herr Settembrini's last words, and made such a face as he had the time the humanists would have solemnly constrained him to a choice between East and West, a face full of reserve and obstinacy. He said nothing. They forced everything to an issue, these two, or perhaps one must when one differed, and wrangled bitterly over extremes, whereas it seemed to him, Hans Castorp, as though somewhere between two intolerable positions, between bombastic humanism and analphabetic barbarism, there must lie something which one might personally call the human. He did not express his thought, for fear of irritating one or other of them, but, wrapped in his reserve, listened to one goading the other on, each leading the other from hundredthly to thousandthly, and all because of Herr Settembrini's original little joke about Virgil. The Italian would not give over. He brandished the word, he made it prevail. He threw himself into the fray as the defender of literary genius, celebrated the history of the written word, from the moment when Mann, yearning to give permanency to his knowledge or emotions, engraved word symbols upon stone. He spoke of the Egyptian god, Thoth, identical with the thrice-renowned Hermes of Hellenism, who was honoured as the inventor of writing, protector of libraries, and inciter of all literary efforts. He bent the knee metaphorically before that Trismegistus, the humanistic Hermes, master of the Palaestra, to whom humanity owed the great gift of the literary word and agonistic rhetoric, which incited Hans Castorp to the remark that this Egyptian person had apparently been a politician, playing in the grand style the same role as that Herr Brunetto Latini, who had sharpened the wits of the Florentines, taught them the art of language, and how to guide their state according to the rules of politics. Nafta put in that Herr Settembrini was slightly disingenuous. His picture of Thoth Trismegistus had a good deal of the reality smoothed away. He had been, in fact, an ape moon and soul deity, a peacock with a crescent moon on his head, and in his Hermes aspect a god of death and of the dead, a soul compeller and tutelary soul guide, of whom late antiquity made an arch enchanter, and the Kabbalistic Middle Ages the father of Hermetic alchemy. Hans Castorp's brain reeled. Here was blue-mantled death masquerading as a humanistic orator, and when one sought to gaze at closer range upon this pedagogic and literary god, benevolent to man, one discovered a squatting ape-faced figure with the sign of night and magic on his brow. He waved it away with one hand, which he laid over his eyes. But upon that darkness wherein he sought refuge from complete bewilderment, there broke the voice of Herr Settembrini, continuing to chant the praises of literature. All greatness, both contemplative and active, he said, had been bound up with it from all time, and mentioned Alexander, Caesar, Napoleon, named the Prussian Frederick and other heroes, even La Salle and Moltke. It disturbed him not a whit that Nafta referred him to China, where such a witless idolatry of the alphabet obtained, as had never been the case in any other land, and where one might become a field marshal if one could draw the 40,000 word symbols of the language, a standard, one would think, directly after a humanistic heart, Ah, Nafta well knew, pitiable scoffer though he was, that it was a matter not of drawing symbols, but of literature as a human impulse, of its spirit, which was spirit itself, the miraculous conjunction of analysis and form. This it was that awakened the understanding of all things human, that operated to weaken and dissolve silly prejudices and convictions, that brought about the civilizing, elevating, and betterment of the human race. While it developed extreme ethical sensitiveness and refinement, far from being fanatical, it preached honest doubt, fairness, tolerance, the purifying, healing influence of literature, the dissipating of passions by knowledge and the written word, literature as the path to understanding, forgiveness, and love, the redeeming might of the word, the literary spirit as the noblest manifestation of the spirit of man, the writer as perfected type, as saint. In this high key was Herr Settembrini's apologetic pitched. But alas, his antagonist was not struck dumb. On the contrary, he straightway set about with malicious, brilliant criticism to undermine the humanistic's panegyric. He declared himself to the party of conservation and of life, and struck out against the decadent spirit which hid itself behind all that seraphic cant. The marvellous conjunction to which Herr Settembrini referred, in a voice all quivering with emotion, was nothing but a deception and juggling, for the form which the literary spirit prided itself on, uniting with the spirit of examination and division, was only an apparent, a lying form, no true, adequate, natural, living form. These so-called reformers of humanity did indeed take the words purification and sanctification in their mouths, but what they really meant and intended was the emasculation, the lobotomy of life. Yes, their theory and moving spirit were in violation of life, and he who would destroy passion, that man desired nothing less than pure nothingness, pure at least in the sense that pure was the only adjective which could be applied to nothingness. It was just here that Herr Settembrini showed himself for that which he was, namely the man of progress, liberalism and middle-class revolution. For the progress was pure nihilism. The liberal citizen was quite precisely the advocate of nothingness and the devil. Yes, he denied God, the conservatively and positively absolute, by swearing to the devilish anti-absolute, and yet with his deadly pacificism thought himself monstrously pious. But he was anything else than pious. He was a traitor to life, before whose stern inquisition and Vehmgericht he deserved to be put to the question, and so forth. Thus did Nafta astutely go about to turn Herr Settembrini's paean the wrong way, and represent himself as the incarnation of the cherishing severity of love, so that it was again impossible to distinguish which side was in the right, where God stood and where the devil, where death and where life. Our readers will believe us that his antagonist insisted on giving him tit for tat, paying in the newest minted coin, receiving in his turn another just as good. Thus the conversation proceeded on the lines laid down. But Hans Castorp attended no longer. Joachim had remarked that he believed he had a feverish cold, and did not quite know what to do about it, as colds were not reçus up here. The duellists had paid him no heed, but Hans Castorp kept, as we have said, an eye on his cousin, and so got up, in the midst of a speech, relying on Ferge and Wesel to display adequate thirst for further pedagogic disputation. On the way home, he and Joachim agreed that it was best to invoke the official channels in matters like colds and sore throats. In other words, they would ask the bathing master to see the Oberon, in order that something might be done to relieve the sufferer. It was well done. That very evening, directly after dinner, Adriatica knocked on Joachim's door, Hans Castorp being present, and asked what were the wishes of the young officer. "Sore throat? Hoarseness?" she repeated. "What sort of antics are these, young 'un?" and undertook to pierce him with her eye. It was not Joachim's fault that their glances failed to meet, hers swerving aside, yet she would continue to try, though experience must have taught her that it was not given her to succeed in the undertaking. With the help of a sort of metal shoe-horn from her pocket, she looked at the patient's tonsils, Hans Castorp standing by with the lamp. Rising on tiptoes to peer into Joachim's throat, she asked, "Tell me, young 'un, do you ever swallow the wrong way?" What could he answer? For the moment, while she peered into his throat, nothing. But even after she was done, he was at a loss. Naturally, in the course of his life, when eating or drinking, he had swallowed the wrong way, but everybody did the same, and surely that could not be what she meant. He asked why. He could not remember the last time. It was no matter, she said. It had merely occurred to her. He had taken a cold, she added, to the astonishment of the cousins, for colds were in the ordinary way taboo. In any case, it would be necessary to have the Hofrath's laryngeal mirror for further examination of the throat. She left some formamint and a bandage with a gutta-percha sheath, to be used for a moist compress during the night. Joachim availed himself of both, finding they gave relief. He continued to use them, but his hoarseness persisted. It even grew worse in the next few days, though the sore throat largely disappeared. His fever proved imaginary. At least the thermometer gave no more than the usual result. That, namely, which, together with the result of the Hofrath's examinations, kept our ambitious Joachim here for his little aftercure, instead of letting him return to the colours. The October terminus had slipped by, and no man named it, neither the Hofrath nor the cousins between themselves. They let it pass, in silence, with downcast eyes. From the diagnosis which Behrens dictated at the monthly examinations to the psychically expert assistant sitting at his table, and from the results shown by the photographic plate, it was all too clear that though there had once been a departure, of which the best that could be said was that it had been decidedly risky, this time there was nothing for it but iron self-discipline, until such a day as entire immunity might be won, for the fulfilment of the oath and the service of the Flatland. Such was the decree, with which, one and all, they silently pretended to be in agreement. But the truth was, neither of the cousins was sure the other believed it. If they did not meet each other's eyes, it was because of the doubt both pairs of eyes sought to hide, and because the eyes had met before. That, of course, often happened after the colloquy on the subject of literature, during which Hans Castorp had first remarked the strange new light and ominous expression in the depths of his cousin's eyes, and happened once at table. Joachim suddenly choked violently, and could scarcely get his breath. While he gasped behind his serviette, and his neighbour, Frau Magnus, performed the time-honoured service of slapping him on the back, the cousins' eyes met, in a way more alarming to Hans Castorp than the incident itself, that being something that might happen to anyone. Then Joachim closed his eyes and left the table, his face covered with his serviette, to cough himself out in the garden. 10 minutes later he came back, smiling, if rather pale, and with excuses on his lips for the disturbance. He went on again with his hearty meal, and no one thought afterwards even of wasting a word on so trifling an episode. But some days later, at second breakfast, the thing occurred again. This time there was no meeting of eyes, at least on the part of the cousins, for Hans Castorp bent over his plate and went on eating without seeming to notice. But after the meal they spoke of it, and Joachim freed his mind on the subject of that damn female who had put the thing in his head with her silly question, and somehow or other set a spell on him. Yes, it was obviously a case of suggestion, Hans Castorp agreed, and as such rather amusing, despite its annoying side. And Joachim, having named it, seemed able to counteract the spell. He was careful at table, and did not choke any more frequently than people not bewitched. Not until 9 or 10 days later did it occur again, where there was simply nothing to be said. But he was summoned out of his order to Rhadamanthus. The Oberon had so arranged it, probably with good sense. Since there was a laryngeal mirror at hand, it was well to make use of that clever little device for the relief of the obstinate hoarseness or even total lack of voice from which he suffered for hours at a time, and the sore throat which recurred whenever he omitted to keep his throat passages soft by various salivating medicaments. Not to mention, indeed, that though he choked as other people do, and no more frequently, this was only by dint of the greatest care, which hindered him at his meals and made him late in finishing. The Hofrath then mirrored, reflected, peered deep into Joachim's throat, and when he was done, Joachim went straight to his cousin's balcony to give him the result. He said, half whispering, as it was the hour of the afternoon cure, that it had been bothersome and tickled a good deal. Behrens had rambled on about an inflamed condition, and said the throat must be painted every day. They were to begin tomorrow, as the medicament had to be put up. An inflamed condition, then, and it was to be painted. Hans Castorp, his head full of far-reaching associations, having to do, for instance, with the lame concierge and that lady who had gone about for a week holding her ear, and need not have troubled herself, would have liked to have put more questions. But he refrained, inwardly resolving to see the Hofrath privately, and said to Joachim he was glad the trouble was being treated, and that the Hofrath had taken it personally in hand. He was top hole in his line. He would soon put it right. Joachim nodded, without looking at him, turned and went into his balcony. What troubled our honour-loving Joachim? In these last days his eyes had grown so shy, so uncertain in their glance. Fräulein von Meilendonk's efforts had suffered shipwreck only the other day against his dark, mild gaze. But now had she tried, she might even have succeeded. For Joachim avoided meeting people's eyes, and even when he met them, as he sometimes must, notwithstanding, for his cousin looked at him a good deal, Hans Castorp was not greatly the wiser. He sat now in his balcony, much cast down, and tempted to see the chief upon the spot, but refrained, for Joachim must have heard him get up. It was better to wait and see Behrens later in the afternoon. That proved impossible. It seemed he simply could not lay eyes on the Hofrath, either that evening or in the course of the 2 following days. It was difficult to prevent Joachim from noticing, but that could not fully account for the fact that Rhadamanthus was not to be brought to bay. Hans Castorp sought and asked for him through the house, and was sent here and there where he would certainly find him, and found only that he was gone. Behrens was present at a meal indeed, but sat far off Hans Castorp, at the bad Russian table, and disappeared before the suite. Once or twice, seeing him stand in talk with Krakowski, but the Oberon, with a patient, on the stairs or in the passage, Hans Castorp thought he had him, and only needed to wait, but chancing to turn away his eye a minute, he looked back to find him vanished. End of section 26. Section 27 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 27. Chapter 6. A Soldier and Brave. Part 5. On the 4th day he succeeded. From his balcony he saw his prey below, giving directions to the gardener, slipped forth of his covers and ran down. He saw the Hofrath's back as he was paddling in the direction of his own house, set off at a smart pace after him, even took the liberty of calling, but the Hofrath paid no heed. At last, breathless, he caught up his quarry and brought him to a stand.
"What are you doing here?"
demanded the Hofrath, goggling his eyes.
"Shall I get an extra special copy of the house rules printed for you? Seems to me this is the rest period. Your curve and your X-ray don't justify you in playing the independent gentleman. So far as I know, I ought to set up a scarecrow to gobble up people who have the cheek to come down and walk about in the garden at this hour."
"Herr Hofrath, I absolutely must speak to you for a moment."
"I have been observing for some days that you thought you had. You've been laying traps for me, as though I were a female, and the object of your passion. What do you want?"
"It is on account of my cousin, Herr Hofrath. Pardon me. He is coming to you to have his throat painted. I feel sure the thing is all right. It is quite harmless, isn't it, if you will pardon my asking?"
"You are always for having everything harmless, Castorp. That is the nature of you. You rather like mixing in matters that are not harmless, but you treat them as though they were, and think to find favour in the eyes of God and man. You're a bit of a hypocrite, Castorp, and a bit of a coward. Your cousin puts it very euphemistically when he calls you a civilian."
"That may all be, Herr Hofrath. The weaknesses of my character are beyond question. But that is just the point. At the moment they are not in question. What I've been trying for 3 days to ask you is—"
"That I'll wrap up the dose in jelly for you. Isn't that it?" You want to badger me into abetting your damn hypocrisy, so that you can sleep in comfort while other people have to wake and watch and grin and bear it."
"But, Herr Hofrat, why are you so hard on me? I actually want to—"
Yes, yes, hardness isn't your line, I know. Your cousin's a different sort, quite another pair of shoes. He knows. He knows, and keeps quiet. Understand? He doesn't go about hanging on to people's coat-tails and asking them to help him pull the wool over his eyes. He knows what he did and what he's risked, and he is the kind to bite his teeth together on it. That's the kind of thing a man, that is a man, can do. Unfortunately, it isn't in the line of a fascinating biped like yourself. But I warn you, Castor, if you are going to give way to your civilian feelings and set up a howl, I'll simply show you the door. What we need now is a man. You understand?"
Hans Castorp was silent. Nowadays he too turned mottled when he changed colour, being too copper-tinted to grow really pale. At last, with twitching lips, he said, "Thank you, Herr Hofrat, I understand now. At least I feel sure you would not speak to me so solemnly if it weren't serious with Joachim. But I dislike scenes very much. You do me injustice there. If the thing requires judgment and discretion, I think I can promise you I shall not be wanting."
"You set great store by your cousin, Hans Castor?"
asked the Hofrat, as suddenly he gripped the young man's hand and looked at him with his blue, blood-veined, protruding eyes under their white eyelashes. "What is there to say, Herr Hofrat, a near relation and my good friend and only companion up here?" Hans Castorp gulped, and turned one foot about on its toes as he stood. The Hofrat hastened to let go his hand.
"Well, then be as good to him as you can, these next 6 or 8 weeks, he said. "Just turn yourself loose, and give free rein to your native harmlessness. That will help him the most. I'll be here too, to make things comfortable and befitting the officer and gentleman he is."
"It's the larynx, isn't it?" Hans Castorp asked, inclining his head in answer.
"Laryngia," Behrens assented. "Breaking down fast. The mucous membrane of the trachea looks bad too. Maybe yelling commands in the service set up a locus minoris resistentia there. But we must always be ready for such little diversions. Not much hope, my lad, really none at all, I suppose. Of course we'll try everything that's good and costs money."
"The mother," began Hans Castorp.
Later on, no hurry. Use your discretion and see that she comes into the picture at the right time. And now get back where you belong. He will miss you. It can't be pleasant for him to feel himself discussed behind his back."
Daily Joachim went to be painted in the fine autumn weather. In white flannel trousers and blue blazer, he would come back late from his treatment, neat and military, would enter the dining-room, make his little bow, courteous and composed, in excuse for his tardiness, and sit down to his meal, which was specially prepared, for he no longer ate the regular food on account of the danger of choking. He received minces and broths. His table-mates grasped quickly the state of affairs. They returned his greetings with unusual warmth, and addressed him as Lieutenant. When he was not there, they asked after him, of Hans Castorp, and even people from the other tables came to inquire. Frau Storr wrung her hands and exhausted herself in vulgar lamentations. But Hans Castorp replied only in monosyllables, admitted the seriousness of the affair, yet to a certain extent made light of it, in the honourable design not to betray his cousin untimely. Daily they took their walks together, thrice covering the prescribed distance, to which the Hofrat had now strictly limited Joachim, in order to husband his strength. Hans Castorp walked at his cousin's left. They had been used to walking as chance had it, but now he held consistently to the left. They did not talk much, uttered the phrases proper to the daily routine, and little else. On the subject that lay between them there is nothing to say, especially between people of traditional reserve, who could scarcely bring themselves to utter each other's first names. Sometimes it did well up, insistently, in Hans Castorp's civilian breast, as though it must out, but it could not. The painful, rebellious feeling sank away again, and he was still. With bowed head, Joachim walked beside him. He gazed earthwards as though looking at the earth. How strange! He walked so comme il faut, so much as he had always been. He greeted people with his wonted courtliness. He set store, as always, by his outward appearance and bienséance, and he belonged to the earth. Well, thither we all belong, soon or late. But so young, with such joyous goodwill to his chosen service, to belong to the earth so young is bitter. Bitterer, harder to understand for him who knew and walked beside him, than for the devoted one himself, whose knowledge, even though he knew and kept silent, was academic in its nature, was in a way less his own concern than his companion's. It is a fact that a man's dying is more the survivor's affair than his own. Whether he realizes it or not, he illustrates the pertinence of the adage, so long as we are, death is not. And when death is present, we are not. In other words, between death and us there is no rapport. It is something with which we have nothing to do, and only incidentally the world and nature. And that is why all living creatures can contemplate it with composure, with indifference, unconcern, with egoistic irresponsibility. Of this state of mind Hans Castorp observed much in his cousin in these weeks, and comprehended that Joachim, knowing, yet did not know, that it was not hard for him to preserve a decorous silence on the subject, for the reason that his inward relation to it was, so to speak, merely theoretical. So far as it came into practical consideration with him, it was regulated by a healthy sense of the fitness of things, which made him as little likely to discuss it as he was to talk about other functional indecencies of which we are all aware, by which our life is conditioned, but on the subject of which we yet preserve bienséance. So they walked, and kept silence between them upon all such unseemly natural concerns. Even the complaints which at first Joachim had so frequently and loudly voiced at missing the manoeuvres and neglecting the service in general, he voiced no more. Yet why, despite all his unconscious bearing, did that sad, shrinking look creep back into his gentle eyes, and that flickering glance, over which the Frau Directress, had she tried, might now have triumphed? Was it because he saw how big-eyed and hollow-cheeked he had grown? For so he was, in these few weeks, much more than during his whole stay down below, and his bronze skin turned from day to day more brown and leathery, as those circumstances which to Herr Albin were but an opportunity to enjoy the boundless advantages of shame were to the young officer a source of chagrin and self-contempt. Before what, before whom, did his once frank and open glance seek to swerve aside? How strange is this shame of the living creature that slips away into a corner to die, convinced that he may not expect from outward nature any reverence or regard for his suffering and death. Convinced, and rightly. A troop of swallows on exultant wing will give no heed to a maimed comrade. Nay, they will even peck him with their beaks. But the example is from the lower reaches of nature. Hans Castorp's heart, indeed, his humanly pitying and loving heart, swelled in his breast to see this dark, instinctive shame rise in Joachim's eyes. He walked on his left side expressly, and when there came a little rise to surmount, would help his cousin, who had grown by now unsteady on his feet, would put his arm across his shoulder, overcoming his shyness, would even leave it there a while, until Joachim shook it off pettishly and said, "Don't. It looks silly, as if we were drunk, coming along like that." But there came a moment when Hans Castorp saw in a different light the sadness in Joachim's eyes. It was when the latter received the order to keep his bed at the beginning of November. The snow lay deep. By then he found it too difficult to eat even the minces and porridge they prepared for him, as every second mouthful went the wrong way. The change to liquid nourishment was indicated, and Berins sent him to bed in order to conserve his strength. The evening before, the last evening he was about, Hans Castorp saw him talking to Marussia of the ready laugh, the orange-scented handkerchief, the bosom fair to outward eye. After dinner, during the social half-hour, Hans Castorp came out of the music-room to look for his cousin, and saw him by the tiled stove, near Marustja's rocking-chair, which Joachim held tipped back with his left arm, so that she looked up in his face from a half-lying posture with her round brown eyes, as he bent over her, talking softly and disjointedly. She smiled every now and then, and shrugged her shoulders, nervously, deprecatingly. The onlooker hastened to withdraw, though he saw that he was not the only one to watch the little scene, unobserved or at least unheeded by Joachim. The sight shook Hans Castorp more than any sign of failing strength he had seen all these weeks in his cousin. Joachim in conversation, sunk in conversation with Marustja, at whose table he had sat so long without exchanging a syllable with her, but in reason and honour kept his eyes cast down, and sternly refused to be aware of her person or existence, though he went all mottled whenever she was mentioned in his presence. Ah, yes, he is a lost man, thought Hans Castorp, and sat down on a chair in the music-room to give Joachim time for this one farewell indulgence. From now on, Joachim took up the horizontal. Hans Castorp, sitting in his excellent chair, wrote to Louisa Zymeson. To his earlier reports he added that Joachim had now taken to his bed, that he had said nothing, but the wish to have his mother by him could be read in his eyes, and Hofrath Behrens agreed that it would be well. He put it all with great delicacy, and Louisa Zymeson, as was not surprising, took the earliest possible train and came to her son. 3 days after the humanely worded letter went off, she arrived, and Hans Castorp engaged a sleigh and fetched her from the station in a snowstorm. As the train drew in, he took care to compose his features, that the mother might not receive a shock, nor, on the other hand, be lulled by false hopes. How often had such meetings taken place on this platform? How often this arrival in haste, this anguished searching of features as the traveller descended from the train? Frau Zymeson gave the impression that she had run all the way from Hamburg on foot. Flushed of face, she drew Hans Castorp's hand between hers to her breast, and looked at him as though she feared to hear, put her hurried, almost shamefaced queries. He parried them by thanking her for having come so quickly, saying it was splendid to have her, and how delighted Joachim would be. Yes, he was in bed now. It was too bad, but had to be on account of the liquid diet, which must naturally weaken him to some extent. If necessary, of course, there were other expedients, for instance artificial nourishment, but she would see for herself. She saw, and beside her Hans Castorp saw too. Up to that moment he had not been fully aware of the changes the last weeks had made in Joachim. The young have not much eye for such things, but now he looked with the eyes of the newly arrived mother, as though he had not seen Joachim for weeks, and realized clearly and distinctly, as doubtless she did too, and beyond a doubt, Joachim himself, clearest of all, that he was a moribundus. He took Frau Zymeson's hand and held it. His own was as yellow and wasted as his face, and his ears, because of the emaciation, stood out almost disfiguringly. Yet despite this blemish, the one affliction of his young days, and despite the austere expression illness set upon his features, their manly beauty seemed intensified. The lips, perhaps, beneath the small black moustache, looked a shade too full by contrast with the hollow cheek. 2 lengthwise folds had graven themselves in the yellow surface of his brow. His eyes, deep in their bony sockets, were larger and more beautiful than ever. Hans Castorp never tired of looking at them, for all the distressed and wavering look was gone now that Joachim lay in bed. There was only that earlier light in their dark, quiet depths. Yes, there was the ominous look as well. He did not smile. He took his mother's hand and whispered her a welcome. He had not even smiled on her entrance, and this unmobility of his mien said all. Louisa Zymeson was a brave soul. She did not dissolve in grief at the sight of her dear son. The almost invisible net that confined and kept in order her hair was symbolic of her composed and self-controlled bearing. Phlegmatic, energetic, as they all were on her native heath, she took in hand the care of Joachim, spurred on by his appearance to engage all her maternal powers in the struggle, and persuaded that if anything could save him, it must be her watchful and devoted care. Not to spare herself, but only from a sense of style, did she consent to call in a nurse. It was Sister Bertha, Elfrida Schildknecht, who came with her little black bag. Frau Seimsen's zeal left her little to do, by day or night, and she had plenty of time to stand in the corridor with her eyeglass ribbon behind her ear and keep an eye on all that went on. She was a prosaic soul, this Protestant sister. Once, when she was alone in the room with Hans Castorp and the patient, who was not asleep but lay on his back with open eyes, she actually made the remark, "Who would have dreamed I should ever come to tend the last illness of either of you?" Hans Castorp, horrified, shook his fist at her, but she scarcely grasped his meaning. She was far from any thought of sparing Joachim's feelings, and too matter-of-fact to dream that anything, least of all the next of kin, could be in any doubt as to the character and issue of this illness. "There," she said, and held a handkerchief wet with cologne to Joachim's nose. "Take a little comfort, Herr Lieutenant. Do." And after all, she was right. There could be little sense, at this hour, in keeping up the pretence. It was more for the sake of the tonic effect that Frau Seimsen still spoke to her son in a brisk, encouraging voice of his recovery. For two things were unmistakable. First, that Joachim was approaching death with full consciousness, and second, that he consented to his state, and was in full harmony with himself. Only in the last week, the end of November, did cardiac weakness show itself. There were hours when he grew confused, no longer realized his condition, and spoke of an early return to the colours, spoke even of the autumn manoeuvres, which he imagined were still going on. Then it was Hofrat Behrens ceased to hold out any hope, and told the relatives the end was a matter of hours. The condition is as regular as it is pathetic, this forgetful, credulous self-deception that attacks even masculine spirits at the hour when the lethal process nears its culmination. As impersonal, as true to type, as independent of the individual consciousness as the temptation to slumber that overpowers the man benumbed by cold, or the walking in circles of one who has lost his way. Hans Castorp's grief and concern did not prevent him from objective observation of these phenomena, nor from making shrewd, if boldly expressed, remarks upon them in conversation with Nafta and Settembrini when he reported to them on his cousin's condition. He even drew upon himself a rebuke from Settembrini for saying he thought the current conception in error, which would have it that a philosophical credulity and belief that all is for the best is the mark of a sound nature, as pessimism and cynicism are of morbidity. For if this were true, it would not be precisely the hopeless final stage that displayed an optimism so abnormally rosy as to make the preceding depression seem by comparison a crassly healthy manifestation of life. He was glad at the same time to be able to tell his friends that though Rhadamanthus gave them no hope, yet the hopelessness was not of the most painful character, for he prophesied a gentle, painless end, despite Joachim's blooming youth.
"Idyllic, affair of the heart, my dear lady,"
Behrens said, and held Louisa Seimsen's hand in his own too, the size of shovels, looking down at her with his goggling, watery, bloodshot eyes.
"I am tremendously glad it is taking such a gratifying course, and he doesn't need to go through the oedema of the glottis, or any indignity of that sort. He will be spared a lot of messing about. The heart is giving out rapidly, lucky for him and for us. We can do our duty with camphor injections and the like, without much chance of drawing things out. He will sleep a good deal in the end, and his dreams will be pleasant, I think. I can promise you that. Even if he shouldn't go off in his sleep, still it will be a short crossing. He'll scarcely notice. You may rely upon it. It's so in the majority of cases at bottom. I know what death is. I'm an old retainer of his, and believe me, he's overrated. Almost nothing to him. Of course, all kinds of beastliness can happen beforehand, but it isn't fair to count those in. They are as living as life itself, and can just as well lead up to a cure. But about death, no one who came back from it could tell you anything, because we don't realize it. We come out of the dark and go into the dark again, and in between lie the experience of our life. But the beginning and the end, birth and death, we do not experience. They have no subjective character. They fall entirely in the category of objective events, and that's that. Which was the Hofrat's way of administering consolation. We may hope that the reasonable Frau Seimsen drew comfort therefrom. His assurances, at least, were in very large degree justified by the event. Joachim in these days slept many hours out of weakness, and probably dreamed of the flatland and the service and whatever else was pleasant to him to dream. When he roused and they asked how he felt, he would answer a little incoherently, but always that he felt well and happy. This, though he had scarcely any pulse, and at the end could no longer feel the hypodermic needle. His body was insensitive. You might have burned or pinched the flesh. He was past feeling. Great physical changes had taken place since the mother's coming. Shaving had grown burdensome to him. For some 8 or 10 days it had not been done, and he had now a strong growth of beard, setting off with a black frame his waxen face and gentle eyes. It was the warrior's beard, the beard of the soldier in the field. They all found it manly and becoming. But because of this beard, Joachim had suddenly grown from a stripling to a ripe man, though perhaps not because of it alone. He was living fast, his life whirring away like the mechanism of a watch. He passed at a gallop through stages not granted him in time to reach, and in the last 24 hours became a grey old man. The cardiac weakness caused a facial swelling that gave the effect of strain, and made upon Hans Castorp the impression that dying must at the very least be a great effort, though of course Joachim, thanks to various sensory adjustments and a merciful narcosis of the system, was not aware of it. The puffing of the features was mostly about the lips. The inside of the mouth also seemed dry or semi-paralyzed, making Joachim mumble like an old man, which annoyed him excessively. If he could only, he said thickly, get rid of it, he would be quite all right. It was a cursed weakness. In what sense he meant the quite all right was not clear. In fact, he showed the typical tendency to ambiguousness, made more than one remark of doubtful or double sense, seemed to know and yet not know. Once, when it was very evident that a wave of the oncoming dissolution broke over him, he shook his head and said self-pityingly that he felt very bad, that he had never felt so bad before. After that he became austere, forbidding, even gruff, would not listen to any soothing fictions or pretence, but stared before him and made no reply. Louisa Seimsen had sent for a young clergyman, who, to Hans Castorp's regret, did not appear in a starched ruff, but wore bands instead. After he had prayed with Joachim, the patient assumed an official tone and air, and uttered his wishes in the form of short commands. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon he began making a strange continuous movement with his right hand, with the chain bangle on the wrist, passing it across the bed cover at about the hips, lifting it as though he drew it back and toward him with a raking motion, as though he were gathering something in. At 7 o'clock he died. Elfriede Schildknecht was in the corridor. The mother and cousin were alone with him. He had sunk down in the bed and curtly ordered them to prop him up. While Frau Seimsen, with her arm about his shoulders, tried to do so, he said hurriedly that he must write out an application for an extension of his leave, and hand it in at once. And even while he said this, the short crossing came to pass, as Hans Castorp, reverently watching in the light of the red-shaded table-lamp, quickly perceived. His gaze grew dim,
The unconscious tension of the features relaxed. The strained and swollen look about the lips notably diminished. The beauty of early manhood visited once more our Joachim's quiet brow, and all was over. Louisa Zymson turned sobbing away. It was Hans Castorp who bent over the moveless, breathless form, closed the eyes with the tip of his ring finger, and laid the hands together on the coverlet. Then he too stood and wept. The tears ran down his cheeks like those that had smarted the skin of the English officer of marines, those clear drops flowing in such bitter abundance every hour of our day all over our world, till, in sheer poetic justice, we have named the earth we live in after them, that alkaline, salty, gland secretion which is pressed from our system by the nervous stress of acute pain, whether physical or mental. It contained, as Hans Castorp knew, a certain amount of mucin and albumen as well. The Hofrat came, summoned by Sister Bertha. He had been there a half-hour earlier, and given a camphor injection, had scarcely been absent for more than the moment of the short crossing.
"Aye," said he simply, "he has it behind him now,"
and lifted the stethoscope from Joachim's breast. And he pressed both their hands, nodding his head, standing with them a while by the bed, and looking into Joachim's moveless visage with the warrior beard.
"Crazy young one,"
he said, jerking his head toward the recumbent form.
"Crazy chap. Would force it, you know. Of course that's the way of the service down there, all force, all compulsion. He joined the service while he was febrile, took a life and death chance. Field of honour, you know. Slipped away from us, and now he's dead on the field. Honour was the death of him, and death, well, you might put it the other way round too. At any rate, he's gone, had the honour to take his leave. A madman, crazy chap."
And he left, tall and stooped, his neck-bone very prominent. It had been decided to take Joachim home, and House Berkoff assumed the arrangements, doing all that was necessary or that could add to the dignity or stateliness of the occasion. Mother and cousin needed not to lift a finger. By next day Joachim lay in his silk dress shirt, with flowers about him on the coverlet, looking, in the midst of all this white, more beautiful than immediately after death. Every trace of strain was gone from the features. They had composed themselves, growing cold, into a silent purity of form. Curling dark locks fell upon the yellowish brow, that seemed to be of some fine brittle stuff, between wax and marble. Through the crisp hair of the beard the lips showed full and curling. An antique helmet would have become this head, as many of the guests remarked who came to take last leave of Joachim. Frau Storr, as she looked, wept with abandon.
"A hero! He was a hero!"
cried she, and demanded that the erotica be played at his grave.
"Be quiet!"
hissed Settembrini at her side. He and Nafta were with her in the room. Greatly moved, with both hands he waved the onlookers toward the bed, and summoned them to mourn with him.
"Un giovanotto tanto simpatico, tanto stimabile," said he repeatedly.
And Nafta, without looking at him, or relaxing his contained manner, apparently could not refrain from saying, low and bitingly,
"I am glad to see that despite your enthusiasm for freedom and progress, you have some feeling for serious things."
Settembrini pocketed the affront. Perhaps he felt conscious, under the circumstances of the moment, of the superiority of Nafta's position over his own, may even have sought to balance this by the lively expression of his grief, especially when Leo Nafta further presumed on his advantage while he had it, and sententiously added,
"The mistake you literary men make is in thinking that only the spirit makes for virtue. It is nearer the truth to say that only where there is no spirit is there true virtue."
Goodness, thought Hans Castorp, that was a Pythian remark. Made like that with the lips snapped together afterwards, it quite staggers one. For the moment, that is. In the afternoon the metallic coffin arrived. The removal of Joachim to this stately receptacle, decorated with lions' heads and rings, was the sole affair of the man who came along with it, a black-clad functionary of the undertaking establishment which had the arrangements in hand. He wore a sort of short dress coat, and the wedding ring on his plebeian hand had almost grown into the flesh. One inclined to feel that he exhaled an odour of death from his garments. Pure prejudice, of course, and groundless. This specialist let it be known that all his spiriting had to be done behind the scenes, and a proper and dress-parade appearance presented to the surviving relatives. Hans Castorp felt fairly suspicious of the fellow and all his works. He assented to Frau Seimson's withdrawal, but was not minded to be bowed from the scene himself. He stood by and lent a hand, grasping the figure under the shoulders and helping carry it over to the coffin, upon whose coverlet and tasselled cushions Joachim presently lay ensconced, high and solemnly, among candelabra provided by the house. On the next day but one appeared a phenomenon which determined Hans Castorp to take inward leave of that quiet form, to void the field and leave it to the professional guardian of the amenities. Joachim, whose expression had been so noble and serious, began now to smile in his warrior beard. Hans Castorp did not conceal from himself that this smile had in it the seeds of corruption. He knew in his heart that time was pressing. It was good that the coffin was now to be closed, the lid screwed on, that the hour for removal was at hand. Hans Castorp, laying aside traditional reserve, lightly touched with his lips the icy forehead of that which once was Joachim, and though conscious still of mistrustful sentiments towards the man behind the scenes, yet submissively followed Louisa Seimson from the room. We let the curtain fall, for the last time but one. While it rustles down, let us take our stand in spirit with Hans Castorp on this lonely height, and gaze down with him upon a damp burial ground in the flatland, see the flash of a sword as it rises and falls, hear the word of command rapped out, and 3 salvos, 3 fanatical salutes, reverberating over Joachim Seimson's root-pierced grave. End of section 27. Section 28 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 28. Chapter 7. By the Oceans of Time. Can one tell, that is to say, narrate time itself as such, for its own sake? That would surely be an absurd undertaking. A story which read, "Time passed, it ran on, the time flowed onward," and so forth. No one in his senses could consider that a narrative. It would be as though one held a single note or chord for a whole hour and called it music. For narration resembles music in this, that it fills up the time. It fills it in and breaks it up, so that there's something to it, something going on, to quote, with due and mournful piety, those casual phrases of our departed Joachim, all echo of which so long ago died away. So long ago indeed that we wonder if the reader is clear how long ago it was. For time is the medium of narration as it is the medium of life. Both are inextricably bound up with it, as inextricably as our bodies in space. Similarly, time is the medium of music. Music divides, measures, articulates time, and can shorten it, yet enhance its value, both at once. Thus music and narration are alike, in that they can only present themselves as a flowing, as a succession in time, as one thing after another, and both differ from the plastic arts, which are complete in the present, and unrelated to time, save that all bodies are, whereas narration, like music, even if it should try to be completely present at any given moment, would need time to do it in. So much is clear, but it is just as clear that we have also a difference to deal with. For the time element in music is single. Into a section of mortal time music pours itself, thereby inexpressibly enhancing and ennobling what it fills. But a narrative must have two kinds of time. First, its own, like music, actual time, conditioning its presentation and course. And second, the time of its content, which is relative, so extremely relative that the imaginary time of the narrative can either coincide nearly or completely with the actual or musical time, or can be a world away. A piece of music called a 5-minute waltz lasts 5 minutes, and this is its sole relation to the time element. But a narrative which concerned itself with the events of 5 minutes might, by extraordinary conscientiousness in the telling, take up 1,000 times 5 minutes, and even then seem very short, though long in relation to its imaginary time. On the other hand, the contentual time of a story can shrink its actual time out of all measure. We put it in this way on purpose, in order to suggest another element, an illusory, even, to speak plainly, a morbid element, which is quite definitely a factor in the situation. I am speaking of cases where the story practices a hermetical magic, a temporal distortion of perspective, reminding one of certain abnormal and transcendental experiences in actual life. We have records of opium dreams, in which the dreamer, during a brief narcotic sleep, had experiences stretching over a period of 10, 30, 60 years, or even passing the extreme limit of man's temporal capacity for experience. Dreams whose contentual time was enormously greater than their actual or musical time, and in which there obtained an incredible foreshortening of events, the images pressing one upon another with such rapidity that it was as though something had been taken away, like the spring from a broken watch, from the brain of the sleeper. Such is the description of a hashish eater. Thus, or in some such way as in these sinister dreams, can the narrative go to work with time. In some such way can time be dealt with in a tale. And if this be so, then it is clear that time, while the medium of the narrative, can also become its subject. Therefore, if it is too much to say that one can tell a tale of time, it is none the less true that a desire to tell a tale about time is not such an absurd idea as it just now seemed. We freely admit that, in bringing up the question as to whether time can be narrated or not, we have done so only to confess that we had something like that in view in the present work. And if we touched upon the further question whether our readers were clear about how much time had passed since the upright Joachim, deceased in the interval, had introduced into the conversation the above-quoted phrases about music and time, remarks indicating a certain alchemistical heightening of his nature, which in its goodness and simplicity was, of its own unaided power, incapable of any such ideas, we should not have been dismayed to hear that they were not clear. We might even have been gratified on the plain ground that a thoroughgoing sympathy with the experiences of our hero is precisely what we wish to arouse, and he, Hans Castorp, was himself not clear upon the point in question, no, nor had been for a very long time, a fact that has conditioned his romantic adventures up here, to an extent that has made of them, in more than one sense, a time romance. How long Joachim had lived here with his cousin up to the time of his fatal departure, or taken, all in all, what had been the date of his going, how long he had been gone, when he had come back, how long Hans Castorp himself had been up here when his cousin returned and then bade time farewell, how long, dismissing Joachim from our calculations, Frau Schoscher had been absent, how long, since what date, had she been back again, for she did come back, and how much mortal time Hans Castorp himself had spent in House Berkhof by the time she returned. No one asked him all these questions, and he probably shrank from asking himself. If they had been put him, he would have tapped his forehead with the tips of his fingers, and most certainly not have known. A phenomenon as disquieting as his incapacity to answer Herr Settembrini that long-ago first evening, when the latter had asked him his age. All which may sound preposterous, yet there are conditions under which nothing could keep us from losing account of the passage of time, losing account even of our own age, lacking, as we do, any trace of an inner time organ, and being absolutely incapable of fixing it even with an approach to accuracy by ourselves, without any outward fixed points as guides. There is a case of a party of miners, buried and shut off from every possibility of knowing the passage of day and night, who told their rescuers that they estimated the time they had spent in darkness, flickering between hope and fear, had been some 3 days. It had actually been 10. Their high state of suspense might, one would think, have made the time seem longer to them than it actually was, whereas it shrank to less than a third of its objective length. It would appear, then, that under conditions of bewilderment, man is likely to rather than overestimate time. No doubt Hans Castorp, were he wishful to do so, could without any great trouble have reckoned himself into certainty, just as the reader can, in case all this vagueness and involvedness are repugnant to his healthy sense. Perhaps our hero himself was not quite comfortable either, though he refused to give himself any trouble to wrestle clear of vagueness and involution and arrive at certainty of how much time had gone over his head since he came up here. His scruple was of the conscience, yet surely it is a want of conscientiousness most flagrant of all not to pay heed to the time. We do not know whether we may count it in his favour that circumstances advantaged his lack of inclination, or perhaps we ought to say his disinclination. When Frau Schorschach came back, under circumstances very different from those Hans Castorp had imagined, but of that in its place, when she came back it was the Advent season again, and the shortest day of the year. The beginning of winter, astronomically speaking, was at hand. Apart from arbitrary time divisions, and with reference to the quantity of snow and cold, it had been winter for God knows how long, interrupted, as always, all too briefly, by burning hot summer days, with a sky of an exaggerated depth of blueness, well nigh shading into black. Real summer days, such as one often had even in the winter, aside from the snow, and the snow one might also have in the summer. This confusion in the seasons, how often had Hans Castorp discussed it with the departed Joachim? It robbed the year of its articulation, made it tediously brief, or briefly tedious, as one chose to put it, and confirmed another of Joachim's disgusted utterances to the effect that there was no time up here to speak of, either short or long. The great confusion played havoc, moreover, with emotional conceptions or states of consciousness like still and again, and this was one of the most gruesome, bewildering, uncanny features of the case. Hans Castorp, on his first day up here, had discovered in himself a hankering to dabble in that uncanny during the 5 mighty meals in the gaily stencilled dining-room, when a first faint giddiness, as yet quite blameless, had made itself felt. Since then, however, the deception upon his senses and his mind had assumed much larger proportions. Time, however weakened the subjective perception of it has become, has objective reality in that it brings things to pass. It is a question for professional thinkers. Hans Castorp, in his youthful arrogance, had one time been led to consider it, whether the hermetically sealed conserve upon its shelf is outside of time. We know that time does its work, even upon 7 sleepers. A physician cites a case of a 12-year-old girl who fell asleep and slept 13 years. Assuredly she did not remain thereby a 12-year-old girl, but bloomed into ripe womanhood while she slept. How could it be otherwise? The dead man is dead. He has closed his eyes on time. He has plenty of time, or personally speaking, he is timeless, which does not prevent his hair and nails from growing, or, all in all, but no, we shall not repeat those free and easy expressions used once by Joachim, to which Hans Castorp, newly arrived from the flatland, had taken exception. Hans Castorp's hair and nails grew too, grew rather fast. He sat very often in the barber's chair in the main street of the Dorf, wrapped in a white sheet, and the barber, chatting obsequiously the while, deftly performed upon the fringes of his hair, growing too long behind his ears. First time, then the barber performed their office upon our hero. When he sat there, or when he stood at the door of his lodger and pared his nails and groomed them with the accessories from his dainty velvet case, he would suddenly be overpowered by a mixture of terror and eager joy that made him fairly giddy. And this giddiness was in both senses of the word, rendering our hero not only dazed and dizzy, but flighty and light-headed, incapable of distinguishing between now and then, and prone to mingle these together in a timeless eternity. As we have repeatedly said, we wish to make him out neither better nor worse than he was. Accordingly, we must report that he often tried to atone for his reprehensible indulgence in attacks of mysticism by virtuously and painstakingly striving to counteract them. He would sit with his watch open in his hand, his thin gold watch with the engraved monogram on the lid, looking at the porcelain face with the double row of black and red Arabic figures running round it, the two fine and delicately curved gold hands moving in and out over it, and the little second hand taking its busy ticking course round its own small circle. Hans Castor, watching the second hand, essayed to hold time by the tail, to cling to and prolong the passing moments. The little hand tripped on its way, unheeding the figures it reached, passed over, left behind, left far behind, approached, and came on to again. It had no feeling for the time limits, divisions, or measurements of time. Should it not pause at the 60, or give some small sign that this was the end of the one thing and the beginning of the next? By the way it passed over the tiny intervening unmarked strokes showed that all the figures and divisions in its path were simply beneath it, that it moved on and on. Hans Castorp shoved his product of the glass-shoot works back in his waistcoat pocket and left time to take care of itself. How make plain to the sober intelligence of the flatland the changes that took place in the inner economy of our young adventurer? The dizzying problem of identities grew grander in its scale. If today's now, even with decent goodwill, was not easy to distinguish from yesterday's, the day before's, or the day before that's, which were all as like each other as the same number of peas, was it not also capable of being confused with the now which had been in force a month or a year ago? Was it not also likely to be mingled and rolled round in the course of that other, to blend with it into the always? However one might still differentiate between the ordinary states of consciousness which we attach to the words still, again, next, there was always the temptation to extend the significance of such descriptive words as tomorrow, yesterday, by which today holds at bay the past and the future. It would not be hard to imagine the existence of creatures, perhaps upon smaller planets than ours, practicing a miniature time economy, in whose brief span the brisk tripping gait of our second hand would possess the tenacious spatial economy of our hand that marks the hours. And contrawise, one can conceive of a world so spacious that its time system too has a majestic stride, and the distinctions between still, in a little while, yesterday, tomorrow, are, in its economy, possessed of a hugely extended significance. That, we say, would be not only conceivable, but viewed in the spirit of a tolerant relativity, and in the light of an already quoted proverb, might be considered legitimate, sound, even estimable. Yet what shall one say of a son of the earth, and of our time to boot, for whom a day, a week, a month, a semester ought to play such an important role, and bring so many changes, so much progress in its train, who one day falls into the vicious habit, or perhaps we should say yields sometimes to the desire, to say yesterday when he means a year ago, and next year when he means tomorrow? Certainly we must deem him lost and undone, and the object of our just concern. There is a state in our human life, there are certain scenic surroundings, if one may use that adjective to describe the surroundings we have in mind, within which such a confusion and obliteration of distances in time and space is in a measure justified, and temporary submersion in them, say for the term of a holiday, not reprehensible. Hans Castorp, for his part, could never without the greatest longing think of a stroll along the ocean's edge. We know how he loved to have the snowy wastes remind him of his native landscape of broad ocean dunes. We hope the reader's recollections will bear us out when we speak of the joys of that straying. You walk and walk, never will you come home at the right time, for you are of time, and time is vanished. O ocean, far from thee we sit and spin our tale. We turn toward thee our thoughts, our love, Loud and expressly we call on thee, that thou mayst be present in the tale we spin, as in secret thou ever wast and shall be. A singing solitude spanned by a sky of palest grey, full of stinging damp that leaves a salty tang upon the lips. We walk upon the springy floor, strewn with seaweed and tiny mussel shells. Our ears are wrapped about by the great mild ample wind that comes sweeping untrammelled blandly through space and gently blunts our senses. We wander, watching the tongues of foam lick upward toward our feet and sink back again. The surf is seething, wave after wave, with high hollow sound, rears up, rebounds and runs with a silken rustle out over the flat strand. Here one, there one, and more beyond, out on the bar. The dull, pervasive, sonorous roar closes our ears against all the sounds of the world. O deep content, O wilful bliss of sheer forgetfulness, let us shut our eyes, safe in eternity. No, for there in the foaming grey-green waste that stretches with uncanny foreshortening to lose itself in the horizon, look, there is a sail. There? Where is there? How far? How near? You cannot tell. Dizzyingly it escapes your measurement. In order to know how far that ship is from the shore, you would need to know how much room it occupies as a body in space. Is it large and far off, or is it small and near? Your eye grows dim with uncertainty, for in yourself you have no sense organ to help you judge of time or space. We walk. How long? How far? Who knows? Nothing is changed by our pacing. There is the same as here, once on a time the same as now or then. Time is drowning in the measureless monotony of space. Motion from point to point is no motion more, where uniformity rules. And where motion is no more motion, time is no longer time. The schoolmen of the Middle Ages would have it that time is an illusion, that its flow in sequence and causality is only the result of a sensory device, and the real existence of things is an abiding presence. Was he walking by the sea, the philosopher to whom this thought first came, walking by the sea with the faint bitterness of eternity upon his lips? We must repeat that, as for us, we have been speaking only of the lawful license of a holiday, of fantasies born of leisure, of which the well-conducted mind wearies as quickly as the vigorous man does of lying in the warm sand. To call into question our human means and powers of perception, to question their validity, would be absurd, dishonourable, arbitrary, if it were done in any other spirit than to set bounds to reason, which she may not overstep without incurring the reproach of neglecting her own task. We can only be grateful to a man like Herr Settembrini, who, with pedagogic dogmatism, characterized metaphysics as the evil principle to the young man in whose fate we are interested, and whom he had once subtly called life's delicate child. We shall best honour the memory of one departed, who was dear to us, if we say plainly that the meaning, the end and aim of the critical principle can and may be but one thing, the thought of duty, the law of life. Yes, law-giving wisdom, in marking off the limits of reason, planted precisely at those limits the banner of life, and proclaimed it man's soldierly duty to serve under that banner. May we set it down on the credit side of Hans Castop's account that he had been strengthened in his vicious time economy, his baleful traffic with eternity, by seeing that all his cousin's zeal, called doggedness by a certain melancholy blusterer, had but the more surely brought him to a fatal end. End of section 28. Section 29 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 29. Chapter 7. Mynheer Peeperkorn. Mynheer Peeperkorn, an elderly Dutchman, spent some time at House Berkhof, that establishment which, in its prospectus, so correctly described itself as international. Pieter Peeperkorn, such was his name, so he called himself, as, for instance, Pieter Peeperkorn will now take unto himself a Hollands gin, was a colonial Dutchman, a man from Java, a coffee planter. His slightly faded nationality is scarcely sufficient ground for introducing him at this late day into our story. God knows we have had racial mixtures aplenty in the famous cure, conducted with such many-tongued efficiency by Herr Hofrath Behrens. There was the Egyptian princess, who had given the Hofrath the extraordinary coffee machine, and Sphinx cigarettes, a sensational person with cropped hair and beringed fingers yellow with nicotine, who went about, except at the main meal of the day, for which she made full Parisian toilette, in a sack coat and well-pressed trousers, and who scorned the world of men, to lay hot and heavy, though fitful siege to an insignificant little Romanian Jewess called plain Frau Landau, while Lawyer Paravant, for his Royal Highness's beaux yeux, neglected his mathematics and altogether played the fool for love. This princess, in addition to her own colourful personality, had among her little suite a Moorish eunuch, a weak and sickly man, who yet, despite his basic and constitutional lack, upon which Caroline Storr loved to dwell, clung to life more desperately than most, and was quite inconsolable over the conclusions Hofrath Behrens drew from the transparency they made of his dusky inside. Mynheer Peeperkorn, then, compared with such phenomena, might seem well-nigh colourless, and it is true that this part of our story might, like an earlier chapter, bear the caption, "A Newcomer." But the reader need not fear that in him another occasion for pedagogic strife has arrived upon the scene. No, Mynheer Peeperkorn was not the man to be the bearer of logical confusion. He was quite a different man, as we shall see. Yet he brought sore dismay and perplexity upon the hero of our tale, as will shortly be very evident. Mynheer Peeperkorn arrived at the Dorf station by the same evening train as Frau Schoscher. They drove up in the same sleigh to House Berkhof, and supped together in the restaurant. The arrival, in short, was not only coincident but concurrent, and continued in that sense, Mynheer taking his place beside the returned wanderer at the good Russian table opposite the doctor's seat, the place Popoff had occupied, what time he performed his wild and equivocal antics. The companionship troubled our good Hans Castorp. That it should turn out like this had never entered his mind. The Hofrath, after his own fashion, had announced the day and hour of Claudia's return. "Well, Castorp, old top," he said, "there's always a reward for faithful waiting. To-morrow the little puss will be slinking back. I've had a dispatch." But not a word that she might not come alone. Perhaps he did not know that she and Peeperkorn were travelling together. At least he showed surprise when Hans Castorp, the day after, as much as took him to task. "I don't know myself where she picked him up," he declared. "I take it they met on the return from the Pyrenees. Alas, poor Strephon! Tut, my lad, you'll have to put up with it. No use pulling a long face. They're thick as thieves, it seems. Have eaten their luggage in common. The man's larded with money, from what I hear. Retired coffee king, Malayan valet, plutocratic is no word for it. But he hasn't come up here for fun. Catarrhal condition due to alcoholism. And from what I see, he is threatened with tropical fever, malignant, intermittent, protracted, obstinate. You'll have to be patient with him." "Don't mention it," replied Hans Castorp loftily. "And what about you?" he said to himself. "I wonder what your feelings are. You didn't come off scot-free either, or I miss my guess. You blue-in-the-face widower, with your oil-painting technique. Old dog in the manger. You needn't tell me. So far as Peeperkorn is concerned, I'm certain we're companions in misery. Quaint creature," he continued aloud, and shrugged. "An original, certainly. He's so lean, yet he's robust. That is the impression he makes. At least that's the impression I got at breakfast. Lean and robust. Those are the adjectives, I think, though they aren't commonly used together. He is certainly tall and broad, and likes to stand with his legs apart, and his hands in his trouser pockets. which, I observed, are put in running up and down, not like yours and mine, and most people's of our class. And when he stands there and talks in his guttural Dutch voice, there's something unmistakably robust about him. He has a sparse whisker, you could almost count the hairs, and his eyes are very small and pale, hardly any colour to them at all. He keeps trying to open them wide, and has made a lot of wrinkles, regular corrugations that turn up on the temples and run straight across his forehead, and his forehead is high and red, with long wisps of white hair. He wears a clerical waistcoat, but his tailcoat is check. These are the impressions I got this morning."
Behrens answered, "I see you've taken his number. You're right too, for you will have to come to terms with his being here."
"I expect we shall," said Hans Castorp. "We have left it to him to describe the unlooked-for guest, and he has not come badly off. We could scarcely add anything essential to the picture. He had a good view. As we know, he had, in Claudia's absence, moved closer to the good Russian table. The one where he now sat stood parallel with hers, only rather further away from the veranda door. Both he and Peeperkorn were on the inner and narrow side of their respective tables, and thus, in a way, neighbours, Hans Castorp being slightly in the Dutchman's rear, very advantageously placed to observe him, as also to look at the three-quarter view which Frau Schorsch's profile presented. We might round out Hans Castorp's description by a few notes, as that the Dutchman's nose was large and fleshy, his mouth large too, and bare of moustaches, the lips of irregular shape, as though chapped. His hands were fairly broad, with long pointed nails. He used them freely as he talked, and he talked almost continuously, though Hans Castorp failed to get his drift. Those adequate, compelling, cleanly attitudes of the hands, so varied, so full of subtle nuances, possessed a technique like that of an orchestral conductor. He would curve forefinger and thumb to a circle, extend the palm that was so broad, with nails so pointed, to hush, to caution, to enjoin attention, and then, having by such means led up to some stupendous utterance, produce an anticlimax by saying something his audience could not quite grasp. Yet this perhaps was less a disappointment than it was a conversion of expectancy into ecstatic amaze, for the speaking gesture made good what he did not say, and was of itself alone vastly satisfying and diverting. Sometimes, indeed, after leading up to his climax, he left it out altogether. He would lay his hand tenderly on the arm of the young Bulgarian scholar next to him, or on Frau Schorsch's on the other side, then lift it obliquely for silence, create suspense for what he was about to say, wrinkling high his brows, so that the lines running upward from the outer corners of his eyes were deepened like those on a mask. He would look down on the cloth before his neighbour's place, and from his thick, distorted lips words of the highest import seemed about to issue. Then, after more pause, he would breathe an outward breath, give up the struggle, nod, as though to say, "As you were," and return undelivered to his coffee, which was served to him of extra strength in his own machine. After the draught he would proceed thus, choking off with one hand the conversation, making a silence round him as a conductor hushes the confused sounds of instruments and collects his orchestra to begin a number, mastering at will any situation, for could anything resist that regal head, with its aureole of white hair and its pallid eyes, the great folds of the brows, the long whisker, and shaven raw upper lip? They were silent, they looked at him and smiled, they waited anticipatorily, nodding. He spoke. In rather a low voice he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, very well indeed, very settled. But will you keep in mind, and not for one moment, lose sight of the fact, but no more on this point, not another word. What is the incumbent upon me to say is not so much. It is in the first place simply this. It is our duty. We lie under a solemn and inviolable... No, ladies and gentlemen, it is not thus. It is not thus that I... How mistaken to imagine that I... Quite right, ladies and gentlemen. Settled. Let's drop the subject. I feel we understand each other, and now to the point." He had said absolutely nothing, but look, manner, and gestures were so peremptory, perfervid, pregnant, that all, even Hans Castorp, were convinced they had heard something of high moment, or, if aware of the total lack of matter and sequence in the speech, certainly never missed it. We wonder how it might appear to a deaf person. Perhaps the impressiveness of what he saw would make him draw an altogether wrong conclusion as to what he might have heard but for his infirmity, and cause him to suffer accordingly. Such people incline to mistrust and bitterness. On the other hand, a young Chinaman at the other end of the table, who possessed too little of the language to understand what had been said, but had yet assiduously listened and looked, clapped his hands and called out, "Très bien, très bien." Mynheer Peeperkorn came to the point. He drew himself up, swelled his broad chest, buttoned the check frock-coat over the clerical waistcoat. The pose of his white head was regal. He beckoned to a dining-room girl. That was the dwarf, and though busily engaged, she at once obeyed his weighty summons, and stood, milk-jug and coffee-pot in hand, by his chair. She too felt drawn to look at him with an ingratiating smile on her large old face. She too was rapt by the pallid gaze beneath the deep wrinkled brow, by the lifted hand whose thumb and forefinger were joined in an O, while the other three in their lanceolate nails stood stiffly up. "My child," said he, very well indeed, very. You are small. What is that to me? On the contrary, I find it a positive good. I thank God that you are as you are. I thank God you are so small and full of character. What I want of you is also small and full of character. But in the first place, what is your name?" She said, smiling and stammering, that her name was Emerentia. "Splendid!" cried Peeperkorn, throwing himself back in his chair and stretching out his arm toward her. He cried it in the tone of one who would say, "Wonderful! Is not everything wonderful?" "My child," he went on with a perfectly serious face, almost sternly, "you surpass all my expectations. Emerentia! You utter it so modestly, yet taken with your person it holds out such boundless possibilities, beautiful, worth dwelling upon, communing with in the depths of one's, in order to understand me, my child, as a term of endearment. The pet name might be Rentia, though Emchen would equally warm and fortify the heart. In short, for the moment I will abide by Emchen. Emchen, then. Emchen, my child, attend. A little bread, my love. But hold, let no misunderstanding come between us, for in your somewhat over life-size face I seem to read bread, Rentchen bread, yet not baker's bread, of which in this place we have enough and to spare in all conceivable forms. Not corn that is baked, my angel, but corn that is burnt, in other words, distilled, bread of God, bread of sunshine, little pet name, bread of the laving a man's weary spirit. But I still have misgivings whether the sense of this word, I would even consider substituting for it another, the beautiful word cordial, if here we did not encounter a new danger, that it might be understood in the ordinary thoughtless sense. No more, Rentia. Settled, and out of the question. Rather would I, in consideration of the debt of honour I acknowledge, write cordially, to rejoice your characteristic smallness, a gin, love, and hasty, a Scheidemer, Emerentia. Bring me one hither." "A Geneva, sir," repeated the dwarf, and spun 3 times round on herself, seeking a place for her jugs, which she finally deposited on Hans Castorp's table, quite near him, obviously not wishing to burden Herr Peeperkorn with the same. She put wings on her feet, and he soon received his desire. The little glass was so full that the bread overflowed and bedewed the plate. He took the grain distillation between thumb and middle finger and held it toward the light. "Pieter Peeperkorn," he declared, "will now take unto himself a glass of Hollands." He appeared to chew the liquid somewhat, then swallowed it down. "And now," he said, "I look on you all with new eyes." He lifted Frau Schoscher's hand from the cloth, carried it to his lips, and laid it back, letting his own rest for some while upon it. An odd man, and of great personal weight, though incoherent. The population of the Burghoff were enthusiastic over him. It was reported that he had only lately retired from his colonial interests and transferred them to the continent. He was said to have a magnificent house at the Hague and another at Scheveningen. Frau Storr called him a money magnate. The unhappy woman meant magnet, and indicated the string of pearls Frau Schorschar had worn in the evening since her return to the Burkhoff. These pearls, Frau Storr considered, were scarcely a token of affection from the Trans-Caucasian husband. More likely they came out of the common travelling trunk. She winked and jerked her head in the direction of Hans Castorp, whose discomfiture she parodied with her mouth drawn down. No, illness and affliction had had no power to refine Caroline Storr. Her jeers over the young man's disappointment positively went beyond bounds. He preserved his composure and corrected her blunder, not unadroitly. It was magnet, not magnet, she had meant to say, he told her. Money magnet, but magnet was not so bad after all. Certainly Herr Peeperkorn had a good deal that was attractive about him. The schoolmistress, Fräulein Engelhardt, with a wry smile, flushing dully but not looking at him as she spoke, asked how he liked the new guest. He replied, quite calmly, that he found Mynheer Peeperkorn a blurred personality, a personality that is undoubtedly, though blurred. The precision of the characterization showed objectivity and poise. It dislodged the schoolmistress from her position. Ferdinand Wesel, too, made oblique reference to the unexpected circumstances of Frau Schorschar's return, and got from Hans Castorp proof that a look may be every whit as telling and unequivocal as the articulate word. "You paltry wretch," said the stare with which Hans Castorp measured the Mannheimer. Said it without the shadow of a doubt of its meaning. Wesel understood that look and pocketed it up, even nodded and showed his bad teeth. But from that time forward he ceased to carry Hans Castorp's overcoat when they went their walks with Nafta, Setimbrini and Ferge. But, dear me, Hans Castorp could carry his own coat, couldn't he, and much preferred to. He had only let the poor creature take it now and then out of sheer good feeling. However, there was no doubt everybody in the circle knew that Hans Castorp was hard hit by the wholly unforeseen circumstance which frustrated all the hopes he had cherished against the return of his carnival partner. It would be putting it even better to say that she had rendered nugatory all his hopes. That precisely was the mortifying fact. His designs had been of the most discreet and delicate. He had meant nothing clumsy or abrupt. He would not even fetch her from the station. What a mercy indeed he had not thought of doing so. Uncertain whether a woman, upon whom illness had conferred such a degree of freedom, uncertain whether she would even admit the fantastic adventures of a dream dreamed on carnival night, in a foreign tongue to boot, whether she would even wish in the first instance to be reminded of them. No, there would be no exigence, no clumsy pressing of claims. Admitted that his relations with the slant-eyed sufferer went beyond the limits prescribed by the traditions of the Occident, the uttermost formality of civilization, even for the moment apparent forgetfulness, was indicated as a suitable procedure. Respectful greeting from table to table, only that for the time, no more. A courtly approach as occasion indicated, an easy inquiry after the health of the traveller. The actual meeting would follow in good time, as a reward for his chivalrous reserve. All this fine feeling now had become null and void, Hans Castorp's conduct being deprived of choice and therewith of merit. The presence of Mynheer Peeperkorn effectively disposed of any tactics save utter aloofness. On the evening of the arrival, Hans Castorp had seen from his lodger the sleigh coming up the winding drive. On the box next to the coachman sat the Malayan valet, a yellow little man with a fur collar to his overcoat and a bowler hat. At the back, his hat over his brows, sat the stranger beside Claudia. That night Hans Castorp got little sleep. Next morning he heard for the asking the name of the mysterious new arrival, heard likewise that the two travellers occupied neighbouring suites on the first floor. He was early at breakfast, and sat in his place erect but pale, awaiting the slamming of the glass door. It did not come. Claudia's entrance was noiseless, for Mynheer Peeperkorn closed the door behind her, tall and broad, his white hair flaring above his lofty brow. He followed the familiar gliding tread of his companion, as with head stuck out before her she slipped to her chair. Yes, she was unchanged. Regardless of his programme, Hans Castorp devoured her with his sleep-weary eyes. There was the red blonde hair, no more elaborately dressed than of yore, wound in the same simple braid about her head. There were the prairie wolf's eyes, the rounding neck, the lips that seemed fuller than they actually were, thanks to the prominent cheekbones, which gave the cheeks that exquisite flat or slightly concave look. "Claudia," he thought, and thrilled. He fixed his eyes on the unexpected guest, not without a toss of the head for the splendid mask-like impression the person made, not without summoning a sneer at pretensions which, however justified by present possession, were invalidated by the past, by certain very definite events in the past, for instance in the field of amateur portraiture. Hans Castorp knew, for had not those events visited himself with justifiable pangs? Even her way of turning, before she sat down to present herself as it were to the room, she had as of yore. Mynheer Peeperkorn assisted at the little ceremony, standing behind her while it took place, and then seated himself at Claudia's side. As for that courtly salute from table to table, nothing came of it. Claudia's eyes, when she presented herself, had passed over Hans Castorp's person and his whole vicinity, and rested upon the far corner of the room. At the next meal it was the same, and the more meals passed without any response to his gaze than this blank and indifferent passing over, the more impracticable became the project of the courtly salute. After supper the two travelling companions sat in the small salon, on the sofa together, surrounded by their table-mates, and Peeperkorn, his magnificent visage flaming against the flashing white of hair and beard, drank out the bottle of red wine he had ordered at dinner. At each of the main meals he drank 1 or 2 or 2.5 bottles, in addition to the bread which he took even at early breakfast. Obviously the system of this kingly man stood in more than common need of moistening. He took in fluid likewise in the form of extra strong coffee many times a day, drinking it out of a large cup even after dinner, or rather he drank it during dinner with the wine. Wine and coffee, Hans Castorp heard him say, were both good for fever, quite aside from their cordial and refreshing properties, very good against the intermittent tropical fever that had kept him in bed for several hours the second day after he arrived. The Hofrat called it quartan fever. It took the Dutchman about every 4th day, first with a chill, then with a fever, then with a mighty sweat. He was said to have also an inflamed spleen from the same cause. End of section 29. Section 30 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 30. Chapter 7, Vingt Et Un, Part 1. A little time passed, some 3 or 4 weeks. This on our own reckoning, since on Hans Castorp's we cannot depend. They brought no great change. On our hero's part, they witnessed an abiding scorn of the unforeseen circumstances which kept him in undeserved exile, of, in particular, that circumstance which called itself Mynheer Peeperkorn, when it took unto itself a glass of gin, the disturbed presence of that kingly, incoherent man, which upset Hans Castorp far more than had the presence of the organ-grinder in the old days. His brows took on 2 querulous vertical wrinkles, and 5 times daily he contracted them, as he sat and looked at the returned traveller, glad, despite himself, to be able to look at her, and at the high and mighty presence, sitting there all unaware what a poor light past events shed on his present pretensions. One evening the social hour happened to be livelier than usual, which it might be at any time without especial cause. A Hungarian student played spirited gypsy waltzes on his fiddle, and Hofrat Behrens, who chanced to be present for a quarter hour with Dr. Krakowski, got somebody to play the melody of the Pilgrim's Chorus on the bass notes of the piano, while he himself operated in a skipping movement with a brush over the treble, and parodied the violin counterpoint. Everybody laughed, and the Hofrat, nodding benevolent approval of his own sprightly performance, withdrew amid applause. The gaiety prolonged itself. There was more music. People sat down with drinks beside them to dominoes and bridge, trifled with the optical instruments, or stood in groups talking. Even the Russian circle mingled with the others in hall and music-room. Mynheer Peeperkorn was to be seen among them, or rather he could not but be seen, wherever he was, his kingly head towering high above any scene, and dwarfing it by the sheer weight and majesty of his person. Those who stood about him, drawn first by the reports of the man's wealth, soon hung absorbed upon his personality. Forgetful of all else, they stood laughing and nodding, spellbound by the pallid eye, by the brow's mighty folds, by the compulsion of the gestures his long-nailed hands performed, and never for one moment were they conscious of any lack in his incoherent, rhapsodic, literally futile remarks. If we look about for our friend Hans Castorp, we shall find him in the reading and writing room, where once, but that once is vague, not the teller nor the reader of this story, nor yet its hero being any longer clear upon the degree of its onceness, where once he had received certain very important communications touching the history of human progress. It was quiet here. Only 2 or 3 persons shared his retreat. At one of the double tables under the electric light a man was writing, and a lady with 2 pairs of glasses on her nose sat by the bookshelves and turned over the leaves of an illustrated magazine. Hans Castorp sat near the open door to the music-room, with his back to the portières, on a chair that happened to be standing there, a plush-covered chair in Renaissance style, with a high straight back and no arms. He held a newspaper as though to read it, but instead was listening with his head on one side to the snatches of music and talk from the next room. His brows were dark. His thoughts seemed not on harmonies bent, but rather on the thorny path of his present disillusionment. Bitter, bitter were the weird of our young man, who had borne out the long waiting, only to be gulled at the end. Indeed, he seemed not far from a sudden determination to fling his paper upon the chair he sat in, to escape by the hall door, and exchange the empty gaieties of the salon for the frosty solitude of his balcony, and the society of his Maria. "And your cousin, monsieur?" a voice suddenly asked above and behind his shoulder. It was a voice enchanting to his ear. It seemed his senses had been expressly contrived to perceive its sweet and bitter huskiness at the very height and summit of earthly harmonies. It was the voice that once had said to him, "Certainly, but be careful not to break it." A compelling, fateful voice, and if he heard aright, it had asked him about Joachim. Slowly he let his newspaper fall and turned his face up a little, so that the crown of his head came against the straight back of his chair. He even closed his eyes, but quickly opened them and gazed somewhere into space. The expression on the poor wife's face was well nigh that of a sleepwalker or clairvoyant. He wished she might ask again, but she did not. He was not even sure she still stood behind him, when, after all that pause, so tardily and with scarcely audible voice, he answered, "He is dead. He went down below to the service, and he died." He realized that this "dead" was the first word to fall between them. Likewise, simultaneously, that she was not sure of expressing herself in his tongue, and chose short and easy phrases to condole in. Still standing behind and above him, she said, "Oh, woe, alas, that is too bad. Quite dead and buried? Since when?" "Some time ago. His mother came and took him back with her. He had grown a beard, a soldier's beard. They fired 3 salvos over his grave." "He deserved them. He was a very good man, far better than most other people, than some others one knows." "Yes, he was good and brave. Rhadamanthus always talked about his doggedness, but his body would have it otherwise. Rebellio carnis, the Jesuits call it. He always set store by his body, in the highest sense. However, his body thought otherwise, and snapped its fingers at doggedness. But it is more moral to lose your life than to save it." "Monsieur is still the philosophizing fainéant, I see.
But Rhadamanthus, who is that?
Behrens, that is Settembrini's name for him.
Ah, Settembrini, him I know.
The Italian whom I did not like. He was not human. He had arrogance. The voice dwelt on the word human, dreamily, fanatically, and accented arrogance on the final syllable.
He is no longer here, and I am so stupid I do not know what is Rhadamanthus.
A humanistic illusion. Settembrini has moved away. We philosophized a lot of late, he and I and Nafta.
Who is Nafta?
His adversary.
If he is that, then I would gladly make his acquaintance. Did I not tell you your cousin would die if he went down to be a soldier?
And Hans Castorp answered as he had vowed and dreamed.
Tu l'as su, he said. What are you thinking of? She asked him.
There was a long pause. He did not retract. He waited, with the crown of his head pressed against the chair-back and his gaze half-tranced, to hear her voice again. And again he was not sure she was still there. Again he was afraid the broken music might have drowned her departing footsteps. At last it came again.
And monsieur did not go down to his cousin's funeral?
He replied, No, I bade him adieu up here, before they shut him away, when he had begun to smile in his beard. His brow was cold. Tu sais comme les fonds des morts sont froids.
Again, what a way is that to address a lady whom one hardly knows?
Must I speak not humanly, but humanistically?
Quelle blague! You were here all the time?
Yes, I waited.
Waited? For what?
For thee. A laugh came from above him, a word that sounded like madman.
For me? How absurd it is!
Il ne t'aurait pas laissé partir. Oh yes, Behrens would have, once. He was furious, but it would have been folly. I have not only the old scars that come from my school days, but the fresh places that give me my fever.
Still fever?
Yes, still a little, or nearly always. It is intermittent, but not an intermittent fever.
Des allusions?
He was silent. He still gazed somnambulantly, but his brows were gathered. After a while he asked, Et toi?
Où as-tu été?
A hand struck the back of the chair.
Toujours se tuer. Mais c'est un sauvage. Where have I been? All over. In Moscow?
The voice pronounced it Moscow.
In Baku. In some German baths in Spain.
Oh, in Spain. Did you like it?
So. The travelling is bad. The people are half Moorish. Castile is bare and stark. The Kremlin is finer than that castle or monastery or whatever it is at the foot of the mountains.
Yes, the Escurial.
Yes, Philip's castle. An inhuman place. I preferred the folk dancing in Catalonia, the sardana, to the bagpipes. Moi, j'ai dansé aussi, moi. They take each other's hands and dance in a ring. The whole square is full of dancing people. C'est charmant. That is human. I bought a little blue cap, such as all the men and boys of the people wear down there, almost like a fez, the buana. I shall wear it in the rescue, and other places, perhaps. Monsieur shall judge if it becomes me.
What monsieur?
Sitting here in this chair.
Not Mynheer Peeperkorn?
He has already pronounced judgment. He says I look charming in it.
He said that, all of it. Did he really finish the sentence so it could be understood?
Ah, it seems monsieur is out of temper. Monsieur would be spiteful, cutting. He would laugh at people who are much greater and better and more human than himself and his ami bavard de la Méditerranée. son maître et grand parleur put together. But I cannot listen.
"Have you my X-ray portrait?" he interrupted, crestfallen. She laughed.
"I must look it out."
"I carry yours here, and on my bedside table I have a little easel." He did not finish. Before him stood Peeperkorn. He had searched for his travelling companion, entered through the portières, and stood in front of Hans Castop's chair, behind which he saw her talking. Stood like a tower, so close to Hans Castorp as to rouse the latter from his trance, and make him realize that it was in place to get up and be mannerly. But they were so close he had to slide sideways from his seat, and then the three stood in a triangle, the centre of which was the chair. Frau Schoscha complied with the requirements of the civilized West by presenting the gentlemen to each other. Hans Castorp to Peeperkorn as
an acquaintance of a former stay.
Superfluous to account for Herr Peeperkorn, she gave his name, and the Dutchman bent a look upon the young man out of his colourless eyes, beneath the astonishing arabesque of wrinkles that made his face so like an old idol's, gave him a look, and put out his hand, which was freckled on the back, and would have looked like a sea captain's, Hans Castorp thought, but for the lanceolate fingernails. For the first time he stood under the immediate influence of Peeperkorn's impressive personality. Personality was the word that always occurred to one in reference to this man. One knew straightway that this was a personality, and the more one saw of him, the more one was convinced that a personality must not look otherwise than he did. And his unstable youth felt the weight of this broad-shouldered, red-faced man in the 60s, with his aureole of white hair, his cracked lips, and the chin-whisker that strayed long and scanty over the clerical waistcoat. Peeperkorn's manner was courtesy itself.
"My dear sir," he said, "with the greatest pleasure. Don't mention it. I am entirely your man. In making your acquaintance, I distinctly feel, as a young man, you inspire me with confidence. I like you. Don't mention it. Settled, sir, settled. You suit me."
What could Hans Castorp do? Peeperkorn's gestures were conclusive, peremptory. He liked Hans Castorp. It was settled, and his satisfaction gave Peeperkorn an idea, which he indicated by means of speaking gesture. His fair companion, coming to the rescue, elaborated and made it vocal.
"My child," he said, very well indeed, very. But how would it be? Pray understand me. Our life here is but brief. Our power to do it justice is but. These are facts, my child, laws, inexorable. In short, my child, in short and in brief." He paused in an impressive attitude which suggested that he would defer to another's judgment, but disclaim responsibility if, despite his warning, an error were committed. Frau Schoscha was obviously skilled in interpreting his half-uttered wishes. She said, "Why not? We might remain down a little longer, make a party perhaps, and drink a bottle of wine together." She turned to Hans Castorp. "Make haste. Why are you waiting? We must have company. We three are not enough. Who is still in the salon? Ask everyone who is there. Fetch some of your friends down from their balconies. We will ask Dr. Ting Fu from our table."
Peeperkorn rubbed his hands.
"Very good," he said. "Absolutely capital. Do as you are bid, young man. Make haste. Let us make a little company. Play and eat and drink. Let us feel that. Settled, young man. Absolutely."
Hans Castorp took the lift to the second story. He knocked at Ferge's door, who in his turn fetched Wesel and Herr Albin from their chairs in the main rest hall below. Neuef Paravant and the Magnus couple were still in the hall, Frau Storr and Kleefeld in the salon. A large table was set up under the centre chandelier, chairs and serving tables put about. Mynheer courteously greeted each guest as he appeared, with a glance of the pallid eyes and a lifting of the mask-like brows. They sat down, 12 together, Hans Castorp between his kingly host and Claudia Schoscha. Cards and counters were produced. They decided on some rounds of Vingt Et Un. Peeperkorn summoned the dwarf, and in his most impressive manner ordered wine, white Chablis of 1906, 3 bottles for a start, and dessert, whatever patisseries and dried fruits were to be had. He rubbed his hands in high glee as the good things came in, and communicated his sentiments in broken phrases that were none the less entirely successful, at least in the direction of establishing his personality. He laid both hands on his neighbour's arm, then raised his long forefinger with the pointed nail and claimed and received the admiration of the table for the splendid golden colour of the wine in the rummers, for the sugar that sweated from the Malaga grapes, for a certain sort of little salt and poppy seed pretzel. These, he declared, were divine, and with an imperious gesture nipped in the bud any possible protest against the strength of his adjective. He had taken charge of the bank at first, but soon turned it over to Herr Albin, and it was understood to say that the charge of it hindered his unfettered enjoyment. The gambling was to him quite evidently a minor consideration. The stakes were very low, a mere trifle in his view, though the bidding at his suggestion began at 50 rappen, a considerable sum to most of those present. Lawyer Paravant and Frau Storr went white and red by turns. The latter suffered pangs of indecision when called on to decide whether it was too high for her to buy at 18. She squealed aloud when Herr Albin, with chill routine, dealt her a hand so high as to confound her hopes over and over. Peeperkorn laughed heartily. "Squeal away, madam, squeal away," said he. "It sounds shrill and full of life. It wells up from depths. Drink, madam, drink and refresh yourself for new efforts." He filled her glass, and also his neighbour's and his own, ordered 3 more bottles, and clicked glasses with Wesel and Frau Magnus, the inly wasted one. They too seemed to stand in most need of enlivenment. Faces flushed more and more from the effects of the truly marvellous wine. Only Dr. Ting Foo's remained unchangingly yellow, with jet-black slits of eyes. He staked very high with his little suppressed giggle, and was shamelessly lucky. Lawyer Paravant, his gaze aswim, challenged fate by putting 10 francs on an only moderately hopeful opening card, bought until he was pale in the face, and then won twice his money back. For Herr Albin had rashly doubled on the strength of an ace he received. Not only the persons involved felt the shock of these events, the whole circle shared the shattering effect. Even Herr Albin, whose sang-froid outdid the croupiers of Monte Carlo, where, according to him, he was an old habitué, now scarcely mastered his excitement. Hans Castor played high. So did Frau Storr and the Kleefeld. Frau Schorschau as well. They went the rounds, played chemin de fer, my aunt, your aunt, and the perilous différance. There were outbursts of jubilation and despair, explosions of rage, attacks of hysterical laughter, all due to the reaction of this unlawful pleasure upon their nerves, and all perfectly serious and genuine. The chances and changes of life itself would have called up in them no other reaction. But it was not solely, or even chiefly, the play and the wine that made the little circle so tense, that flushed their cheeks and opened their eyes so wide, or evoked such breathless excitement, such almost painful concentration on the moment's business. It was rather the effect of a commanding nature in their midst, a personality. It was Mynheer Peeperkorn, who held the gathering in the hollow of his mobile gesturing hand, and enforced it, by the spectacle of his countenance, by his pallid gaze beneath the monumental creases of his brow, by his words and his compelling pantomime, to take the mood of the hour. No matter what he said, it was highly incomprehensible, and the more so, the more wine he drank. Yet they hung upon his lips. They could not take their eyes from the little round made by his finger and thumb, with the pointed nails stiffly erect beside it, or from the majestic speaking face. They utterly succumbed to feelings which, for self-forgetfulness and intensity, far exceeded the accustomed gamut of these people. The tribute they paid was too much for some of them. Frau Magnus, at least, felt very poorly, threatened to faint, but stoutly refused to retire, and contented herself with the chaise longue, where she lay a while with a wet napkin over her forehead, and then rejoined the group at the table. Peeperkorn put down her plight to lack of nourishment. He expressed himself in this sense with impressive disjointedness, forefinger aloft. People must nourish themselves properly, he gave them to understand, in order to do justice to life's manifold claims, and he ordered sustenance for the company, platters of cold meat, joint and roast, tongue, goose, ham, sausage, whole dishes of delectables, all garnished with little radishes, butterballs, and parsley, gay as flower-beds. They found a welcome, despite the lately consumed supper, which, it were superfluous to tell the reader, had lacked nothing in heartiness. But Mynheer Peeperkorn, after a few bites, dismissed the whole as kickshaws, dismissed them with a scorn which gave dismaying evidence of the uncertain temper of this lordly man. Yes, he waxed choleric, turned upon one of the company who tried to defend the collation. He swelled with rage, struck the table with his fist, and cursed the food for garbage, fit for the dustbin. This reduced the offender to silence, for certainly Peeperkorn, as host and dispenser of the good cheer, might find fault with its quality if he chose. But his rage, however disproportionate, became him magnificently. Hans Castorp saw that. It did not misrepresent or render him petty. It wrought his incoherence, which no one in the group could have had the heart to connect with the mixture of wine he had drunk, to so royal a pitch that they all with one accord agreed, and took not another bite of the offending viands. Frau Schorsch set to work to mollify her companion's mood. She stroked his great sea-captain's hand as it rested on the cloth after the blow he struck, and said cajolingly that they might order something else, a hot dish perhaps, if the chef could be won over. "Very good, my child," Peeperkorn said, assuaged, and passed without abating his dignity from a full torrent of wrath to a state of appeasement, as he took Claudia's hand and kissed it. He ordered omelettes for himself and the company, for each person a fine large omelette aux fines herbes, to help them do justice to the demands life made on them, and accompanied the order with 100-franc note as a sweetener for the staff. His placidity was fully restored by the appearance of the steaming dishes, with their burden of canary yellow besprent with green, which dispersed a mild warm fragrance of eggs and butter upon the air. They fell to with Peeperkorn, who ate and presided over the enjoyment with broken words and compelling gesture, enjoining upon everybody a perfervid appreciation of these gifts of God. He ordered a Hollands all round to go with the omelettes. The transparent liquor gave out a healthy grain odour, mingled with the just faintest whiff of juniper, and Peeperkorn laid upon them all to drink it reverently. End of section 30. Section 31 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 31. Chapter 7. Vingt Et Un, Part 2. Hans Castorp smoked, Frau Schorsch as well. The latter Russian cigarettes with the mouthpiece, from a lacquered box with the troika going full speed on the lid, which laid her hand on the table before her. Peeperkorn made no objection to his neighbour's enjoyment, but did not smoke himself. He never had done so. If they understood him aright, he considered the use of tobacco one of those over-refined enjoyments, the cultivation of which robbed of their majesty the simpler pleasures of life, those gifts and claims to which our power of feeling was even at best scarcely equal. "Young man," said he to Hans Castorp, holding him by the power of his pale eye and his developed gesture, "young man, the simple, the holy, good, you understand me, a bottle of wine, a steaming dish of eggs, pure grain spirit, let us absorb such things as these, exhaust them, satisfy their claims before we... Positively, sir, not a word. I have known men and women, cocaine-eaters, hashish smokers, morphine-takers. My dear friend, very good indeed, very. Let them. We cannot judge or condemn, but the simple, the great, the primeval gifts of God, to them they were unequal in the first place, settled, my friend, condemned, rejected. They could not respond. Your name, young man? Good. I knew it, but I had forgotten. Not in cocaine, not in opium, not in vice as such does the viciousness lie. The unforgivable sin, the unforgivable sin." He paused. Tall and broad, he bent toward his neighbour. paused and maintained a marvellously expressive silence. His forefinger was raised, his mouth a broken line beneath the bare, red upper lip, which was somewhat raw from the razor. The horizontal folds of his bald forehead rose to meet the white aureole of his hair. The small pale eyes stared wide, and Hans Castorp seemed to read in them some flicker of horror at the crime, the great transgression, the unforgivable sin which, seeking to expound, he stood there now, charming the silence with all the force of a commanding, though incoherent, personality. Hans Castorp thought it a disinterested horror, yet with something too of a personal kind, something that touched the kingly creature near. Fear, perhaps, but not of any mean or narrow sort. That was very like panic, flickering up momentarily in the eyes. Hans Castorp, despite the grounds he had for hostile misinterpretation of Frau Schorsch's majestic friend, was by nature too respectful not to feel shocked at the revelation. He cast down his eyes and nodded, to give his neighbour the satisfaction of being understood. "You are quite right," he said. "It may easily be a sin, and a sign of impotence, to indulge in the refinements of life, at the same time being inadequate to its great, simple, sacred gifts. And if I understand you aright, Herr Peeperkorn, that was your meaning. And though I hadn't thought of it in that light, I may say that I agree with you, now that you mention it. It probably happens seldom enough that these sound and simple gifts of life have real justice done them. The majority of human beings are too heedless, too flabby, too corrupt, too worn out inwardly to give them their due. I feel sure of that." The mighty one was immensely pleased. "Young man," he said, "positively, will you permit me? Not a word. I beg you to drink with me. No heel taps. Arm in arm. I do not at this moment propose to you the brotherly thou. I was about to do so, but it would no doubt be precipitate, somewhat. In the near future, however, depend upon it, or, if you insist upon the present." Hans Castorp demurred. "Excellent, young man. Impotence, very good, very. Gives one the shivers. Corrupt, very good too. Gifts, not so good. Claims, better. The holy, the feminine claims life makes upon manly honour and strength." Hans Castorp was suddenly driven to realize that Peeperkorn was very drunk. Still, his drunkenness was not debasing. There was no loss of dignity. Rather, it combined with the nobility of his nature to produce an immense and awe-inspiring effect. Bacchus himself, thought Hans Castorp, without detriment to his godhead, leaned for support on the shoulders of his troop. Everything depended upon who was drunk. A drunken personality was far from being the same as a drunken tinker. He took care not to abate, even inwardly, his respect for this overwhelming person whose gestures had grown lax and his tongue stammering. "Brother," said Peeperkorn, his great torso lolled back in free and regal intoxication against his chair. His arm lay stretched along the cloth, and he tapped the table with his fist lightly clenched. "Brother in blood, prospective in the near future, after a proper interval for reflection. Very good. Settled. Life, young man, is a female, a sprawling female with swelling breasts, close to each other, great soft belly between her haunches, slender arms, bulging thighs, half-closed eyes. She mocks us. She challenges us to expend our manhood to its utmost span, to stand or fall before her, to stand or fall, to fall, young man. Do you know what that means? The defeat of the feelings, their overthrow when confronted by life. That is impotence. For it there is no mercy. It is pitilessly, mockingly condemned. Not a word, young man. Spewed out of the mouth, shame and ignominy are soft words for the ruin and bankruptcy, the horrible disgrace. It is the end of everything, the hellish despair, the judgment day." The Dutchman had flung back his mighty torso more and more. His kingly head sank lower on his breast. He seemed to be dozing as he talked. But with the last word he lifted the fist that had been lying relaxed on the table and brought it down with a crash, making our slim young Hans Castorp, overwrought as he was with wine and play, and the singularity of the whole scene, jump, and in startled awe look at the mighty one. The Judgment Day! How the phrase suited the man! Hans Castorp did not remember ever hearing it uttered, except perhaps at catechism, and no wonder, he said to himself. Who else would have thought of using it like that? Or, more correctly, who would have been big enough to take the thunderbolt in his mouth? Nafta, perhaps, when he talked his vindictive rubbish, but it would have been cheek, whereas Peeperkorn's utterance seemed to hold the sound of the last trump, majestic, biblical. Good Lord, what a personality! He felt for the 100th time. At last I've come into contact with a real character, and it turns out to be Claudia's. Not too clear-headed himself, he turned his wine-glass about on the table, one hand in his trouser pocket, one eye clipped shut against the smoke of the cigarette he held in the corner of his mouth. Certainly he would have done better to keep quiet. What was his feeble pipe, after the rolling thunder of Jove? But his two democratic mentors had trained him to discussion, for they were both democratic, though one of them struggled against it, and habit betrayed him into one of his naive commentaries. "Your remarks, Mynheer Peeperkorn." What an expression! Does one make remarks about the Day of Judgment? "Lead back my mind to what you said previously about vice, that it consists in an affront to the simple, what you call the holy, or, as I might say, the classic gifts which life offers us. The larger gifts, by contrast with the later and cultivated ones, the refinements which you indulge in, as one of us put it, whereas one consecrates oneself to the great gifts and pays them homage. But just here, it seems to me, lies the excuse for vice. You must pardon me, but I incline by nature to excuses, though there is nothing large about them. I am quite clear on that point, in so far as it is the result of impotence. About the horrors of impotence you have said things of such magnitude that I am quite confounded, as you see me sit here. But in my view, a vicious man appears not at all insensible of your horrors. On the contrary, he does them full justice, since it is the abdication of his feelings before the classical gifts of life that drives him to vice. Thus we need not see in vice any affront to life. It may just as well be regarded as homage to it. On the other hand, so far as the refinements represent stimulantia, as they say, means of excitation or intoxication, so far as they sustain or increase the power to feel, then life is their purpose and meaning, the desire for feeling, the impotent striving after feeling, I mean. What was he talking about? Was it not democratic and unblushing enough that he had said, as one of us put it, thus coupling himself and a personality like Peeperkorn? Had certain events in the past, which shed a dubious light on present pretensions, given him courage to utter the impertinence? Were the gods wishful to destroy him when they moved him to embark on this foolhardy analysis of vice? Now let him look to it to extricate himself, for surely he has invoked the whirlwind. Mynheer Peeperkorn, during Hans Castorp's harangue, had sat flung back in his chair, his head still sunk on his breast. It was uncertain even whether he had been listening. But now, slowly, as the young man's utterance grew more involved, he began to erect himself to his full sitting height. The majestic head inflamed, the pattern of furrows on his brow expanded upwards, his little eyes opened in pallid menace. Obviously a storm was brewing, beside which the other had been a passing cloud. Mynheer's under lip pressed wrathfully against the upper. The corners of his mouth drew back. The chin protruded. Slowly he raised his right arm above his head. The fist clenched and remained poised aloft, ready for summary execution upon the democratic prattler, who for his part was panic-stricken, yet not without a thrill of precarious joy at this spectacle of regal rage. He repressed an inclination to flight, and hastened to say, disarmingly, "Of course I have failed to express my meaning. The whole thing is simply a question of scale. If a thing has size, one cannot call it vice. Vice is petty. Of their nature, so are the raffinements. They are never on the grand scale. But since the most primitive times, man has had to his hand a resource, a means of mounting to the heights of feeling, which belongs among the classic gifts of life, a resource, simple, sacred, in the grand style, if I may so express myself. I mean the grape, wine, the gift of the gods to man, as we are told of old time. A god invented it, and with its invention civilization began. For we are told that, thanks to the art of planting and treading the vine, man emerged from his barbaric state and achieved culture. Even today, where the grape grows, those people are accounted, or account themselves, possessed of a higher culture than the Sumerians, a fact which is worthy our attention. For it indicates that civilization is not a thing of the reason, of being sober and articulate. It has far more to do with inspiration and frenzy, the joys of the wine-cup. If I may make so bold as to ask, have I not expressed your attitude in the matter? A sly dog, this Hans Castorp, or, as Herr Setimbrini with literary feeling had put it, a wag. To rush into controversy with personalities, to be even forward of speech, but then to know how to extricate himself when need was, and his coat-tails, as it were, all but on fire. In the first place, he had given them an impromptu but quite respectable apologia for drinking, into which, en passant, he had slipped a reference to civilization, of which there was just then small trace in Mynheer Peeperkorn's primitive and menacing attitude. And lastly, he had got round him, put him in the wrong by asking him quite simply a question which one can scarcely answer and maintain the threatening pose or the raised fist. And accordingly the Dutchman relaxed from his Neolithic rage. Slowly his arm sank again till it rested on the table. His face lost its swollen look. The storm passed over with no trace but the last mutter of thunder. He even seemed to entertain the thought of clicking glasses again. And now Frau Schoscha came to the rescue by calling her companion's attention to the gradual disintegration of the party. "My friend," she said to him in French, "you are neglecting your other guests. You devote yourself too exclusively to this gentleman, important though your conversation with him doubtless is, and the others have stopped playing. I fear they grew tired. Shall we say good night?" Peeperkorn turned his attention to the circle. It was true they were demoralized. Lethargy and boredom sat on every brow. The guests were out of hand, like a neglected class. Several were on the point of falling asleep. Peeperkorn took a firm grip on the reins he had let fall. "Ladies and gentlemen," he summoned them, with raised forefinger, and that pointed finger was like a waving standard or the flash of an unsheathed sword, as his words were like the rallying cry of the leader, which brings to a stand the threatened rout. It had its effect in a trice. They picked themselves up, they pulled themselves together, they looked again with smiles into their host's pale eyes beneath his mask-like brows. He held them all. He pressed them afresh into service of his personality, sinking the tip of his forefinger till it met the tip of his thumb, and erecting the three others straight and stiff with their long nails. He stretched out his sea captain's hand, checking them, warning them, and words issued from his cracked lips, words utterly irrelevant and indistinct, yet exerting on their spirits a resistless power, thanks to the reserves of personality behind them. "Ladies and gentlemen, very good indeed, very. The flesh, ladies and gentlemen, is, not another word, no, permit me to say, weak, so the scripture has it, weak, inclined to be unequal to claims, but I appeal to your, in short, ladies and gentlemen, in short and in brief, I appeal. You will say to me, sleep. Very good, ladies and gentlemen, very good, very. I love and honour sleep. I venerate the deep, sweet, refreshing bliss of it. Sleep is one of the, what do you call them, young man? One of the classic gifts of life, the first, the very first, the highest, ladies and gentlemen. But you will recall, you will remember Gethsemane, and took with him Peter and the 2 sons of Zebedee. Then saith he unto them, Tarry ye here, and watch with me. You remember? And he cometh unto the disciples, and findeth them asleep, and saith unto Peter, What, could he not watch with me 1 hour? Immense, my friends, heart-piercing, moving to the last, very. And came and found them asleep again, for their eyes were heavy, and saith unto them,
Sleep on now and take your rest. Behold, the hour is at hand. Ladies and gentlemen, that pierces the heart, it sears. In truth, they were all cut to the quick. They were crushed. He had folded his hands across his chest, upon his scanty beard, and laid his head on one side. His eyes had grown dim with feeling as the words expressive of the lonely anguish of death fell from his chapped lips. Frau Storr sobbed. Frau Magnus heaved a heavy sigh. Lawyer Paravant saw it was incumbent upon him to represent the sense of the meeting. In a voice solemnly sunk, he assured their honoured host that the circle was his to command. Herr Peeperkorn mistook them. Here they were, blithe as the dawn, jolly as sandboys, ready for anything. This, he said, was a priceless evening, so festive, so out of the ordinary. Such was their feeling, and no one of them had any present idea of availing himself of life's good gift of sleep. Mynheer Peeperkorn could count on them, one and all. "Splendid, excellent," Peeperkorn cried, and stood erect again. He unclasped his hands and spread them wide and high before them, palms outward. It looked like a heathen prayer. His majestic physiognomy, but now imprinted with Gothic anguish, blossomed once more in pagan jollity. Even a Sybaritic dimple appeared in his cheek. "The hour is at hand," said he, and sent for the wine-card. He put on a horn-rimmed pince-nez, the nose-piece of which rode high up on his forehead, and ordered champagne, 3 bottles of Mumm & Co., Cordon Rouge, extra dry, with Petit Four, toothsome cone-shaped little dainties in lace frills, covered with coloured frosting and filled with chocolate and pistache cream. Frau Storr licked her lips after them. Herr Albin nonchalantly removed the wire from the first bottle and let the mushroom-shaped cork pop to the ceiling. Elegantly he conformed to the ritual, holding the neck of the bottle wrapped in a serviette as he poured. The noble foam bedewed the cloth. Every glass rang as the guests saluted, then drank the first one empty at a draught, electrifying their digestive organs with the ice-cold, prickling, perfumed liquid. Every eye sparkled. The game had come to an end. No one troubled to take cards or gains from the table. They gave themselves over to a blissful farniente, enlivened by scraps of conversation in which, out of sheer high spirits, no one hung back. They uttered thoughts that in the thinking had seemed primevally fresh and beautiful, but in the saying somehow turned lame, stammering, indiscreet. A perfect galliformery, calculated to arouse the scorn of any sober onlooker. The audience, however, took no offence, all being in much the same irresponsible condition. Even Frau Magnus's ears were red, and she admitted that she felt as though life were running through her, which Herr Magnus seemed not over-pleased to hear. Hermine Kleefeld leaned against Herr Albin's shoulder as she held her glass to be filled. Peeperkorn conducted the bacchanalian rout with his long-fingered gestures, and summoned additional supplies. Coffee followed the champagne, mocha double, with fresh rounds of bread, and pungent liqueurs, apricot brandy, chartreuse, creme de vanille, and maraschino for the ladies. Later there appeared marinated fillet of fish and beer. Lastly tea, both Chinese and chamomile, for those who had done with champagne and liqueurs, and did not care to return to sound wine, as Mynheer himself did. He, Frau Schoscher, and Hans Castorp working back after midnight to a Swiss red wine. Mynheer Peeperkorn, genuinely thirsty, drank down glass after glass of the simple effervescent drink. The party held together for another hour, partly because they were all too leaden-footed and befuddled to rise, partly because this method of spending the hours of the night appealed to them by its novelty, partly by the weight of Peeperkorn's personality, and the blasting example of Peter and his brethren, to which they all shamed to yield. Generally speaking, the female section seemed less compromised than the male, for the men, flushed or sallow, sat with their legs sprawled before them, puffing out their cheeks. Now and then they would make a half-mechanical effort to lift the glass, but their hearts were no longer in it. The women were more enterprising. Hermine Kleefeld, bare elbows on the table, propped up her head, her cheeks in her hands, and showed the giggling Ting Fu all the enamel of her front teeth. Frau Storr, with her chin and shoulder coquettishly meeting, sought to reawaken Lawyer Paravant to desire.
Frau Magnus's state was such that she had seated herself on Herr Albin's lap, and was pulling both his ears by their lobes, a sight in which Herr Magnus appeared to find relief. The company had urged Anton Karlovich Ferge to regale them with the story of the Pleuroshock, but his tongue was too thick. He could not manage it, and honourably avowed his incapacity, which was greeted by the company as occasion for another drink. Wesel all at once began to weep bitterly for some unplumbed depth of wretchedness. They brought him round with coffee and cognac, but the episode roused Peeperkorn's lively interest, who looked at his quivering chin, from which tears dripped, and with raised forefinger and lifted mask-like brows called the attention of the company to the phenomenon. "That is," he said, with your permission, that is holy. Dry his chin, my child. Take my serviette, or still better, let it drip. He himself has done so. Holy, holy, my friends, in every sense, Christian and pagan. A primitive phenomenon of the first, the very first. No, that is to say. This oft-repeated phrase set the key for all the running comment with which he accompanied his production of gesture that by now in all conscience had grown more than a little burlesque. He had a way of lifting that little circlet formed by thumb and forefinger to a poise above his ear, and coyly twisting his head away from it. One watched him as one might an elderly priest of some oriental cult, with the skirts of his robe snatched up, doing a dance before the sacrificial altar. Again flung back in Olympian repose, with one arm stretched out of the back of his neighbour's chair, he beguiled them all to their confusion by painting a vivid and irresistible scene of a dark, frosty winter morning, when the yellow gleam of the lamplight reveals the network of bare boughs outside the pane, rigid to the harsh and penetrating mist of early dawn. So telling was the picture, so universal its appeal. Actually they all shivered, particularly when he went on to speak of rising in such a dawn and squeezing a great sponge filled with ice-cold water over neck and shoulders. The effective sensation he characterized as holy. But all this was a digression, an aside thrown out to illustrate receptivity for life, a fantastic impromptu let fall merely to renew and reassert the whole irresistible compulsion of his presence and his sensations upon the scene of abandoned night revelry. He made love to every female creature within reach, without discrimination or respect of person, tendered such offers to the dwarf that the crippled creature's large old face was wreathed in smiles. He paid Frau Stohr compliments that made the vulgar creature bridle more extravagantly than ever, and became almost senseless with affectation. He supplicated and received a kiss from Fraulein Kleefeld upon his thick chapped lips. He even coquetted with the forlorn Frau Magnus, and all this without detriment to the delicate homage he paid his companion, whose hand he would every now and then carry gallantly to his lips. "Wine," he said. "Women, they are. That is, pardon me, Gethsemane, day of judgment." Toward 2 o'clock word flew about that the old man, in other words Hofrat Behrens, was approaching by forced marches. Panic reigned among the nerveless company. Chairs and ice-pills were upset. They fled through the library. Peeperkorn raged at the precipitate breaking up of the festivities. In kingly choler struck the table with his fist, and called after the retreating cowardly slaves, but allowed Frau Schoscha and Hans Castorp to calm him, with the consideration that the banquet had already lasted some 6 hours, and must in any case some time come to an end. He lent an ear when they murmured something about the holy boon of sleep, and yielded to their efforts to lead him away to bed. "Let me lean upon you, my child, and you, young man, on my other side," he said. They helped him lift his unwieldy body from the table, gave him the support of their arms, and he walked with wide steps between them bedwards, his mighty head sunk on his lifted shoulder. First one and then the other of his aides was carried to one side by his staggering pace. It is probable that he was merely indulging himself in the regal luxury of being thus supported and piloted. Presumably he could have gone by himself, but he scorned the effort. If made, it would have been solely for the unworthy purpose of disguising his state, and of this he was royally unashamed, revelling in the fun of making his companions stagger with him from side to side. He even said on the way, "Children, nonsense, of course I'm not. At this moment you ought to see. Ridiculous."
"Ridiculous, of course," Hans Castorp agreed. "It certainly is. We are giving the classical gifts of life their due, staggering in their honour. Seriously, on the other hand, I've had my share too, but any so-called drunkenness to the contrary, I fully recognize the honour of helping such a tremendous personality to bed. I am not so drunk I don't know that in the matter of size I don't hold a candle." "Come, come, Chatterbox," Peeperkorn said, and they moved rhythmically on toward the stairs, drawing Frau Schorschau with them. The report of the Hofrat's approach had been a bogey. Perhaps the weary little waitress was responsible, thinking thereby to break up the party. Peeperkorn scented the false alarm and would have turned back for another drink, but they both set to work to talk him out of the idea, and he let himself be moved on. The Malayan valet, in white cravat and black silk slippers, awaited his master in the corridor before their apartments. He bowed low, laying his hand upon his breast. "Kiss each other," commanded Peeperkorn. "Young man, kiss this lovely woman good night upon her brow," said he to Hans Castorp. "She will have no objection to receiving and responding to. Do it to my health, with my blessing." But Hans Castorp declined. "No, your Majesty," he said, "I beg your pardon. It would not do." Peeperkorn, in the arms of his valet, drew up his arabesques and demanded to know why. "Because your companion and I can exchange no kisses on the brow," Hans Castorp responded. "I hope you sleep well." "No, no, that is the sheerest nonsense, however you look at it." Frau Schorschau, for her part, was moving toward her door. Peeperkorn gave way and let the unwilling suitor go, though looking at him a while over his and the Malay's shoulders, his wrinkled brows drawn high in astonishment at the insubordination his kingly temper was seldom called upon to brook. End of section 31. Section 32 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Low Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 32, Chapter 7, Mynheer Peeperkorn, continued, Part 1. Mynheer Peeperkorn remained in House Berkhof the whole winter, what there was left of it, and on into the spring, and there took place, among others, a memorable excursion, in which Settembrini and Nafta joined, into the Fluela valley to see the waterfall. This occurred at the end of his stay. At the end? Did he remain no longer then? He went away? Yes and no. How yes and no? Pray let us have no prying into secrets. In the fullness of time we shall know. We are aware that Lieutenant Zymeson died, not to speak of other less admirable performances of the Dance of Death. Then Peeperkorn's malignant tropical fever carried him off? No, not so. But why so impatient? Let us not forget the condition of life as of narration, that we can never see the whole picture at once, unless we propose to throw overboard all the God-conditioned forms of human knowledge. Let us at least pay time so much honour as the nature of our story permits, little enough in all conscience, for it has begun to rush pell-mell and helter-skelter, or, if the words suggest too much noise and confusion, shall we say it is going like the wind? The little hand on time's clock trips away, as though measuring seconds, but God knows how much time it is covering when it whisks round, heedless of the divisions it passes over. So much is certain, that we have been up here years. Our brains reel. Surely this is an evil dream, though dreamed not with hashish nor opium. A censor of morals would rebuke us for it. Yet how much logical clarity, how much pure light of reason have we opposed to the stealing vague? Not by chance, may we say, have we kept company with intellectual lights like Nafta and Settembrini,
instead of surrounding ourselves with incoherent Peeperkorns. And this leads us to a comparison which in many respects, notable that of scale, must result in favour of this latest arrival on the scene. It did so in Hans Castorp's own mind. He lay, considering matters, in his lodger, and admitted to himself that his two over-vocal mentors, the self-elected guardians of his soul, were dwarfed beside Pieter Peeperkorn. Almost he inclined to call them what Peeperkorn in his royal cups had called him, Hans Castorp, chatterboxes. He was well pleased that hermetic pedagogy should have given him this too, contact with an out-and-out personality. True, this personality was the companion of Claudia Chauchat's travels, and as such a greatly disturbing element. But that was another matter, and one which Hans Castorp did not allow to prejudice his judgment. He persisted in his sincere and respectful, if also rather forward, sympathy for this man on the grand scale, regardless of his partnership in the travelling trunks of the woman of whom once, on a carnival night, Hans Castorp had borrowed a lead pencil. That was his way, though we know some people, male and female, will not understand such a lack of sensibility, preferring that our hero should hate Peeperkorn, avoid him, call him an old dotard, a drivelling old sot, instead of which we see him by Peeperkorn's bedside in his attacks of fever, prattling to him. The word applies to his own share in the conversation, not to the majestic Peeperkorn's, and with the receptivity of inquiring youth on his travels, letting himself be played on by the power of the personality. All this Hans Castorp did, and all this we report of him, indifferent to the danger that someone may thereby be reminded of Ferdinand Wesel, who once was wont to carry Hans Castorp's overcoat. The comparison is not pertinent, for our hero was no Wesel. Depths of self-abasement were not his line. But he was no hero either, which is to say he would never let his relation to the masculine be conditioned by the feminine. True to our principle of making him out neither better nor worse than he was, we assert that he simply declined, not expressly and consciously, but quite naively, declined to let his judgment of his own sex be perverted by romantic considerations, nor his sense of what was formative in experience. The female sex may find this offensive. We believe Frau Chauchat did feel some involuntary chagrin over the fact. A biting remark or so escaped her, to which we shall refer later on. But surely it was this very characteristic of his which rendered him so irresistible an object for pedagogic rivalry. Pieter Peeperkorn lay grievously ill the day after that evening of cards and champagne we have described, and no wonder. Nearly all the participants in those long-drawn-out, exhausting revels were the same. Hans Castorp was no exception. His head ached to splitting, which did not prevent him from paying a visit to the bedside of his last night's host. He craved permission through the Malay, whom he met in the corridor, and it was readily granted. He entered the Dutchman's double bedroom through the salon which separated it from Frau Chauchat's. It was larger and more luxuriously furnished than most of the Berkhoff rooms, with satin-upholstered armchairs and curly-legged tables. A thick, soft carpet covered the floor, and the beds, they were not the usual hygienic dying bed of the establishment, but very stately indeed, of polished cherry wood with brass mounting, and above them hung a little canopy without curtains, like one umbrella sheltering both. Pieter Peeperkorn lay in one of the two. Its red satin coverlet was strewn with papers, books, and letters, and he was reading the Telegraph through his horn-rimmed pince-nez with the high nose-piece. The coffee-machine stood on a chair at the bedside, and a half-empty bottle of the same simple, effervescent red wine was on the night table, among vials of medicine. Hans Castorp was rather put off to see the Dutchman wearing not a white nightshirt, but a long-sleeved woolen vest, buttoned at the wrist and collarless, cut round in the neck and clinging to the old man's powerful torso, his broad shoulders and breast. This undress threw into even greater relief the splendid humanity of his head on the pillow. In it he looked more remote than ever from the conventional and middle class, suggesting on the one hand the homme de peuple, on the other a portrait bust.
"By all means, young man," he said, taking off the horn spectacles by the nose-piece. "Come in. Don't mention it. On the contrary." Hans Castorp sat down by the bed and concealed his surprise. For it was that rather than admiration which he felt, however sympathetically, under a burst of cordial and lively chatter, which Peeperkorn seconded with magnificent disjecta membra and much play of gesture. He looked very poorly, yellow and in evident distress, a good deal affected by the attack of fever he had had toward morning, and the subsequent exhaustion, in part undoubtedly the result of his last night's bout. "We were pretty last night, you know, carried it pretty far," he said. "But you are good. With you there were no further. But my age and the condition I am in, my child." He turned with mild yet quite perceptible severity to Frau Schoscher, who just then entered the room from the salon. very well indeed, very. But I repeat, ought to have been prevented." Something like an approach to his regal fit of rage rose in face and voice. The injustice, the unreason of the reproof were obvious to anybody who tried to imagine the storm that would have burst on the head of one seriously thinking to disturb him in his drink. But such are the moods of the great. Frau Schoscher moved to and fro in the room after greeting Hans Castorp, who rose as she entered, without a handshake, but with a smile and a nod, and a "Pray don't disturb yourself," in his tete-a-tete, that was with Mynheer. She busied herself about the room, summoned the Malay to take the coffee-machine, then withdrew a while, and on her return, soft-footed, took part standing in the other's talk. Hans Castorp got an impression that she was there on guard. It was all very well for her to come back to the Burkhoff in company with a personality, but when the long-suffering lover took leave to evince regard for the personality, as man for man, then she betrayed uneasiness in pointed phrases like "Pray don't disturb yourself," and the like. They cost Hans Castorp a smile, which he bent his head to hide, though inwardly aglow. Peeperkorn poured him out a glass of wine from the bottle on the night table. Under the circumstances, the best thing, in the Dutchman's opinion, was to begin where one had left off, and that innocent effervescent wine had the same effect as soda-water. They touched glasses. Hans Castorp, as he drank, looked at the freckled sea-captain's hand with its pointed nails, the woollen band buttoned round the wrist. It took up the glass, carried it to the thick cracked lips. The throat, so like a statue's, and yet rather like a day-labourer's, worked up and down as it swallowed the wine. Peeperkorn indicated the medicine bottle on the table, a brown liquid, of which he took a spoonful from Frau Schoscher's hand. It was an antipyretic, chiefly quinine, he said. He made his guest try its characteristic bitter and pungent taste, and had much to say in praise of the wonder-working, germ-destroying properties of the drug, its tonic quality, its wholesome effect in regulating the temperature. It slowed down protein catabolism, promoted assimilation. In short, it was a boon to mankind, a wonderful cordial, tonic and stimulant, an intoxicant as well, for one could get quite tipsy on it, he said, making the last night's suggestive gesture of fingers and head like a pagan priest at his ritual dance. Yes, a wonderful substance, cinchona. It had not been 300 years since European pharmacology made its acquaintance, not a century since the alkaloid had been isolated, which was its active principle. Isolated and, to a certain extent, analysed, for it would be too much to say that chemistry knew all there was to know about it, or was in a position to reproduce it synthetically. Our pharmacology need not be too arrogant over its science, for the state of its knowledge on the subject of quinine was a fair example of the rest. It had various facts about the operation of this or that drug, but was very often embarrassed to know the causes of the effect produced. If the young man were to survey the field of our toxicological knowledge, he would find that no one could tell him anything of the elementary properties conditioning the effects of the so-called poisons. For example, take the venom of snakes. All that was known of these animal substances was that they belonged to the albuminoid group, and consisted of various proteins, none of which produced a violent effect, except in this certain and most uncertain combination.
Introduced into the blood circulation, the effect was astonishing indeed, considering how far we were from being accustomed to think of albumen as a poison. The truth was, Peeperkorn said, and lifted his head from the pillow, elevated the arabesques on his brow, and gave point to his remarks by the little circle and the upright fingertips. The truth was, in the world of matter, that all substances were the vehicle of both life and death. All of them were medicinal and all poisonous. In fact, therapeutics and toxicology were one and the same. Man could be cured by poison, and substances known to be the bearer of life could kill at a thrust, in a single second of time. He spoke very impressively and with unwonted coherence of drugs and poisons, and Hans Castorp listened and nodded, less concerned with the content of his speech — he seemed to have the subject much at heart — than with silently exploring this extraordinary personality, which in the end remained as inexplicable as the operation of the snake poison he was discussing. In the world of matter, Peeperkorn said, everything depended on dynamics, all else being entirely hypothetical. Quinine was one of the medicinal poisons, one of the strongest of these. 4 grams could make one deaf and giddy and short-winded. It acted like an atropine on the visual organs. It was as intoxicating as alcohol. Workers in quinine factories had inflamed eyes and swollen lips, and suffered from affections of the skin. Peeperkorn described the cinchona, the quinine tree, in the primeval forests of the Cordilleras, 3,000 metres above sea level. Its bark, called Peruvian or Jesuit's bark, came late to Spain, long after the natives of South America knew its use. He spoke of the enormous quinine plantations owned by the Dutch government in Java, whence yearly many £1,000,000 of the coils of reddish bark, like cinnamon, were shipped to Amsterdam and London. In fact, said Peeperkorn, bark, the wood fibre itself, from the epidermis to the cambium, contained, almost always, extraordinary dynamic virtue, for good or evil. The knowledge of drugs possessed by the coloured races was far superior to our own. In certain islands east of Dutch New Guinea, youths and maidens prepared a love charm from the bark of a tree. It was probably poisonous, like the manzanilla tree, or the Antiaris toxicaria, the deadly upas tree of Java, which could poison the air round with its steam and fatally stupefy man and beast. This bark they powdered and mixed with coconut shavings, rolled the mixture into a sheet and toasted it, then sprinkled a brew in the face of the reluctant one, who was straightway inflamed with love for the sprinkler. Sometimes it was the bark of the root that contained the principle, as was the case with a certain creeper growing in the Malay archipelago called Strychnos tuete, from which the natives prepared the upas radcha by adding snake venom. This drug caused immediate death when introduced into the circulation, as for instance by means of an arrow, but nobody could explain how it operated. All that seemed clear was that the upas had a dynamic relation to the strychnine. Peeperkorn by this time was sitting erect in his bed, now and then with a hand that slightly trembled conveying the wine-glass to his cracked lips to take great thirsty draughts. He went on to speak of the crow's eye tree of the Coromandel coast, from the orange-yellow berries of which, the crow's eyes, was extracted the most powerful alkaloid of all, strychnine. His voice sank to a whisper, and the great folds of his brow rose high as he described to Hans Castorp the ash-grey boughs, the strikingly glossy foliage and yellow-green blossoms. The picture of this tree conjured up in the mind's eye of the young man was luridly, almost hysterically garish, making him shudder. But here Frau Schoscha intervened, saying it was not good for Mynheer Peeperkorn to talk any longer. It tired him too much. She disliked to interfere, but Hans Castorp would forgive her if she suggested that they had had enough for the time. The young man accordingly took his leave. But often in the months that followed did Hans Castorp sit by the bed of that kingly man, when he kept it after an attack of fever, Frau Schoscha being within hearing as she moved about the rooms, and sometimes taking part with a few words. They spent much time together when Peeperkorn was free of fever, for the Dutchman, on his good days, seldom failed to gather round him a select company, to play and drink and otherwise divert themselves and rejoice the inner man. These reunions took place either in the salon, as on the first occasion, or in the restaurant. and Hans Castorp had a habitual place between the great man and his languid companion. They even went abroad together, took walks with Herr Ferge and Wesel, Nafta and Settembrini, those opposed spirits whom they could hardly fail to meet. Hans Castorp counted himself fortunate in presenting them to Peeperkorn, and even, in the end, to Claudia Schoscher. He troubled not at all whether the acquaintance was to these pedagogues' liking or not, secure in the knowledge that they needed a tree whereon to sharpen their pedagogic tusks. He reckoned on their putting up even with unwelcome society, in order to continue in enjoyment of his own. And he was not wrong in thinking that the members of this motley group would at least get used to not getting used to each other. Strangeness, tension, even suppressed hostility there was of course enough between them. It is surely rather remarkable that a comparatively insignificant personality could have held them together. That he did so must be laid to a certain shrewd geniality native to him, which found everything fish that came to his net, and not only bound to him people of the most diverse tastes and characters, but exerted enough power to bind them to each other. Again, how involved were the relations between the various members of our group? Let us con them a little, as Hans Castorp himself did, with shrewd yet friendly eye, as they went their ways together. There was the unhappy Wesel, consumed by his lowering passion for Frau Schoscher, who grovelled before Peeperkorn and Hans Castorp, the one on grounds of the past, the other for the sake of the compelling present. And there was Claudia Schoscher herself, charming, soft-stepping invalid, the property of Peeperkorn, surely by choice and conviction, yet uneasy and sharp-tongued to see her carnival cavalier on such good terms with her sovereign lord. The irritation was probably the same in kind as that which coloured her feeling towards Herr Settembrini, the humanist and haranguer, whom she could not abide, calling him arrogant, not human. Dearly would she have liked to ask this mentor of Hans Castorp's the meaning of certain words in his own Mediterranean tongue, of which, though less contemptuously, she was as ignorant as he of hers. The words he had flung after the altogether nice young German, quite correct and of good family, on that carnival night when at length he had summoned courage to approach her. Hans Castorp was in love up to his ears. So much was true, not in the accepted blissful sense, but as one loves when the case is out of all reason, and cannot be celebrated in any pretty little flatland ditties we know of. He was badly smitten, quite subjugated, endured all the orthodox pangs, yet was the man to retain, even in his slavery, a certain sense of proportion, which told him that his devotion was worth something to the fair one with the Tartar eyes, not too blind in his abasement to measure its worth by Settembrini's own attitude toward her. The Italian was as distant as the dictates of humanistic courtesy would permit, while she was only too obviously piqued by his bearing. The position with regard to Leo Nafta was scarcely more, or, from Hans Castorp's point of view, scarcely less, favourable. True, there was here no fundamental antagonism, such as set Herr Ludovico's being against hers and all its works. Also, the language difficulty was less, and they sometimes strolled and talked apart. Claudia and the knife-edged little man discussed books and questions of political philosophy, upon which both held radical views. Hans Castorp, in his simplicity, would sometimes take part. Yet Frau Schoscher could not but be aware of a certain haughty aloofness in Nafta's bearing. Its source was the caution of the parvenu, a feeling of insecurity in this unfamiliar society. But in truth his Spanish terrorism had little in common with her roving, door-slamming, all-too-human humanity. And there was, moreover, the subtle, scarcely perceptible animosity felt by both pedagogues on the score of this disturbing female element that came between them and their fledgling, and united them in an unspoken primitive hostility, at least as potent as their long-standing conflict with each other. If Hans Castorp was aware of these sentiments, they could hardly escape his charmer's feminine intuition. Was there something of the same aversion in the attitude of the two dialecticians towards Pieter Peeperkorn? At least Hans Castorp thought he discerned it, though perhaps he went out to meet it, and took malicious pleasure in watching tongue-tied majesty in contact with his two auditors, as, with reference to his stock-taking activities, he jestingly called them, though distinctly feeling that the word was but a definition by contraries. Mynheer in the open was not so impressive as in the house. He wore a soft felt hat drawn down on his brows, covering the blaze of white hair and the forehead's extraordinary folds, reducing, as it were, the scale of his features, even the commanding large red nose. He looked better standing than walking, for he took small steps, and with each one of them shifted the full weight of his body onto the leg he had advanced. It was the comfortable gait of an old man, but it was not kingly. He stooped slightly too, or rather shrank together, though even so he overlooked Herr Ludovico, and was a whole head taller than little Nafta. But it was not his height alone that made his presence oppressive. Oh, quite as oppressive as Hans Castorp had anticipated to the two politicians. Yes, they suffered by comparison. So much was perceptible not only to the connoisseur's watchful eye, but very probably to the feelings of those concerned, the tongue-tied giant as well as the two insignificant and over-articulate others. Peeperkorn treated both with distinguished attention, a respect which Hans Castorp would have called ironic, had he not known that irony was not on the grand scale. Kings are never ironical, not even in the sense of a direct and classic device of oratory, to say nothing of any other kind. The Dutchman's manner towards Hans Castorp's friends was rather mocking than ironic. He made beautiful fun of them, either openly or veiled in exaggerated respect. "Oh, yes, yes," he would say, with his finger threatening their direction, the head and smiling lips turned away. These are, ladies and gentlemen, I call your attention, cerebral, you understand? No, positively extraordinary, displays great." In revenge they looked at each other, pantomimed despair, angled for Hans Castorp's glance, but he refused to be drawn. End of section 32. Section 33 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 33. Chapter 7. Mynheer Peeperkorn continued. Part 2. Settembrini, however, attacked Hans Castorp directly, and confessed to a pedagogic concern. "Lord, what a stupid old man you have there, engineer," said he. "What is it you see in him? What good can he do you? I am at a loss. I should understand, though scarcely approve, your putting up with his society in order to enjoy that of his mistress. But it is obvious that you are even more interested in him than in her. Come to the aid of my understanding, I implore you." Hans Castorp laughed. "By all means," said he. "Absolutely. That is to say, very good indeed." He tried to imitate Peeperkorn's gestures. Yes, he went on, laughing. "You find it stupid, Herr Settembrini, and I admit it is unclear, which in your eyes is even worse. Stupid? Well, there are so many kinds of stupidity, and cleverness is one of the worst. There, I have made an epigram, a bon mot. What do you think of it?" "Very good. I look forward eagerly to your collection of aphorisms. Perhaps there is still time to beg you not to forget some comment we once made on the antisocial nature of paradox." "I won't indeed, Herr Settembrini, I certainly will not. No, my mot was not in the nature of paradox, I assure you. I only meant to indicate the difficulty I really find in distinguishing between stupidity and cleverness. It is so hard to draw a line. One goes over into the other. I know you hate that mystical guazzabuglio. You're all for values, judgment, and judgment of values, and I'm sure you're right. But this about stupidity, and, on my honour, it's a complete mystery, and after all it is allowable to think about mysteries, isn't it, so long as one is honestly bent on getting to the bottom of them. But I ask you, can you deny that he puts us all in his pocket? That's expressing it crudely, perhaps, But so far as I can see, you can't deny it. He puts us all in his pocket. Somehow or other, he has the right to laugh at us all. But where does he get it? Where does it come from? How does he do it? Certainly it's not that he's so clever. I admit that you can't talk about his cleverness. He's inarticulate. It's more feeling with him. Feeling is just his mark, if you'll excuse my language. No, as I say, it's not out of cleverness, not on intellectual grounds at all, that he can do as he likes with us. You would be right to deny it. It isn't the point. But not on physical either. It's not the massive shoulders or the strength of his biceps, not because he could knock us down if he liked. He isn't conscious of his power. If he does take a notion, he can easily be put off it with a couple of civilized words. So it is not physical. And yet the physical has something to do with it. Not in a muscular sense. It's something quite different, mystical, because as soon as the physical has anything to do with it, it becomes mystical. The physical goes over into the spiritual, and the other way on, and you can't tell them apart. Nor can you cleverness and stupidity. But the result is what we see, the dynamic effect. He puts us in his pocket. We've only one word for that, personality. We use it in another, more regular sense too, in which we are all personalities, morally, legally, and otherwise. But that is not the sense in which I am using it now. I am speaking of the mystery of personality, something above either cleverness or stupidity, something we all have to take into account, partly to try and understand it, but partly, where that is not possible, to be edified by it. You are all for values, but isn't personality a value too? It seems so to me, more so than either cleverness or stupidity. It seems positive and absolute, like life. In short, something quite worthwhile and calculated to make us trouble about it. That's what I wanted to say in answer to what you said about stupidity. Nowadays, when Hans Castorp relieved his mind, he did not hem and haw, become involved and stick in the middle. He said his say, to the end, like a man, rounded off his period, let his voice drop and went his way, though still he got red, and at heart was still afraid of the silence he knew would follow when he had done, to give him time to feel mortified at what he had expressed. Herr Settembrini let it have full sway before he said, "You deny that you are hunting paradoxes, but at the same time you well know that I love them as much as I do mysteries. In making a mystery of the personality, you run a risk of idol worship. You do reverence to a hollow mask. You see mystery in mystification, in one of those counterfeits with which a malicious demon of physical form loves to mock us. Have you ever frequented theatrical circles? You know those physiognomies in which the features of Julius Caesar, Beethoven, and Goethe unite, the happy possessor of which has only to open his mouth to prove himself the most pitiable fool on God's earth." "Very good. A freak of nature," said Hans Castorp. "But not alone a freak of nature, not simply a hoax. For since these people are actors, they must have a gift, and the gift itself is beyond cleverness and stupidity. It is, after all, a value. Mynheer Peeperkorn has a gift, say what you like, and thus it is he can stick us all in his pocket. Put Herr Nafter in one corner of the room and let him deliver a discourse on Gregory the Great and the City of God. It would be highly worth listening to. And put Mynheer Peeperkorn in the other, with his extraordinary mouth and the wrinkles on his forehead, and let him say not a word except, 'By all means, capital, settled, ladies and gentlemen.' You will see everybody gather round Peeperkorn, and Herr Nafter will be sitting there alone, with his cleverness and his City of God, though he may be uttering such penetrating wisdom that it pierces through marrow and cucumber, as Behrens says. Take shame to yourself for bowing down to success," Herr Settembrini adjured him. "Mundus vult decipi. I do not claim that people ought to flock about Herr Nafter. He is too full of guile for my taste. But I am inclined to range myself on his side, in the imaginary scene you have conjured up with such relish. Will you despise logic, precision, discrimination? Will you condemn them in favour of some suggestion hocus-pocus and emotional charlatanry? If you will, then the devil has you in his—" "But he can often talk as coherently as you please," said Hans Castorp, "when he gets interested. The other day he was telling me about dynamic drugs and Asiatic poison trees. It was so interesting, it was almost uncanny. Interesting things are always a bit uncanny. But the interest was not so much in what he was saying as it was taken in connection with his personality, which made it interesting and uncanny at once." "Ah, yes, your weakness for Asia is well known to me. True, I cannot oblige with marvels such as those," the Italian said, so bitterly that Hans Castorp hastened to assure him how much he valued his conversation and instruction from quite another angle, and that it had not occurred to him to make comparisons which would be unjust to both sides. Herr Sedimbrini paid no heed. He spurned the politeness and went on. "In any case, engineer, you must permit me to admire your serene objectivity. It approaches the fantastic, you will admit. The way things stand, this zany has taken away your Beatrice from you. Yet it is unheard of." "These are temperamental differences, Herr Sedimbrini. We have different views as to what is knightly and warm-blooded. You, a southerner, would prescribe poison and dagger. At least you would conceive the affair in its social and passionate aspect, and want me to act like a gamecock. That would, of course, be masculine and gallant in a social sense. But with me it is different. I am not at all masculine in the sense that I see in another man only a rival male, and nothing more. Perhaps I am not masculine at all. Certainly I am not in the sense that I tend to call social. I don't exactly know why. What I do is to question my sad heart whether I have any grounds of complaint against the man. Has he really insulted me? But an insult must be of intent, otherwise it can be none. And as for his having done anything to me, there I should have to apply to her. And I have no right to, certainly not with regard to Peeperkorn, for he is a quite extraordinary personality, which by itself is something for women. And then he is hardly a civilian, like me. He is a sort of military, a bit like my poor cousin, in that he has a point d'honneur, a sore spot, as it were, which is feeling, life. I know I am talking nonsense, but I'd rather go rambling on and partly expressing something I find it difficult to express, than to keep on transmitting faultless platitudes. That must be a military trait in my character, after all, if I may say so." "You may say so," Sedimbrini acquiesced. "A trait at least worthy of praise. The courage to recognize and express, that is the quality that makes literature, that is humanism." Thus they parted on good terms, Herr Sedimbrini having given the conversation this placable turn. It was the wiser course. His position had not been so strong he could afford to push the argument to extremes. A conversation dealing with jealousy was rather slippery ground for him. At one point he would have been obliged to admit that his own position as a pedagogue was scarcely masculine in the social and cockfighting sense. Else why should the prepotent Peeperkorn disturb his tranquillity in the same way Nafta and Frau Schoscha did? Lastly, the Italian could not hope to argue his pupil out of interest in a personality to whose native superiority he himself and his partner in cerebral gymnastic were willy-nilly constrained to bow. They were on safer ground when they could sustain the conversation in the realms of the intellectual, and hold the attention of their audience by one of their elegant and impassioned debates, academic, yet conducted as though the matter discussed were the most burning question of the time, or of all time. They were, of course, almost the sole support of such discussions. While these lasted, they did, to some extent, neutralize the effect of bigness purveyed by a certain member of their group, who could only accompany them by a running play of wrinkles, gestures, and snatches of mockery. But even that was enough to cast a shadow, rob their brilliant performance of some of its gloss, emasculate it, as it were, set up a cross-current perceptible to them all, though Peeperkorn himself remained unconscious, or conscious to a degree impossible for them to guess. Neither side could get an advantage. Both were embarrassed, and the stamp of futility set upon their debate. We might put it like this, that their life-and-death duel of wits came to be carried on always with vague subterranean reference to bigness walking beside them, and to be deflected from its orbit by the magnetism bigness exerted. One cannot characterize otherwise this puzzling, for the two disputants maddening, posture of affairs. One can only add that had there been no Pieter Peeperkorn, party feeling would have run higher on both sides, as when Leonafta defended the arch-revolutionary nature of the Church against Herr Settembrini's dogmatic assertion that that great historic power was to be looked upon merely as the protectress of the sinister forces of reaction, whereas all the forces that made for life and future and looked undismayed on change and revolution he claimed for the principles of enlightenment, science and progress, which had their rise in an epoch of quite opposed tendencies, the famous century that witnessed the rebirth of classical culture. He drove home his convictions with a graceful play of word and gesture, whereupon Nafta, with chilling acuity, undertook to show, and showed too with devastating clarity, that the Church, as the embodiment of the religious and ascetic ideal, was remote indeed from posing as the champion and support of the existing order, in other words, of secular culture and civil law. Rather had she from the beginning inscribed upon her radical banner the programme of their extirpation, root and branch, that absolutely everything beloved and cherished of the bourgeoisie, the conservative, the cowardly and the impotent, the state, family life, secular art and science, was consciously or unconsciously hostile to the religious idea, to the Church, whose innate tendency and permanent aim was the dissolution of all existing worldly orders and the reconstitution of society after the model of the ideal, the communistic city of God. After that, Settembrini took the floor, and well he knew how to avail himself of it. It was lamentable, he said, this confusion of luridly revolutionary doctrine with a general insurrection of all the powers of evil. The Church's love of innovation had for centuries manifested itself in putting to the question the living idea, wherever she found it, throttling it, quenching it in smoke at the stake. Today she announces through her emissaries that she rejoices in revolution, that her goal is the uprooting of freedom, culture and democracy, which she intends to replace by barbarism and the dictatorship of the mob. Yea, verily, a fearsome mixture of contradictory consistency and consistent contradiction. His opponent, Nafta retorted, displayed no lack of the same qualities. By his own account he was a democrat, yet his words sounded neither democratic nor egalitarian, but rather displayed a reprehensible and arrogant aristocratism, as when he alluded to the delegated dictatorship of the proletariat as mob rule. However, where the Church was in question, assuredly he showed himself a democrat, for the Church was admittedly the most aristocratic force in the history of mankind, an aristocracy in the last and highest sense, that of the spirit. For the ascetic spirit, if the pleonasm may be pardoned him, the spirit that would deny and destroy the world, was aristocracy itself, a pure culture of the aristocratic principle. It would never be popular, and the Church, accordingly, had at all times been unpopular. A little research into the cultural history of the Middle Ages would convince Herr Settembrini of the stout resistance which the people, in the wider sense, opposed to the things of the Church. There were, for instance, monkish figures, the invention of popular fantasy, who, quite in the spirit of Luther, set up wine, women, and song in opposition to the ascetic idea. All the instincts of secular heroism, all warlike spirit, all court poetry, set themselves in more or less open conflict with the religious idea and the hierarchy. For all that was the world, and all that was the common people, compared with the aristocracy of the spirit represented by Church. Herr Settembrini thanked him for jogging his memory. The figure of the monk Ilsan in the Rosengarten he did indeed find refreshing by comparison with this much-lauded aristocracy of the grave. He, the speaker, was no friend of the German Reformation, yet they would find him ever ready to defend whatever of democratic individualism there was in its teaching against any and every clerical and feudal craving for dominion over the individual. "Aha!" cried Nafta. So Herr Settembrini would condemn the Church for lack of democracy, for being wanting in a sense of the value of human personality. But what of the humane freedom from prejudice evinced by canonical laws? For whereas Roman law made the possession of legal rights dependent upon citizenship, and Germanic law upon individual freedom and membership in the tribe, ecclesiastical law, orthodoxy, was alone in divorcing legal rights from either national or social considerations, and asserting that slaves, serfs, and prisoners of war were all capable of making wills and inheriting property. Settembrini bitingly remarked that he might mention, as not entirely irrelevant in this connection, the so-called canonical portion, which subtracted a substantial sum from every testamentary bequest, and he spoke of priestly demagoguery, which began to vent its thirst for power in exaggerated solicitude for the underdog, when the top dog would none of it. The Church, he asserted, cared more about the quantity of souls she got hold of than their quality, which certainly reflected upon her pretensions to spiritual refinement. So the Church lacked refinement. Settembrini's attention was invited to the inexorable aristocratism which underlay the idea that shame could be inherited, the passing on of guilt to the democratically considered innocent descendants, for example, the illegitimacy and lifelong pollution of natural children. But the Italian bade him be silent, in the first place because his human feelings rose up in arms against Nafta's words, and in the second because he had had enough of such quibbles, and saw in the shifts of his opponent's apologetics only the same old infamous and devilish cult of nihilism, which wanted to be called spirit, and found so legitimate, so sacrosanct, the admittedly existent hatred of the ascetic principle. But here Nafta begged to be forgiven for laughing outright. The nihilism of the Church, the nihilism of the most realistic system of government in the history of the world. Herr Settembrini, then, had never been touched by a breath of that ironic humanity which made constant concession to the world and the flesh, cleverly veiling the letter and letting the spirit rule, not to put too sore a constraint on nature. He had never heard of the ecclesiastical conception of indulgence, under which was to be classified one of the sacraments of the Church, namely marriage, not in itself an absolute good, like the other sacraments, but only a protection against sin, countenanced in order to set bounds to sensual desire, that the ascetic principle, the ideal of complete chastity, might be upheld, without at the same time opposing an unpolitic harshness to the flesh. Herr Settembrini, of course, could not refrain from protesting against this hideous conception of policy, against the gesture of a shrewd and sinister complaisance made by the spirit, or what called itself so, against the imaginary guilt of its opposite, which it pretended to deal with in a politic sense, but which in reality stood in no need of the pernicious indulgence it proffered, against the accursed dualism of a conception which bedevilled the universe, that is to say, life, as well as life's dark opposite, the spirit. For if life was evil, the spirit, as pure negation, must be so too. And he broke a lance in defence of the blamelessness of sensual gratification, hearing which Hans Castorp could not but think of the humanistic cuddy under the roof, with its standing desk, rush-bottomed chairs and water-bottle. Nafta asserted that sensual gratification was never blameless. Nature, he said, always had a bad conscience in respect of the spiritual. The ecclesiastical policy of indulgence, practised by the spirit, he designated as love, this to refute the nihilism of the ascetic principle. Hans Castorp felt how very odd indeed the words sounded in the mouth of sharp, skinny little Nafta. So it went on. We know already how it went, and so did Hans Castorp. We have listened, as he did, for a little while, in order to learn how such a peripatetic passage at arms fares, in what way it is blown upon by the presence of a personality. It seemed as though a secret impulse to animadvert upon the presence of Peeperkorn quenched the leaping spark of wit, and called up that sense of weary devitalization that comes over us when an electric connection fails to connect. Yes, that was it. No spark leaped nimbly from pole to pole, no flash of lightning, no current. The intellect, which should in its own opinion have neutralized the presence, was neutralized by it, as Hans Castorp, amazed and curious, perceived. Revolution, conservation. He looked at Peeperkorn, saw him stalking along, not particularly majestic on foot, with his slumping gait, his hat drawn over his brows, saw his thick lips with their broken line, heard him say, jerking his head mockingly in the direction of the debaters, "Yes, yes, cerebrum, highly cerebral. You understand? Very, that is, it shows." And behold, in a trice the current cut off, dead as a doornail. They tried another tack, invoked more powerful spells, came on the aristocratic problem, on popularity and exclusiveness. Not a spark. Despite itself, what they said sounded personal. Hans Castorp saw Claudia's travelling companion as he lay under the red satin coverlet in his collarless woollen shirt, the half-ancient ouvrier, half-royal bust, and the nerve of the debate quivered and died. They tried to galvanize it into life. Negation, cult of nihilism on the one hand, on the other the positive assertion of life and the inclining of the heart unto love. But where was the spark? Where the current? Directly one looked at Mynheer as one did, irresistibly, as though magnetized. They simply were not there, which remained, to use Hans Castorp's expression, neither more nor less than a mystery. He took note, for his collection of aphorisms, that either one expresses a mystery in the simplest words or leaves it unexpressed. But to get this one expressed, one could only say straight out that Pieter Peeperkorn, with his kingly mask and bitter, irregular mouth, was both, now this, now that. Both seemed to fit him and to neutralize each other when one looked at him. Both this and that, the one and the other. Yes, this stupid old man, this commanding cipher. He did not paralyze the opposition by cross-purposes and confusion like Nafta. He was not like him equivocal, or was so in an entirely different way, in a positive way, this staggering mystery which so naively set at naught not only cleverness and stupidity, but so much else in the way of opposed views invoked by Settembrini and Nafta in order to stimulate interest for their own pedagogical ends. The personality, it appeared, was not pedagogically inclined. Yet what a find, what a prize for the inquiring youth on his travels. Fascinating it was to watch riddling royalty when the conversation turned on marriage and sin, indulgences, the guilt or innocence of pleasures of the sense. His head would sink upon his shoulder or chest, the calamitous lips part as the mouth relaxed into pathetic curves, the nostrils dilate as with pain, the folds on the forehead rose until the eyes were fixed in a wide suffering gaze. It was a picture of bitterness and woe, and behold, as one looked, this martyr's visage blossomed into wantonness. The head was roguishly on a side, the still open lips wreathed in wickedly suggestive smiles, the sybaritic little dimple appeared in one cheek. He was again the dancing priest, and jerked his head as before, mockingly in the direction of so much cerebration, as they heard him say, "Ah, yes, yes, absolutely. But isn't there are there not sacraments of pleasure, you understand?" End of section 33. Section 34 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 34. Chapter 7. Mynheer Peeperkorn continued. Part 3. Still, as we said, Hans Castorp's diminished friends and teachers were always well served when they could wrangle. They were in their element, whereas the personality was not, though one might have two views of the role he played when wrangling was the order of the day. But, on the other hand, when the scene changed from the sphere of the intellectual to the strictly earthly and practical, and dealt with questions and in fields where commanding natures proved their worth, then there were no two views possible, for then the others were undone, then they were cast in the shade, then they drew in their horns, and Peeperkorn came out, grasped the sceptre, arranged, decided, settled. Was there any wonder, then, that he behaved so as to bring that state of things about, that he sought to override logomachy? He suffered while it held sway, or if it held sway for long, but not in his vanity. Of that Hans Castorp felt assured, for vanity is not on the grand scale, nor is greatness vain. No, Peeperkorn's need of reality had other grounds. It sprang, to put it boldly, from fear, from a characteristic infirmity of minds on the grand scale, from the sensitively and passionately cherished point d'honneur, which Hans Castorp had struggled to explain to Herr Settembrini, describing it as, in a sense, a military trait. "Ladies and gentlemen," the Dutchman said, and lifted his sea captain's hand with its nails like lance-heads, in entreaty and monition. "Ladies and gentlemen, very good, very asceticism, indulgences, lust of the flesh, by all means, very important, most debatable. But may I should like to, I fear we may commit a serious error. Are we not irresponsibly neglecting one of our highest?" He drew in a deep breath. "Ladies and gentlemen, this air, this characteristic thawing air, with its somewhat enervating breath, full of memories and promises of spring. We should not breathe it in to breathe it out in. Really, I must implore you, we must not. It is an insult. We should give it out only in the form of praise, of complete and utter. Enough, ladies and gentlemen. I interrupt myself, in honour of—" He did indeed stand still, bent backwards, shading his brows with his hat. They followed his gaze. "May I," said he, "may I draw your attention upwards, high in the sky, to that black circling point against the blue, intensely blue, shading into black? That is a bird of prey. It is, if I am not mistaken. Look, ladies and gentlemen, look, my child, it is an eagle. Most emphatically I call your attention. Look, it is no buzzard, no vulture, it is an eagle. If you were as far-sighted as my advancing age, yes, my child, advancing, my hair is white, you would see, as plainly as I do, the blunt pinions. It is a golden eagle. He circles directly overhead. He hovers, not a single beat of his wing, at a tremendous height in the blue, and with his keen, far-sighted eyes, under the prominent bony structure of his brows, he is peering earthward. The eagle, ladies and gentlemen, the bird of Jove, king of his kind, the lion of the upper air. He has feathered gaiters and a beak of iron, with a sudden hook at the end, claws of enormous strength, their talons curving inwards, the front ones overlapping by the long hinder ones in an iron clutch. Look!" And he tried to put his long fingers in the posture of an eagle's claw. "Gaffer, why are you circling and spying up there?" He turned his head upward again. "Strike! Strike downward with your iron beak into head and eyes. Tear out the belly of the creature God gives you. Splendid, splendid, absolutely. Bury your talons into its entrails. Make your beak drip with blood." He had wrought himself to a pitch. All interest in Settembrini's and Nafta's antimonies was fled away, but the vision of the eagle remained, even though they ceased talking about it and devoted themselves to the programme they were carrying out under Mynheer's lead. They stopped at an inn to eat and drink, quite out of hours, but with an appetite whetted by silent memories of the eagle. There was a feasting and a tippling, such as always went on where Mynheer was, in Dorf or Platz, or the inns at Glaris and Klosters, whither they had gone in the little train. Under his tutelage they tasted the classic gifts of life, coffee and cream with fresh bread, moist cheese, and fragrant Alpine butter, heavenly tasting with hot roasted chestnuts. They drank red Veltliner to their heart's content. Peeperkorn accompanied the impromptu meal with a fire of ejaculations, or incited Anton Karlovich Ferge to talk, that good-natured sufferer, who abhorred all high thoughts, but could hold forth so acceptably on the subject of the manufacture of rubber boots in Russia. He described how the rubber mass was treated with sulphur and other substances, and the finished, glossy product subjected to a heat of over 200 degrees to vulcanize it. He talked about the polar circle, for his business trips had more than once taken him thither, about the midnight sun and eternal winter at the North Cape. All this out of his scraggy throat, from beneath his bushy moustaches. Up there, he said, the steamers looked tiny, next to the gigantic cliffs on the steel-grey surface of the sea, and a yellow radiation was diffused over great tracts of the heavens, the northern lights. The whole thing had seemed spooky to him, Anton Karlovich, the scene and himself to boot. Thus Herr Furge, the complete outsider, the only member of the group who stood detached from its complicated relationships. But now that we speak of these, it will be well to relate two priceless conversations à deux, which our unheroic hero had, first with Claudia Schoscher, the second with the present companion of her travels, one in the hall, on an evening when the disturbing element lay above with a fever, the other one afternoon by Miner's bedside. It was half dark in the hall. The social activities had been brief and languid. The guests withdrew early to the evening cure, or else took their wilful way into town to dance and game. A single light burned in the hall ceiling, and in the adjoining salons dimness reigned. But Hans Castorp knew that Frau Schoscher, who had taken dinner without her protector, was not gone upstairs after it, but still lingered in the writing-room. So he did the same. He sat by the tiled hearth in the back part of the hall, which was raised by one step from the rest, and separated by arches supported on two columns, in a rocking-chair such as that one Marussia had leaned back in on the evening Joachim had spoken with her for the first and last time. He was, permissibly at this hour, smoking a cigarette. She came. He heard her approaching step and the sound of her frock, fanning the air with the letter she held in one corner, and saying in her Pribislav voice, "The porter has gone. Do give me a timbre post." She was wearing a thin dark silk this evening, cut round in the neck, with filmy sleeves finished by a buttoned cuff at the wrists. It was the cut he loved. She wore the pearls. They gleamed palely in the half-light. He looked into her Kirgitz face. "Timbre?" he repeated. "I have none." "No? Tant pis pour vous. Not prepared to do a lady a favour?" She pouted and shrugged her shoulders. "I am disappointed. You ought to be more precise and dependable. I imagined you having a compartment in your pocket-book, nice neat little sheets of all denominations." "Why should I? I never write a letter. To whom should I write? I seldom do even a card that is already stamped. I have no one to write to. I have no contact with the flatland. It has fallen away. We have a folk song that says, 'I am lost to the world.' So it is with me." "Well then, lost soul, at least give me a papyrus," said she, and sat down opposite him on a bench with a linen cushion, one leg over the other. She stretched out her hand. "With those at least you are provided." She took a cigarette negligently from a silver case he held out to her, and availed herself of his little pocket device, the flame of which lighted up her face. The indolent "give me a cigarette," the taking it without thanks, bespoke the spoiled, luxurious female, yet even more it betokened a human companionship and mutual belonging, an unspoken give and take, which came both thrilling and tender to his lovelorn sense. He said, "Yes, I always have them. I am always provided. One must be. How should I get on without them? I have, as they say, a passion for them. To tell the truth, however, I am hardly a very passionate man, though I have my passions, phlegmatic ones." "I am extraordinarily relieved," she said, breathing out as she spoke the smoke she had inhaled, "to hear that you are not a passionate man. But how should you be? You would have degenerated. Passionate, that means to live for the sake of living. But one knows that you all live for the sake of experience. Passion, that is self-forgetfulness. But what you all want is self-enrichment. C'est ça. You don't realize what revolting egotism it is, and that one day it will make you an enemy of the human race." "Well, well, well. Enemy of the human race. How could you make such a general statement, Claudia? Have you something definite and personal in your mind when you say we don't live for the sake of life, but for the sake of enriching ourselves? Women don't usually moralize like that, so abstractly. Oh, morality and that, a subject for Nafta and Settembrini to quarrel over. It belongs to the realm of the great confusion. Whether one lives for oneself or for the sake of life, one doesn't know oneself. No one else can know that precisely and certainly. I mean, the limits are fluid. There is egoistic devotion and there is devoted egoism. I think on the whole that it is as it is in love. Of course, it is probably immoral of me that I cannot very well attend to what you say to me about morality for being so happy that we are sitting here as we once did, and then never again, ever since you came back, and that I may tell you there was never anything so lovely as the way those cuffs suit your hand, and the soft flowing silk your arm that I know so well. I am going. Oh, please, please not. I promise to have proper regard for the circumstances and the personalities. As one would expect from a man without passion. Yes, you see, you mock at me and then when you say you will leave me. Pray, speak a little more connectedly, if you expect me to understand you. So I am not to have any benefit from all your practice in guessing the meaning of disconnected sentences? Is that fair, I ask? Or I would if I did not know that it is not a matter of justice at all. No, justice is a phlegmatic passion, in contrast to jealousy. When phlegmatic people are jealous, they always make themselves ridiculous. There, ridiculous. Then grant me my phlegm, I repeat. How could I do without it? For instance, how else could I have endured to wait so long? I beg pardon? Aussi longtemps pour toi. Voyons, mon ami, I say no more about the form of address you persist in your folly. You will tire of it, and then I am not prudish, not an outraged middle-class housewife. No, for you are ill. Your illness gives you freedom. It makes you... Wait, I must hunt for the word. It makes you spirituel. We shall speak of that another time. It was something else I meant, something I demand to hear. You shall not pretend I had anything to do with your waiting. If you did wait, that I encouraged you to it, or even permitted it, you must admit explicitly that the opposite was the case. Certainly, Claudia, with pleasure. You never asked me to wait. I did it on my own. I can quite understand your laying stress on the point. Even when you make admissions, there is always something impertinent about them. You are impertinent by nature, not only with me, but in general. God knows why. Your admiration, your very humility, is an impertinence. Don't think I can't see it. I ought not to speak with you at all, and certainly not when you dare to talk about waiting for me. It is inexcusable that you are still here. You should have been long ago at your work, sur le chantier, or wherever it was. Now that, Claudia, is not spirituel. It even sounds conventional. You are just talking. You can't mean it in Settembrini's sense. And however else, then? I cannot take it seriously. I will not go off without permission, like my poor cousin, who, as you said he would, died because he tried to do service down below, and who knew himself, I suppose, that he would die, but preferred death to doing service up here any longer. Well, it was for that he was a soldier, and I am not. I am a civilian. For me it would be deserting the colours to do what he did, and go and serve the cause of progress down in the flatland, despite what Behrens says. It would be the greatest disloyalty and ingratitude to the illness and its spirituel quality, and to my love for you, of which I bear scars both old and new, and to your arms I know so well, even admitting that it was in a dream, a highly spirituel dream, that I learned to know them, and that you had no responsibility for my dream, and were not bound by it, nor your freedom infringed on. She laughed, cigarette in mouth, so that the Tartar eyes became narrow slits, leaning back against the wainscoting, her arm resting on the bench on either side of her, one leg crossed over the other, and swinging her foot in its patent leather shoe.
Quelle générosité! Pauvre petit! Oh là là, vraiment! Precisely thus I have always imagined an homme de génie.
Don't, Claudia. I am no homme de génie, as little as I am a personality. Lord, no. But chance, call it chance, brought me up here to these heights of the spirit. You, of course, do not know that there is such a thing as alchemistic, hermetic pedagogy, transubstantiation from lower to higher, ascending degrees, if you understand what I mean. But, of course, matter that is capable of taking these ascending stages by dint of outward pressure must have a little something in itself to start with. And what I had in me, as I quite clearly know, was that from long ago, even as a lad, I was familiar with illness and death, and had, in the face of all common sense, borrowed a lead pencil from you, as I did again on Carnival night. But unreasoning love is spirituel, for death is the spirituel principle, the res bina, the lapis philosophorum, and the pedagogic principle too, for the love of it leads to love of life and love of humanity. Thus, as I have lain in my lodger, it has been revealed to me, and I am enchanted to be able to tell you all about it. There are two paths to life. One is the regular one, direct, honest. The other is bad. It leads through death. That is the spirituel way.
You are a quaint philosopher, she said. I will not assert that I have understood all your involved German ideas, but it sounds human and good, and you are good, a good young man. You have truly behaved en philosophe. One must say that for you.
Too much en philosophe for your taste, Claudia?
No more impertinences. They become tiresome. That you waited for me was silly, uncalled for. But you are not angry because you waited in vain?
It was hard, Claudia, even for a man phlegmatic in his passions. Hard for me, and hard of you, to come back with him like that, for of course you knew through Behrens that I was here and waiting for you. But I have told you I regard it as a dream, what we had together, and I admit that you are free. And I waited after all not quite in vain, for here we are, we sit together as once we did. I can hear the piercing sweetness of your voice, known to my ear from so long ago, and beneath this flowing silk are your arms that I know, even though upstairs there lies your protector, in a fever, the mighty Peeperkorn, whose pearls you wear.
And with whom, for your own profit and enrichment, you have struck such a friendship.
Do not grudge me it, Claudia. Settembrini reproached me with it too, but that is conventional prejudice. The man is a boon. For God's sake, is he not a personality? He is already old, yes, but even so, I could well understand how you as a woman could love him madly. You do love him madly.
All honour to thy philosophy, my little German Handchen, she said, and lightly stroked his hair. But I could not find it in my heart to speak to you of my love for him. It would not be human.
Ah, why not, Claudia? It is my belief that love of humanity begins where poor-spirited people believe it leaves off. We can speak more quietly of him. You love him passionately. She bent to toss her cigarette end in the grate, and then sat with folded arms.
He loves me, she said, and his love makes me proud and grateful and devoted to him. Tu peux comprendre cela, or else you are not worthy the friendship he feels for you. His feeling forced me to follow and serve him. What else could I do? You may judge. Is it possible for any human being to disregard his love?
Not possible, Hans Castorp confirmed. No, of course it is out of the question. How could a woman bring herself to disregard his feeling, and his anguish over that feeling, to forsake him, as it were, in his Gethsemane?
Tu n'es pas du tout stupide,
said she, her slanting eyes fixed in a reverie.
You understand things. anguish over the feeling.
Not much understanding is needed to know that you had to follow him, though, or rather because, there must be much that is troubling in his love.
C'est exact. Troubling. There is much care with him, you know, many difficulties.
She had taken his hand and played absently with the fingers, but suddenly she knitted her brows. She looked up and said,
Mais, dis-moi, ce n'est pas un peu ordinaire que nous parlons de lui comme ça?
No, Claudia, surely not, far from it. Surely it is no more than human. You love the word, and I love to hear you say it in your quaint pronunciation. My cousin Joachim did not like it, on military grounds. He thought it meant general licence and flabbiness, and in that sense an unlimited guazabuglio of self-indulgence. I have my own suspicions of it, I confess. But in the sense of freedom, goodness, esprit, then it is great. We can freely apply it to our talk about Peeperkorn and the care and pain he causes you. Of course they are the result of his sore spot, his dread of denying the feelings that make him love so much what he calls the classic gifts of life, the gift of Bacchus, liquid refreshment. We may speak of that in all reverence, for even in that weakness his scale is kingly, and we shall lower neither him nor ourselves by speaking of it.
It is not a question of us, she said.
She had folded her arms again.
One would not be a woman if one were not willing to bear humiliation for the sake of a man like that, on the grand scale, as you say, when one is the object of his feeling and of his suffering from it.
Absolutely, Claudia. Well said. For then even the humiliation is on the grand scale, and from the height of it the woman can look down on poor creatures built on smaller lines, and speak to them with such contempt as was in your voice when you said about the postage stamps, "You ought to be more precise and dependable."
You are hurt. You must not be. Let us put those feelings away and send them to Jericho. Do you agree? I have been wounded too sometimes. I will confess it, since we are sitting together like this. I have been angry with your phlegm and your being such friends with him on account of your egoistic craving for experience. Yet I was glad too, and grateful for the respect you paid him. You were loyal, if you were a bit impertinent too. After all, I could make allowance for that.
Very kind of you. She looked at him.
You are incorrigible, it seems, and certainly I can't quite tell how much esprit you have. But deep you are, a deep young man. Well, very good. One can do with it and be friends. Shall we be friends? Shall we make a league, not against, but for him? Will you give me your hand on it? I am often frightened. Sometimes I am afraid of the solitude with him, the inward solitude, to say. He is frightening. Sometimes I am afraid something may happen to him. It makes me shudder. I should be glad to feel I had someone beside me. Enfin, if you care to know, that is why I came back here, with him. Chez toi.
End of section 34. Section 35 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 35. Mynheer Peeperkorn continued. Part 4. They sat knee to knee, he with his rocking-chair tipped toward her, she on her bench. Her last words were breathed close to his face, and she pressed his hand as she spoke. He said, "To me? Oh, Claudia, that is beautiful beyond words. You came back to me with him? And yet will you say my waiting was silly and wrong and fruitless? It would be very inept of me to refuse, not to know how to value your friendship with me for his sake." She kissed him on the mouth. It was a Russian kiss, the kind that is exchanged in that spreading, soulful land at high religious feasts as a seal of love. But when a notoriously deep young man and a lady still young and of such insinuating charm exchange it, we are involuntarily reminded of Dr. Krakowski's ingenious, if not wholly unobjectionable, method of treating the subject of love in that slightly fluctuating sense, so that no one was ever quite sure whether it was earthly or heavenly, spiritual or fleshly love he had in mind. Are we so treating it? Or were Claudia Schoscher and Hans Castorp when they exchanged their Russian kiss? And what will the reader say if we simply refuse to go into the question, to try to make a clean-cut distinction between the passionate and the soulful? That would no doubt be analytical, but we feel that it would also be inept, to borrow Hans Castorp's useful word, and certainly not in the least genial. For what would clean-cut be? The subject is so equivocal, the limits so fluctuating. We make bold to laugh at the idea. Is it not well done that our language has but one word for all kinds of love, from the holiest to the most lustfully fleshly? All ambiguity is therein resolved. Love cannot but be physical at its furthest stretch of holiness. It cannot be impious in its utterest fleshliness. It is always itself, as the height of shrewd geniality, as in the depth of passion. It is organic sympathy, the touching sense-embrace of that which is doomed to decay. In the most raging as in the most reverent passion, there must be caritas. The meaning of the word varies. In God's name, then, let it vary. That it does so makes it living, makes it human. It would be a regrettable lack of depth to trouble over the fact. So while these youthful lips meet in their Russian kiss, let us darken our little stage and change the scene. For now, instead of the dimness of the hall, we have the rather pensive light of a declining spring day in the season of melting snows, and our hero is seated in his wonted place at the bedside of Mynheer Peeperkorn, in friendly and respectful converse with that great man. Frau Schoscher, after the tea hour at which she had appeared alone, as at the 3 previous meals, had gone shopping in the Platz, and Hans Castorp announced himself for his usual visit to the Dutchman. First of all, to show him attention and help him pass the time, but also to be edified by the motions of the great man's personality. In short, out of varying motives, varying as life varies. Peeperkorn laid aside the telegraph and tossed the horn-rimmed eyeglasses upon it. He reached his visitor a broad sea-captain's hand, and his thick-chapped lips, on which sat a distressed expression, moved vaguely. Red wine and coffee were as usual to hand. The coffee things stood on a chair, stained brown from recent use. Mynheer had taken his regular afternoon drink, hot and strong, with sugar and cream, and was in a perspiration. His face, with its fringe of white hair, was flushed, and little beads stood on brow and upper lip. "I am sweating somewhat," he said. "Come in, young man, come in. On the contrary, sit down. It is a sign of weakness when one takes a hot drink and sweats thereafter. Will you? Quite right. A handkerchief, thank you." The flush soon faded and gave place to a yellowish pallor, which was Mynheer's facial taunt after a bad attack. The fever had been severe this morning, and in all 3 stages, the cold, the hot, the moist. Peeperkorn's little eyes looked tired beneath the lined, mask-like brow. He said, "It is, by all means, young man. I would like to express the word is positively appreciative. Very kind of you to visit an ailing old man." "Not at all, Mynheer Peeperkorn. I am the one to be grateful for permission to sit here a little. I get a great deal more out of it than you. I assure you my motives are not altruistic. But what sort of description is that of yourself? An ailing old man. It would never occur to anyone to call you that. It gives an entirely false picture." "Very good," responded Mynheer. He closed his eyes for a second or so, leaning his majestic head against the pillows, the chin raised, the fingers with their long nails folded on his kingly chest. the muscles of which showed beneath the tricot shirt.
"You are right, young man, or rather, you mean it well, I am sure. It was pleasant yesterday, yes, yesterday afternoon at that hospitable spot, the name of which I have now forgotten, where we ate the excellent salami and scrambled eggs, and that sound native wine."
"It was gorgeous," Hans Castorp confirmed. "We certainly filled up. The Berkhoff chef would not have been pleased to see us putting it in, one and all. He'd have felt insulted. That was genuine salami, the real thing. Herr Settembrini ate it with tears in his eyes. He is a patriot, you must know, a democratic patriot. He has consecrated his burgher's pike on the altar of humanity, so the salami may be taxed at the Brenner frontier."
"That is no matter," Peeperkorn declared. "He is most chivalrous and courteous, and very affable in conversation, a gallant gentleman, though obviously unable to change his clothing with any frequency."
"None at all," said Hans Castorp, "none at all. I know him well, have been friendly with him for a long time. He was kind enough to take me up, because he found I was a delicate child of life. That is an expression we use between us, the sense of which is not obvious without the context. He has taken much pains to influence me for my good, but never, summer nor winter, have I seen him wear anything but those check trousers and that threadbare double-breasted coat. He wears the old things with great dignity. There is something gallant about him. I agree with you there. The way he does it is a triumph over poverty. I like better to see it than little Nafta's elegance, that always seems suspicious, a work of darkness, as it were, and he gets the money for it in some hole-and-corner way, I understand."
"A chivalrous and affable gentleman," repeated Peeperkorn, passing over Hans Castorp's remark about little Nafta, "but also, forgive me the reservation, not free from prejudice. Madame, my companion, has no great opinion of him. You may have seen. She feels little sympathy, no doubt because she perceives the same prejudice to exist towards herself. Not a word, young man. I am far from comment on Herr Settembrini and your friendly feelings for him. No more. I should not think of saying that in any point he has failed in any respect in knightly courtesy. My dear friend, irreproachable, very, but there is a line drawn, a withdrawal, which makes comprehensible Madame Chauchat's
feeling against him. Perfectly natural, perfectly justified. Pardon me, Mynheer Peeperkorn, for taking the words out of your mouth. I venture to do so in the consciousness that you will not misunderstand me. When one thinks how women are made— You smile to hear a person of my youth and inexperience making general observations on this subject. How dependent a woman's feeling for a man is upon his feeling for her. It is not surprising. Women, if you will permit me to express myself, are creatures not of action but of reaction. They do not initiate, they are inactive in the sense that they are passive. May I, even at the risk of being tiresome, try to follow that a little further? Woman, so far as I have been able to observe, regards herself in a love affair as the object. She lets it come. She does not make a free choice. She only chooses on the basis of the man's having chosen, and even then, I must repeat, her choice is suspect. It is prejudiced by the very fact that she has been chosen, provided, of course, the man is not too poor a specimen. And even so— Good Lord, what unalloyed drivel I'm talking. But when one is young, everything seems new and astonishing. You ask a woman, "Do you love him?" and she tells you, "He loves me so much," and rolls her eyes up, or else rolls them down. Imagine an answer like that from one of us, if you will pardon me putting us in the same category. Perhaps there are men who would answer like that, but they are poor-spirited creatures. Their women wear the breeches, if you will forgive the expression. I should like to know what kind of self-appraisement is at the bottom of the feminine answer. Is it that the woman thinks she owes a man boundless devotion merely because he has conferred the favour of his choice upon so lowly a creature? Or does she see in the man's love an infallible sign of her personal excellence? I've often asked myself these questions when I have been thinking quietly alone.
Primitive, the traditional mysteries you touch on there, young man, applying your glib little phrases to the sacred conditions of our existence.
responded Peeperkorn. "Man is intoxicated by his desire. Woman demands and expects to be intoxicated by it. Hence our holy duty of feeling. Hence the shame in unfeelingness, in powerlessness to awaken the woman to desire. Will you take a glass of red wine with me? I will drink, for I am thirsty. I have given out a considerable amount of water to-day." "Thanks, Mynheer Peeperkorn. I do not usually take anything at this hour, but I am always ready to drink a swallow or so to your health." "Then take the wine-glass. There is only one. I will use the water-glass. It won't insult this simple wine to drink it out of an ordinary tumbler." He poured out the wine with Hans Castrop's help, as his hand trembled slightly, and drank thirstily, as though it had been water. "That is refreshing," he said. "Won't you have some more? No, permit me to fill my glass." The second time he spilled some wine. The turned-over sheet was stained with dark red spots. "I repeat," he said, with one lance-like finger reared up, "I repeat that therein lies our duty, our sacred duty to feel. Feeling, you understand, is the masculine force that rouses life. Life slumbers, needs to be roused, to be awakened to a drunken marriage with divine feeling. For feeling, young man, is godlike. Man is godlike in that he feels. He is the feeling of God. God created him in order to feel through him. Man is nothing but the organ through which God consummates his marriage with roused and intoxicated life. If man fails in feeling, it is blasphemy. It is the surrender of his masculinity, a cosmic catastrophe, an irreconcilable horror." He drank. "Permit me to relieve you of your glass," Hans Castrop said. "I find your train of thought highly edifying, Mynheer Peeperkorn. You are developing a theology there, in which you ascribe to man a highly honourable, if perhaps rather a one-sided religious function. There is, if I may say so, a certain austerity in your conception. It has its alarming side. Pardon me. All religious austerity is naturally somewhat alarming to people who are built on modest lines. I have no thought of criticizing the conception. I should like simply to return to your remark about certain prejudices which, according to your observations, Herr Setimbrini has on the subject of Madame. I have known Herr Setimbrini for some time, more than a year, for years, in fact, and I can assure you that his prejudices, in so far as they exist, are in no case of a petty or bourgeois character. It would be absurd to think so. It can only be a question of prejudice in a general sense, impersonal, relating to certain pedagogic principles, which, in my character as a delicate child of life, Herr Setimbrini has been at pains to... But that would lead us too far. It is a very complex subject into which I could not... "And you love Madame?" Mynheer suddenly asked. He turned toward his visitor that kingly countenance, with the sore, writhen mouth, and the pale little eyes under the arabesque of lines on the brow. Hans Castrop started. He stammered, that is, I feel great respect for Frau Schoscha, certainly in her character as—" "Pray," said Peeperkorn, stretching out his hand with that gesture which held back the flow of words. Having thus made a free space for what he was about to say, "Let me," he went on, "let me repeat that I am far from reproaching this Italian gentleman with any actual offence against the rules of chivalry. I level this reproach against no one, but it occurs to me, understand me, young man, I am gratified, very. Your presence rejoices my heart. At the same time I say to myself, your acquaintance with Madame is older than ours. You were a companion of her earlier sojourn up here. She is a woman of rarest charms, and I am only an ailing old man. How does it happen? Today, as I was unable to accompany her, she goes down unattended to the village to make purchases. There is no harm in that, none at all. But doubtless, am I then to ascribe it to the... what was it you said? The pedagogic principles of Signor Setimbrini that you... I beg you not to misunderstand me." "Not at all, Mynheer Peeperkorn. Absolutely not. Not in the least. I act independently. On the contrary, Herr Setimbrini has even taken occasion to... I regret to see you have spilled wine on your sheets, Mynheer Peeperkorn. May I not... We usually put salt on while the spots are fresh." "It does not matter," said Peeperkorn, fixing his guest with his glance. Hans Castorp changed colour. He said, with a hollow smile, "Everything up here is out of the ordinary. The spirit of the place, if I may put it so, is not conventional. The sufferer, whether man or woman, is privileged. The laws of chivalry are thus forced rather into the background. You are for the moment indisposed, Mynheer Peeperkorn, an acute indisposition. Your companion is relatively well. I think I do as Madame would wish in representing her here beside you in her absence, in so far as there can be any talk of representing her, instead of representing you with her, and offering to attend her into the village. How indeed should I come to be playing the cavalier to Madame? I have no title to the position, no mandate, and I have, I must admit, a strong sense of mine and thine. In short, I find my position is correct, in face of the general situation, and also the very genuine feelings I entertain for you, Mynheer Peeperkorn. You asked me, I believe, a question, and I think what I have said should be a satisfactory answer to it." "A very amiable answer," Peeperkorn responded. "I listen with involuntary pleasure, young man, to your fluent little phrases. Your tongue runs on, it springs over stock and stone, and rounds off all the sharp corners. But satisfactory? No, your answer does not quite satisfy me. You must forgive me for disappointing you. Austere, my dear friend, you used the word with reference to some of my remarks just now, but in yours too I seem to note a certain austerity. They seem a little stiff and forced, and not in harmony with your nature, though I am acquainted with the phenomenon through your bearing in one respect, and therefore recognize it now. I mean the formal manner you assume toward Madame, and toward no one else in our little circle, on our walks and excursions, and of which you owe me an explanation. It is a duty, an obligation. I am not mistaken. I have confirmed my observation too many times, and it is unlikely it has not been remarked by others as well, with the difference that these others may perhaps, or even probably, possess a key which I do not." Mynheer spoke with uncommon precision and clarity this afternoon, despite the exhaustion consequent upon his fever. There was scarcely a trace of his usual rhapsodic style. He half sat on his bed, his powerful shoulders and splendid head turned toward his guest, one arm stretched out over the coverlet, with the freckled sea captain's hand erect at the end of the woollen sleeve, forming the ring of precision. The lance-tipped fingers were aloft, and his lips formed the words as precisely, as plastically, as Herr Settembrini himself could have wished, and rolled the R in his throat in words like probably and austerity. "You smile," he went on. "You seem to be busy searching the tablets of your memory and finding them blank. But there can be no doubt that you know what I mean. I do not say that you do not sometimes address Madame, or that you do not answer her as occasion arises, but I repeat, you do so with a definite constraint, an evasiveness, and in fact an avoidance of one certain form. One gets the impression that there has been a one-sided wager. It is as though you have eaten a Philippina with Madame, and made up that you will not address her with the usual form of address. In short, you never use the third person plural. You never say to Madame." "But, Mynheer Peeperkorn, how absurd! What sort of Philippina would that be?" "May I mention the circumstance? You are surely aware of it yourself, that you have grown pale to the lip." Hans Castorp did not look up. He bent over and busied himself with the red stains on the sheet. It had to come to that, I suppose, he thought. It had to come out. I suppose I even helped it on myself. I can see that now. Did I really go pale? It may be, for now we've certainly come to grips. What will happen? Shall I keep on lying? It might still go. But I won't. I'll just sit tight a few minutes and look at these blood-stains. I mean wine-stains, on the sheet. They were both silent. The stillness lasted some 2 or 3 minutes, and gave evidence of how much under such circumstances these very small units of time can expand. It was Pieter Peeperkorn who first spoke. "On the evening when I first had the pleasure of making your acquaintance," he said, beginning in a sing-song tone and letting his voice fall at the end as though embarked on a long recitative. "We had a little celebration, sat very late eating and drinking and making merry, and then in an elevated mood of spirit free and unrestrained, arm in arm we sought our beds. As we parted here at my door, the idea came to me to ask you to salute Madame on the brow, as a good friend from her former visit up here. You bluntly refused, rejected the idea on the ground that it would be preposterous. You will not deny that the expression itself demanded an explanation for which you have remained until now in my debt. Are you willing to absolve yourself of it?" Ah, so he noticed that too, Hans Castorp thought, and bent closer over the wine stains, one of which he scratched with his middle finger. The fact is, I suppose I wanted him to notice it, or I should not have said it. But what to say now? My heart is pounding. Will there be an exhibition of royal rage? Perhaps I'd better keep an eye on his fist. He may be holding it over me already. I certainly am in a fine position, between the devil and the deep blue sea, as it were. And suddenly he felt his right wrist grasped by the hand of Peeperkorn. "Hello," he thought, "why should I be sitting here with my tail between my legs? Have I done him an injury? Not in the least. Let him talk to the man in Dagestan before he does to me, and after that somebody else, and so on, and then to me. And what has he to complain of about me? Nothing, so far. Then why should my heart be pounding like this? It is high time I sit up and look him in the eye, with all due respect to his personality, of course." He did so. The great man's face was yellow, the eyes pale beneath the forehead's heavy folds. A bitter expression sat on the wounded lips. They looked each other in the eye, the splendid old man and the insignificant young one, and Peeperkorn continued to hold Hans Castorp by the wrist. At last he said gently, "You were Claudia's lover when she was here before." End of section 35. Section 36 of The Magic Mountain by Thomas Mann, Volume 2, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 36. Chapter 7. Mynheer Peeperkorn continued. Part 5. Hans Castorp bowed his head once more, but lifted it again straightway, took a deep breath, and began. "Mynheer Peeperkorn, it is in the highest degree repugnant to me to tell you a lie. I am searching for a means of avoiding it, but this is not easy. I should be boasting if I say yes, lying if I say no. Let me explain in what sense this is to be taken. I lived a long time, a very long time in this house with Claudia. I beg pardon, with the present companion of your travels, before making her acquaintance. Our relations, or rather my relation to her, was never the social one. I can only say of it that its beginnings are shrouded in darkness. In my thoughts I have never named Claudia but with the thou, and never in reality either. For on the evening when, casting off certain pedagogic restraints of which we were speaking, I made bold to approach her, upon a pretext furnished me by the long-ago past, it was carnival. It was an evening of masks and freedom, an irresponsible hour, when the thou was in force, and by the power of magic and dreams somehow had full sway. And it was also the eve of Claudia's departure. "Full sway," repeated Peeperkorn. "You have put it very, very well." He released Hans Castorp's hand and began with his own huge ones to massage both sides of his own face, eyes, cheeks, and chin. Then he folded his hands upon the wine-bespotted sheet, and laid his head on the left shoulder, the one toward his guest, with the effect that his face was lightly turned away. "I have given you the best answer I could, Mynheer Peeperkorn," Hans Castorp said. "I have tried to say neither too much nor too little. I was concerned to let you see that it is in a way open to us to count that evening, when the thou had full sway, and it was the eve of Claudia's departure, or not to count it. It was an extraordinary occasion, almost outside the calendar, intercalated, so to speak, a 29th of February. It would have been only half a lie if I had simply denied the truth of what you said." Peeperkorn made no answer. "I preferred," Hans Castorp began again after a pause, "to tell you the truth rather than run the risk of losing your favour, which, I openly admit, would be a sensible loss to me. I may say a blow, a real blow, comparable to the one I received when Frau Schoscha returned hither as the companion of your travels. I have risked letting this happen because I have long wished and hoped that there might be understanding between myself and the man for whom I entertained feelings of the most extraordinary respect and reverence. It seemed finer, more human to me. You know that is Claudia's favourite word, and how she pronounces it in that enchanting husky drawl of hers, than silence and dissimulation, and in that sense a weight was lifted from my heart when you put your question." No answer. "One thing more, Mynheer Peeperkorn," Hans Castorp went on. "There is another thing that made me wish to make a clean breast of it to you, and that was the personal experience I had with the irritating effect of uncertainty, being let in for suspicions that could be neither confirmed nor dismissed. You know now who it was, before this present relationship was established, which would be absurd of me not to respect, with whom Claudia spent, or experienced, or committed, that 29th of February. It is clear to you now, but for my part I have never been able to know, though of course I realize that anyone in my situation has to reckon with the past, by which I mean predecessors, and though I also realize that Hofrath Behrens is an amateur portrait painter, and had, in the course of many sittings, made a capital portrait of her, with the treatment of the skin so very lively and realistic that, between ourselves, it gave me very seriously to think. I have tormented myself no end with that riddle, and still do." "You still love her?" Peeperkorn asked, without changing his position, his face still turned away. The large room fell more and more into twilight. "You will pardon me, Mynheer Peeperkorn," answered Hans Castorp, "but my feeling for you, which is one of the highest respect and admiration, will not permit me to speak of my feelings for the present companion of your travels." "And does she," Peeperkorn asked with lower voice, "does she still return your feeling?" "I do not say," answered Hans Castorp. "I do not say that she ever returned it. That is scarcely credible. We were touching upon this subject earlier in the afternoon when we spoke of the responsive nature of women. There is nothing much about me to fall in love with. I am not built on a grand scale, as you can see. The possibility of a 29th of February could only be ascribed to feminine receptivity on the basis of a man's choice already made. I must say that when I refer to myself as a man, it seems to me a sort of self-advertising and bad taste. But at all events, Claudia is a woman." "She was responsive to your feeling," murmured Peeperkorn, with wry lips. "How much more so to yours," said Hans Castorp, "and in all probability to many another. One has to face that when—" "Stop!" Peeperkorn said, still turned away, but with a gesture of the palm toward his interlocutor. "Is it not rather common of us to talk about her?" "I don't feel it so, Mynheer Peeperkorn. I think I can set your mind at rest on that point. These are human topics we are treating of, human in the sense that they have to do with freedom and the spirituelle. You must pardon me if I use a rather ambiguous terminology, but I needed the expression lately, and made it my own. Very good. Go on, Peeperkorn said in a low voice. Hans Castorp spoke in a low voice too, and sat on the edge of his chair by the bed, bent toward the kingly old man, his hands between his knees. For she is certainly a most spirituelle being, he said, and the husband beyond the Caucasus, you know of course that she has a husband beyond the Caucasus, gives her her freedom, whether out of stupidity or intelligence I don't know. I don't know the chap. But it is a good thing he does, for it is her illness grants it to her, and whoever falls into our situation will do well to follow his example, and not complain, either of the past or of the future. You don't complain? Asked Peeperkorn, and turned his face. It seemed ashen in the twilight. The pale, weary eyes stared out beneath the great folds of brow. The large chapped lips stood half open, like the mouth of a tragic mask. I hardly thought it was a question of myself, Hans Castorp answered modestly. What I meant was that you should not complain, nor deprive me of your friendship because of events in the past. That is what concerns me at this hour. But aside from that, Peeperkorn said, I must involuntarily have been the cause of much suffering on your part. If you put the question, responded Hans Castorp, and if I answer yes, my answer must not be taken to mean that I did not know how to value the enormous privilege of knowing you, for that privilege was indissolubly bound up with the suffering. Thank you, young man, I thank you. I value the courtesy of your little phrases. But aside from our acquaintance, it is difficult, Hans Castorp said, to divorce the two, and the idea does not commend itself to me that I should divorce them in order to be free to reply in the affirmative to your question. The very fact that it was a personality like you in whose company Claudia returned could only make more distressing and involved her coming back in the company of anybody whatever. It gave me a quarter of an hour, I assure you, and still does. That I do not deny. I have purposely kept as much as I could to the positive element. That is my sincere feeling of honour and reverence to you, Mynheer Peeperkorn, in which there mingled a spice of malice against your mistress, for women are never at ease when their lovers come to terms. True enough, Peeperkorn said, and ran his hand over mouth and chin to conceal a smile, as though he were afraid Madame Chauchat might see it. Hans Castorp too smiled discreetly, and then they both nodded in mutual understanding. This little revenge, went on Hans Castorp, was granted me at the end, because, so far as I personally am concerned, I have a quarrel after all, not with Claudia, not with you, Mynheer Peeperkorn, but with my lot in general, my destiny. I will try to tell you about it, in so far as I can, now that I am secure in the honour of your confidence, and in this altogether exceptional and extraordinary twilight hour. Pray do so, said Peeperkorn courteously, and Hans Castorp went on. I have been up here a long time, Mynheer Peeperkorn, years. How long I hardly know myself, but it has been years of my life. My cousin, to visit whom I came up in the first instance, was a soldier, an upright and honourable soul, but that was no help to him. He died and left me, and I remained here alone. I was no soldier, but a civilian. I had a profession, as you may have heard, a good two-fisted job, which is even supposed to do its share in drawing together the nations of the world. But somehow it did not draw me. I admit this freely, but the reasons for it I cannot describe otherwise than to say that they are veiled in obscurity, the same obscurity that envelops the origin of my feeling for Madame, your mistress. I call her that expressly to show that I am not thinking of undermining the situation as it exists. My feeling for Claudia Chauchat, and my intimate sense of her being, which I have had since the first moment her eyes met mine and bewitched me, enchanted me, you understand, beyond all reason. For love of her, in defiance of Herr Setimbrini, I declared myself for the principle of unreason, the spiritual principle of disease, under whose aegis I had already, in reality, stood for a long time back, and I remained up here, I no longer know precisely how long. I have forgotten, broken with everything, my relatives, my calling, all my ideas of life. When Claudia went away, I waited here for her return, so that now I am wholly lost to life down below, and dead in the eyes of my friends. That is what I meant when I spoke of my destiny, and said there might be some justice in a complaint over my present state. I have read a story. No, I saw it in the theatre. A good-natured youth, a soldier like my cousin, who comes to know a charming gypsy. Charming she was, with a flower behind her ear. A wild and fatal creature, who so bewitches him that he goes off altogether, sacrifices everything to her, deserts the colours, joins the smugglers, dishonours himself in every way. Well, when he has got so far, she, for her part, has had enough of him, and takes up with a matador, a forceful personality with a magnificent baritone voice. The end of it all is that the little soldier, white as a sheet, shirt open at the throat, stabs his mistress with his knife in front of the circus, which, after all, she brought upon herself. It is rather a pointless story, after all. How did I come to think of it? Mynheer Peeperkorn, at the mention of the knife, had shifted his position on the bed, with a quick motion to one side, turning his face toward his guest, and looking him piercingly in the eye. Now he pulled himself to a more comfortable posture, supporting himself on one elbow, and said, "Well, young man, I have listened to you, and I have the whole picture. On my side, let me make you an honourable declaration. Were my hair not white, my limbs not racked with fever, you would see me ready to give you satisfaction, man to man, weapon to weapon, for the injury I unwittingly did you, and that which my companion added to it, which likewise is mine to atone. Positively, my friend, you would see me at your service. But as matters lie, you must let me make a different proposal. It is this. I recall an exalted moment, when our acquaintance was very young, when I felt myself pleasantly impressed by your native parts, and stood ready to offer you the brotherly thou, and then perceived that the moment was premature. Very well. I stand again today at that moment. I return to it. I declare that the period of probation has come to an end. Young man, we are brothers. Your phrase was that the thou had full sway. Very good. Let ours likewise have full sway. Let us give full rein to brotherly feeling. The satisfaction which age and incapacity prevent me from giving you, I offer in another form, in the form of a brotherly alliance, such as one forms against a third party, against the world, against all and sundry. Let us swear it to each other in the name of our feeling for somebody. Take your wine-glass, young man. I will use the water-glass again. It does the crude new wine no shame." With his trembling hand he filled the glasses. Hans Castorp hastened to assist him. "Take it," repeated Peeperkorn. "Take my arm. Let us drink so. Let us drink it out. Positively, young man. Very. Here is my hand. Art thou satisfied?" "That is no word for it, of course, Mynheer Peeperkorn," said Hans Castorp. He had not found it easy to drink out the full glass as a draught. He spilled a little, and dried his knee with his handkerchief. "I might better say that I am immensely happy, and can hardly grasp how this has all come about. It is like a dream. What an immense honour for me! How I have deserved it, I scarcely know. Certainly in no active sense. It is not surprising that at first it seems entirely too bold, and I doubt if I shall be able to fetch it out, especially in Claudia's presence, who is not quite so likely to be pleased with the new arrangement all at once." "Leave that to me," responded Peeperkorn. "The rest is a matter of practice and habit. Go now, young man.
Leave me, my son. The night has fallen. Our loved one may return any moment, and a meeting between you just now would perhaps not be quite well advised."
"Farewell, Mynheer Peeperkorn," Hans Castorp said, and rose. "Yes, it has grown dark. I can imagine Herr Settembrini coming in suddenly and turning on the light to let reason and convention reign. It is a weakness of his. Good-bye until tomorrow. I leave you, so proud, so joyful, as I could never have dreamed it was possible for me to be. And now you will have at least 3 good days, free of fever, and that rejoices me as much as though it were myself. Brother, good night." End of section 36. Section 37 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 37, Chapter 7, Mynheer Peeperkorn, Conclusion, Part 1. A waterfall is always an attractive goal for an excursion. We scarcely know how to explain why Hans Castorp, with all his native love of falling water, had never visited the picturesque cascade in the valley of the Flula. His cousin's strong sense of duty to the service had probably prevented him during Joachim's time. The latter's purposeful attitude had tended to confine their activities to the close vicinity of the Berghof. But even since that time, if we except the winter's excursions on skis, Hans Castorp's relations with the mountain scenery had been extremely conservative, not to say monotonous. The young man found a curious pleasure in the contrast between the limitations of his physical sphere and the broad scope of his mental operations. However, when it was proposed that his little group of 7 people should make a driving excursion to the waterfall, he readily assented. It was the blissful month of May, oft celebrated in the pleasant little ditties of the flatland. Up here the air is fresh, the temperature scarcely ingratiating, but at least the snow was gone. It might indeed snow again. During the last few days there had been flurries of gigantic flakes, but it did not lie, it only made wet. The winter drifts had wasted away, they were gone, save for vestiges here and there, and the green slopes, the open paths, tempted the spirit to rove. The group had been less socially occupied of late weeks, owing to the illness of its ruling spirit, the prepotent Mynheer Peeperkorn. His fever refused to yield to the beneficent working of the climate, or the skilled ministrations of so excellent a doctor as Hofrath Behrens. He was obliged to spend much time in bed, not only on the days when the quartan fever held sway, but on others too. There was trouble with his liver and spleen, Behrens told those who tended him. The digestion was not what it should be. In short, the Hofrath did not neglect to point out that the condition seemed to indicate a danger of chronic debility, not to be ignored. Mynheer Peeperkorn had presided at only one evening festivity in all these weeks, and the group had taken but one short walk. Hans Castorp was rather relieved than otherwise at this state of affairs, for the pledge he had drunk with Claudia Schorsch's protector made him difficulties in the general conversation, of the same kind he had dealt with in the case of Frau Schorscha herself, namely, the avoidance of the formal mode of address, as though, as Peeperkorn said, they had eaten a Filipina together. He was fertile in expedients to get round it, or simply leave it out. Nevertheless, the favour accorded him by Peeperkorn had doubled his present dilemma. But now the excursion to the waterfall was the order of the day. Peeperkorn himself had arranged it, and felt equal to the effort. It was the 3rd day after the usual attack, and he announced that he wished to take advantage of it. He did not, indeed, appear at the early meals of the day, but took them in company with Madame Schorscha in their salon, as they often did of late. But Hans Castorp received word, through the lame concierge, to be ready for a drive an hour after the midday meal, and further, to communicate with Ferge and Wesel, Settembrini and Lafter, and to engage 2 landaus for 3 o'clock. Accordingly, at this hour they assembled before the portal of the Berghof, Hans Castorp, Ferge, and Wesel, and awaited the pair from the appartement du luxe, whiling the time by holding out lumps of sugar on the palms of their hands for the horses to nip them up with thick, moist black lips. Their companions appeared with no great delay on the threshold. Peeperkorn's kingly head seemed narrower. He lifted his hat as he stood in a long, rather shabby ulster by Madame Chauchat's side, and his lips shaped a vague form of greeting to the company in general. Then he descended and shook hands with the three gentlemen, who met him at the foot of the steps. He laid his left hand on Hans Castorp's shoulder, saying, "Well, young man, and how goes it, my son?" "Topping, thanks. I hope it's mutual," responded the young man. The sun shone, the day was beautiful and bright, but they had done well to don overcoats. Driving would be cool. Madame Chauchat, too, wore a warm, belted mantle of some woolly stuff, with a pattern of large checks, and a small fur about her shoulders. The rim of her felt hat was turned down at one side, by the olive-green veil she wore bound under her chin, an effect so charming that it was actual pain to most of the beholders, Ferge being the only man there not in love with her. To his disinterested state was probably due the temporary advantage he presently enjoyed of being selected to sit opposite Miner and Madame in the first landau, while Hans Castorp mounted with Wesel into the second, catching as he did so a mocking smile that for a moment visited Frau Chauchat's face. The others would be called for at their lodgings. The Malayan servant joined the party with a capacious basket, from the top of which protruded the necks of 2 wine bottles. He bestowed it under the back seat of the first landau, took his place by the coachman on the box, and folded his arms. The horses started up, and the carriages, with the brakes against their wheels, drove down the drive. Wesel had seen Frau Chauchat smile, and expressed himself on the subject to his companion, showing his bad teeth as he talked. "Did you see," he asked, "how she was laughing at you for having to drive alone with me? Yes, yes, a man like me is always fair game. Do you find it so disgusting to have to sit next to me?" "Pull yourself together, Wesel, and stop talking in that poor-spirited way," Hans Castorp admonished him. "Women are forever smiling at anything, just for the sake of smiling. There is no sense in attending to it. Why do you always cry yourself down? You have your advantages and your disadvantages, like the rest of us. For instance, you can play out the Midsummer Night's Dream, and it's not everybody who can. Will you play for us again soon?" "Yes, you think you can talk to me condescendingly like that," retorted the wretched soul, "and you don't know what cheek there is in your consolation, how it just lowers me the more. You have the right to, though. You are laughing out of the wrong corner of your mouth now. But once you were in the 7th heaven, and felt her arms about your neck. Oh God, it burns me in the pit of my stomach when I think of it. And you are conscious of all you have had, when you look down on me and my torments, and think what a beggarly wretch I am." "You haven't a pretty way of expressing yourself, Wesel. I don't need to conceal my opinion of it, since you reproach me with being cheeky. It is really very repulsive, and probably intentional on your part. You lay yourself out to be disgusting, and humiliate yourself the whole time. Are you really so desperately in love with her?" "Fearfully," answered Wesel with a headshake. "Words cannot express what I have had to endure from my craving for her. I wish I could say it would be the death of me, but the trouble is, one can neither die nor live. It was a bit better when she was away. I was gradually beginning to forget her. But since she came back, and I have her daily before my eyes, I get attacks. I bite my hand and strike about me, and am beside myself. Such things ought not to be, yet one cannot wish not to have them. Whoever is in that state cannot wish not to be. It would be like wishing not to live, because it has bound itself up with life. What good would it do to die? Afterwards, yes, gladly. In her arms it would be bliss. But before, no, it would be preposterous, because life is longing, and longing is life. It cannot go against itself. That is the cursed catch in the game. Even when I said cursed, it is only a way of talking, as though I was somebody else, for in myself I cannot feel it so. There are many kinds of torture, Castorp.
and whichever one you are under, your one desire and longing is to be free of it. But the torture of fleshly lust is the only one you can never wish to be free of, except through satisfaction. Never, never, in any other way, never at any price. So it is. The man who is not suffering from it doesn't dwell on it, but the man who is learns to know our Lord Jesus Christ, and his tears run down. Lord in heaven, what a thing it is that the flesh can crave the flesh like that, simply because it is not its own flesh, but belongs to another soul. How strange, and yet, when you come to look at it, how unassuming, how friendly, how almost apologetic. One might say almost, if that is all he wants, in God's name let him have it. What is it I want, Castor? Do I want to kill her? Do I want to shed her blood? I only want to fondle her. Dear good Castor, don't despise me for whining like this, but after all, couldn't she let me have my way? There will be something higher about it, Castor. I am not a beast of the field. In my way I am a man too. Pure fleshly desire casts about, here, there, and everywhere. It is not bound, not fixed, and so we call it animal. But when it is fixed upon a human being with a human face, then we begin talking about love. It is not that I just crave her carnal part, to enjoy as if she were a flesh and blood doll. If there were one least little thing different about her face, it might be that I should not crave her at all. It shows that I love her soul, and love her with my soul, for love of the face is love of the soul. Why, Vaisal, what's the matter with you? You're off your head. You don't know how you are going on. But that's just it, pursued the unhappy wretch, that she has a soul, that she is a creature made up of soul and body, and that her soul will have absolutely nothing to do with mine, nor her body either, and thence come, O God, the torments I suffer, and therefore is my desire condemned to shame, and my body must mortify itself forever. Why will she know nothing of me, Castor, either body or soul? Why is my desire a horror to her? Am I not a man, even if I am repulsive? I swear to you that I am, that I would give her more than all the others who have lain there, once she opened to me the bliss of her embrace, of her arms, which are beautiful, because her soul is so. There is not a glory of the flesh I would not offer her, Castor, if it were only a matter of the body, not of the countenance. If it were not her accursed soul that will have none of me, without which I should have no longing for her body. That is the devil's treadmill, in which I eternally go round and round. Hush, Vaisal, hush. The coachman can understand you. He does not turn his head on purpose, but I can see by the expression of his back that he is listening. Yes, you are right, he is listening, and he understands. There you have again the thing I am talking about, and can see what it is like. If I was speaking of palingenesis or hydrostatics, he would not understand, and would not listen. He would not have the faintest idea about it, nor care to have. There is no popular understanding of those things. But this business of body and soul, the last and highest and most ghastly private matter in the world, is also the most universal. Everybody can understand it, and laugh at anyone suffering from it, whose days are a torture of desire, and his nights a torment of hell. Castor, dear Castor, let me make my little moan to you. You don't know the sort of nights I have. Every night I dream of her. Ah, what do I not dream of her? It makes me burn inside even to think of it. And all the dreams end the same way. She gives me a box on the ear, slaps me in the face, and sometimes spits at me, with her face all distorted with disgust, and then I awake, covered with sweat and drowned in shame and desire. That will do, Vaisal. We will sit quiet now and make up our minds to hold our tongues until we reach the grocer's and someone gets in with us. That is my wish. I don't want to wound you, and I admit that your mental state is quite a choice and particular mess, but you know the story about the maiden, who, by way of being punished for something, had snakes and toads hop out of her mouth, a snake or a toad for every word she spoke. The book does not say what she did about it, but I should think she finally had to keep her mouth shut. "But every human being needs to express what he feels," said Vaisel complainingly, "to relieve himself, my dear Castorp, when he is in the state I am in." "And every human being has the right to do it too, if you like. But, my dear Vaisel, it seems to me there are certain rights a man simply does not assert." After which, according to Hans Castorp's desire, they were silent. Moreover, they were now arrived at the grocer's vine-clad cottage, where they needed not to linger at all, for Nafta and Setimbrini stood waiting in the street, the one in his shabby fur, the other in a yellowish-white spring overcoat, copiously stitched, and looking almost foppish. They all bowed and exchanged greetings, and Nafta took his place beside Ferge in the first landau, which now contained 4 persons, while Herr Setimbrini added himself to the other 2 in the second carriage. Vaisel gave up his place on the back seat, and the Italian lolled there elegantly, as though on his native Corso, and in his very best mood, bubbling over with esprit. He talked about the pleasure of driving, the charm of sitting still, and of being moved along at the same time amid a changing scene, showed a fatherly interest in Hans Castorp, even patted the forlorn Vaisel's cheek, and bade him forget his own unsympathetic ego in admiration of the blithe exterior world, to which the Italian pointed with a spacious gesture of his hand in its worn leather glove. It was a delightful drive. The horses, all 4 of them sturdy, glossy, well-fed beasts, with a blaze on each forehead, covered the excellent road at a steady pace. There was no dust. The route was bordered here and there by crumbling rock, tufted with grass and flowers. Telegraph poles flew past. Their way wound along the mountain forests in pleasant curves that invited the interest and led it on. In the sunny distance glimmered mountain heights, still partly covered with snow. They left behind their own accustomed valley, and the change of scene refreshed their spirits. At the edge of the forest they drew up, having decided to cover on foot the remainder of the distance to the goal they had in mind, a goal of which they had been for some time aware, by reason of the sound that came to their ears, at first scarcely perceptible, but steadily increasing in volume. They all heard, directly they dismounted, that far-away, sibilant, vibrating roar, that distant murmuring of water, as yet so faint that they would suddenly lose the sound and pause to listen again. "It is mild enough now," Setimbrini said. He had often been here before. "But when you come close it is brutal at this time of the year. You won't be able to hear yourselves think. Mark my words." Thus they entered the woods, along a path strewn with damp pine needles. Pieter Peeperkorn first, leaning on Madame Shorshaw's arm, his soft black hat drawn down on his brows, walking with his slumping gait. Behind them Hans Castorp, hatless like the other gentlemen, hands in pockets, head on one side, whistling softly as he looked about. Then Nafta and Setimbrini, then Ferge and Vaisel, last the Malay, with the tea-basket on his arm. They all talked about the wood, for the wood was not quite usual. It had a peculiarity which made it picturesque, exotic, even uncanny. It abounded in a hanging moss that draped and wreathed and wrapped the trees. The matted web of this parasitic plant hung and dangled in long pallid beards from the branches, so that scarcely any pine needles were visible for the shrouded veil. A complete, bizarre transformation, a bewitched and morbid scene, for the trees were sick of this rank growth. It threatened to choke them to death, so all the visitors felt, as the little train wound along the path toward the sound, and the hissing and splashing swelled slowly to a mighty tumult that justified Setimbrini's prediction. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann, translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 38. Chapter 7, Mynheer Peeperkorn Concluded, Part 2. A turn in the path revealed the bridge and the rocky ravine down which the torrent poured.
At the moment their eyes perceived it, their ears seemed saluted with the maximum of sound, for which infernal was the only right word. The volume of water fell perpendicularly in a single cascade, perhaps 9 or 10 feet high, and of considerable breadth, and foaming white shot away over the rocks. The frantic noise of its falling seemed to mingle all possible intensities and variations of sound, hissing, thundering, roaring, bawling, whispering, crashing, crackling, droning, chiming. Truly it was enough to drive one senseless. The visitors went very close on the slippery rocks at the bottom of the chasm, and stood looking, bespattered with its spray, enveloped in its mist, their ears stopped by the insensate clamour. They exchanged glances and head-shakes and rather intimidated smiles as they stood regarding this spectacle, this long catastrophe of foam and fury, whose preposterous roaring deafened them, frightened them, bewildered their senses of sight and hearing, so that they even imagined they heard above, below, and on all sides, cries of warning, trumpet calls, hoarse human voices. Gathered in a little group behind Mynheer Peeperkorn, Frau Schorschau surrounded by the 5 gentlemen, they stood and looked into the surging waters. The others could not see the Dutchman's face, but they saw him take off his hat and breathe in the freshness with expanding chest. They communicated by looks and signs, for words would have been useless, even shrieked immediately into the ear against the raging thunder. Their lips formed soundless phrases of wonder and admiration. Hans Castorp, Settembrini, and Ferge proposed, by nods and signs, to climb up the side of the ravine in which they stood, and look down upon the water from above. It was not difficult. A series of narrow steps cut in the rock led up to an upper story, so to speak, of the forest. They climbed it, one behind the other, reached the bridge that spanned the water just where it arched to pour downward, and leaning on the rail waved to the party below. Then they crossed over and climbed laboriously down on the other side of the stream, whence they rejoined their friends by a second bridge over the whirling torrent. Tea drinking was now indicated, and more than one of them said it might be well to withdraw a little from the din in order to enjoy that refreshment in comfort, not totally dumb, not utterly deafened and dazed. But they learned that Peeperkorn thought otherwise. He shook his head and pointed several times with violence toward the ground. His distorted lips curled back with the emphasis of "here" they shaped. What could the others do? In such matters he was accustomed to command, and the weight of his personality would always have been decisive, even if he had not been, as he was, master and mover of the expedition. Size itself is tyrannical, autocratic. Thus it has always been. Thus it will remain. Mynheer desired to eat in sight, in thunderous hearing, of the waterfall. It was his mighty will. Who did not wish to go hungry must acquiesce. Most of them felt dissatisfied. Herr Settembrini saw that all chance of conversation, of a human interchange of ideas, would be out of the question, and flung up his hand in a gesture of resigned despair. The Malay hastened to carry out his master's will. 2 camp stools were set up against the rocks for Monsieur and Madame, and at their feet upon a cloth he spread out the contents of the basket: coffee apparatus and glasses, thermos bottles, cake and wine. The others found places on boulders or against the railing of the footbridge. Holding their cups of hot coffee in their hands, their plates on their knees, they ate silently amid the clamour. Peeperkorn sat with his coat collar turned up and his hat on the ground beside him, drinking port out of a monogrammed silver cup, which he emptied many times. And suddenly he began to speak. Extraordinary man! It was impossible for him to hear his own voice, still more for the others to catch a syllable of what he let transpire without its in the least transpiring. But with the wine-cup in his right hand he raised his forefinger, stretching his left arm, palm outward, toward the water. They saw his kingly features move in speech. The mouth form words, which were as soundless as though spoken into empty, etherless space. No one dreamed he could continue. With embarrassed smiles they watched this futile activity, thinking every moment it would cease. But he went on, with tense, compelling gesture, to harangue the clamour that swallowed his words, directing upon this or that one of the company, by turns, the gaze of his pale little weary eyes, spanned wide beneath the lifted folds of his brow, and whoever felt himself addressed was constrained to nod back again, wide-eyed, open-mouthed, hand to ear, as though any sort of effort to hear could better the utterly hopeless situation. He even stood up, there in his crumpled ulster that reached nearly to his heels, the collar turned up, bareheaded, cup in hand, the high brow creased with folds like some heathen idol's in a shrine, and crowned by the aureole of white hair like flickering flames. There he stood by the rocks and spoke, holding the circle of thumb and forefinger, with the lance-like others above it, before his face, and scaling his mute and incomprehensible toast with that compelling sign of precision. Such words as they were accustomed to hearing from him they could read on his lips, or divine from his gestures. Settled and absolutely. But that was all. They saw his head sink sideways, the broken bitterness of the lips. They saw the man of sorrows in his guise. But then quite suddenly flashed the dimple, the sabiritic roguishness, the garment snatched up dancewise, the ritual impropriety of the heathen priest. He lifted his beaker, waved it half-circle before the assembled guests, and drank it out in 3 gulps, so that it stood bottom upwards. Then he handed it with outstretched arms to the Malay, who received it with an obeisance, and gave the sign to break up the feast. They all bowed and thanked him as they hastened to do his bidding. Those crouching on the ground sprang up. The others jumped down from the railing. The little Javanese, in his stiff hat and turned-up collar, gathered the remnants of the meal. They went back along the path in the same order as they had come, through the draped, uncanny grove, to the high road and the waiting carriages. This time Hans Castorp mounted with Mynheer and Madame, and sat opposite the pair with the humble Ferge, to whom all high thoughts were vain. Scarcely a word was spoken on the homeward drive. Mynheer sat with his jaw dropped and his hands palm upward on the carriage rug spread across his and Madame's knees. Settembrini and Nafta dismounted and took their leave before the carriages crossed the track and the watercourse, and Wesel drove alone as far as the portal of the Berghof, where the party separated. Was Hans Castorp's sleep this night rendered light and fitful by the portents of which his soul knew naught, so that the slightest variation in the usual nightly peace of the Berghof, the faintest commotion, the barely perceptible sound of running, was enough to fetch him broad awake, to make him sit up in bed? He had been, in fact, awake for some time before a knock came on his door, as it did shortly after 2 o'clock. He answered at once, composed, alert, and energetic, and heard the voice of one of the nurses in the house saying in high, uncertain tones that Frau Schorschau would be glad if he would come at once to the first story. Briskly he responded, sprang up and flung on some clothing, ran his fingers through his hair, and went down, not slow, not fast, and more in uncertainty as to the how than the what, in the meaning of these summons. The door to Peeperkorn's salon stood open, also that to his bedroom, where all the lights were burning. The 2 physicians, the directress, Madame Schorschau, and the Malay were within, the last named dressed not as usual, but in a sort of national costume, with a striped garment like a shirt, very long wide sleeves, a gaily coloured skirt, and a curious cone-shaped hat made of yellow cloth on his head. He wore an ornament of amulets on his breast, and stood with folded arms at the head of the bed, wherein Pieter Peeperkorn lay on his back, his arms stretched out before him. Hans Castorp, paling, took in the scene. Frau Schorschau sat with her back toward him, in a low chair at the foot of the bed. Her elbows rested on the coverlet. Her chin was in her hands, whose fingers were buried in her upper lip, and she gazed into the face of her protector. "Evening, my boy," said Behrens, who stood talking in low tones with Krakowski and the Oberon, and nodded ruefully to Hans Castorp with his upper lip drawn back. He was in his surgeon's coat, from the pocket of which a stethoscope stuck out, wore embroidered slippers and no collar. "It's all up with him," he added in a whisper. "Gone for good. Over the border and away. Come, have a look. Run your experienced eye over him. You'll agree there's nothing for us to do." Hans Castorp approached the bed on tiptoe. The Malay, without turning his head, followed the movement until his eyeballs showed white. The young man assured himself by a side glance that Frau Schorschau was paying no heed, then stood by the bed in his accustomed posture, his weight on one leg, his head on one side, his hands folded across his stomach, reverently, reflectively gazing. Pieter Peeperkorn lay under the red satin coverlet in his tricot shirt, as Hans Castorp had so often seen him. His hands were veined a bluish black, likewise parts of his face, a considerable disfigurement, though the kingly features remained unaltered. Beneath the white aureole of hair, the mask-like folds, carved by the habitual gesture of a lifetime, ran in a row of 4 or 5, straight across the brow, and then in a right angle down the temples. They were more striking than ever, by contrast with the drooping lids and the repose of the features. The cracked lips were slightly parted. The cyanosis indicated abrupt stoppage, a violent apoplectic arrest of the vital functions. Hans Castorp stood a while, reverently observing all this, hesitating to move, expectant of being addressed by the widow. As he was not, and could not bring himself to disturb her, he turned toward the little group of other persons present. Behrens jerked his head in the direction of the salon, and Hans Castorp followed him thither. "Suicide?" he asked, subdued but terse.
"Rather,"
said the Hofrat with a shrug, and added, "up to the hilt, to the nth power. Have you ever seen a toy like this before?" he went on, and drew out of the pocket of his smock an irregularly shaped case, from which he took a small object and presented it to the young man's notice. "Nor I either, but it is well worth seeing. We live and learn. It is a fantastic little gadget, and ingenious. I took it out of his hand. Take care. If it drips on your skin, it will blister." Hans Castorp turned the puzzling little object in his hands. It was made of steel, gold, ivory, and rubber, wonderful to see. There were 2 curving prongs of bright steel, extremely sharp-pointed, a slightly spiral centre portion of gold-inlaid ivory, in which the prongs were somewhat movable and could sink up to a point, and a bulb of semi-hard black rubber. The whole thing was only about 2 inches long. "What is it?" Hans Castorp asked. "That," answered Behrens, "is an organized hypodermic syringe. Or, if you like, it is a copy of the mechanism of the cobra's bite. Understand? You don't seem to," he went on, as Hans Castorp continued to stare at the bizarre little instrument. "These are the teeth. They are not solid all the way. There is a canal inside, the thickness of a hair. You can see the issue of it quite plainly, here, just above the point. They are also open at the base, of course, and communicate with the excretory duct of the bulb, which runs into the ivory middle part. Then the teeth bite. They sink in a little, and the pressure of the reservoir shoots the contents into the canals, so that the poison gets into circulation the moment the fangs sink in the flesh. Perfectly simple when you see it like that. You just have to get the idea. He probably had it made after his own design." "Surely," Hans Castorp said. "The amount must have been very small," continued the Hofrat. "What it lacked in quantity it made up in—" "Dynamic?" Hans Castorp finished for him. "Well, yes. What it was we shall soon find out. It will be worth knowing, too. It has something curious to teach us. Shall we wager that the native on duty over there, who dressed himself up like that for the night's work, could tell us all we want to know? I suspect it is a combination of animal and vegetable poisons, the most powerful known, for it must have worked like lightning. Everything points to its having taken away his breath.
Paralyze his respiration, you know. Quick suffocation, probably easy and painless."
"God grant it," said Hans Castorp piously, handed the uncanny toy back to the Hofrat, and returned to the bedchamber. Madame Chauchat and the Malay were there alone, and this time Claudia lifted her face toward the young man as he neared the bed. "You had a right to be called," she said. "It was kind of you," he answered, "and you are right." He availed himself of the third-person plural, as used by the peoples of the cultured West. "We were brothers. I feel shamed in the depth of my soul that I tried to hide it and use circumlocutions before other people. Were you with him at the last?" "The servant called me when all was over," she answered. "He was built on such a grand scale," Hans Castorp began again, "that he considered it a blasphemy, a cosmic catastrophe, to be found wanting in feeling. For you must know he regarded himself as the instrument of God's marriage. That was a piece of majestic tomfoolery. When one is moved, one can say things that sound crass and irreverent, but are, after all, more solemn than the conventional religious formulas. "C'est une abdication," she said. "He knew of our folly?" "I was not able to prevent it, Claudia. He guessed when I refused to kiss you on the forehead in his presence. At this moment his presence is rather symbolic than actual, but will you let me do it now?" She moved her head toward him in a little nod, the eyes closed. He pressed his lips on her brow. The brown, dog-like eyes of the Malay servant watched the scene, rolling sidewise until the whites showed. End of section 38. Section 39 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Low-Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 39. Chapter 7. The Great God Dumps. Part 1. Once more we hear Herr Hofrat Berentz's voice. Let us give it our ear, for we hear it perhaps for the last time. Some day even the story itself will come to an end. Long has it lasted, or rather the pace of its contentious time has so increased that there is no more holding it. Even its musical time is running out. Perhaps we shall have no further opportunity to hear the lively cadences of the Rhadamanthine tongue. The Hofrat said to Hans Castorp,
"Castorp, old cock, you're bored. Chapfallen, I see it every day. Disgust and ennui are written on your brow. You're collapsed like a punctured tyre. If some first-class excitement doesn't come along every day, you pull a face as though you were saying, 'Small potatoes and few in the hill.' Am I right, or am I not?"
Hans Castorp said never a word, a sure sign that his inward man was indeed pervaded with gloom.
"Right, then, of course, as I always am," Behrens answered himself. "Well, I can't have you spreading the toxin of your disaffection all over my community, you disgruntled citizen, you. I must convince you that you are not forgotten of God and man, that the powers above have an eye, an unchanging eye upon you, and ceaselessly ponder your welfare. Old Behrens hasn't forsaken you yet, my lad. Well, joking aside, I've been thinking about your case, and in the watches of the night something has come to me. I might almost speak of a revelation. In short, I promise great things from my new idea, nothing more or less than your complete cure and triumphal progress down to the flatland before you can say Jack Robinson. Well," he went on after a pause for effect, "you may well open your eyes."
Hans Castorp had done nothing of the sort, merely blinked at him rather sleepy and distraught.
"Of course you haven't an idea how old Behrens can say such a thing. Well, it's like this. It cannot have escaped your acute apperceptions that there is something about your case that doesn't hold water. The symptoms of infection have not for a long time corresponded to the local condition, which is undoubtedly very much improved. It's not only since yesterday that I've been thinking about it. Here is your latest photo. Take it and hold it up to the light. See that? The sheerest pessimist and caviller, as the Kaiser says, could not see very much in it to find fault with. Some of the foci are absorbed, the area is smaller and more clearly defined, which you are experienced enough to know is a sign of healing. Nothing here to explain the unreliability of your domestic heater, my man. The doctor finds himself under the necessity of casting about for another cause.
Hans Castop's bow conveyed at most a civil interest.
You would think old Behrens must admit to having made a mistake in the treatment. Well, if you did, you'd come a cropper again. Sized the thing up wrong, and old Behrens too. The treatment was not wrong. It was just possibly one-sided. The possibility has occurred to me that your symptoms were not necessarily to be referred to tuberculosis alone, because it is out of the question to refer them to it any longer. There must be some other cause of trouble. In my view, you've got cocky.
Yes, he repeated with increase of emphasis and in acknowledgment of the bow with which Hans Castop accepted his statement.
It is my profound conviction that you have streps, which of course is not necessarily alarming.
Of alarm there could be no talk. Hans Castop's face expressed at most a sort of ironic recognition, either of his companion's acuteness or of the new dignity with which the Hofrat had hypothetically invested him.
No call for panic,
he varied his theme.
Everybody has cocky. Any ass can have streps. You needn't be puffed up. It is not very long since we have known that one can have streptococcus in the blood without showing any symptoms of infection, and many of my colleagues are as yet unacquainted with the situation which confronts us, namely, that a man can even have tubercular bacilli in his blood without being any the worse for it. We aren't more than 3 steps from the conception that tuberculosis is a disease of the blood.
Hans Castop politely found that truly remarkable.
When I say streps, Behrens began again, you must not picture a well-known or severe type of illness. If this little one has really settled down and made itself at home in you, the bacteriological blood test will show it. But whether it is really the cause of the fever, supposing it is present, that we can only tell from the effect of the streptovaccine treatment. This, my friend, is the technique, and I promise myself unheard of results. Tuberculosis is the most long-winded thing in the world, but affections of this sort can be cured very quickly today. If you react to the inoculations, you will be as sound as a bell inside 6 weeks. Well, what do you say to that? That little old Behrens has his head on his shoulders, what?
It is only a hypothesis for the moment, isn't it? Hans Castop said languidly.
But a demonstrable hypothesis, a very fruitful hypothesis,
the Hofrat responded.
You'll see how fruitful it is when the cocci begin to grow in our culture. Tomorrow afternoon we'll tap you. We'll let your blood according to the sacred rites of the village barber. It's diverting in itself, and may have miraculous results.
Hans Castop declared himself ready for the diversion, and thanked the Hofrat in due form for his efforts on his behalf. He put his head on one side and watched Behrens paddle off. It was true the intervention had come at the critical moment. Rhadamanthus had not been far out in the description he gave of Hans Castop's face and air. The new undertaking was put forth, quite explicitly. There had been no attempt to wrap it up in order to tide him over the crisis he was in, which betrayed itself by a bearing very like the departed Joachim's, when he was mentally working himself up to a certain desperate resolve. And further, it seemed to Hans Castop that not only he himself had arrived at this point, but that all the world, the whole show, as he said, had arrived there with him. He found it hard to differentiate his particular case from the general. He had experienced the extravagant ending of his connection with a certain personality. A commotion had ensued in the house. There had been a farewell between Claudia Schorsch and himself, the surviving member of a severed brotherhood, a farewell uttered in the shadow of a tragic renunciation, and followed by her second departure from the Berghof. Now all these events had put the young man in a frame of mind to find life itself not precisely canny. Everything appeared to have gone permanently and increasingly awry, as though a demonic power, which had indeed for a long time given hints of its malign influence, had suddenly taken control in a way to induce secret consternation and almost thoughts of flight. The name of the demon was Dumps. The reader will accuse the writer of laying it on pretty thick when he associates two such ideas as these, and ascribes to mere staleness a mystical and supernatural character. But we are not indulging in flights of fancy. We are adhering strictly to the personal experience of our simple-minded hero, which in some way defying exact definition it has been given us to know, and which indicates that when all the uses of this world unitedly become flat, stale, and unprofitable, they are actually possessed by a demonic quality capable of giving rise to the feelings we have described. Hans Castorp looked about him. He saw on every side the uncanny and the malign, and he knew what it was he saw. Life without time, life without care or hope, life as depravity, assiduous stagnation, life as dead. Yet it was occupied too. It had activities of various kinds, pursued simultaneously. Now and again one of these would assume the proportions of a craze, and subordinate everything to itself. Old residents experienced the periodic revival of more than one of these fads. So, for instance, amateur photography, always playing an important part of the Berghof, had twice become a perfect mania, lasting weeks and months on end. Everywhere one saw people absorbedly bent over cameras, supported in the pit of their stomachs, focusing and snapping the shutter, and floods of snapshots were handed round a table. It became a point of honour to do the developing oneself. The supply of darkrooms in the establishment was not sufficient. The bedroom windows and doors were draped with black cloth, and people busied themselves by dim red lights over chemical baths, until something caught fire. The Bulgarian student at the good Russian table was nearly reduced to ashes, and a prohibitory decree went forth from the management. Next, they tired of ordinary photography. The fashion veered to flashlights and colour photography after Lumière. They were enthusiastic over groups of people with startled, staring eyes in livid faces, dazed by the magnesium flare, resembling the corpses of the murdered, set upright. Hans Castorp had a framed diapositive showing him with a copper-coloured visage, a brassy buttercup in his buttonhole, standing among buttercups in a poisonously green meadow, with Frau Stor on one side of him, in a sky-blue blouse, and Fraulein Levi on the other, in a blood-red sweater. Then there was the collecting of postage stamps, a considerable interest at all times, but rising periodically to an obsession. Everybody pasted, haggled, exchanged, looked in philatelic magazines, carried on correspondence with special vendors, foreign and domestic, with societies and private owners. Astonishing sums were spent for rare specimens, even by people whose means were scarcely adequate to their expenses at the Berghof. Postage stamps would have their day, and give way to the next folly on the list, which might be the accumulation and endless munching of all possible brands of chocolate. Everybody's mouth was stained brown, and the Berghof kitchen offered its most elaborate delicacies to captious and indifferent diners who had lost their appetites to milkanut, chocolat à la crème d'amande, maquis napolitain, and gold-besprinkled cat's tongues. Pig drawing, a diversion introduced by high authority on a long-ago carnival evening, had had its little day, and led up to geometric teasers, which for a time consumed all the mental powers of the Berghof world, and even the last thoughts and energies of the dying. Weeks on end the house was under the spell of a complicated figure, consisting of not less than 8 circles, large and small, and several engaged triangles, the whole to be drawn freehand without lifting the pen, or, as a further refinement, to be drawn blindfold. Lawyer Paravant, the virtuoso of this kind of mental concentration, finally succeeded in performing the feat, perhaps with some loss of symmetry, but he was the only one. We know on the authority of the Hofrath that Lawyer Paravant studied mathematics. We know, too, the disciplinary grounds of his devotion to that branch of learning, and its virtue in cooling and dulling the edge of fleshly lusts. If the guests of the Berghof had more generally applied themselves to the same study, the necessity for certain recent rulings would most likely have been obviated. The chief of these dealt with the passage across the balconies, at the end of the white glass partitions which did not quite reach to the balustrade. These were now extended by means of little doors, which the bathing master had it in charge to lock every night, and did so to a general accompaniment of smirks and sniggers. Since that time the chambers in the first story had become popular, because they afforded a passage across the veranda roof beyond the balustrade. But this disciplinary departure had not been introduced on Lawyer Paravant's account. He had long since overcome the severe attack caused by the presence of the Egyptian Fatme, and she had been the last to challenge his natural man. Since her time he had flung himself with redoubled conviction into the arms of the clear-eyed goddess, of whose soothing powers Hofrath Behrens had so morally discoursed. There was one problem to which day and night he devoted all his brains, all the sporting pertinacity which once, before the beginning of this prolonged and enforced holiday, that even threatened at times to end in total quiescence, had gone to the convicting of criminals. It was the squaring of the circle. In the course of his studies, this retired official had convinced himself that the arguments on which science had based the impossibility of the proposition were untenable, and that an overruling providence had removed him, Paravant, from the world of the living and brought him here, having selected him to transfer the problem from the realms of the transcendental into the realms of the earthly and exact. By day and night he measured and calculated, covered enormous quantities of paper with figures, letters, computations, algebraic symbols. His face, which was the face of an apparently sound and vigorous man, wore the morose and visionary stare of a monomaniac, while his conversation, with consistent and fearful monotony, dealt with the proportional number pi, that abandoned fraction which the debased genius of a mathematician named Zechariah Dace one day figured out to a 200th decimal place, purely for the joy of it, and as a work of supererogation, for if he had figured it out to the 2000th, the result, as compared with the unattainable mathematic exactitude, would have been practically unchanged. Everybody shunned the devoted Paravant, like the plague. For whomever he succeeded in buttonholing, that unhappy wretch had to listen to a torrent of red-hot oratory, as the lawyer strove to rouse his humaner feelings to the shame that lay in the defilement of the mind of man by the hopeless irrationality of this mystic relation. The fruitfulness of forever multiplying the diameter of the circle by pi to find its circumference, of multiplying the square of the radius by pi to find its area, caused Lawyer Paravant to be visited by periodic doubt whether the problem had not been unnecessarily complicated since Archimedes' day, whether the solution were not in actual fact a child's affair for simpleness. Why could not one rectify the circumference? Why could one not also convert every straight line into a circle? Lawyer Paravant felt himself at times near a revelation. He was often seen, late in the evening, sitting at his table in the forsaken and dimly lighted dining-room, with a piece of string laid out before him, which he carefully arranged in circular shape, and then suddenly, with an abrupt gesture, stretched out straight, only to fall thereafter, leaning on his elbows, into bitter brooding. The Hofrath sometimes lent him a helping hand at the sorry sport, and generally encouraged him in his freak, and the sufferer turned to Hans Castorp too, again and yet again, with his cherished grievance, finding in the young man much friendly understanding and a sympathetic interest in the mystery of the circle. He illustrated his pet despair to the young man by means of an exact drawing, executed with vast pains, showing a circle between two polygons, one inscribed, the other circumscribed, each polygon being of an infinite number of tiny sides, up to the last human possibility of approximation to the circle. The remainder, the surrounding curvature, which in some ethereous, immaterial way refused to be rationalized by means of the calculable bounding lines, That, Lawyer Paravant said, with quivering jaw, was pie. Hans Castorp, for all his receptivity, showed himself less sensitive to pie than his interlocutor. He said it was all hocus pocus, and advised Paravant not to overheat himself with his cat's cradle, spoke of the series of dimensionless points of which the circle consisted, from its beginning, which did not exist, to its end, which did not exist either, and of the overpowering melancholy which lay in eternity, for ever turning on itself without permanence of direction at any given moment, spoke with such tranquil resignation as to exert on Lawyer Paravant a momentary beneficent effect. End of section 39. Section 40 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 40. Chapter 7. The Great God Dumps. Part 2. It was a consequence of our good Hans Castorp's nature that more than one of his fellow patients made a confidant of him, several of them possessing some idée fixe or other, and suffering because they could get no hearing from the callous majority. There was an elderly man from somewhere in the back blocks of Austria, a one-time sculptor with white moustaches, a hooked nose and blue eyes, who had conceived a project, financial and political in its scope, and drawn it up most meticulously in a calligraphic hand, colouring the important points in sepia. The main feature of the scheme was that every newspaper subscriber should bind himself to contribute a daily quantum of 40 grams of old newspaper, collected on the 1st of every month, which in 1 year would amount to a lump quantity of 1,400 grams, and in 20 years to not less than 288 kilograms. Reckoning at 20 pfennig the kilo, this would come to 57 marks and 60 pfennig. 5 million subscribers, it was calculated, would in the course of 20 years deliver a quantity of old newspaper valued at the enormous sum of 288 million marks, of which 2/3 might be reckoned off to the new subscriptions, which would thus pay for themselves, the other third amounting to about 1,000,000 marks remaining to be devoted to humanitarian projects, such as financing free establishments for tuberculosis patients, encouraging struggling talent, and so on. The plan was elaborated even to the design for a centimetre price column, from which the organisation for collecting the old newspaper could read off each month the value of the paper collected, and the stamped form to be used as a receipt in exchange for payment. It was an excellent plan from every point of view. The wanton waste and destruction of newsprint, thrown away or burnt up by the unenlightened, was a betrayal of our forests and our political economy. To save and conserve paper meant to save cellulose, meant the conservation of our forests, the protection of human material that was used up in the manufacture of cellulose and paper, human material and capital. Furthermore, since newspaper might easily come to have 4 times the value of wrapping paper and pasteboard, it would become an economic factor of considerable importance, and the basis of fruitful governmental and communal assessments, and thus lighten for newspaper readers the burden of taxation. In short, the plan was good. It was every way incontrovertible. The uncanny air of futility, or even a sort of sinister crack-brainedness, which hung about it was due to the adult fanaticism with which the former artist pursued and supported an economic idea about which he was obviously so little serious that he made not the smallest effort to put it into execution. Hans Castorp, nodding, with his head on one side, listened to the man, as with fevered eloquence he made propaganda for his idea, observing at the same time in himself the contempt and repulsion which diminished his partisanship for the inventor against the indifference of the thoughtless world. Some of the patients studied Esperanto, and knew enough to converse a little in that artificial jargon at their meals. Hans Castorp listened gloomily, but admitted to himself that there were other things even worse. a group of English, who had been here for a short time, introduced a parlour game, which consisted in the question, asked by the first player to his neighbour, "Have you ever seen the devil with a nightcap on?" To which the person asked must reply, "No, I've never seen the devil with a nightcap on," and then repeat the question in his turn, and so on. It was insufferable. Yet Hans Castorp found the patience players even worse. They were to be seen all over the house at every hour of the day, laying out their cards, a passion for that diversion having assumed such proportions at the Berghof as to turn the place into a den of vice. Hans Castorp had the more ground for horror in that he himself fell a temporary victim to the plague, was indeed one of the severest cases. It was the patience called elevens that proved his undoing, the game in which the cards are laid out in 3 rows of 3 deep, and any 2 cards that together make 11 covered anew as they come uppermost, as well as the 3 face cards, until by good luck the pack is dealt out. It seems inconceivable that such a simple procedure could prove fascinating to the point of bewitchment, yet so it was. Hans Castorp, like so many others, experienced it always with drawn and frowning brows, for this particular form of debauch is never a merry one. He was given over to the whims of the card goblins, ensnared by the fitful and fickle favour of fortune, which sometimes let the face cards and elevens pile up so that the game was over before the 3rd tier was laid, when the fleeting triumph would stimulate the nerves to new efforts. But next time, perhaps, the 9th and last card would fall without any possibility of covering anything, or else the game, having aroused flattering hopes, would obstinately stick at the last moment. Everywhere, at all hours of the day, he played patience, and at night under the stars, and in the morning in his pyjamas, played at table, played almost in his sleep. He shuddered, but he played. Thus one day Herr Settembrini found him, and disturbed him, as even from the beginning it had been his mission to do. "Accidente," said he. "What, engineer, you are playing cards?" "Not precisely playing cards," Hans Castorp told him. "I am just laying them out, to have a tussle with abstract chance. The tricks it plays intrigue me. It is as inconsistent as the wind. It fawns on you, and then suddenly puts up its back and won't budge. This morning, directly I got up, it came 3 times running, once in 2 rows, which is a record. But will you believe me, this is the 33rd time I have played it without once going even halfway through?" Herr Settembrini looked at him, as so often he had looked at him in the course of the years, with melancholy black eyes. "At all events you are preoccupied," he said. "It does not look as though I could find here the consolation I seek, nor balsam for my inward wound." "Wound?" echoed Hans Castorp, laying afresh. "The world situation puzzles me," the Freemason sighed. "The Balkan Federation will go through, engineer. All the information I receive points that way. Russia is working feverishly for it, and the combination is aimed against the Austro-Hungarian monarchy, which must fall before any of the Russian programme can be realized. You understand my scruples. Austria, as of course you are aware, I hate with all my strength. But shall I, on that account, lend support and countenance in my soul to the Sarmatian despotism, which is about to set torch to the whole of our highly civilized continent? Yet, on the other hand, diplomatic collaboration, to however small an extent, between my own country and Austria, I should regard as dishonourable. These are conscientious scruples which—" "7 and 4, said Hans Castorp. 8 and 3. Knave, Queen, King. It is coming out. You have brought me luck, Herr Settembrini." The Italian was silent. Hans Castorp felt the black eyes, the eyes of reason and morality, bent in sorrow upon him. He played on for a while, then, resting his cheek in his hand, looked up at his mentor with the innocent, impenitent air of a naughty child. "Your eyes," the master said, "vainly seek to hide that you are conscious of your state." "Placet experii," Hans Castorp was so pert as to reply to him. Herr Settembrini left, and the abandoned one sat long at his table in the middle of his white room, his chin supported on his hand, and brooded, shuddering in the very core of him at the cross purposes everything in the world had got into, at the grinning and grimacing of the demons and ape-headed gods into whose hands it had fallen, at their unbridled domination, the name of which was the great god Dumps. An apocalyptic evil name, calculated to give rise to mysterious fears. Hans Castorp sat and rubbed his brow and his heart with the flat of his hand. He was frightened. It seemed to him all this could come to no good, that a catastrophe was impending, that long-suffering nature would rebel, rise up in storm and whirlwind, and break the great bond which held the world in thrall, snatch life beyond the dead point, and put an end to the small potatoes in one terrible last day. He longed to flee, as we have seen already. It was fortunate, then, that the heads had their unchanging eyes upon him, that they knew how to read his face, and were ready to tide him over the hard place with new and fruitful diversions. They had declared, the heads, in the accents of a corps student, that they were on track of the actual causes of the instability of Hans Castorp's heating economy, and those causes, according to their scientific pronouncement, were so easy to come at that a veritable cure and legitimate dismissal to the flatland had leaped into the foreground. The young man's heart throbbed stormily with manifold emotions when he stretched out his arm for the bloodletting. Going slightly pale and blinking, he expressed his admiration for the splendid ruby colour of his lifeblood as it mounted in the glass container. The Hofrat himself, assisted by Dr. Krukowski and a sister of mercy, performed the slight but portentous operation. Then passed several days, occupied in Hans Castorp's mind with the question how this blood of his, this part of himself, could behave out of his control and under the eye of science. At first the Hofrat said one could not expect it to grow straight off. Later he said it was unfortunate nothing had grown as yet. But there came a day when he approached Hans Castorp at breakfast, where he sat at the upper end of the good Russian table, in the place once occupied by his great brother in blood, and whimsically congratulated him on the fact that the coccus was definitely established in one of the cultures they had prepared. It was now a question of probabilities, whether the symptoms of infection were to be referred to the insignificant amount of tubercle bacillus or to the streptococci, which also were only present in small quantity. He, Behrens, must think it over. They were not finished with the cultures yet. He showed them to Hans Castorp in the lab, a red coagulate blood in which tiny grey points were discernible. Those were the cocci. But any ass might have cocci, and tubercular bacilli too. If not for the symptoms of infection, they were not worth noticing. Outside his body, under the eyes of science, Hans Castorp's blood went on bearing witness. The morning came when the Hofrat, in his sprightly phraseology, announced that not only on the first culture, but on all the others as well, cocci had subsequently grown in large quantities. It was not yet certain that they were all streptococci, but it was more than probable that they were the cause of the existing infection, or such part of it as had not been due to the previous existing and perhaps not quite conquered tubercular infection. And the conclusion the Hofrat drew was the strepto-vaccine. The prognosis was extraordinarily favourable. There was not the slightest risk about the procedure, so in any case it could do no harm to try it. As the serum was prepared from Hans Castorp's own blood, the inoculation with it could introduce into his system no deterrent not already present there. At worst, the experiment would have a negative result, which could hardly be called unfavourable, since even without it the patient must stop on in any case. Hans Castorp could not go quite that far. He submitted to the treatment, though he found it absurd, contemptible. This inoculation of himself with part of himself seemed a singularly cheerless procedure, an incestuous abomination, a self to self, which could have nothing but a fruitless, hopeless result. Such was his ignorant and hypochondriac judgment, right only as to the unfruitfulness of the result, but there wholly. The diversion lasted for weeks. Sometimes it seemed to do harm, which was of course not the case, sometimes good, which it followed must equally not be the case. The result was negative, without being explicitly so called and announced. The whole undertaking died a natural death, and Hans Castorp went on playing patience, and gazing into the eye of the demon, whose unbridled sway he foresaw would come to an end of horror. End of section 40. Section 41 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 41. Chapter 7. Fullness of Harmony. Part 1. What new acquisition of House Berkov was it which at length released our long-standing friend from his patience-playing mania, and flung him into the arms of another passion, nobler, though at bottom no less strange? We are about to relate, being ourselves much taken by the mysterious object, and eager to communicate our enthusiasm. The excellent management, in its sleepless concern for the happiness of its guests, had considered matters there in the bowels of the earth, had resolved and acted. It acquired, at a cost which we need not go into, but which must surely have been considerable, a new device for the entertainment of the patients, and added it to those already installed in the largest of the reception rooms of House Berkov. Was it some clever artifice of the same nature as the stereopticon, the kaleidoscope, or the cinematographic cylinder? Yes, and yet again no, far from it. It was not an optical toy, which the guests discovered one evening in the salon, and greeted with applause, some of them flinging their hands above their heads, others stooping over and clapping in their laps. It was an acoustical instrument. Moreover, the simple devices above mentioned were not to be compared with it. They were outclassed, outvalued, outshone. This was no childish peep-show, like those of which all the guests were sick and tired, at which no one ever looked after the first few weeks. It was an overflowing cornucopia of artistic enjoyment, ranging from grave to gay. It was a musical apparatus. It was a gramophone. We are seriously concerned lest the term be understood in an unworthy, outworn sense, and ideas attached to it which are applicable only to the primitive form of the instrument we have in mind, never to the elegant product evolved by a tireless application of technical means to the muse's own ends. My dear friends, we implore you to realize that the instrument we describe was not that paltry box with a handle to it, a disc and a shaft atop, and a shapeless brass funnel attached, which used to be set up on the table outside country inns to gratify the ears of the rude with its nasal braying. This was a case finished in dull ebony, a little deeper than broad, attached by a cord to an electric switch in the wall, and standing chastely on its special table. With the antediluvian mechanism described above, it had nothing in common. You lifted the prettily beveled lid, which was automatically supported by a brass rod attached from the inside, and there above a slightly depressed surface was the disc, covered with green cloth, with a nickeled rim and nickel peg upon which one fitted the hole in the centre of the hard rubber record. At the right, in front, was a time-regulating device with a dial and figures like a watch. At the left, the lever which set the mechanism going or stopped it, and behind, also on the left, the hollow, curving, club-shaped, nickel-plated arm with its flexible joints, carrying the flat round sound-box at the end, with a fitment into which the needle was screwed. If you opened the double doors at the front of the box, you saw a set of slanting shelves, rather like a blind, stained black like the case, and that was all.
"Newest model," the Hofrath said. "Latest triumph of art, my children. A1, copper-bottomed, super finissimo. Nothing better on the market in this line of goods." He managed to give the words the twang of an eager and ignorant salesman. "This is not just a machine," he went on.
taking a needle out of one of the gay little metal boxes ranged on the table and fitting it into the holder.
"It's a Stradivarius, a Guarneri, with a resonance vibration, dernier raffinement, polyhymnia patent. Look here on the inside of the lid. German make, you know. We do them far better in a way than anybody else. The truly musical, in modern, mechanical form, the German soul up to date. And here's the libretto,"
he said, and gestured with his head toward a little case on the wall, filled with broad-backed albums.
"I turn it all over to you. It is yours. But take care of it. I commend it to the solicitude of the public. Shall we shoot it off once, just for fun?"
The patients implored him to do so. Behrens drew out a fat magic tome, turned over the heavy leaves, and chose a paper envelope which showed a coloured title through a round hole on the front. He placed the record on the disc, set it in motion, waited until it was at full speed, and then carefully set the fine steel point upon the edge of the plate. There was a low wetting sound. He let the lid sink, and at the same moment, from the open doors in the front, from between the slats of the blind, or rather from the box as a whole, came a burst of music, with a hubbub of instruments, a lively, bustling, insistent melody, the first contagious bars of an Offenbach overture. They listened, their lips parted in smiles. They could scarcely believe their ears, the purity and faithful reproduction of the colour of the woodwind. A solo violin preluded whimsically, and bowing, the pizzicato, the sweet gliding from one position to another, were all clearly audible. It struck into the melody of the waltz, Ach, ich habe sie verloren. The orchestral harmony lightly bore the flattering strain. Enchanting it was to hear it taken up by the ensemble and repeated as a sounding tutti. Of course it was scarcely like a real orchestra playing in the room. The volume of sound, though not to any extent distorted, had suffered a diminution of perspective. If we may draw a simile from the visual field, it was as though one were looking at a painting through the wrong end of an opera glass, seeing it remote and diminutive, though with all its luminous precision of drawing and colour. The vivid, consummate piece of music was reproduced in all the richness of its light-hearted invention. The finish was abandon itself, a gallop with a drolly hesitating beginning, a shameless can-can that called up a vision of top hats flying in the air, flying skirts and tossing knees, and seemed never to come to the end of its triumphal jollification. But at length the mechanism stopped automatically. It was over. There was cordial applause. They called for more, and it was forthcoming. A human voice welled out of the casket, a masculine voice at once soft and powerful, with orchestral accompaniment. It was a famous Italian baritone. The marvellous organ swelled out to the full extent of its natural register. There could be no talk here of a diminution or veiling of the sound. If one sat in an adjoining room and did not see the instrument, it seemed not otherwise than as though the artist stood in the salon in his own person, notes in hand, and sang. He sang an aria di bravura in his own tongue. E il barbiere, di quantità, Figaro qua, Figaro là, Figaro, Figaro, Figaro. The listeners almost died of laughter at his falsetto parlando, at the contrast between the deep voice and the tongue-splitting facility with which he rendered the words. The musical followed and admired the art of his phrasing, his breathing technique. He was a master in the irresistible, a virtuoso of the Italian da capo school. He must have come forward to the footlights and flung up his arm as he held the last tone before the closing tonic, so that the audience involuntarily burst out in shouts of applause before he ceased. It was beyond words. Followed a French horn, playing with delicate scrupulosity, variations on a folk song, a soprano voice with the loveliest freshness and precision, the most exquisite staccato, trilled and warbled an air from La Traviata. The spirit of a world-famed violinist played as though behind veils, a romance by Rubinstein, to a piano accompaniment that sounded thin and cold, like a spinet. The wonder-box seemed to seethe. It poured out the chimes of bells, harp glissandos, the crashing of trumpets, the long rolling of drums. Lastly, dance records were put in. There were specimens of the newly imported dance, the tango, in the taste of a waterside dive, calculated to make a Viennese waltz sound sedate and grandfatherly by contrast. 2 couples displayed the fashionable steps, Behrens having by now withdrawn, with the admonition that a needle should be used no more than once, and the whole instrument handled as though it were made of eggs. Hans Castorp took his place as operator. But why precisely Hans Castorp? In this wise. With suppressed eagerness he had opposed those who had thought to take over on the Hofrath's departure, the changing of plate and needle, the switching on and off of the current. "Let me do it," he said to them, gently putting them aside, and they gave way. Firstly, because he wore an air of having known all about it for years, and second, because they cared little to take their pleasures actively, instead of sitting to be served to as much and such enjoyment as they could comfortably and unbored receive. Not so Hans Castorp. While the Hofrath was introducing his new toy to the guests, the young man had remained in the background, not laughing or applauding, but following the performance with tense interest, rubbing an eyebrow round with 2 fingers, as he had on occasion a way of doing. Several times he restlessly shifted his position, even went into the reading room to listen from there, then took up his stand close to Behrens, with his hands behind his back, and an enigmatic expression on his face, fixing the casket with his eye and observing the simple operation of it. But within him something was saying, "Hold on, this is an epoch. This thing was sent to me." He was filled with the surest foreknowledge of a new passion, a new enchantment, a new burden of love. The youth in the flatland, who at the first sight of a maiden marvels to find himself pierced to the heart with love's barbed arrow, feels not greatly different. Jealousy followed hard upon. Public property, was it? Had a feeble curiosity the right or the strength to possess anything? "Let me do it," he had said between his teeth, and they were content it should be so. They danced a little more. To the rollicking pieces he ran off, asked for another vocal number, an operatic duet, a barcarolle from the Comte d'Hoffmann, which sounded lovely enough. When he closed the lid they all flocked off, chattering in their ephemeral pleasure over the new toy, these to the evening rest cure, those to bed. He had been waiting for them to go. They left behind all as it was, the boxes of needles open, the plates and albums strewn about. It was like them. He made as though to follow, but then left them on the stairs, turned back to the salon, closed all the doors, and stopped there half the night, busy as a bee. He made himself acquainted with the new possession, and worked in undisturbed enjoyment through the contents of the heavy albums. There were 12 in 2 sizes, with 12 records each. Many of the flat, round black discs were inscribed on both sides, not only with the continuation of a piece of music, but also many of the plates held 2 distinct records. There was a world to conquer, large enough that even to survey it was a difficult task at first, and bewildering, yet a world full of beautiful possibilities. He played some 20 or 30 records, using a kind of needle that moved softly over the plate and lessened the sound, in order that his activity might not offend the silence of the night. But 20 or 30 was scarcely the 1/8 part of the riches that lay asked to be enjoyed. He must be content tonight with looking over the titles, only choosing one now and again to set upon the disc and give it voice. To the eye one was like another, except for the coloured label at the centre of each hard rubber plate. Each and all were covered to the centre, or nearly, with concentric circles, but it was these fine lines that held all imaginable music, the happiest inspirations from every region of the art, in choicest reproduction. There were many overtures and single symphonic movements, played by famous orchestras, the names of whose conductors were given on the record. There was a long list of lieder, sung to piano accompaniment by famous prima donnas. Some of these were the lofty and conscious creation of individual artists, others simple folk songs. Still others fell between the 2 categories, in that they were products of an intellectual art, and at the same time sprang from all that was profoundest and most reverent in the feeling and genius of a people. Artificial folk songs, one might call them, if the word artificial need not be taken to cast a slur on the genuineness of their inspiration. One of these Hans Castorp had known from childhood, and from now on began to attach to it a quite special love and clothe it with many associations, as shall be seen hereafter. What else was there? Or simply, what was there not? Operas aplenty, an international troupe of famous artists, male and female, displaying their highly trained, God-given talent in arias, duos, ensembles, illustrating various periods and localities in the history of the opera, to discreet orchestral accompaniment. The opera of the South, a high-hearted, light-hearted ravishment. The German, racy of the people, whimsical, hobgoblinish, and both grand and comic operas in the French style. But was that all? Oh no. A succession of chamber music followed, quartets and trios, instrumental solo numbers for violin, cello, flute, concert numbers with violin or flute obbligato, piano solos, and then there were the light diversions, the couplets, the topical and popular numbers, played in the first instance by some small orchestra or other, and needing a coarse needle to render them suitably. Hans Castorp, bustling and solitary, sifted and classified it all, and tried a fraction of it upon the instrument. At a late hour, as late as on the occasion of the first carouse with Mynheer Peeperkorn of majestic memory, he went, flushed of cheek, to bed, where from 2 to 7 he dreamed of the wonder-box. He saw it in his sleep, the disc circling about the peg, with a swiftness that made it almost invisible and quite soundless. Its motion was not only circular, but also a peculiar sidling undulation, which communicated itself to the arm that bore the needle, and gave this too an elastic oscillation, almost like a breathing, which must have contributed greatly to the vibrato and portamento of the stringed instruments and the voices. Yet it remained unclear, sleeping as waking, how the mere following out of a hairline above an acoustic cavity, with the sole assistance of the vibrating membrane of the sound-box, could possibly reproduce such a wealth and volume of sound as filled Hans Castorp's dreaming ear. Next morning he was early in the salon, even before breakfast, and comfortably sitting with folded hands, listening to a glorious baritone voice singing to a harp accompaniment, "Blich ich umber in deisen edlen Kreise." The harp sounded perfectly natural. There was no distortion or diminution of the sound that poured out of the casket, accompanying the swelling, breathing, articulating human voice. It was simply amazing, and there could be on earth nothing more tender than the next number he chose, a duet from a modern Italian opera, a simple, heartfelt mingling of emotion between two beings, one part taken by the world-famous tenor, who was so well represented in the albums, the other by a crystal-clear and sweet little soprano voice, nothing more lovely than his "Dammi il braccio, mia piccina," and the simple, sweet, succinct little melodic phrase in which she replies. Hans Castorp started as the door opened in his rear. It was the Hofrat looking in on him, in his clinical coat, the stethoscope showing in his breast pocket. He stood there a moment with his hand on the doorknob, and nodded at the distiller of sweet sounds. Hans Castorp, over his shoulder, replied to the nod, and the chief's blue-cheeked visage, with its one-sided moustache, disappeared as he drew the door to behind him. Hans Castorp returned to his invisible, melodious pair of lovers. End of section 41. Section 42 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 42. Chapter 7. Fullness of Harmony, Part 2. Later in the day, after the noon and evening meals, he had a changing audience for his performance, unless one must reckon him in with the audience, instead of as the dispenser of the entertainment. Personally, he inclined to the latter view, and the Burkov population agreed with him, to the extent that from the very first night they silently acquiesced to his self-appointed guardianship of the instrument. They did not care, these people. Aside from their ephemeral idolatry of the tenor, luxuriating in the melting brilliance of his own voice, letting this boon to the human race stream from him in cantinellas and high feats of virtuosity, notwithstanding their loudly proclaimed enthusiasm, they were without real love for the instrument, and content that anyone should operate it who was willing to take the trouble. It was Hans Castorp who kept the records in order, wrote the contents of each album on the inside of the cover, so that each piece might be found at once when it was wanted, and ran the instrument. Soon he did it with ease and dexterity. The others would have spoiled the plates by using worn-out needles, would have left them lying about on chairs, would have tried all sorts of imbecile tricks, playing some noble and stately piece of music at breakneck speed and pitch, or setting the indicator at 0, so that nothing but a hysteric trilling or a long expiring groan came from the instrument. They had tried all that already. Of course they were ill, but they were also pretty crude. After a while Hans Castorp simply took the key of the little cabinet that held the needles and albums and kept it in his pocket, so that his permission must needs be asked if anyone desired to play. Evening, after the social quarter hour, when the guests were gone, was his best time. He remained in the salon, or returned stealthily thither, and played until deep in the night. He found there was less danger than he had feared of disturbing the nightly rest of the house, for the carrying power of this ghostly music proved relatively small. The vibrations, so surprisingly powerful in the near neighbourhood of the box, soon exhausted themselves, grew weak and eerie with distance, like all magic. Hans Castorp was alone among four walls with his wonder-box, with the florid performance of this truncated little coffin of violin wood, this small, dull black temple, before the open double doors of which he sat with his hands folded on his lap, his head on one side, his mouth open, and let the harmonies flow over him. These singers, male and female, whom he heard, he could not see. Their corporeal part abode in America, in Milan, Vienna, St. Petersburg. But let them dwell where they might, he had their better part, their voices, and might rejoice in the refining and abstracting process which did away with the disadvantages of closer personal contact, yet left them enough appeal to the sense to permit of some command over their individualities, especially in the case of the German artists. He could distinguish the dialect, the pronunciation, the local origin of these. The character of the voice betrayed something of the soul stature of individuals, and the level of their intelligence could be guessed by the extent to which they had neglected or taken advantage of their opportunities. Hans Castorp writhed when they failed. He bit his lip in chagrin when the reproduction was technically faulty. He was on pins and needles when the first note of an oft-used record gave a shrill or scratching sound, which happened more particularly with the difficult female voice. Still, when these things happened, he bore with them, for love makes us forbearing. Sometimes he bent over the whirring, pulsating mechanism as over a spray of lilac, wrapped in a cloud of sweet sound, or stood before the open case, tasting the triumphant joy of the conductor, who, with raised hand, brings the trumpets into place precisely at the right moment. And he had his favourites in his treasure house, certain vocal and instrumental numbers which he never tired of hearing. One group of records contained the closing scenes of a certain brilliant opera, overflowing with melodic genius, by a great countryman of Herr Settembrini, the doyen of dramatic music in the south, who had written it to the order of an Oriental prince in the second half of the last century, to celebrate the completion of a great technical achievement which should bind the peoples of the earth together. Hans Castorp had learned something of the plot, knew the main lines of the tragic fate of Radames, Amneris, and Aida, and when he heard it from his casket, could understand well enough what they said. The incomparable tenor, the royal alto, with the wonderful sob in her register, and the silver soprano. He understood perhaps not every word they said, but enough, with his knowledge of the situation and his sympathy in general for such situations, to feel a familiar fellow feeling that increased every time he listened to this set of records, until it amounted to infatuation. First came the scene of the explanation between Radames and Amneris. The king's daughter has the captive brought before her, whom she loves, whom she would gladly save for her own, but that he has just thrown all away for the sake of a barbarian slave, fatherland and honour and all, though he insists that in the depth of his soul honour remains untarnished. But this inner unimpairment avails him little under the weight of all that indisputable guilt and crime, for he has become forfeit to the spiritual arm, which is inexorable toward human weakness, and will certainly make short work of him, if he does not, at the last moment, abjure the slave, and throw himself into the royal arms of the alto with the sob in her register, who, so far as her voice went, richly deserved him. Amneris wrestles fervently with the mellifluous but tragically blind and infatuated tenor, who sings nothing at all but "in vain" and "I cannot," when she addresses him with despairing pleas to renounce the slave, for that his own life is in the balance. "I cannot once more renounce her. In vain thou pleadest." And deathly obstinacy and anguished love blend together in a duet of extraordinary power and beauty, but absolutely no hope whatever. Then comes the terrifying repetition of the priestly formulas of condemnation, to the accompaniment of Amneris's despair. They sound hollowly from below, and them the unhappy Radames does not reply to at all. "Radames, Radames," sings the high priest peremptorily, and points out the treason he has committed. "Justify thyself," all the priests in chorus demand. The high priest calls attention to his silence, and they all hollowly declare him guilty. "Radames, Radames," sings the high priest again, "the camp thou hast left before the battle." And again, "Justify thyself." "Lo, he is silent," the highly prejudiced presiding officer announces once more, and all the priests again unanimously declare him guilty. "Radames, Radames," for the third time comes the inexorable voice. "To fatherland, to honour and thy king, thy oath thou hast broken. Justify thyself," resounded again. And finally, for the third time, "Felonia," the priestly chorus proclaims, after noting that Radames has again remained absolutely silent. So then there is nothing for it. The chorus announces the evildoer for judgment, proclaims that his doom is sealed, that he must die the death of a deserter, and be buried alive beneath the temple of the offended deity. The outraged feelings of Amneris for this priestly severity had to be imagined, for here the record broke off. Hans Castorp changed the plate, with as few movements as possible, his eyes cast down. When he seated himself again, it was to listen to the last scene of the melodrama, the closing duet of Radames and Aida, sung in the underground vault, while above their heads in the temple the cruel and bigoted priests performed the service of their cult, spreading forth their arms, giving out a dull murmurous sound. "Tu in questa tomba," comes the inexpressibly moving, sweet, and at the same time heroic voice of Radames in mingled horror and rapture. Yes, she has found her way to him, the beloved one for whose sake he has forfeited life and honour. She has awaited him here, to die with him, and the exchange of song between the two, broken at times by the muffled sound of the ceremonies above them, or blending and harmonizing with it, pierced the soul of our solitary night watcher to its very depth, as much by reason of the circumstances as by the melodic expression of them. They sang of heaven, these two, but truly the songs were heavenly themselves, and heavenly sweet the singing of them. That melodic line resistlessly travelled by the voices, solo and unisono, of Radames and Aida, that simple rapturous ascent, playing from tonic to dominant, as it mounts from the fundamental to the sustained note, a half tone before the octave, then turning back again to the fifth, it seemed to the listener the most rarefied, the most ecstatic he had ever heard. But he would have been less ravished by the sounds had not the situation which gave them birth prepared his spirit to yield to the sweetness of the music. It was so beautiful that Aida should have found her way to the condemned Radames to share his fate forever. The condemned one protested, quite properly, against the sacrifice of the precious life, but in his tender, despairing "Non no troppo sei bella" was the intoxication of final union with her whom he had thought never to see again. It needed no effort of imagination to enable Hans Castorp to feel with Radames all this intoxication, all this gratitude, and what finally he felt, understood, and enjoyed, sitting there with folded hands, looking into the black slats of the jalousies whence it all issued, was the triumphant idealism of the music, of art, of the human spirit, the high and irrefragable power they had of shrouding with a veil of beauty the vulgar horror of actual fact. What was it, considered with the eye of reason, that was happening here? Two human beings, buried alive, their lungs full of pit gas, would here together, or more horrible still, one after the other, succumb to the pangs of hunger, and thereafter the process of putrefaction would do its unspeakable work, until two skeletons remained, each totally indifferent and insensible to the other's presence or absence. This was the real objective fact, but a side and a state of affairs quite distinct, of which idealism and emotion would have none, which was triumphantly put in the shade by the music and the beauty of the theme. The situation, as it stood, did not exist for either operatic Radames or operatic Aida. Their voices rose unisono to the blissful sustained note leading into the octave, as they assured each other that now heaven was opening, and the light of its eternity streaming forth before their yearning eyes. The consoling power of this aesthetic palliation did the listener good, and went far to account for the special love he bore this number of his programme. He was wont to rest from these terrors and ecstasies in another number, brief, yet with a concentrated power of enchantment, peaceful compared with the other, an idyll, yet raffiné, shaped and turned with all the subtlety and economy of the most modern art. It was an orchestral piece, of French origin, purely instrumental, a symphonic prelude, achieved with an instrumentation relatively small for our time, yet with all the apparatus of modern technique, and shrewdly calculated to set the spirit a-dreaming. Here is the dream Hans Castorp dreamed. He lay on his back in a sunny, flower-starred meadow, with his head on a little knoll, one leg drawn up, the other flung over, and those were goat's legs crossed there before him. His fingers touched the stops of a little wooden pipe, which he played for the pure joy of it, his solitude on the meadow being complete. He held it to his lips, a reed pipe or a little clarinet, and coaxed from it soothing head tones, one after the other, just as they came, and yet in a pleasing sequence. The carefree piping rose toward the deep blue sky, and beneath the sky stretched the branching wind-tossed boughs of single ash trees and birches, whose leaves twinkled in the sun. But his feckless daydreaming, half-melodious pipe was far from being the only voice in the solitude. The hum of insects in the sun-warmed air above the long grass, the sunshine itself, the soft wind, the swaying tree-tops, the twinkling leaves, all these gentle vibrations of the midsummery peace set themselves to his simple piping, to give it a changeful, ever surprisingly choice harmonic meaning. Sometimes the symphonic accompaniment would fade far off and be forgot. Then goat-legged Hans would blow stoutly away, and by the naive monotony of his piping lure back nature's subtly colourful, harmonious enchantment, until at length, after repeated intermission, she sweetly acceded. More and higher instruments came in rapidly, one after another, until all the previously lacking richness and volume were reached and sustained in a single fugitive moment that yet held all eternity in its consummate bliss. The young faun was joyous on his summer meadow. No "justify yourself" was here, no challenge, no priestly court-martial upon one who had strayed away and was forgotten of honour. Forgetfulness held sway, a blessed hush, the innocence of those places where time is not, slackness with the best conscience in the world, the very apotheosis of rebuff to the Western world, and that world's insensate ardour for the deed, the soothing effect of all of which upon our night-walking music-maker gave this record a special value in his eyes. There was a third, or rather there were many, a consecutive group of 3 or 4, a single tenor aria, taking up almost half the space of a whole black rubber plate. Again it was French music, an opera Hans Castorp knew well, having seen and heard it repeatedly. Once, at a certain critical juncture, now far in the past, he had made its actions serve him for an allegory. The record took up the play at the second act, in the Spanish tavern, in crude Moorish architecture, a shawl-draped, roomy cellar like the floor of a barn. One heard Carmen's voice, a little brusque, yet warm, and very infectious in its folk quality, saying she would dance before the sergeant. One heard the rattle of castanets. But in the same moment, from a distance, the blare of trumpets swelled out, bugles giving a military signal, at which sound the little sergeant starts up. "1 moment, stop!" he cries, and pricks up his ears like a horse. "Why, what was it then?" Carmen asked. And he, "Dost thou not hear?" astonished that the signal did not enter into her soul as into his. "Carmen, 'tis the retreat. It is the trumpets from the garrison, giving the summons. The hour draws nigh for our return," says he in operatic language. But the gypsy girl cannot understand, nor does she wish to. So much the better, she says, half stupidly, half pertly. She needs no castanets, for here is music dropped from the sky, music to dance by, tra-la, tra-la. He is beside himself. His own disappointment retreats before his need to make clear to her how matters stand, and how no love affair in the world can prevent the obedience to this summons. How is it she cannot understand anything so fixed, so fundamental? "I must away. The signal summons me to quarters," he cries, in despair over a lack of understanding that doubly burdens his heavy heart. And now here's Carmen. She is furious, outraged to the depths of her soul. Her voice is sheer betrayed, an injured love, or she makes it sound so. To quarters, the signal, and her heart, her faithful, loving heart, just then in its weakness. Yes, she admitted, in its weakness, about to while away an hour with him in dance and song. Tan-ta-ta! And in a fury of scorn she sets her curled hands to her lips and imitates the horns. Taran-tara! And that was enough to make the fool leap up, on fire to be off. Good then, let him be off, away with him. Here are helmet, sabre, and hanger. Away, away, away with him. Let him be off, off to the barracks. He pleads for mercy, but she goes on scorching him with her scorn, mocking him, taking his place and showing in pantomime how at the sound of the horn he lost what little sense he had. Tan-ta-ra! The signal! Oh, heaven, he will come too late. Let him go, let him be off, for the summons sounds, and he, like a fool, makes to go at the very moment when she would dance for him. From this time so she will account his love. End of section 42. Section 43 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 43. Chapter 7, Fullness of Harmony, Part 3. He is in torments. She cannot understand. The woman, the gypsy girl, cannot, will not understand. Will not, for in her rage and scorn speaks something more and larger than the moment and the personal, a hatred, a primeval hostility against that principle which, in the accents of the Spanish bugles, or French horns, calls to the lovelorn little soldier. Over that it was her deepest, her inborn, her more than personal ambition to triumph, and she possesses a very simple means. She says that if he goes, he does not love her, precisely that which José cannot bear to hear. She beseeches her to let him speak. She will not. Then he compels her. It is a deucedly serious moment. Dull notes of fatality rise from the orchestra, a gloomy, ominous motif, which, as Hans Castorp knew, recurred throughout the opera, up to its fatal climax, and formed also the first phrase of the soldier's aria on the next plate, which had now to be inserted. See here thy floweret, treasured well. How exquisitely José sang that! Hans Castorp played this single record over and over, and listened with the deepest participation. As far as its contents went, it did not fetch the action much further, but its imploring emotion was moving in the highest degree. The young soldier sang of the flower Carmen had tossed him at the beginning of their acquaintance, which had been everything to him in the arrest he had suffered for love of her. He confesses, "Sometimes I cursed the hour I met thee, and tried all vainly to forget thee, only next moment to rue his blasphemy and pray on his knees to see her once more." And as he prayed, striking the same high note as just before on the "To see thee, Carmen," but now the orchestration lends all the resources of its enchantment to paint the anguish, the longing, the desperate tenderness, sweet despair in the little soldier's heart. Ah, there she stood before his eyes in all her fatal charm, and clearly, unmistakably, he felt that he was undone, forever lost. On the word undone came a sobbing, whole-tone grace note to the first syllable. Lost and forever undone. Then would an ecstasy steal o'er me, he despairingly asseverated, in a recurrent melody repeated wailingly by the orchestra, rising 2 tones from the tonic, and thence returning ardently to the 5th. "Carmen, my own," he repeats with an infinite tenderness but rather tasteless redundancy, going all the way up the scale to the 6th, in order to add, "My life, my soul belongs to thee," after which he let his voice fall 10 whole tones, and in deepest emotion gave out the "Carmen, I love thee," shuddering forth the words in anguish from a note sustained above changing harmonies, until the "thee" with the syllable before it was resolved in the full accord. "Yes, ah, yes," said Hans Castorp with mournful satisfaction, and put on the finale, where they all congratulated young José because the meeting with the officer has cut off his retreat, and now it only remains open to him to desert, as Carmen, to his horror, had before now demanded he should. "Away to the mountains, away, away, share in our life, careless and gay," they sang in chorus. One could understand the words quite well. "Freely to roam, the world our home, gaily to pass o'er land and sea, and enjoy, all else excelling, sweet liberty." "Yes, yes," he said, as before, and passed on to a 4th record, something very dear and good. It is not our fault that it was French again, nor are we responsible for its once more striking the military note. It was an intermezzo, a solo number, the prayer from Gounod's Faust. The singer, a character warmly sympathetic to our young man's heart, was called in the opera Valentine, but Hans Castorp named him by another and dearly familiar, sadness-evoking name, whose one-time bearer he had come largely to identify with the operatic character whom the Wonder-Box was made vocal, though the latter, to be sure, had a much more beautiful voice, a warm and powerful baritone. His song was in 3 parts, the first consisting of the 2 closely related corner strophes, religious in character, almost in the style of the Protestant chorale, and a middle strophe, bold and chevalesque, warlike, light-hearted, yet God-fearing too, and essentially French and military. The invisible character sang, "Now the parting hour has come, I must leave my loved home," and turned under these circumstances to God, imploring him to take under his special care and protection his beloved sister. He was going to the wars. The rhythm changed, grew brisk and lively. Dull care and sorrow might go hang. He, the invisible singer, longed to be in the field, to stand in the thickest of the fray, where danger was hottest, and fling himself upon the foe. Gallant, God-fearing, altogether French. But if, he sang, God should call him to himself, then would he look down protectingly on thee, meaning the singer's sister, as Hans Castorp was perfectly aware, yet the word thrilled him to the depths, and his emotion prolonged itself as the hero sang to a mighty choral accompaniment, "O Lord of heaven, hear my prayer, guard Margarita within thy sheltering care." Here the record ceased. We have dwelt upon it because of Hans Castorp's especial penchant, but also because it played a certain role on a later and most strange occasion. And now we come back to the fifth and last piece of his group of high favourites, this time not French, but something especially and exemplarily German. Not opera either, but a lied, one of those which are folk song and masterpiece together, and from the combination receive their peculiar stamp as spiritual epitomes. Why should we beat about the bush? It was Schubert's Linden Tree. It was none other than the old favourite, Am Brummen vorm dan Tor. It was sung to piano accompaniment by a tenor voice, and the singer was a lad of parts and discernment, who knew how to render with great skill and fine musical feeling and finesse in recitative his simple yet consummate theme. We all know that the noble lied sounds rather differently when given as a concert number from its rendition in the childish or popular mouth. In its simplified form the melody is sung straight through, whereas in the original art song the key changes to minor in the second of the 8-line stanzas, changes back again with beautiful effect to major in the 5th line, is dramatically resolved in the following bitter blasts and facing the tempest, and returns again only with the last 4 lines of the 3rd stanza, which are repeated to finish out the melody. The truly compelling turn in the melody occurs 3 times in its modulated second half, the 3rd time in the repetition of the last half strophe. Aye, onward, ever onward. The enchanting turn, which would not touch so nearly in bald words, comes on the phrases, "Upon its branches fair, a message in my ear, yet ever in my breast," and each time the tenor rendered them, in his clear warm voice, with his excellent breathing technique, with the suggestion of a sob, and so much sensitive, beauty-loving intelligence, the listener felt his heart gripped in undreamed-of fashion, with an effect the singer knew how to heighten by head tones of extraordinary ardour on the lines, "I found my solace there," and "For rest and peace are here." In the repetition of the last line, "Here shouldest thou find thy rest," he sang the "shouldest thou" the first time yearningly, at full strength, but the second in the tenderest flute tones. So much for the song and the rendering of it. For the earlier selections, we may flatter ourselves, perhaps, that we have been able to communicate to the reader some understanding, more or less precise, of Hans Castorp's intimate emotional participation in the chosen numbers of his nightly programme. But to make clear what this last one, the old linden tree, meant to him, is truly a ticklish endeavour, requiring great delicacy of emphasis, if more harm than good is not to come of the undertaking. Let us put it thus. A conception which is of the spirit, and therefore significant, is so because it reaches beyond itself to become the expression and exponent of a larger conception, a whole world of feeling and sentiment, which, whether more or less completely, is mirrored in the first, and in this wise, accordingly, the degree of its significance measured. Further, the love felt for such a creation is in itself significant, betraying something of the person who cherishes it, characterizing his relation to the broader world the conception bodies forth, which, consciously or unconsciously, he loves along with and in the thing itself. May we take it that our simple hero has now reached a point where he is conscious of the meaningfulness of his love and the object of it? We assert, we record, that he has. To him the song meant a whole world, a world which he must have loved, else he could not have so desperately loved that which it represented and symbolized to him. We know what we are saying when we add, perhaps rather darkly, that he might have had a different fate if his temperament had been less accessible to the charms of the sphere of feeling, the general attitude of mind, which the lied so profoundly, so mystically epitomized. The truth was that his very destiny had been marked by stages, adventures, insights, and these flung up in his mind suitable themes for his stock-taking activities, and these, in their turn, ripened him into an intuitional critic of this sphere, of this its absolutely exquisite image, and his love of it, to the point that even he was quite capable of bringing up all three as objects of his conscientious scruples. Only one totally ignorant of the tender passion will suppose that such scruples can detract from the object of love. On the contrary, they but give it spice. It is they which lend love the spur of passion, so that one might almost define passion as misgiving love. But wherein lay Hans Castop's conscientious and stock-taking misgiving as to the ultimate propriety of his love for the enchanting lead and the world whose image it was? What was the world behind the song, which motions of his conscience made to seem a world of forbidden love? It was death. What utter and explicit madness! That glorious song, an indisputable masterpiece sprung from the profoundest and holiest depths of racial feeling, a precious possession, the archetype of the genuine embodied loveliness. What vile detraction! Yes, yes, all very fine. Thus must every upright man speak. But for all that, behind this so lovely and pleasant artistic production stood death. It had with death certain relations which one might love, yet not without consciously and in a stock-taking sense acknowledging a certain illicit element of one's love. Perhaps in its original form it was not sympathy with death, perhaps it was something very much of the people and racy of life, but spiritual sympathy with it was none the less sympathy with death. At first, after so many years of hermetic pedagogic discipline, of ascent from one stage of being to another, has now reached. Was all this he was thinking? He would not have listened to it from one of you. Sinister issues, fantastical, dark corner, misanthropic torture chamber thoughts, Spanish black and the rough, lust not love, and these the issues of pure-eyed loveliness. Unquestioning confidence Hans Castorp knew he had never placed in Herr Settembrini, but he remembered now an admonition the enlightened mentor had given him in past time, at the beginning of his hermetic career, on the subject of spiritual backsliding to darker ages. Perhaps it will be well to make cautious application of that wisdom to the present case. It was the backsliding which Herr Settembrini had characterized as disease, the epitome itself, the spiritual phase to which one backslid. That, too, would appeal to his pedagogic mind as diseased, and even so. Hans Castorp's loved nostalgic lay, and the sphere of feeling to which it belonged, morbid? Nothing of the sort. They were the sanest, the homeliest in the world. And yet this was a fruit, sound and splendid, enough for the instant or so, yet extraordinarily prone to decay. The purest refreshment of the spirit, if enjoyed at the right moment, but the next capable of spreading decay and corruption among men. It was the fruit of life, conceived of death, pregnant of dissolution. It was a miracle of the soul, perhaps the highest in the eye, and sealed with the blessing of conscienceless beauty, but on cogent grounds regarded with mistrust by the eye of shrewd geniality, dutifully taking stock in its love of the organic. It was a subject for self-conquest, at the definite behest of conscience. Yes, self-conquest. That might well be the essence of triumph over this love, this soul enchantment that bore such sinister fruit. Hans Castorp's thoughts, or rather his prophetic half-thoughts, soared high, as he sat there in night and silence before his truncated sarcophagus of music. They soared higher than his understanding. They were alchemically enhanced. Ah, what power had this soul enchantment! We were all its sons, and could achieve mighty things on earth, in so far as we served it. One need have no more genius, only much more talent, than the author of the Lindenbaum, to be such an artist of soul enchantment as should give to the song a giant volume by which it should subjugate the world. Kingdoms might be founded upon it, earthly, all too earthly kingdoms. solid, progressive, not at all nostalgic, in which the song degenerated to a piece of gramophone music played by electricity. But its faithful son might still be he who consumed his life in self-conquest, and died, on his lips the new word of love, which as yet he knew not how to speak. Ah, it was worth dying for, the enchanted lead. But he who died for it, died indeed no longer for it, was a hero only because he died for the new word of love, and the future that whispered in his heart. These, then, were Hans Castorp's favourite records. End of section 43. Section 44 of The Magic Mountain, Volume 2, by Thomas Mann. Translated by Helen Lowe Porter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 44. Chapter 7. Highly Questionable, Part 1. Eden Krakowski's lectures had, in the swift passage of the years, taken an unexpected turn. His researches, which dealt with psychoanalysis and the dream life of humanity, had always had a subterranean, not to say catacombish character, but now, by a transition so gradual that one scarcely marked it, they had passed over to the frankly supernatural, and his fortnightly lectures in the dining-room, the prime attraction of the house, the pride of the prospectus, delivered in a drawling foreign voice in frock-coat and sandals from behind a little covered table, to the rapt and motionless Berkhoff audience, these lectures no longer treated of the disguised activities of love, and the retransformation of the illness into the conscious emotion. They had gone on to the extraordinary phenomena of hypnotism and somnambulism, telepathy, dreaming true, and second sight, the marvels of hysteria, the expounding of which widened the philosophic horizon to such an extent that suddenly before the listener's eyes would glitter dark puzzles like that of the relation of matter to the psychical, yes, even the puzzle of life itself, which, it appeared, was easier to approach by uncanny, even morbid paths than by the way of health. We say this because we consider it our duty to confound those flippant spirits who declared that Dr. Krakowski had resorted to mystification for the sake of redeeming his lectures from hopeless monotony, in other words, with purely emotional ends in view. Thus spoke the slanderous tongues which are everywhere to be found. True, the gentlemen at the Monday lectures flicked their ears harder than ever to make them hear. Fraulein Levi looked, if possible, even more like a wax figure wound up by machinery. But these effects were as legitimate as the train of thought pursued by the mind of the learned gentleman, and for that he might claim that it was not only consistent, but even inevitable. The field of his study had always been those wide, dark tracts of the human soul, which one had been used to call the subconsciousness, though they might better perhaps be called the superconsciousness, since from them sometimes emanates a knowledge beyond anything of which the conscious intelligence is capable, and giving rise to the hypothesis that there might subsist connections and associations between the lowest and least illumined regions of the individual soul and a wholly knowing all-soul. The province of the subconscious, occult in the proper sense of the word, very soon shows itself to be occult in the narrower sense as well, and forms one of the sources whence flow the phenomena we have agreed thus to characterize. But that is not all. Whoever recognizes a symptom of organic disease as an effect of the conscious soul life of forbidden and hystericized emotions recognizes the creative force of the psychical within the material, a force which one is inclined to claim as a second source of magic phenomena. The idealist of the pathological, not to say pathological idealist, sees himself at the point of departure of certain trains of thought which will shortly issue in the problem of existence, that is to say, in the problem of the relation between spirit and matter. The materialist, son of a philosophy of sheer animal vigour, can never be dissuaded from explaining spirit as a mere phosphorescent product of matter, whereas the idealist, proceeding from the principle of creative hysteria, is inclined, and very readily resolved, to answer the question of primacy in the exactly opposite sense. Take it all in all, there is here nothing less than the old strife over which was first, the chicken or the egg, a strife which assumes its extraordinary complexity from the fact that no egg is thinkable except one laid by a hen, and no hen has not crept out of a previously postulated egg. Well then, it was such matters as these that Dr. Krokowski discussed in his lectures. He came upon them organically, logically, legitimately. That fact cannot be overemphasized. We will even add that he had already begun to treat of them before the arrival of Ellen Brandt upon the scene of action, and the progress of matters into the empirical and experimental stage. Who was Ellen Brandt? We had almost forgotten that our readers do not know her. So familiar to us is the name. Who was she? Hardly anybody at first glance. A sweet young thing of 19 years, a flaxen-haired Dane, not from Copenhagen, but from Odense on Funen, where her father had a butter business. She herself had been in commercial life for a couple of years or so. With a sleeve protector on her writing arm, she had sat over heavy books, perched on a revolving stool in a provincial branch of a city bank, and developed temperature. It was a trifling case, probably more suspected than real, though Ellie was indeed fragile and obviously chlorotic, distinctly sympathetic too, giving one a yearning to lay one's hand upon the flaxen head, as the Hofrat regularly did when he spoke to her in the dining-room. A northern freshness emanated from her, a chaste and glassy, maidenly chaste atmosphere surrounded her. She was entirely lovable, with a pure open look from childlike blue eyes, and a pointed, fine, high German speech, slightly broken, with small, typical mispronunciations. About her features there was nothing unusual. Her chin was too short. She sat at table with Kleefeld, who mothered her. Now this little Fraulein Brand, this little Ellie, this friendly-natured little Danish bicycle rider and stoop-shouldered young counter-jumper, had things about her of which no one could have dreamed at first sight of her transparent, small personality, but which began to discover themselves after a few weeks, and these it became Dr. Krokowski's affair to lay bare in all their extraordinariness. The learned man received his first hint in the course of a general evening conversation. Various guessing games were being played, hidden objects found by the aid of strains from the piano, which swelled higher when one approached the right spot, and died away when the seeker strayed on a false scent. Then one person went outside and waited while it was decided what task he should perform, as exchanging the rings of 2 selected persons, inviting someone to dance by making 3 bows before her, taking a designated book from the shelves and presenting it to this or that person, and more of the same kind. It is worthy of remark that such games had not been the practice among the Berkhof guests. Who had introduced them was not afterwards easy to decide. Certainly it had not been Ellie Brand, yet they had begun since her arrival. The participants were nearly all old friends of ours, among them Hans Castorp. They showed themselves apt in greater or less degree. Some of them were entirely incapable. But Ellie Brand's talent was soon seen to be surpassing, striking, unseemly. Her power of finding hidden articles was passed over with applause and admiring laughter. But when it came to a concerted series of actions, they were struck dumb. She did whatever they had covenanted she should do, did it directly she entered the room, with a gentle smile, without hesitation, without the help of music. She fetched a pinch of salt from the dining-room, sprinkled it over Lawyer Paravant's head, took him by the hand, led him to the piano, and played the beginning of a nursery ditty with his forefinger, then brought him back to his seat, curtsied, fetched a footstool, and finally seated herself at his feet, all of that being precisely what they had cudgelled their brains to set her for a task. She had been listening. She reddened. With a sense of relief at her embarrassment, they began in chorus to chide her. But she assured them she had not blushed in that sense. She had not listened. Not outside, not at the door. Truly, truly she had not. Not outside, not at the door? Oh, no, she begged their pardon. She had listened after she came back in the room. She could not help it. How not help it? Something had whispered to her, she said. It whispered and told her what to do, softly, but quite clearly and distinctly. Obviously, that was an admission. In a certain sense, she was aware, she had confessed, that she was cheating. She should have said beforehand that she was no good to play such a game, if she had the advantage of being whispered to. A competition loses all sense if one of the competitors has unnatural advantages over the others. In a sporting sense, she was straightway disqualified, but disqualified in a way that made chills run up and down their backs. With one voice they called on Dr. Krokowski. They ran to fetch him, and he came. He was immediately at home in the situation, and stood there, sturdy, heartily smiling, in his very essence inviting confidence. Breathless, they told him they had something quite abnormal for him, an omniscient, a girl with voices. Yes, yes. Oh, let them be calm, they should see. This was his native heath, quagmirish and uncertain footing enough for the rest of them, yet he moved upon it with assured tread. He asked questions, and they told him. Ah, there she was. Come, my child, is it true what they are telling me? And he laid his hand on her head, as scarcely anyone could resist doing. Here was much ground for interest, none at all for consternation. He plunged the gaze of his brown, exotic eyes deep into Ellenbrand's blue ones, and ran his hand down over her shoulder and arm, stroking her gently. She returned his gaze with increasing submission, her head inclined slowly toward her shoulder and breast. Her eyes were actually beginning to glaze, when the master made a careless outward motion with his hand before her face. Immediately thereafter he expressed his opinion that everything was in perfect order, and sent the overawed company off to the evening cure, with the exception of Ellie Brand, with whom he said he wished to have a little chat. A little chat? Quite so, but nobody felt easy at the word. It was just the sort of word Krokowski, the merry comrade, used by preference, and it gave them cold shivers. Hans Castorp, as he sought his tardy reclining chair, remembered the feeling with which he had seen Ellie's illicit achievements, and heard her shamefaced explanation, as though the ground were shifting under his feet, and giving him a slightly qualmish feeling, a mild seasickness. He had never been in an earthquake, but he said to himself that one must experience a like sensation of unequivocal alarm. But he had also felt great curiosity at these fateful gifts of Ellenbrand, combined, it is true, with the knowledge that their field was with difficulty accessible to the spirit, and the doubt as to whether it was not barren, or even sinful, so far as he was concerned, all of which did not prevent his feeling from being what in fact it actually was, curiosity. Like everybody else, Hans Castorp had, at his time of life, heard this and that about the mysteries of nature or the supernatural. We have mentioned the clairvoyant great-aunt, of whom a melancholy tradition had come down. But the world of the supernatural, though theoretically and objectively he had recognized its existence, had never come close to him. He had never had any practical experience of it, and his aversion from it, a matter of taste, an aesthetic revulsion, a reaction of human pride, if we may use such large words in connection with our modest hero, was almost as great as his curiosity. He felt beforehand quite clearly that such experiences, whatever the cause of them, could never be anything but in bad taste, unintelligible and humanly valueless, and yet he was on fire to go through them. He was aware that his alternative of barren, or else sinful, bad enough in itself, was in reality not an alternative at all, since the two ideas fell together, and calling a thing spiritually unavailable was only an amoral way of expressing its forbidden character. But the placet experii, planted in Hans Castorp's mind by one who would surely and resoundingly have reprobated any experimentation at all in this field, was planted firmly enough. By little and little his morality and his curiosity approached and overlapped, or had probably always done so. The pure curiosity of inquiring youth on its travels, which had already brought him pretty close to the forbidden field, what time he tasted the mystery of personality, and for which he had even claimed the justification that it too was almost military in character, in that it did not weakly avoid the forbidden when it presented itself. Hans Castorp came to the final resolve not to avoid, but to stand his ground if it came to more developments in the case of Ellen Brand. Dr. Krakowski had issued a strict prohibition against any further experimentation on the part of the laity upon Fraulein Brand's mysterious gifts. He had preempted the child for his scientific use, held sittings with her in his analytic oubliette, hypnotized her, it was reported, in an effort to arouse and discipline her slumbering potentialities, to make researches into her previous psychic life. Hermine Kleefeld, who mothered and patronized the child, tried to do the same, and under the seal of secrecy a certain number of facts were ascertained, which under the same seal she spread throughout the house, even unto the porter's lodge. She learned, for example, that he who, or that which, whispered the answers into the little one's ear at games was called Holger. This Holger was the departed and etherized spirit of a young man, the familiar, something like the guardian angel of little Ellie. So it was he who had told all about the pinch of salt and the tune played with Lawyer Paravant's forefinger. Yes, those spirit lips, so close to her ear that they were like a caress and tickled a little, making her smile, had whispered her what to do. It must have been very nice when she was in school and had not prepared her lesson to have him tell her the answers. Upon this point Ellie was silent. Later she said she thought he would not have been allowed. It would be forbidden to him to mix in such serious matters, and moreover he would probably not have known the answers himself. It was learned further that from her childhood up Ellen had visions, though at widely separated intervals of time, visions visible and invisible. What sort of thing were they now? Invisible visions? Well, for example, when she was 16, she had been sitting one day alone in the living-room of her parents' house, sewing at a round table, with her father's dog, Freya, lying near her on the carpet. The table was covered with a Turkish shawl, of the kind old women wear three-cornered across their shoulders. It covered the table diagonally, with the corners somewhat hanging over. Suddenly Ellen had seen the corner nearest her roll slowly up. Soundlessly, carefully, and evenly it turned itself up, a good distance toward the centre of the table, so that the resultant roll was rather long. And while this was happening, the dog Freya started up wildly, bracing her forefeet, the hair rising on her body. She had stood on her hind legs, then run howling into the next room and taken refuge under a sofa. For a whole year thereafter she could not be persuaded to set foot in the living-room. Was it Holger, Fraulein Kleefeld asked, who had rolled up the cloth? Little Brand did not know. And what had she thought about the affair? But since it was absolutely impossible to think anything about it, little Ellie had thought nothing at all. Had she told her parents? No. That was odd. Though so sure she had thought nothing about it, Ellie had had a distinct impression in this and similar cases that she must keep it to herself, make a profound and shamefaced secret of it. Had she taken it much to heart? No, not particularly. What was there about the rolling up of a cloth to take to heart? But other things she had. For example, the following. A year before, in her parents' house at Odense, she had risen, as was her custom, in the cool of the early morning, and left her room on the ground floor to go up to the breakfast-room in order to brew the morning coffee before her parents rose. She had almost reached the landing, where the stairs turned, when she saw standing there close by the steps her elder sister Sophie, who had married and gone to America to live. There she was, her physical presence in a white gown, with, curiously enough, a garland of moist water-lilies on her head, her hands folded against one shoulder, and nodded to her sister. Ellen, rooted to the spot, half joyful, half terrified, cried out, "Oh, Sophie, is that you?" Sophie had nodded once again, and dissolved. She became gradually transparent. Soon she was only visible as an ascending current of warm air, then not visible at all, so that Ellen's path was clear. Later it transpired that Sister Sophie had died of heart trouble in New Jersey at that very hour. Hans Castorp, when Fraulein Kleefeld related this to him, expressed the view that there was some sort of sense in it. The apparition here, the death there, after all, they did hang together, and he consented to be present at a spiritualistic sitting, a table-tipping, glass-moving game, which they had determined to undertake with Ellen Brand behind Dr. Krokowski's back, and in defiance of his jealous prohibition. End of section 44.